Chapter 1, Reborn After Being Stabbed. Lin Qingxue, why? I roared as my eyes flew open, fury contorting my face. Lin Qingxue, after all these years I've cared for you, you'd actually attack me for some celebrity you've never even met? I closed my eyes in agony, the scene moments ago still vivid before me. Just now, my beloved sister Lin Qingxue drugged me and personally carved out my entire heart with her own hands. I witnessed it all helplessly, too weak to even cry out, forced to listen as she coldly declared, since childhood, you've always tried to control me. Only today, for brotherly Koan's sake, have I finally tasted freedom. Brotherly Koan said that as long as I dig out the master's heart you found from the abyss and give it to him, he's willing to become my boyfriend. With those words, she mercilessly plunged a sharp knife into my heart, gruesomely carving it out while I bled to death. Memories flashed before my eyes as I reopened them, feeling nothing but bitter mockery, a cold sneer curling my lips. Keeping you from staying out all night, stopping you from clubbing, forbidding you to smoke, was merely this enough to make you feel trapped? All these years taking care of you were completely wasted. I'm not originally from this world, but had crossed over and was adopted by this lifetime's parents. When my parents passed away, I was only 15. To support Lin Qingxue, I woke up at 4 a.m. to work at a breakfast stall before school, then rushed to classes, working again until late night before returning home. Yet when I got home, she'd complain about me returning late, demanding meals and laundry when hungry. Through freezing winters and scorching summers, for years I endured this grueling pre-dawn to midnight cycle of misery. Who could have imagined that in her heart, this elder brother who'd poured his soul into caring for her for years would mean less than some celebrity she'd never even met? Looking around, I suddenly realized, have I been reborn? Has time reversed to over a decade ago, 1 week before the college entrance exams? This year I'm 18, with less than a week remaining before the Gaokao. I remembered my past life, how I'd failed my career transition, attended an ordinary university thanks to excellent grades, became an office worker after graduation, and only became a professional after accidentally obtaining the occupational template blood sorcerer. This life, that's right, the master's heart. The moment this name crossed my mind, I took a deep breath and rushed out the door, heading straight for a trading house. There it was, in the modest display window of the trading house, a dark red crystal lay casually placed among other items. The heart of dominance. My breathing quickened at the sight of it. I remember correctly, this is indeed the heart of dominance. In future times, the heart of dominance would become an item that countless nations and powerhouses would spend billions to obtain, an artifact so precious that even mythic-grade equipment wouldn't be sufficient to trade for it because it was the only item of infinite quality. On Blue Star, item qualities were categorized as common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, transcendent, yellow, perfect, purple, epic, red, legendary, gold, and mythic, rainbow. But nobody had ever heard of an infinite quality before. I strode directly into the trading house. Before any attendant could approach me, I spotted a crowd of people selecting equipment. Their eyes lit up when they saw me. Lin Chen, is that you? I thought it was someone else, our class's famous miser actually coming to shop. Don't tell me you're here looking for a job? Ha ha ha. These were my classmates, each looking at me with mockery, as if I were some kind of joke. I lived a frugal life, often working part-time to give Lin Qingxue a better life, which naturally drew their ridicule and disdain. A well-dressed boy stepped forward and taunted, Lin Chen, are you here to find a job? What a shame. This trading house was opened by my friend, and they're not currently hiring floor sweepers. His remarks sent the crowd of classmates behind him bursting into laughter. I cast them a faint glance without responding. Having lived 2 lifetimes, my mind had long matured. Besides, I was on the verge of obtaining this world's sole infinite grade item. These flies weren't worth my attention. I directly summoned the attendant. Excuse me, I'd like to purchase this item. I pointed at the heart of the overlord. The attendant kindly advised, Sir, are you certain? This is just an ordinary red crystal, yet it costs 10,000 credit points. A piece of red crystal is worth only a few hundred credits at most. This one, though exquisite, isn't worth 10,000. The classmates burst into laughter at the scene. Is Lin Chen out of his mind? How dare such a guy come shopping here? He's probably just trying to save face, stubbornly insisting on buying it. In their eyes, I was just pretending to be wealthy beyond my means. My expression remained unchanged as I nodded firmly. I'm certain I want to buy this thing. The waiter said helplessly, All right, sir, I'll wrap it up for you. No need. I directly grasped the master's heart in my hand, sensing a warm touch. This peculiar fluctuation, from my past life's experience, I knew it was a signal from the master's heart. I quickly finished the payment and walked out of the shop amid the crowd's mocking voices. But before I even stepped out the door, my body suddenly stiffened as an audio clip played in my mind. Ding! No profession template detected. Master's heart meets activation conditions. Fusion initiating. Fusion complete. You have obtained the unique infinite great profession, Zerg Overlord. A soft chime echoed in my ears, leaving me momentarily stunned. Zerg Overlord? A profession? So the Overlord's heart was actually a profession template? Ha, let me see just how powerful this infinite great profession really is. Overwhelmed with excitement, I hurriedly opened my status panel to check. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Zerg Overlord, unique. Profession quality, infinite, unique. Strength, 0.8. Average adult male is 1. Speed, 0.9. Average adult male is 1. Spirit, 1.2. Average adult male is 1. Defense, 0.7. HP, 5. MP, 10. Talent I, Heart of the Overlord. Obtain the Zerg hive world capable of breeding Zerg. As long as even a single Zerg exists, you can resurrect infinitely. Talent 2, Infinite Evolution. You can infinitely evolve a Zerg unit, choosing between evolution, fusion, or mutation. Talent 3, Infinite Heart. You can possess additional profession templates. Talent 4, Feedback. Each Zerg unit will increase your strength, speed, spirit, and other attributes by a certain proportion. This is practically defying the heavens. I was so excited I almost jumped up when I read the Zerg Overlord's profession description. Putting everything else aside, just the second and third innate talents alone would shock all the awakened on Blue Star. On Blue Star, humans do not dominate the world. Fierce beasts and abyssal monsters roam rampant, forcing humanity to huddle in corners, struggling to survive. For practitioners, survival skills are absolutely vital. And this ability to infinitely resurrect as long as Zerg units exist is simply game-breaking. From now on, I no longer need to worry about danger and can explore abysses others dare not enter or venture into the lairs of savage beasts. Calm down, stay calm. I took a deep breath to steady myself. This profession is incredibly powerful, but only if you can manage to develop it first. Right now, I still have to prepare for the college entrance exam. In this world, professionals and ordinary people are separated by an insurmountable chasm. Professionals stand high above, enjoying the best benefits, while ordinary people are treated worse than livestock, forced into the lowest forms of manual labor or clerical jobs, enduring scorn from others. Deep down, I thought, beyond status, what I truly crave are the resources within professional universities. In my previous life, my class change ritual failed. I awakened no profession at all. Despite excelling academically, I was only admitted to an ordinary university. This lifetime, I must enter the professional university. Only then can I obtain enough resources to nurture my future as the Zerg Overlord. I walked home with exhilarating anticipation, but before I could sit down, the front door creaked open with a drawn-out squeak. In staggered a figure clad in a red dress, reeking of alcohol. At the sight of her, my brows furrowed instantly. Lin Qingxue, the very dear younger sister who stabbed me in my previous life. It seemed she'd been out drinking with her so-called best girlfriends again, only returning at this ungodly hour. Normally, I would have scolded her, then gone through the thankless effort of brewing sobering soup and putting her to bed. But now, I just gave her a cold glance, not even bothering to greet her. In my past life, I protected and cared for her meticulously, only to be repaid with poison and having my heart carved out. In this life, I've decided to let go and act as if I never had this sister. Lin Qingxue was drunk, staggering around, and the moment she saw me, she became belligerent. Hey, Lin Chen, so what if I went out drinking? What are you gonna do about it? You don't let me drink, don't let me smoke, don't let me stay over at classmates' houses. Do you have any idea how much pain this causes me? Humph. You won't let me drink? Well, I'll drink anyway. I glanced at her and simply replied with one word, oh. Oh, what kind of answer is that? Lin Qingxue froze. Normally, I'd have rushed over in concern to support her and launched into a lecture, but today I was acting completely out of character. She couldn't believe the coldness in my eyes. It's an illusion. Must be an illusion. Steadying herself, she started ordering me around again. Lin Chen, what's with this attitude of yours? Even if I went drinking, you didn't have to act like this. Humph. People like you are so old-fashioned. Those at the bar are all good people, only stubborn relics like you would think bars are bad. I still replied with just one word, oh. Lin Qingxue instantly flared up. What exactly do you mean, Lin Chen? Since childhood, I had never spoken to her like this, always gentle and soft, so now she only felt wronged. I stood up and walked toward my room, saying coldly, from now on, I won't interfere with you anymore. Do whatever you want. Bang! I shut the door, leaving her standing outside in a daze. What's going on? Lin Qingxue's face was blank. She couldn't comprehend my sudden coldness. Layers of emotions welled up. She felt utterly wronged, tears streaming down her cheeks before she angrily wiped them away. Oomph, fine. You said it yourself. I'm going to see my beloved Li Kuan next week. He's way handsomer than you, and 10,000 times stronger too. With that, she stomped off to her room like a petulant child and slammed the door shut behind her. I couldn't care less about her tantrums. Crossing my legs on the bed, I focused inward to sense my newly awakened class gifts. When I reopened my eyes, I found myself in a misty gray realm. This must be the Hive World, I murmured, the birthplace of the Zerg race. The Hive World was vast and empty, shrouded in gray mist with no visible edges. I found myself on a tiny floating island at its center, where a square monument stood. I stepped forward, pressing my hand against it, and a prompt immediately appeared. Please choose an action, spawn, evolve, other. Without hesitation, I selected, spawn. Please select spawn type. Simultaneously, several images flickered across the light screen. Blade Beetle, basic melee unit, strength 1.1, speed 1.7, spirit 0.2, skills, blood frenzy, acid spit, hatching energy cost 10. Stinger, basic ranged unit, strength 0.7, speed 0.7, spirit 0.7, skills, spine spit, volley fire. Brainbug, basic spellcasting unit, strength 0.3, speed 0.2, spirit 1.4, skills, fireball, resonance, will link. Only these 3 Zerg templates were lit up, while the rest displayed as locked. Without hesitation, I chose spawn the blade drones. As the basic melee unit, the Blade Beetle boasts the most balanced attributes, both tanky and hard-hitting, while the Spike Beetle and Brain Beetle serve as ranged attackers and mages, sacrificing mobility and durability. Right now I need bodyguards to protect myself. Choosing the latter two would mean I'd have to protect them instead. Incubate Blade Beetle times 1. Required energy points, 10. Remaining energy points, 10. Confirm? The Zerg require energy points for incubation. Gathering energy is simple, just throw energy-rich materials into the hatching pool of the nest world. Materials possess varying energy densities. Coal and petroleum yield more energy points than wood, for instance. Confirmed. As the words fell, a swirling radiance appeared before my eyes, revealing a jet-black blade mantis approximately 1 meter tall, sporting 2 razor-sharp side-like arms. The blade mantis exuded a murderous aura, its obsidian-hued arms glinting with otherworldly sharpness, as if capable of rending through all creation. Through our inexplicable connection, I could sense that a single thought could command it to perform any action, even immediate self-destruction without hesitation. Excellent. My eyes sparkled with anticipation. It looks formidable at first glance. Now, we're ready to begin the hunt. In this era, humanity hunkers down in settlements to defend against the threats of abyssal creatures and ferocious beasts. While the lands outside the settlements are perilous, they also represent untold wealth. The pelts, bones, and flesh of these beasts are invaluable materials. Many professions require specific materials for advancement or specialization. Thus, exploration beyond the settlements is essential, and countless professionals make hunting their primary occupation. In my previous life, after becoming a professional, I joined the ranks of hunters too. But this time around, I won't drudge away like I did before, since wind is grinding away compared to the swift riches of slaying beasts. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of my room and headed toward the city gates, making my way to the outskirts. The border zone serves as a buffer area between settlements and the wilderness. With fewer ferocious beasts, it's a hunting ground for low-level professionals, though even here dangers abound. At least 10,000 people are killed by wild beasts here annually, which is why many professionals avoid this route. Is this the border zone? I walked through cautiously, scanning my surroundings with vigilance. In my previous life, I was a level 90 blood sorcerer, a figure at the pinnacle of the world. But now in this life, I'm just an ordinary person. Even the beasts in this border zone could easily kill me. Upon stepping into the border zone, I immediately summoned a blade mantis to stand guard around me. Just patrolling the outskirts should be safe enough. Most beasts here are only level 1 to 3 anyway. 1 blade mantis ought to suffice, I thought to myself. Just as I was passing through a section of broken walls, a furious roar came from my side. Focusing my gaze, I saw a dark red wild boar about 2 meters long standing to my right, panting heavily with murderous intent in its eyes. Blood-tusked boar? My eyes instantly lit up as I casually cast a basic appraisal spell. Beast, blood-tusked boar, level 2, common, HP 10. I checked my own status panel. Strength 1.4, speed 1.3, spirit 0.6, skill, charge. The blood-fang boar before me is renowned as a novice killer. At first glance, its level isn't particularly high. At most, it's only level 3. Yet its strength and speed are terrifyingly formidable, rivaling many level 4 ferocious beasts. Coupled with its charge ability, it catches many inexperienced rookies off guard, claiming lives beneath its tusks. However, when I spotted the blood-fang boar, my first reaction wasn't fear, but excitement. The 2 tusks of that bloodtooth boar are worth a fortune. They can fetch nearly 2,000 credit points in the city. This is a real windfall, I thought to myself. Right now, what I need most is money. Being a professional might make you powerful and respected, but it's a serious money burner. Forget everything else, just the equipment, skills, health potions, mana potions, and such can cost an astronomical amount. In my past life, I was a level 90 blood mage, so I understand just how crucial money is for professionals. That bloodtooth boar? It's mine for the taking. With a thought, I commanded the blade mantis to attack. The creature let out a piercing shriek and dashed forward like a phantom, its two scythe-like arms radiating an oppressive aura of death. Being a second-level savage beast, the blood-tusked boar didn't retreat upon seeing the blade mantis. Instead, it grew furious at the provocation. With an angry roar, its body became shrouded in a crimson glow as it activated its charge skill. It charged forward with tremendous momentum, like a tank in full motion. Without exaggeration, even a small car would be overturned by its devastating rush. Yet the blade mantis showed no intention of retreating from this terrifying charge. On the contrary, it fearlessly advanced straight toward the boar. Just as the bloodtooth boar's tusks were about to pierce the blade beetle's body, the beetle moved. It kicked its hind legs, dodging sideways and leaping directly above the boar, then swung its blade arm. A soft sound followed. Your blade beetle hits the bloodtooth boar's weak point, dealing a critical strike. 12 damage. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared on the boar's head before it collapsed heavily to the ground, dead. You have slain the blood fawn boar. Gain 10 times experience. Your summon, Blade Beetle, gain 10 times experience. A soft sound rang in my ears. Truly worthy of the Zerg, natural-born killing machines. My eyes lit up. This blade worm was only level 1, yet it could effortlessly kill a level 2 bloodfawn boar. What terrifying innate combat prowess the Zerg race possessed. I stepped forward and deftly removed the 2 tusks from the boar, tossing them into my backpack, then extended my hand and said, "Collect the corpse." Ding! Bloodtooth boar corpse reclaimed, obtained energy points times 15. A single bloodtooth boar corpse can reclaim 15 energy points? My breathing nearly stopped with excitement. Just think, it only takes 10 energy points to hatch a single Zergling, meaning killing 2 bloodfawn boars could yield 3 Zerglings. This is absolutely insane. In the quarantine zone, the number of bloodfawn boars was so vast that no one knew the exact count. If all of them were slaughtered and harvested, the energy points gained would be enough to hatch countless razor bugs, undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Imagine hundreds of thousands, even millions of Zerg swarms, even if they were all level 1 blade bugs, enough to overwhelm a small city. Ahahaha, truly worthy of an infinite tier occupation template. This is utterly overpowered. I couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. With the master's heart, as long as I develop carefully, I'll undoubtedly become a world-class powerhouse in the future. Energy points are sufficient. Let's hatch a Zergling first. I nodded and issued the command, hatch a Zergling. Hatch Zergling times 1, requires 15 energy points, remaining energy points, 15. Confirm? Confirmed. A burst of light flashed, revealing a stinger insect before my eyes. Smaller than the blade insect, it lacked those 2 gleaming bladed arms, but its back arched high with rows of black glinting severed spines. Though the stinger's strength and speed can't match the blade insect's, it's a ranged unit dealing significantly greater damage. I nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps the bloody scent from the bloodboar's corpse had spread. Within 2 steps, 3 rust rats circled closer. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. Far from fearful, I felt a surge of excitement. A blade mantis and a spike mantis should be enough to handle these 3 rust rats. Kill! I gave the direct order. Without hesitation, the blade mantis charged forward, and the 3 rust rats shrieked as they clashed with it in combat. While the blade mantis could effortlessly deliver instant kills against the sluggish bloodfawn boars, it found itself at a disadvantage when facing the nimble rust rats, especially against 3 at once. Your summon, Blade Mantis, has taken damage times 2. Your summon, Blade Mantis, has taken damage times 3. Your summon, Blade Mantis, has taken damage times 2. Seeing this, I didn't panic and issued the order again, fire. The thornbug beside me moved, launching a barrage of broken spikes from its back that struck a rustrat's head with bullet-like precision. Your summoned creature, Thornbug, hit Rustrat's weak point, dealing critical damage, 12. Your summoned creature, Thornbug, killed Rustrat, gained experience times 20. With a single strike, the Rustrat was dead. Nice! My eyes gleamed again. The stinger insect's prowess exceeded my imagination. It was like an infallible sharpshooter. With the stinger insect joining the fray, the remaining 2 Rustrats were wiped out within a minute, even dropping a piece of equipment. Broadsword, common strength plus 0.4, requirement, level 1. A single glance told me it wasn't worth keeping, so I tossed it into my backpack to dismantle later in town. Just then, ding, you've leveled up to 2. Gained 1 attribute point. Please allocate. I leveled up. Without hesitation, I allocated the attribute points to Spirit. Spirit influences attributes like spell power and mental strength. As a Zerg overlord typically commands Zerg forces, high mental strength is essential. At this moment, my energy reserves had reached 21. Spawn 2 Zerglings. I issued the command. Though the Hydralisks are ranged units, they're too fragile and can hardly protect me. Using game character analogies, the Stinger is the ranged DPS, while the Blade is the tank and frontline fighter. The DPS focuses primarily on damage output, while the tank and fighter can protect and absorb damage while still dealing considerable hurt. Before long, 2 freshly hatched blades stood quietly flanking me. With 3 blades and 1 stinger under my command now, roaming freely through the outskirts would pose no problem, so long as we didn't encounter any rare tier beasts. It's still early, I'll keep leveling up. I glanced at the sky, there were still hours until dawn, enough time for me to reach level 3. Meanwhile, somewhere in the quarantine zone, a stunning beauty gasped heavily, "Huff, ha, Uncle Lee, this mining rat has way too much health. We've chased it all the way from the Hangluan forest to the border area, and it still has 10% HP left." This young woman was Lu Yaran, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangnan City. Uncle Lee beside her forced a bitter smile. "Young miss, while mining rats have almost no attack power, this one's a level 5 elite boss. High HP and devastating attacks are the hallmarks of a raid boss. Unavoidable traits, really. Psy Masters spent 5 million credits just to obtain intel on this gold digger rat boss, so please bear with it." Lu Yanran exhaled and said, "Though it cost 5 million credits, it'll be worth it. After all, the gold digger rat is guaranteed to drop a hidden class template. The awakening ceremony is in a week, and I refuse to end up with some ordinary class. Hidden classes are vastly superior to common ones, each possesses formidable abilities. Take the Holy Light Warrior, for example. Its stats dwarf those of a regular warrior, and it boasts powerful talents and skills like Holy Light, Healing, and Judgment. Their status couldn't be more different, like clouds and mud. As the saying goes, everyone wants to become a professional, while professionals aspire to be hidden professionals. This shows just how powerful hidden professions are. The young miss is certain to obtain a formidable hidden profession template," Uncle Lee said with a smile, "but for now, let's focus on slaying this gold digger rat boss first." Lu Yanran nodded and stepped aside, allowing Uncle Lee to move forward. Uncle Lee, named Li Dao, was a level 12 warrior, serving as both the Lu family's retainer and Lu Yanran's bodyguard. With a furious shout of triple slash, he charged directly at the critically injured gold digger rat, bringing his broadsword down with immense force. The gold digger rat's body radiated a golden glow, now drenched in blood as it could only whimper in agony. Facing Li Dao's triple slash, it couldn't evade at all, with crimson numbers, -35, -24, -41, floating from its body. Li Dao attacked like a raging storm. In less than half an hour, the gold digger rat's health reached its limit, just one final strike to finish it off. Lu Yanran cheered excitedly, "Well done, Uncle Lee. Kill it." Li Dao flashed a smug smile and raised his hand to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, golden light erupted from the mining rat's body. Like an inflated balloon, its size swelled to that of a car, instantly restoring its health bar while its name transformed into Golden Soul Rat. "This can't be," Li Dao shouted in disbelief. It actually evolved. Astonishment painted Lu Yanran's face. The odds of a vicious beast evolving into a higher rank when cornered are astronomically low. Jiangnan City has only 3 or 4 recorded cases. How could this happen to a mere mining rat? All wounds on the Golden Soul Rat vanished, replaced by intertwining crimson and golden patterns that radiated savage fury. I saw its stats panel: Beast, Golden Soul Rat, Level 7, Elite, HP 208, Strength 8.4, Speed 3.7, Spirit 1.7, Skills, Soul Gather, Gold Dig, Savage Bite, Explosive Dash. Such terrifying stats. Li Dao turned pale, his body trembling. Though he was a level 12 warrior, his strength and HP were less than half of the Golden Soul Rat's. Moreover, after chasing the rat, his mana and health were nearly depleted. There was simply no chance of winning in a fight. "Young miss, run. I'll hold off the Golden Soul Rat," Li Dao roared. But the Golden Soul Rat charged straight at him, activating its explosive dash skill. Like a tank, it flipped Li Dao over, leaving him sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely as -59 flashed before his eyes. The strike took half his health bar, leaving it nearly empty. "Run, miss. Get out of here." Li Dao, severely wounded, desperately shielded Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran stood frozen in shock. The Golden Soul Rat advanced step by step, its buck teeth hovering above her head as if poised to tear her apart at any second. That's when I struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of severed thorns shot from the depths of the forest straight at the Golden Soul Rat. The rat screeched in pain and retreated, glaring toward the source of the attack. Emerging from the shadows, I stepped forward wearing a black mask, backed by an army of dozens of Zerg warriors. Seeing it was a Golden Soul Rat, my heart swelled with excitement. This was truly a prized specimen evolved from a gold-digging rat, and incredibly rare. Each one could fetch hundreds of millions at auction, and even its intel and information could sell for tens of millions. Though relatively weak among beasts of its tier, it was guaranteed to drop a hidden profession template of rare, quality or higher upon death. Legend has it that the mythical hidden profession, Dragon Soul Warrior, wielded by the Dragon Kingdom's war god Gusha, was obtained by slaying a Golden Soul Rat. Perfectly fitting, as the Master's heart had granted me a secondary profession slot. I could use this hidden occupation to conceal the truth of my overlord nature. With a wave of my hand, my swarm army surged forward. After 3 hours of hunting, I now commanded 34 blade bugs and 12 stingers. 34 blade bugs instantly swarmed over the golden soul rat, while stingers continued their assault from afar. Though the golden soul rat was high level with strong defenses, many attacks barely scratching it or failing entirely, I didn't care. With enough bugs attacking together, we could grind it down through sheer numbers. Amid the insectide's onslaught, the golden soul rat let out one agonized wail after another. Lu Yenran and Li Dao stared dumbfounded. "Uncle Li, are you alright?" Lu Yenran asked. Nodding, Li Dao replied, "I'm fine. That man must be a summoner." Lu Yenran covered her small mouth in astonishment. Summoners were the most coveted profession in this world, capable of forming an army alone, incredibly powerful yet exceedingly rare. For a small city like Jiangnan, producing even one such talent in decades would be considered fortunate. Never did she expect such a legendary figure to stand before her now. A flash of fervor gleamed in Lu Yenran's eyes as she thought how befriending someone like me could elevate the Lu family's standing. Soon, under the relentless assault of the insect horde, the golden soul mouse's health was whittled away, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. System notification: you have slain golden soul mouse, elite. Experience times 300 gained. Your level has increased to 4, you've gained 1 attribute point. Please choose how to allocate it. Reaching level 4 in just a few hours, if this speed were made public, it would surely shock everyone. I stepped forward and picked up the loot dropped by the golden soul rat. I acquired a pile of equipment, mostly of common quality at best, with a few uncommon pieces. In my eyes, these were all quite ordinary. In this world, the quality of equipment and skills is categorized as common, white, uncommon, green, rare, blue, exceptional, yellow, perfect, purple, epic, red, legendary, gold, and mythic, rainbow. Most people use common white-tier equipment. If an ordinary professional can outfit themselves entirely with rare-grade gear, they'd already be considered remarkable in this area. As for equipment above rare grade, only certain minor bosses possess such items. All trash. I didn't give these things a second glance, shaking my head before looking at the final item in my hand, a book emitting a faint golden glow. Hidden Profession Template. I took a deep breath and immediately placed my hand upon it. Instantly, a luminous halo flashed. Ding! Obtained Hidden Profession, Voidwalker, Mythic. Description: a warrior who harnesses the power of the void, excelling in teleportation and slicing through space. Talent 1, Void Form reduces all damage taken by 50%. Talent 2, Void Walk. When activated, it splits space and teleports to the target location, granting immunity to all damage during the leap. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Talent 3, Void Form. Upon receiving fatal damage, revive through the power of the void. Cooldown, 1000 hours. Void Walker? My eyes lit up. The Void Walker specialized in defense and survival, and as the Zerg Overlord, I was particularly vulnerable to enemy decapitation tactics and lacked protective measures. This was like receiving a pillow when you're sleepy. With the Void Walker profession, dying seems nearly impossible. I clenched my fists in excitement. The Zerg Overlord granted me unparalleled combat strength, while the Voidwalker perfectly compensated for my lack of defensive capabilities. This was simply a match made in heaven. The Voidwalker was overwhelmingly powerful. Just the innate ability of reduces all damage taken by 50% alone was enough to make practitioners of all professions green with envy, not to mention the blink-type skills and resurrection talents. From now on, I could say it would be difficult for me to die even if I wanted to. Can't let my guard down. I took a deep breath and acted as calm as if I had just picked up an ordinary piece of equipment. Plus, I was wearing a mask, so no one could see the expression on my face. Turning my head, I saw Lu Yenran and couldn't help but freeze. It's her? Lu Yenran was the renowned goddess of Jiangnan City No. 3 High School and also my classmate. In my previous life, I suffered a lot because of her, not because I pursued her, but because I was seen talking to her by Huang Xian, a scion of Jiangnan City's influential family who had been chasing after her. From then on, Huang Xian held a grudge against me, finding every opportunity to teach me a lesson. He even beat me severely before the college entrance exam, almost killing me. Although Lu Yenran knew about this matter, she had no intention of stopping Huang Xian. In her eyes, I was merely an insignificant nobody, unworthy of her attention. This, esteemed sir. Seeing me look over, Lu Yenran's face lit up with delight as she stepped forward, fawningly smiling. Thank you for your assistance. I'm Lu Yenran, the eldest daughter of the Lu family from Jiangnan City. May I ask for your esteemed name, honored senior, so that our Lu family may repay your kindness in the days to come? Lu Yenran felt extremely excited deep down. If she could befriend a powerful summoner like me, the Lu family's rise to prominence would be just around the corner. Yet, gazing at her charming and delicate face, all I felt in my heart was cold indifference. In my previous life, if the goddess of Third High had taken the initiative to speak to me, I would have been overwhelmed with flattery. After all, the Lu family was an unfathomable giant to me back then, and she herself was like an untouchable ice queen. But in this life, as the overlord of the Zerg, I couldn't care less about the so-called Lu family or Lu Yenran. No need, I replied indifferently with just those two words before walking away without a glance back. Watching my retreating figure, Lu Yenran grew anxious in an instant. Wait, senior, you. Yet as soon as she reached out, a blade insect vigilantly blocked her path, its two sharp blade-like limbs poised as if to tear her delicate frame apart. Young mistress, don't. Li Dao swiftly stepped forward and pulled Lu Yenran back. Only then did the blade insect abandon its aggressive stance, following me as I walked away. Collecting himself, Li Dao smiled bitterly and advised, young mistress, such a formidable figure is beyond our Lu family's reach. It's best if you give up on this. Even if we can't befriend him, at least we shouldn't leave a bad impression. Only now did Lu Yenran break into a cold sweat from fright. The consequences of offending a summoner are severe. Take the Wang family of Tiandu as an example. Their youngest son offended a summoner, and the Wang family used their influence to protect him, enraging the summoner. As a result, that summoner led an army of 100,000 puppets and wiped out the entire Wang family. From then on, an ironclad rule was established in the world: offend anyone, but never a summoner, lest you invite a calamity of annihilation upon your family. Ah, what a pity. Today, not only was the golden soul rat snatched away, but we also failed to forge ties with such a distinguished figure. Truly unfortunate. Lu Yenran patted her high chest, still somewhat disheartened. Li Dao consoled her, young mistress, at least you're safe and sound. As for everything else, let the master make further arrangements. Lu Yenran sighed and could only nod reluctantly. Fine, let's talk after we get back. In the early morning, I returned to Jiangnan City. Phew, after a night of fighting, the harvest was good. I patted the backpack behind me, revealing a satisfied smile. The greatest gains from this night were the Voidwalker class and reaching level 4. Of course, the equipment and materials in the backpack were also quite a profit. First, I'll sell these things, I thought to myself, walking effortlessly into an exquisitely decorated and luxurious shop. Welcome to Lingxiao Trading House. How may I assist you today? A sweet-faced attendant approached with a warm smile as soon as I stepped inside. I'm here to sell, I stated impassively. May I ask what you're selling? The attendant inquired. I patted the backpack behind me, some low-tier equipment and materials harvested from beasts in the fringe zones. Her eyes briefly flickered with disappointment upon hearing this low-grade gear and fringe beast materials held little value, yet she maintained her professional smile. Very well, sir. Please present your items for valuation. Right here? I asked. I have quite a lot of stuff, this place probably can't hold it all. Can't hold it all? The maidservant nearly laughed. She couldn't possibly imagine how many materials and pieces of equipment I might have. It's fine, sir. Just leave them here, the maidservant said indifferently. I gave a nod. All right. Then, I turned my backpack upside down and dumped everything out. Instantly, a massive pile of materials and gear poured onto the ground, completely blocking the entrance. Passers-by and maids who witnessed this scene were utterly stunned. Wow, so much equipment and materials. Did he clear out the entire border zone? He must have killed at least hundreds of ferocious beasts. This guy's amazing. Talk about keeping a low profile. Most of the gear on the ground was of common quality, but upon closer inspection, a few pieces shimmered with a green glow. They were actually superior quality equipment. The maidservant covered her small mouth, her face filled with astonishment, her heart surging with turbulent waves. Common quality equipment is ordinary, but excellent quality equipment is extremely rare. Chapter 7. Selling Equipment. For an ordinary professional, working hard their entire life, just managing to accumulate a full set of excellent quality equipment would already be considered remarkable. And now, several green-grade items were right before his eyes. Gulp! The server swallowed hard, forcing a bitter smile. Now she finally understood why Lin Chen had said there wasn't enough space here. Sir, please come this way, the server quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. I'll call the appraiser immediately. Please wait just a moment. He led Lin Chen to a small room and respectfully served him tea. Before long, a middle-aged man approached. Hello, sir. I'm the supervisor here, Zhang Shun. May I ask what equipment and materials you'd like to sell? Lin Chen nodded casually. That's right. How much is everything worth in total? Zhang Shun said respectfully, I've just taken stock. There are 5 green tier items, excellent quality, 37 white tier items, along with 68 bloodfang boar tusks, 28 ironhorn anteeth, 42. If you sell them all to our Lingxiao trading firm, the total value comes to 120,000 credit points. Sir, this is the highest purchase price our Lingxiao trading firm can offer you. I dare say no other firm could possibly match this price, Zhang Shun declared with conviction. Hearing this number, even Lin Chen, who had lived a second life, couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion in his heart. No wonder hunters are so dangerous, yet everyone aspires to become one. It's just too profitable. 120,000 credit points. You should know. This was an amount of money that would take an ordinary person a whole year of hard work to earn. And now, he could make the same amount just by fighting for one night. The difference between the two was simply worlds apart. Not bad. Let's settle on this price then. Lin Chen, wearing a mask, uttered calmly. Yes, sir. Zhang Shun dared not delay in the slightest and immediately instructed the attendant to fetch the money. He then ventured to ask tentatively, "May I know your honorable name, sir, so I may serve you better in the future?" With indifference, Lin Chen replied, "I am called Overlord." Overlord? At the sound of this name, Zhang Shun froze. Clearly, this was an alias. Zhang Shun didn't dare ask for details. You should know. The truly powerful always have eccentric tempers. At that moment, a waiter entered carrying a tray with a black card on it. "Master Zerg, here is your credit card containing 120,000 credits," Zhang Shun said respectfully. "Moreover, this credit card is also our Lingxiao Trading Company's platinum card. From now on, you'll enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases at our company. Later, there will also be dedicated personnel to serve you, enjoying VIP treatment." It seems this guy is trying to win me over. Lin Chen immediately sensed Zhang Shun's intentions. There was no other way. Anyone who could produce so much equipment and materials at once would naturally seem extraordinary. All right, Lin Chen didn't refuse, nor did he accept them right away. He simply instructed indifferently, "Understood. I need to buy some things. What would you like to purchase?" Zhang Shun inquired. 1. Formless token, and a flowing flame sword. Invisible token? Flowing fire sword? Zhang Shun was stunned. Both of these items were exceptionally peculiar pieces of equipment. The function of the invisible token was to conceal one's true class, displaying it to others as basic professions like warrior, mage, or archer. Of course, its effect would fail when encountering targets with too great a level disparity. Such items, though somewhat rare, have very little utility, so ordinary people wouldn't even consider buying them. After all, in this world, strength commands respect. Choosing a profession is like selecting clothes who would willingly hide their luxurious robes to don rags and endure scornful glances. However, since Lin Chen insisted on purchasing it, Zhang Shun couldn't press further. He could only carefully advise, "Sir, forget about the formless token, but the flowing flame sword comes with a hefty price tag. Are you sure about this?" The flowing fire sword was merely an exceptional quality piece of equipment with mediocre stats, yet its price tag reached a staggering 100,000 credit points. At that price, one could typically purchase 3 or 4 similar green-tier items. "I'll take this one," Lin Chen declared coolly, his tone brooking no refusal. "Why yes. Zhang Shun could only bow repeatedly as he ordered someone to fetch it. Before long, a brass token and a dark red longsword were brought over. Intangible token, after use, disguises your profession as warrior. Confirm usage? A simple description. Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all, silently reciting in his heart, "Confirm." Instantly, the token transformed into rays of light and merged into his body. He checked his status panel again. Behind the title, Voidwalker, the suffix, replaced with warrior, had already appeared. It worked! Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his gaze to the flowing fire sword. The dark red blade pulsed with vein-like patterns resembling flowing blood, rhythmically brightening and dimming as if breathing, strikingly beautiful. Name, Flowing Fire Sword. Quality, excellent, green. Attributes, +1 strength, +1 speed, +1 spirit. Special effect, none. A simple piece of equipment with unremarkable stats. Even among green-tier items, its value should only be slightly higher than white-tier gear, but its price is astonishingly high at 100,000 credit points. Everyone was bewildered. Only Lin Chen knew. This flowing fire sword was actually a key. In the professional assessment 2 months from now, the sudden emergence of the abyss will require this flowing fire sword to unlock. I remember in my past life, a fortunate individual used the flowing fire sword to open the abyss and ultimately obtained an incredibly overpowered divine artifact. This life, the opportunity is mine. With a faint smile, Lin Chen stowed the flowing fire sword into his backpack. After bidding farewell, he left the Lingxiao trading house. Stepping out of the trading house, right now, the sky was fully bright. It was rush hour for students and workers, with hurried pedestrians filling the streets. Most of them were students from number 3 high school, including Lin Chen, reborn into this life, yet still stuck attending classes just to get into university. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly in his heart. It wasn't that he preferred going solo, this world was simply too dangerous for that. Even if the Zerg Overlord possesses infinite evolutionary potential, a single misstep could still spell death. At least in the early stages, I still need to leverage the resources of major factions to develop rapidly. Just as Lin Chen was deep in thought, suddenly, Lin Chen, you still dare to show up at school? A sarcastic voice rang out from behind him. Immediately after, a tall, burly figure blocked Lin Chen's path. Chapter 8, Swatting a Bug to Death. Lifting his gaze, Lin Chen's eyes turned icy cold. This person was none other than Huang Xin. In his previous life, Huang Xian had severely wounded him in pursuit of Lu Yanran. Lin Chen, I've already warned you, I'll beat you every time I see you. And yet, you still dare to show your face, asking for trouble? Huang Xian sneered coldly. Lin Chen cast a glance at Huang Xian, his eyes filled with icy indifference. If it were his past life, being stopped by Huang Xian would have terrified Lin Chen. But now, like looking down at an ant. Get lost. Lin Chen spoke. 2 simple words left Huang Xian stunned. Even the surrounding crowd that had gathered to watch couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Holy shit, did I hear that right? What did Lin Chen just say? This is the end now. Holy crap, won't Huang Xian beat him to death now? Huang Xian was a notorious tyrant at number 3 high school, bullying others solely because his family background was extraordinary. Rumor had it both his parents were moderately high-ranking professionals. This precisely explained why Huang Xian domineered through the school unchecked, with no one daring to cross him. As for Lin Chen, just an orphan. Where does he get the nerve to tell Huang Xian to scram? He's practically asking for death. Sure enough, what did you say? Huang Xian's gaze instantly turned frosty. His face was filled with rage. He truly hadn't expected that Lin Chen, the former punching bag who wouldn't dare fight back even when struck, would dare to speak like this today. You're asking for death. With that, Huang Xian swung his palm fiercely at him. Huang Xian towered over Lin Chen by a full head and had a robust, muscular build. With a single slap, the outcome was predictable. The inevitable conclusion would be Lin Chen collapsing unconscious to the ground. Those witnessing the scene silently wrote Lin Chen off as the loser. The two were simply not on the same level in terms of size. However, you're the one seeking death. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. A palm strike was unleashed. Click. Huang Xian's towering frame was sent flying as if it were fragile paper, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Chen simply stood in place, coldly observing everything unfold. As if he hadn't been the one who acted moments before, the entire venue was shocked. Witnesses to the scene couldn't help but gape in disbelief at what had just transpired before their eyes. This is, am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? Holy crap, this is terrifying. They were all utterly bewildered. Lin Chen suddenly gained such immense strength. Only Lin Chen himself knew the truth. The current him was no longer the same person he was just 1 day ago. Now, as a level 4 Lin Chen, despite allocating all attribute points to spirit, he benefits from the innate talent for feedback effect of the Zerg Overlord. Every Zerg unit would boost Lin Chen's attributes. Now, Lin Chen's strength had soared to 2.5. Sending Huang Xian flying was effortless. Lin Chen, how are you this strong? Huang Xian trembled as he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a trace of fear. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. After giving Huang Xian a casual glance, he simply walked away and headed to school. To him, such a minor character was no different than an ant on the ground. If they hadn't stood in his way, he wouldn't have even spared them a second glance. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, touching his stinging cheek, Huang Xian's eyes burned with venomous hatred. Lin Chen, how dare you humiliate me like this? Just you wait. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Classmates, soon, it will be time for career awakening, the most crucial moment of your lives. Class 2, 3rd high school. The bald homeroom teacher was speaking endlessly at the podium. Awakening a good career is like gaining access to a broad and smooth highway. Students who haven't awakened a good profession, or even any profession at all, shouldn't lose heart. Our settlement still has plenty of work to be done, like taking out the trash or sweeping the streets. A group of people listening below showed expectant expressions. Some appeared rather anxious. On Blue Star, one's profession is the very foundation of their being. One's profession directly determines their innate talent, growth speed, and ultimate ceiling. For example, if someone awakens to the most basic warrior profession, it can be concluded that their level will likely remain stagnant around the teens for life, because no faction would ever expend precious resources to cultivate the leveling of a mere warrior. What's that? You say you'll level up alone? Are you kidding me? The beasts outside the gathering area are no joking matter. Relatively speaking, even the most ordinary basic workers could still manage to get by. Those who fail to awaken a profession are doomed to remain in the lowest rungs of society, toiling away at menial labor day after day, with no end in sight. In his previous life, before obtaining the Blood Mage profession, Lin Chen had lived precisely such an existence. As he was lost in thought, the homeroom teacher on the podium suddenly chuckled coldly. Lin Chen, what are you thinking about? You, of all people, dreaming of awakening a profession? Don't kid yourself. Take a look at yourself in the mirror first. Instantly, the surrounding classmates turned mocking and scornful gazes toward Lin Chen, bursting into laughter. Ha, Lin Chen's spacing out again. With such a weak physique and dull wits, he definitely has no potential to become a professional. Yeah, I think Huang Xian and Lu Yanran are most likely to awaken hidden classes. That's absolutely right. Those endowed with professional talents exhibit distinct traits from a young age. For instance, possessing greater strength or sharper intellect. As for Lin Chen, despite his decent academic performance, his perpetual air of absent-mindedness around classmates led everyone to assume he wasn't particularly bright. Physical prowess? Not even worth mentioning. Such a student, without professional aptitude, an orphan to boot, couldn't offer any gifts, and naturally faced exclusion from his teachers. He also became an easy target for bullying among his classmates. In the front row, Lu Yenran tilted her proud head back slightly, cast a fleeting glance behind her, and quickly lost interest. Just a Lin Chen, hardly worth her attention. Her thoughts were now consumed by the mysterious summoner she encountered that evening. Ah, what a pity. If only I could know his name. Lu Yenran felt an immense regret in her heart. On the other side, Huang Xian turned back to glare at Lin Chen, eyes brimming with intense malice. Lin Chen, just you wait. Mocking voices and jeers fell upon his ears. Lin Chen's expression remained as still as deep water, utterly indifferent. Chapter 9, Lin Qingxue, you actually deleted me? Seeking votes. At the same time, another classroom. What's going on? It's been a whole day, and Lin Chen still hasn't come to apologize? Lin Qingxue stared at her phone, her heart unusually agitated. Based on past experience, whenever Lin Chen had a falling out with her, he would come running back within an hour to apologize and sweet-talk her. He'd even bring flowers and cake sometimes. But now, Lin Chen still hadn't apologized to her. What the hell is going on? If you don't reach out soon, I'm blocking you. At this moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly realized she had no money left. Last night, she had stolen Lin Chen's salary from the previous month, invited a group of friends out drinking, and spent every last cent. Today, she didn't even have money for lunch. Forget it. I'd better just give you an out proactively. Looking at the contacts in her phone, Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment before sending a message. I want to eat cake, buy me one and bring it over. Yet unexpectedly, a bright red symbol appeared in the message box. Message failed to send. Please add the recipient as a friend first. What? Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Lin Chen, you actually deleted me? How could you do this? Lin Qingxue simply couldn't comprehend it. From childhood till now, Lin Chen had always been unconditionally good to her. Let alone hitting or scolding her, he couldn't even bear to raise his voice at her. And now, he actually blocked me? Right now, Lin Qingxue was itching to fly straight to Lin Chen's classroom and demand furiously why he would do such a thing. Lin Chen, how could you do this to me? Fine, since you like blocking me so much, don't expect me to ever talk to you again. Two crystal-clear teardrops streamed down Lin Qingxue's face. Beside her, her best friend Li Qingqing couldn't help asking in confusion, Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Who upset you? Nothing much. Lin Qingxue shook her head. By the way, do you have a spare room at your place? I'd like to move in for a while. Move in? Li Qingqing froze for a moment. What's wrong? Did you have a falling out with Lin Chen? Li Qingqing felt somewhat puzzled inside. Don't mention him to me, Lin Qingxue said coldly and firmly. In her heart, unless Lin Chen came begging on his knees. Otherwise, she would never acknowledge him again. As punishment, Lin Qingxue even decided to move out. Let's see if Lin Chen panics now. Li Qingqing sighed and said, alright, there happens to be an extra room at my place. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to. By the way, the awakening ceremony is in just 1 week. Do you think you'll be able to awaken a profession? Me? I'm not sure myself. But brother Li Kuan is definitely going to awaken a hidden profession. Whenever Li Kuan was mentioned, Lin Qingxue's face would light up with happiness. Li Kuan, a singer and dancer from Dragon Country. When she was still a trainee, Lin Qingxue was infatuated with this celebrity. All the allowance Lin Chen gave her was spent on voting for Li Kuan, buying merchandise, and fan support. In her previous life. And it was precisely Li Kuan who incited Lin Qingxue to poison Lin Chen and dig out his heart. Oh, Li Kuan? He is quite handsome. But hidden classes aren't something you can awaken just by being good-looking. Li Qingqing saw things rather clearly. How rare are hidden classes exactly? Let me put it this way. Across the entire nation, those who possess classes make up only about 20 to 30% of the population at most. Hidden professions make up less than even 1% of all professionals. If a school with over 20,000 students could awaken 10 hidden professions, it would already be considered extraordinarily lucky. How could it possibly be that easy for a mere singer-dancer to get one? Li Qingqing, stop slandering my brother. Lin Qingxue exploded with anger. Brother Li Kuan is the best, he must have awakened as a powerful hidden profession. Sure enough, you really can't reason with star-chasing fans. Li Qingqing sighed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you want to check out the Hunter Association after school? Lin Qingxue asked curiously, the Hunter Association? That place is for professionals. What would we do there? The Hunter Association is a massive organization with branches spanning the entire Blue Star. Unlike martial arts schools, sects, and family clans, The Hunter Association is a loosely organized group where one can join or leave at any time. The Hunter Association offers services like posting and accepting missions, buying and selling equipment and materials, providing intelligence, and offering rest and supplies, making it the top choice for many independent professionals handling gear and resources. I heard the Hunter Association has been selling a lot of professional templates recently. Let's try our luck, Li Qingqing said. Professional templates? Can we even afford them? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but voice her doubts. You should know, even the most basic profession template costs over 2 million. Not to mention those hidden professions, their prices are several times higher. Such expensive items are beyond the reach of people like them. After all, profession templates directly grant users a corresponding profession. Who cares? Let's go take a look anyway. Li Qingqing didn't bother overthinking it. Well, alright then. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. Hunter Association. Hello, I'd like to register as a member of the Hunter Association. Lin Chen, wearing a black mask, spoke to the receptionist. Very well, sir. What alias would you like to register? The attendant inquired professionally. Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, Overlord. Understood, Mr. Overlord. Your registration is complete, and you are now a Tier 1 member of our association, the attendant said with remarkable efficiency, promptly handing over a card. This card serves as Lin Chen's identification and bank card within the association. Picking up the card, Lin Chen expressed his thanks and skillfully headed towards the mission hall. In his previous life, Lin Chen had been a professional hunter, so this routine was second nature to him. Inside the mission hall, people looked up at the central screen displaying various posted missions. Pick 2 tiger tail grasses on the wilderness trail, reward, 1000 credit points. Leveling companion, request to level me up from Tier 1 to Tier 2 within 1 month. Preference given to tank-class warriors with strong survivability. Mages need not apply. Reward, 10,000 credit points. Required equipment, head to the cemetery area, defeat the White Colossus boss, and obtain a dropped belt called Twist of Fate for me. Reward, 200,000 credit points. Looking at these tasks, Lin Chen shook his head. Either there's not enough time, or the rewards are too meager to catch my eye. Chapter 10, The True Numbers. It seems the only way to level up quickly is by venturing into the abyss. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The abyss, also known as secret realms, are independent pocket dimensions. According to Lin Chen's past memories, this thing was what people called a dungeon. However, compared to the real world, the monsters in the abyss were far more dangerous. And once you died there, it was truly game over, no respawning. But the abyss was also incredibly bountiful in its rewards. The equipment and materials produced account for over 99% of the world's total gear. That's precisely why venturing into the abyss, despite its dangers, is an inevitable path for every professional. The abyss can appear anywhere, spawning randomly across locations, while some abysses exist permanently. For example, the Jiangnan City branch of the Hunter Association controls an abyss, the Blood Thicket Forest, multiplayer dungeon, LV1 LV10. Any member of the association can enter by paying 1,000 credit points. As he approached the abyss entrance, an attendant greeted him with a sweet smile. Hello, sir. Would you like to purchase an abyss entry ticket? Lin Chen nodded and handed over his information card. Purchase 10 passes to the abyss. That will be 10,000 credit points in total. Please keep your receipt, the attendant said with practiced ease. Moments later, with the passes secured, Lin Chen headed toward the hall of the abyss. Looking up, he saw what appeared to be a mirror-like portal floating midair. Below, people were coming and going, with many actively recruiting for teams. Still need one support, hurry up and join. Looking for several mages, we've got numbers, safety guaranteed. Need one warrior or knight, anyone interested? Many people are inviting others to form teams. The monsters in the Crimson Forest can reach up to level 10. For ordinary professionals, soloing them is no different from suicide. Only by teaming up can you ensure safety. As I entered the hall, a petite girl approached me. Hello, would you like to join our team? We're missing a warrior. At the Hunter Association, everyone displays their profession to ensure more efficient team formation. That's how she could instantly recognize Lin Chen's profession. Lin Chen shook his head. No. The girl was taken aback. Do you already have a fixed team? No, I'm soloing it alone, Lin Chen replied indifferently before stepping straight into the teleportation gate. He left the girl standing there in stunned silence. Solo? Is this guy insane? Her face was a picture of shock and disbelief. You should know. Bloodbath Forest was suicidal for anyone under level 15 attempting a solo run. Even when they party up, they have to be extremely careful, fearful of any mishaps. Yet Lin Chen, a mere level 4 warrior, dares to solo the abyss? He must be out of his mind. Beside her, a long-haired woman approached and patted her shoulder. Lily, I've found a warrior. We can set off now. Lily nodded and suddenly had an idea. Let's hurry and follow that person called the Overlord. Maybe we can save his life. Humph, Sister Lily, why are you still thinking of helping that arrogant guy? In the team, a bald man spoke discontentedly. Exactly, this guy is way too arrogant. If it were me, I'd just watch how he ends up dead. Lily sighed, unable to go against the team's decision, and reluctantly said, fine then. After making some preparations, the group finally entered the abyss. The Crimson Forest. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. The Crimson Forest is an endless expanse of towering blood-red trees, emanating an oppressive atmosphere. The entire forest is shrouded in crimson mist, lending it an eerie quality. You have entered the Crimson Forest. A notification rings in your ears. At the same time, a furious roar echoed through the surrounding forest. Countless ferocious beasts surrounded them. Bloodfang boar, level 4. Blazing horned bull, level 5. Six-eared demon rabbit, level 3. In just an instant, 12 ferocious beasts surrounded him and launched their attacks. Immediately, a rainstorm of assaults came flying toward him. Fireballs, ice spikes, charging body slams. Even a 10th level professional would suffer from such concentrated attacks. But who is Lin Chen? Void walk. With a thunderous shout, Lin Chen's figure vanished instantly into thin air. The next second, his silhouette materialized 10 meters away. The beast's attacks struck nothing but empty air. The savage creatures froze in shock, their bulging eyes fixed intently on the distant figure, as if puzzled, wondering how a living person could vanish into thin air. Haha, Void Walker truly lives up to its mythical grade class. This skill is incredibly useful. Lin Chen laughed excitedly. The Void Walker's life-saving skill was simply too overpowered. From now on, even in a crowd, a single thought is all it takes to teleport away. Who could stop me? Relying on sheer numbers to ambush me? I'll show you what real numbers look like. Lin Chen waved his hand grandly. Come out. Instantly, swarms of insects materialized across the field. Slayer bugs, stabbers, mind flayers. The domineering, death-laden figures of the Zerg swarm flooded the entire clearing in an instant. Now, Lin Chen possessed 40 blade bugs, 15 stinger bugs, and 10 cerebro bugs. An entire Zerg army. Although each blade bug's combat capability was roughly equivalent to a level 1 ordinary professional. But one must remember, under Lin Chen's command, these Zerg units could achieve an effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2. Go! At Lin Chen's order, the Zergling swung its bladed arms and charged straight toward a blazing horned bull. Crash! With a single slash, the bewildered blazing horned bull was instantly cut open. 1-4. At the same moment, 10 brain bugs simultaneously sprayed out their spines. Whoosh! 2-1. 1-6. 3-1. Your summon creature has slain the blazing horned bull, earning 50 EXP. In just one encounter, lasting less than 5 seconds, a level 5 blazing horned bull was instantly obliterated by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's level was merely level 4. If others witnessed this scene, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. After all, the blazing horned bull was a textbook example of a creature with thick health and high defense. Even an entire team would need considerable effort to take it down. Yet Lin Chen annihilated it instantly without even moving from his spot, a feat that would undoubtedly shock anyone who saw it. Go, kill them. Pointing at the remaining beasts, Lin Chen issued the command once more. Chapter 11, Frenzied Level Grinding. This time, the beasts resisted, attacking the nearby blade bugs. The dagger worms skillfully dodged the fierce beasts' attacks, even finding the chance to counterattack. Supported by the ranged assaults of the stinger bugs and brainworms, the remaining 11 beasts soon turned into experience points. Your summons have slain the Bloodfang boar, gained 50 times EXP. Your summon creature has slain a hex-eared demon rabbit, gaining 30 EXP. Not bad. Gained another chunk of experience. Lin Chen nodded with considerable satisfaction. If grouped, the experience would be divided equally among all members. Solo grinding is inefficient and carries the risk of death. Only someone like Lin Chen, who is so confident in his own strength, would dare to challenge the abyss alone. Stepping forward, Lin Chen looked at the massive amount of equipment scattered on the ground. In the abyss, once a beast is slain, it vanishes instantly and cannot be converted into energy points. Only these materials and equipment are valuable. Bronze short sword, +1 strength, requirement, level 1. Wind chaser bracelet, common +1 agility, +1 strength, +1 spirit, requirement, level 3. Shadow ring, excellent +1 agility, +1 spirit, effect, increases spirit by 1 when dealing damage, max 3 stacks, requirement, level 4. That's a fine ring. Lin Chen nodded and directly equipped the shadow ring. Summoners are magical class professions, and the most crucial attribute for magic users is spirit. Spirit not only increases mana pool and spell power but also enhances spell critical strike chance. For Lin Chen, spiritual power can enhance the comprehensive attributes of his summoned creatures, including defense, speed, and damage dealt. This shadow ring contributes significantly to Lin Chen's improvements. A full 4 points of spiritual power can boost the attributes of Lin Chen's current Zerg units by at least 50%. After completing all this, Lin Chen glanced at his status panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Zerg Overlord / Voidwalker. Talent potential, Infinite. Strength, 5.4. Speed, 3.4. Spirit, 7.8. Defense, 3.2. HP, 30. Mana, 55. This stat panel. For a magic-based class, this already surpasses peers of the same level. Many strength-based classes might not even possess such terrifying power stats. Truly worthy of an infinite tier Zerg overlord, even just the status panel radiates dominance. Lin Chen grinned. Then, shaking his head, still, I should focus on leveling up first. Only strength is the foundation of survival. Lin Chen led his swan deeper into the forest. Although Lin Chen's level was only 4, enveloped by the Zerg swarm, the dense packs of savage beasts around couldn't get anywhere near him. The moment they approached, they would be instantly obliterated, turning into experience points and equipment that dropped to the ground. The Zerg army plowed forward like a bulldozer, leaving nothing but barren land in its wake. Meanwhile, Lin Chen leisurely tucked his hands in his sleeves, whistling a tune as he pulled out an ice cream cone and happily munched away. The notification chimes kept ringing in his ears. Your summon creature has slain the blood python, experience plus 30. Equipment obtained, flowing cloud bracelet. Equipment obtained, diamond ring. Your summon creature killed a red fire ant, gained EXP times 10. Your summon creature killed a bloodfang boar, gained EXP times 60. Obtained equipment, brass short staff. There's a saying that rings true. No need for brother to lift a finger, the beasts get auto-killed. Now is the time. Lin Chen only needed to walk, everything else was handled by the Zerg units. What bliss, what leisure. It was as if he hadn't come to level up, but to stroll through a garden. If anyone saw this scene, they'd probably be furious enough to cough up blood. Others entering the Crimson Forest had to form teams, treading carefully for fear of monster ambushes. Battling monsters was even more nerve-wracking, where a single misstep could spell disaster. But here you are, Lin Chen, hands tucked in your sleeves, casually strolling about as you please. Even got ice cream to eat? And the leveling speed is like taking a helicopter? The disparity between people is just too huge. Ding! Your level has risen to 5, gaining 1 attribute point. Please choose allocation. Leveled up again. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. It seems the bloody forest has given me quite a bit of experience. At the very least, the 1,000 credit ticket price was worth it. At this rate, I'll probably reach level 6 before nightfall. Lin Chen smacked his lips, feeling a touch of dissatisfaction. The leveling speed is simply godlike for an ordinary person. But for the current Lin Chen, it still wasn't enough. At the edge of the Crimson Forest, all monsters are below level 5. Offering little room for improvement. We must advance deeper into the forest. The heart of the Crimson Forest is extremely perilous. The monsters there are all level 8 or higher. Rumors say there are even rare-class ferocious beasts lurking within. Even a party of 5 level 10 players wouldn't dare enter recklessly. Yet Lin Chen felt no pressure whatsoever, striding directly into the Crimson Blood Forest. Because he was the Zerg overlord. Even a horde of beasts would be nothing more than slightly tougher bones to chew before the immense killing machine of the Zerg swarm. I heard there's a second-tier boss deep in the Crimson Forest, the Blood Knight Arachnid, and it hasn't been killed yet. In my last life, this boss was slain by a mysterious assassin who dropped a skill book worthy of being called Divine Tier. This time, the Blood Knight Arachnid's rewards will be mine. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. In the abyss, the minor creatures can infinitely respawn. But the boss, there's only one. Once it's dead, it's gone forever. Precisely because of this, Lin Chen resolved to venture deep into the Crimson Forest. Not merely to level up, but to seize the opportunity to claim the boss's kill. Killing the boss required Lin Chen to make thorough preparations. Decompose all equipment in the backpack into energy points. Ding! Decomposition complete. Remaining energy points, 552. This is further proof of the Zerg overlord's immense power. Useless equipment can all be broken down into energy points. Breed 10 brain bugs, 10 spine bugs, and 20 blade bugs. Lin Chen issued the command. Ding! Incubation successful. Instantly, streaks of radiant light flickered. The swarming tide of insects on the battlefield expanded yet again in radius. Like a black ocean of death, it enveloped Lin Chen completely. Now, Lin Chen's forces had grown substantially once more. With 60 blade bugs, 25 spike bugs, and 20 brain bugs. Absolutely terrifying. This force is enough to sweep through the blood thicket forest. Chapter 12, Boss, Nightblood Arachnid. Not good, Captain, I can't hold on any longer. The bald knight roared, his whole body drenched in sweat. Before him, a giant blood-red spider was attacking frenziedly. Even though he was a hidden class shield knight, his health was rapidly dropping to half. You should know that a shield knight's defense is much higher than that of ordinary professions. Yet facing this spider before him, he didn't even have the strength to parry. All because this ferocious beast had the unmistakable icon of Blood Moon Arachnus hovering above its head. It's the final boss of the Crimson Forest. Damn it! We just wanted to kill some mobs in the periphery zone. How did we run into the final boss? Lily's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth and hurled a fireball, but it didn't even come close to grazing the Nightblood Arachnid's hide. Originally, their team had only been grinding in the periphery zones. Unexpectedly, a Beast Commander-level boss popped up on the way. Not sure if it's bad luck or extremely good fortune. Monster, Blood Knight Arachnid. Level, 10, Tier 2. Life, 470. Strength, 14.4. Speed, 7.6. Spirit, 9.7. Skills, biting, hatching, weaving, spraying. These attributes are downright insane. Whether it's health, speed, strength, or even mental stats, there isn't a single weak point. Even against Beast Commander tier bosses, it enjoys a 100% damage bonus. For professionals below level 5, the Blood Knight Arachnid kills them instantly with a single strike. The Bald Knight has resisted until now, which is already quite remarkable. Captain Lily, we can't hold on any longer, I'm out of arrows. Beside him, a long-haired archer wore an extremely grim expression. They fought for half a day, yet not even a scratch appeared on the Blood Knight Arachnid boss. Instead, they exhausted all their resources. Their condition was utterly terrible. It's destined to be a complete wipeout. Are we really going to die here? Lily's face turned pale, drowning in despair. At this moment, hiss! The Blood Knight Arachnid suddenly let out a screech as its abdomen contracted violently, instantly expelling countless plate-sized spiderlings that came pouring out like a tidal wave. The tiny spiders swarmed in dense clusters, attacking the 5 of them. Ah! Watch out, those things are poisonous. Oh no! Instantly, screams of agony erupted. The entire team's health bars plummeted rapidly. Everyone's life hangs by a thread. I was wondering why this Lily looked so familiar. Now I remember it's her. Didn't recognize her earlier, but now it's coming back to me. In the shadows, watching the battlefield unfold, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on that petite yet undeniably voluptuous woman. This person, he knew. This Lily is a hidden class fortune mage with exceptional business talent. In the future, relying on her class and talents, she became a high-ranking member of the Hunters Association. This person might be worth befriending. In her previous life, Lin Chen exchanged all the equipment and materials he acquired for credit points, which his sister Lin Xingxue enjoyed. In this life, there would no longer be such a burden. He would use all of it to improve himself. The surplus equipment, materials, skill books, and others required a stable sales channel. As for Lily, she was an extremely reliable person. Anyway, my goal is to kill the Blood Knight Arachnid. In that case, there's no harm in lending a hand. Lin Chen observed the situation, his mind racing. Go! At the command, 60 blade beetles split into 4 groups, surrounding the Blood Knight Arachnid from all directions. 25 stingers and 20 cerebrons simultaneously launched their attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Broken spines and fireballs intertwined, crashing mercilessly onto the Blood Knight Arachnid's body. -10, -9, -1, -3, a dense cluster of damage numbers floated up. The Blood Knight Direfang howled in pain, its eyes darting around in shock. Bewildered, it wondered where had these pitch-black insects crawled out from. Equally puzzled was Lily and her team. The moment the blade bugs swarmed in, they instantly tore the dense cluster of tiny spiders to shreds. The swarm of little spiders that had annihilated them was effortlessly dispelled just like that. They were utterly astonished. Who is it? What are these insects? Could they be beasts? No, they're summoned creatures. Lily and the others wore expressions of shock. What shocked them even more was the terrifying strength of these Zerg. The Blood Knight Arachnid, enraged beyond humiliation, frenziedly attacked the scythe bugs around it, though its attacks were effective enough to kill 1 or 2 scythe bugs. But in the distance, dense clusters of short spikes and fireballs rained down like a storm upon it, though each strike only dealt a few points of damage. But against such overwhelming numbers, in just 1 minute, the Blood Moon Arachnid's health had dropped by a third. The Blood Knight spider let out an enraged and agonized screech. Fight them? It couldn't win. Run? The razor beetles tore at its limbs, leaving it no chance to escape. This scene left Lily and her companions utterly dumbfounded. The 5 of them were almost wiped out by the boss. In someone else's hands, they couldn't even fight back? Damn, that's insane. As expected of a summoner, this is terrifying. Hey, isn't that the summoner who saved us? Suddenly, someone pointed toward the edge of the forest. Everyone followed the direction of the pointing finger. There stood a man wearing a black mask, lounging casually as if watching a show, observing everything unfolding before him. Overlord? Wasn't he the guy standing right outside the portal earlier? The bald guy and his companions instantly flushed scarlet with shame. Just moments ago, they'd mocked Lin Chen for attempting a solo run, telling him he was asking for death and telling Lily not to bother with him. Yet it was Lin Chen who stepped in to save her. It was undoubtedly a resounding slap to the face. So he's a summoner, no wonder he dared to solo. Lily's eyes couldn't help but light up. Just at that moment, blood rage, salvo, resonance, Lin Chen uttered 3 words in a low voice. All present Zerg units began radiating either blood red or pearly white halos across their bodies. His aura surged explosively. Berserk Blood, Blade Mantis exclusive skill. Upon activation, strength plus 50%, speed plus 50%, duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Volley Fire, Spineback exclusive skill. Upon activation, attacks become volley shots, firing 3 short spines simultaneously with damage plus 30%, duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Resonance, Brainbug exclusive skill. Upon activation, all brainbugs in the area mentally synchronize, stacking and sharing psychic energy to cast more powerful spell skills, duration, 20 seconds, cooldown, 8 hours. Chapter 13, Divine Skill, Soul of Greed. These were innate abilities of the Zerg units. Once activated, the combat power of the Zerg army skyrocketed once again. The blade drones became shrouded in a crimson glow, frenziedly tearing into the Blood Knight arachnids, and the stinger spat out 3 short spines at once, multiplying the damage by more than threefold. The most terrifying of all was the cerebral worm. In normal state, the emitted small fireball deals about the same damage as the stinger attacks of spine worms. However, the frequency of the fireball launches was slower and less rapid. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the more expensive brain bugs actually have weaker output than the cheaper stab bugs. However, but when resonance is activated, it's an entirely different story. Every 2 brain bugs merge into a single entity, essentially combining into one. Boom, rumble, rumble. In the air, a fireball 3 to 4 meters in diameter coalesced above the swarm of brain bugs. He smashed it fiercely toward the Blood Knight arachnid. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. 134, critical hit. This massive fireball directly wiped out nearly half of the Blood Knight arachnid's health bar. The arena was filled with the smell of scorched protein. The Blood Knight arachnid panicked completely. As a boss-level creature with intelligence, it attempted to flee upon seeing this situation. However, would Lin Chen ever grant its wish? Attack! Like frenzied beasts, the Zerg swarm pounced toward the Blood Knight arachnid. The stinger insect unleashed a barrage of short spikes, while the Cerebrate reassembled another massive fireball. The Nightblood aberrant spider roared with fury, ultimately collapsing under the fangs and claws of the Zerg horde, its death throes filled with bitter resentment. This scene left Lily's team utterly dumbfounded. The entire group stood slack-jawed, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. They glanced back and forth between the leisurely Lin Chen and the struggling Blood Knight arachnid. Is this freaking boss fighting? This is clearly just farming mobs, right? No. Even when clearing regular mobs, they've never had it this easy. Clearly just strolling around. Holy crap, that damage, a boss with 1/3 health bar got instantly nuked? Damn. That's absolutely terrifying? Is the gap between people really this massive? A group of people swallowed hard as they watched Lin Chen walk toward the corpse of the Blood Knight arachnid. There, a pile of loot had already burst forth. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain the Blood Knight arachnid, earning 650 experience points. You have leveled up to 6. Received 1 attribute point, please choose allocation. He leveled up again. Lin Chen smiled slightly. However, this time killing the Blood Knight arachnid cost me 12 zerglings. Compared to the gains, Lin Chen couldn't care less. Zerg units were dirt cheap, practically disposable. 12 blade worms sacrificed to kill the Abyss's unique boss, worth it. In my past life, that mysterious assassin obtained a skill book of divine rank from the Blood Knight abomination boss. I wonder if I can get it now. Lin Chen reached out his hand as a notification chime echoed in his mind. Equipment acquired, bronze longsword. Obtained equipment, deerhide boots. Obtained equipment, flame essence ring. Obtained skill book, fireball. Obtained skill book, ice spike. A rare grade skill book, ice spike, actually dropped? Lin Chen smirked mischievously. Skill books were extremely rare drops, and their prices were significantly higher than ordinary equipment. Not to mention, this was a rare grade skill book that could fetch at least 200,000 credit points. But this isn't what I'm looking for. Lin Chen continued scanning the loot inventory. Finally, his gaze settled on a white skill book. There you are. Soul of Avarice. Name, Soul of Avarice. Type, skill/passive. Quality, common. Range, 0. Cost, 0. Requirement, level 1. Effect, when slaying monsters and obtaining loot, there's a 10% chance to acquire an additional random loot item. As expected, this skill tome was dropped by the Blood Knight arachnid boss. That assassin wasn't lying. Lin Chen's face lit up with delight as he decisively learned the skill. In my past life, after the effects of the Greedy Soul skill book were discovered, it became the rarest white-grade skill book. Every guild would purchase it specifically for lottery draws. Each copy of that skill book commanded a price of over 3 million, yet remained virtually unobtainable in the market. Later on, elite guilds directly monopolized it, prohibiting sales to independent professionals. Recalling the frenzy caused by Greedy Soul in his previous life, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is the advantage of being reborn. Before the value of the Soul of Greed was discovered, he could seize the opportunity first. The Soul of Greed seems mediocre at first glance. Its effect, 10% chance to obtain an additional random loot, means Lin Chen will ultimately gain 10% more rewards than others in terms of probability. The most important reason is that Greedy Soul is an upgradable skill. Simply learning Greedy Soul again will elevate its quality from common to excellent. The probability will also increase. In later stages, the probability can reach 500%. This effect is extraordinarily exaggerated. Good. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chen was just about to leave. Esteemed Master, thank you for lending your assistance. Lily suddenly shouted gratefully toward Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen today, they would have certainly been wiped out here. Lin Chen glanced back without saying a word, giving just a slight nod before walking away directly. If this had happened earlier, the Bald Knight and others in the team would probably have thought Lin Chen was just putting on airs. But now, TSK, as expected of a master, coming and going like the wind, truly dashing. A summoner is just too powerful. Why can't I be a summoner? Sigh. I never imagined our little Jiangnan City branch would produce a summoning master, huh? Later I'll spread this news and brag properly. However, Lily shook her head. We should really keep this matter confidential. This sovereign clearly doesn't want anyone to know his identity, hence the mask he's wearing. We can't let this information slip out. It wouldn't be good to anger this big shot. As these words were spoken, the crowd also nodded in agreement. Right, listen to the captain. Yes. Phew, look, there's so much loot on the ground that the overlord discarded. We're about to strike it rich. Everyone turned their gaze to the ground. A large pile of white-tier equipment lay scattered carelessly across the floor. With limited inventory slots and decomposition being time-consuming, Lin Chen found such trivial matters too bothersome. The rest of the equipment would just have to be left for them. Wow, so many gear drops. This is way more than what we get from grinding mobs, and they're such high-level items. A blessing in disguise. These equipment pieces, though all in white, but its high level means it can fetch a decent price. And there's so many of them. Excited expressions blossomed on their faces. Chapter 14, 200,000, take me leveling up. Votes please. Hunter Association. Time to deal with the equipment and skill books. Now, his backpack was completely full. Every professional comes with a built-in 10-slot backpack. Expanding it requires spending a small fortune. These equipment and skill books are all unusable for his profession. Disassembling them into energy points isn't cost-effective. Selling them for credit points is the best option. Exiting the teleportation lobby, he arrived at the free trading zone. This place is commonly known as the street stall area. Many people feel that selling equipment materials to the Hunters Association yields too low a price, so they set up stalls here to trade among themselves. The stall owner warmly greets passers-by. Come. Silver scale breastplates, just 5,000 credit points each. Freshly forged spider daggers, selling cheap. 10 spider eyes for 1,000 credits, sold as a bundle. No haggling. The place was bustling with lively energy. As Lin Chen walked into the free trade zone, his high-level equipment immediately caught the attention of many onlookers. Damn, are those blood spider greaves? And a blood spider breastplate, blood spider gauntlets, a full set. That's a boss player. Blood spider set? I've been here for years and only collected 2 pieces. When did this boss player emerge? Overlord? This ID doesn't look familiar. Let's follow and see. Boss players usually sell powerful gear. He walked straight to an empty spot and took out all his equipment and skill books from his backpack. Then, he hung up a sign. Equipment and skills clearance sale only for 1 hour. The equipment was quite decent in both quality and level. An hour was plenty of time to sell it. The stall had just been set up when it attracted a crowd of onlookers. Holy crap, this guy's the real deal. I've been wanting this blood spider breastplate forever. Holy crap, it's actually Ice Spike? This skill book is incredibly rare. A group of people pointed excitedly at the stall, their eyes filled with desire and astonishment. Yet very few dared to ask about the price. All these items were known to be top-tier equipment, expensive as hell. Soon, a tall woman approached. Her demeanor was elegant yet aloof, clearly extraordinary at first glance. This was someone Lin Chen recognized. None other than Lu Yenran. Lu Yenran pointed at the skill book and asked, "How much for this Ice Spike skill?" 200,000 credit points, Lin Chen replied indifferently. Lu Yenran frowned. 200,000? That's way too expensive. Can you lower the price? Lin Chen simply closed his eyes, unwilling to engage further. Think it's too expensive? Then go buy it from another guild. Though the market price for Ice Spear Tech is 180,000, but others might not even sell it to you. The powerful Ice Spike spell is a skill exclusively held by large guilds. They'll only sell it to you after you join a guild and make significant contributions. Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent attitude, Lu Yenran's large eyes flashed with displeasure. She quickly added, "Alright then, 200,000 credit points, I'll take it." Lu Yenran sighed deeply. Ice Spike is a god-tier skill in the early game, capable of dealing massive single-target damage while also applying a chilling slow effect. It would be tremendously helpful for my level grinding. 200,000 is worth it. Lin Chen said, fine, give me the money first. Instantly, another 200,000 credit points were deposited into his card. Sweet. In his previous life, Lin Chen's monthly allowance had been just 1,000 credit points. Now, he could earn hundreds of thousands in just a few hours. After completing the transaction, Lu Yenran didn't leave immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Lin Chen standing before her. Overlord, I feel you seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Lu Yenran asked curiously. She kept feeling that this guy with the ID Overlord seemed somehow familiar, yet he was wearing a mask. Lin Chen shook his head decisively. No, just kidding. Lin Chen had no desire to get involved with a woman like her. Overlord, since you can farm these gears and skill books, you must be incredibly strong, right? I just class changed. Carry me through leveling, and I'll pay you 200,000 for every level I gain. 200,000 for first tier. As these words were spoken, everyone around held their breath. This price made everyone present intensely excited. After all, they could slave away for months without earning 200,000. Now just by helping others level up, you can easily earn what others can't make in a year. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Chen glanced at her indifferently and uttered a single word. No. The crowd erupted in shock. They exchanged bewildered looks, completely unprepared for Lin Chen actually refusing such easy money served on a platter. Lu Yenran couldn't help but frown, feeling displeased. In her view, this overlord's strength was somewhat impressive, yet he was far too aloof. Could it be he recognized me and is trying to catch my attention? A thought popped into Lu Yenran's mind. She was never short of suitors around her. Many had tried various methods to pursue her. Though this approach was new, it was utterly clumsy. With a cold snort, Lu Yenran glanced at Lin Chen before striding away on her long legs. Lin Chen's gaze turned toward the crowd. Lin Qingxue. She actually came to such a place? Seeing Lin Qingxue here was somewhat unexpected for Lin Chen. As for Lin Qingxue, his heart had completely turned cold toward her. What she wanted to do and where she was going, none of it concerned him anymore. Seeing Lin Qingxue approach, Lin Chen remained utterly indifferent in his heart. Qingqing, come quick. There are so many high-level pieces of equipment here. Lin Qingxue tugged at Li Qingqing excitedly as she hurried over. Chapter 15, Lin Qingxue, you'll never get to see me again. Gazing at the dazzling high-level equipment on the stall, even Lin Qingxue and Li Qingqing, who hadn't awakened their professions yet, were drooling with envy. So many pieces of equipment, if only they were mine. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. Ha, each of these items is worth at least 100,000. What could you possibly use to buy them? Li Qingqing covered her mouth as she giggled. Lin Qingxue shook her head helplessly and sighed. Humph, it's all Lin Chen's fault. If he weren't so useless, how could I be stuck in such wretched poverty? Such was the reasoning in Lin Qingxue's mind. Although she now lived without any material worries, having never even washed a single bowl herself, she still found life unbearably difficult. In her fantasies, she was supposed to be a noble young lady, living in luxury and showered with romantic affection from her dearly Kuan. Yet here she was, cramped in a tiny apartment barely a few dozen square meters. How utterly humiliating. Even though Lin Chen worked from dawn till dusk, it was extremely exhausting and cost him all his money. But does that mean it's no longer his problem? This person. Raising her head, Lin Qingxue suddenly felt that this stall owner seemed somewhat familiar. This figure, this posture. Lin Chen? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but murmur to herself. What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Li Qingqing asked curiously. Lin Qingxue pointed at the stall owner and said, Qingqing, this person looks so much like Lin Chen. Look at his stature and build, it's exactly like Lin Chen wearing a mask. Could this person really be Lin Chen? Lin Qingxue found it somewhat unbelievable. She glanced at the high-level equipment on the ground, then back at the black-masked stall owner behind the counter. Lin Qingxue found it utterly absurd. After all, how could that good-for-nothing Lin Chen possibly obtain such high-grade equipment? But after some thought, suspicion crept into Lin Qingxue's mind. She stepped forward and poked the shopkeeper. Hey, are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned his head. Seeing Lin Qingxue, he responded indifferently. If you're not buying anything, scram. Even though you lowered your voice, it's definitely you, Lin Chen. Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly lit up. I can tell it's absolutely you, Lin Chen. Well, no wonder you haven't been looking for me, turns out you've been here all along. Lin Qingxue lifted her foot, ready to kick Lin Chen. In the previous life, Lin Qingxue would casually kick Lin Chen whenever she felt irritated or disdainful. In that past life, Lin Chen didn't mind it at all, he even thought it was an expression of affection. But in this new life, Lin Chen likewise delivered a fierce kick in return. Click! Lin Qingxue felt an overwhelming force strike her leg, sending her crashing to the ground. Her mind went blank as searing pain radiated throughout her body. Little sister, if you dare attack me again, Don't blame me for being merciless, Lin Chen said coldly. Violence is strictly prohibited within the Hunter Association, but it depends on the situation. For instance, right now, it was Lin Qingxue who initiated the attack. Lin Chen's kick could entirely be considered self-defense. If he were more ruthless, he could outright use his skill to kill her here, and no one would say a word. After all, who told Lin Qingxue to strike first? You, how dare you, Lin Chen? How dare you lay a hand on me? Lin Qingxue sat on the ground, utterly stunned. 2 streaks of tears silently trailed down her cheeks. She couldn't understand why the person before her, unmistakably Lin Chen, was pretending not to know her. And what's more, he had actually struck her. Xiaoxue, are you okay? Li Qingqing hurried over. Let's get out of here quick. If the enforcement squad arrives, we're done for. The enforcement squad serves as the security force of the Hunter Association, responsible for maintaining order in this area. Lin Qingxue, who struck first, would undoubtedly be identified as the instigator. At that point, a fine would be the least of her worries. She might even get expelled. At this thought, Lin Qingxue's face turned deathly pale. She gritted her teeth, cast one final resentful glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, so you refuse to acknowledge me. From now on, don't you dare think of seeing me again. With that, Lin Qingxue and her companion fled the scene in utter disgrace. Lin Chen remained expressionless from start to finish. Not the slightest ripple stirred in his heart. Never get to see you again from now on? Heh, may your words prove prophetic. A week later, Number 3 High School. The playground was packed with a sea of people. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, and also the most crucial moment in this world. Awakening a good profession leads to soaring success, with a smooth road ahead. What if one fails to awaken a profession, destined to drudge through life in mediocrity, merely existing? The schoolyard was packed with all the teachers and students, eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony. Outside the playground stood parents brimming with anticipation. There were also prominent figures from various martial arts schools gathered here, ready to extend olive branches to those with outstanding potential. At the same time, silence. A solemn command rang out from the stage. The principal declared in a deep voice, I hereby announce the commencement of Gingnan City 3rd High School's awakening ceremony. As the voice fell, one student after another entered the transmigration altar in an orderly manner. The first group was none other than Lin Chen's class. The crowd was filled with excitement, nervously waiting for their names to be called. They whispered among themselves, exchanging quiet conversations. I wonder what profession I'll awaken. I hope it's a hidden profession. Ha! As if someone like you could get a hidden profession? Even a basic profession would be fine. I absolutely must awaken some profession. Only Lin Chen remained expressionless, standing in the middle of the line. Not the slightest ripple stirred in his heart. Next, Huang Xin. His eyes lighting up, Huang Xin immediately scurried forward eagerly to stand before the robed man. After a series of maneuvers, the rainbow-colored light condensed and finally fell upon Huang Xin, transforming into a mark that imprinted itself on his elbow. The robed priest glanced at it, his cold expression softening slightly as he loudly proclaimed, Huang Xin, awakened profession, blood warrior. Blood warrior. Hidden profession. The entire school was in an uproar. Countless teachers, parents, and even influential figures focused their gazes intently. Innumerable eyes gleamed with undisguised envy. I wish I could replace Huang Xin. This is a hidden class. Hearing this, Huang Xin smiled smugly. Though pleased, he wasn't particularly excited, because this class template was bought for him by his father, and he already knew its effects. This is the advantage of having money, your future is already preordained. The robed man's eyes softened slightly as he nodded at Huang Xin and said, well done, you may withdraw. Huang Xin happily stepped back. Basking in the crowd's envious and reverential gazes, Huang Xin felt particularly proud, his already tall stature seeming to grow a few inches taller. Not finished, she even threw a provocative glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, see this? This is my profession, Huang Xin. What can a trash like you possibly compete with me for? Lin Chen shot him a glance and sneered. Seems like your skin is itching for another beating. The memory of being defeated by Lin Chen in a single move that day made Huang Xin's anger surge uncontrollably. Chapter 16, The Awakening Ceremony. Huang Xin sneered viciously, Lin Chen, beating me once was just your dumb luck. This awakening ceremony is destined to prove you're nothing but a worthless, talentless cripple. Surrounding students flashed unconcealed schadenfreude glances at this unfolding scene. No one expected that Lin Chen, who had always been inconspicuous, would awaken any notable profession template. Senior Class 2, Lin Chen. A voice came from the stage as the robed man called out. Lin Chen gave him a calm glance before turning and walking straight up. Is Lin Chen also going for the profession awakening? With his usual demeanor, what kind of profession could he possibly awaken? If it were me, I'd have found a place to hide long ago. He's probably just going up there to embarrass himself on purpose. Ha! They had little faith in Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped into the altar. a multicolored light enveloped him. The next second, the class change priest glanced at the stone tablet in his hand, nodded, and declared, Lin Chen, assigned class, warrior. As these words were spoken, everyone in class 2, grade 12 was shocked. That guy actually succeeded in changing professions? Talk about good luck. Still just a basic warrior class though. Heh, a basic profession is already pretty good. Just dumb luck, that's all. Humph, nothing special. Lu Yanran glanced at Lin Chen's figure but soon lost interest, turning away with indifference. A mere warrior class wouldn't be enough to pique her interest. Huang Xian was taken aback, finding it somewhat hard to accept. But he soon sneered at Lin Chen, even if you've awakened a class, it's just the most basic warrior. It's not even close to matching my blood martial artist. Facing Huang Xian's provocation, Lin Chen responded indifferently, if you're so impressive, why did I just slap your face? Huang Xian's face turned livid with anger, his fists clenched tightly. The onlookers also stared at Lin Chen with mocking gazes, as if watching a joke. Is Lin Chen out of his mind? Huang Xian awakened a hidden class, how dare he talk like that? This kid probably has nothing left to lose. Humph, a blood warrior fighting an ordinary person probably won't even need skills, a basic attack would be enough to instantly kill. If I were Lin Chen, I'd be kowtowing and apologizing by now, might even save my life. Lin Chen is done for. The crowd looked at Lin Chen as if he were already a dead man. After all, in their eyes, just an ordinary soldier who offended someone with a hidden class, how could there possibly be a good outcome? Especially when that someone is Huang Xian, who never forgets a grievance. Ha ha ha, good, Lin Chen. I actually like this stubborn side of you. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you leave the city. Huang Xian scoffed. The dragon country has clear laws, mutual slaughter is strictly forbidden. But this law is only enforced within the settlement cities. Once outside the city limits in the wilderness, even if a fight breaks out, who could possibly investigate it? Thus, Huang Xian believed he had Lin Chen completely at his mercy. A glint of cold flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. He doesn't like to act recklessly, especially when he can't afford to draw attention. If Huang Xian continues to provoke him like this, he won't show any mercy. Panting heavily, Huang Xian said coldly, just you wait, I won't let you off. Meanwhile, in another classroom, he actually succeeded in his class transfer? Lin Qingshue's eyes widened in disbelief. I can hardly believe it, Lin Chen actually awakened a profession. But soon enough, she curled her lips and snorted coldly, humph, he's just a warrior. I heard my dearly Kuan brother awaken a hidden class, the challenger. A hidden class is way better than your trash warrior. Lin Qingxue remained utterly disdainful. Next, Lu Yanran. At this name, the previously chatting crowd suddenly fell silent, their gazes collectively sweeping toward a single direction. There stood a young woman with an icy demeanor. The girl appears no more than 17 or 18 years old, yet possesses an ethereal, icy demeanor, aloof from worldly dust like a snow lotus blooming atop the heavenly mountains. With towering height surpassing 170 centimeters, her slender waist and delicate features complement legs so perfectly proportioned they rival those of top supermodels. Lu Yanran stepped forward. After the ceremonial formalities concluded, the light coalesced into brilliance. Sensing the information transmitted by Lu Yanran, the robed man's face registered astonishment as his expression transformed from detached indifference to overwhelming joy. Lu Yanran, awakened profession, Templar. Instantly, the entire scene erupted in uproar. Countless eyes turned toward them, filled with astonishment and envy. Templar. It was an extremely rare hidden class. Its occupational archetype originates from Western angels. Utilizing the power of holy light, it can heal teammates and possesses exceptionally formidable combat capabilities. It even has skills like Holy Shield to protect allies. One could say it's the ultimate teammate on the battlefield, both tanky and high damage, with absurdly overpowered support abilities. Such a profession, with just a hint of discernment, one could tell would be heavily prioritized for cultivation. This was a rare profession that might only appear once in the entire city district. The crowd fell into profound shock. Lu Yanran isn't just stunningly beautiful, even her job class transition is exceptionally powerful. That's incredible. The Lu family was already an elite lineage, but with Lu Yanran now, they'll truly ascend to first-rank aristocratic status. A flicker of excitement passed across Lu Yanran's frosty beautiful face, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. For like Huang Xian, her future profession had been predestined since long ago. The robed man took out a token and handed it to Lu Yanran, while repeatedly instructing her, seemingly inviting her to join some organization. As soon as Lu Yanran stepped off the stage, a crowd gathered around her, eager to recruit her. Miss Lu, we're from the Jiangnan City Limit Guild. We warmly welcome you to join us. Miss Lu, I represent the neighboring Lizhou's Earth Mystic Pavilion Guild. If you join our organization, our pavilion master will take you in as a personal disciple. Miss Lu. Lu Yenran shook her head indifferently, rejecting all invitations, her eyes carrying a trace of pride and aloofness. Countless students, parents, and even teachers cast admiring and worshipful gazes toward Lu Yenran. This awakening ceremony. Out of 30,000 students, only a few dozen awakened to hidden classes, a full dozen more than previous years. Among them, Lu Yenran's paladin class was the rarest and most powerful of all. This made the principal grin so wide his cheeks nearly reached his ears, his smile lingering the entire day. After the awakening ceremony concluded, the principal launched into another speech. Students, the awakening ceremony has been successfully completed. Those who didn't awaken a profession shouldn't be discouraged, as life offers more than one path. As for those who've awakened professions, you must prepare seriously for the National College Entrance Exams in 3 days. Chapter 17, The National College Entrance Exams. 3 days later, the National College Entrance Examination would begin. All candidates would enter an artificially created abyss dungeon for assessment. Those who performed exceptionally well could then choose a prestigious university. For instance, the renowned Tiandu's Dragon Abyss University, Moto's River Song Academy, or even various elite institutions from other countries. Only by attending an outstanding university can one obtain sufficient resources for cultivation and leveling up. Otherwise, even the most exceptional profession could be doomed to obscurity without adequate resources. The National College Entrance Exams thus became the second most significant event after professional awakenings. Of course, not everyone is eligible to participate in the National College Entrance Exams. For example, ordinary people who haven't awakened their professions can only take the academic exams and attend some liberal arts universities. Liberal arts universities may bear the title of university, but in reality, their status and resources are only slightly better than ordinary high schools. They are completely incomparable to vocational universities. Lin Chen, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the college entrance exam dungeon 3 days from now. Then you'll learn that some people must not be offended. Suddenly, Huang Xian turned his head and looked at Lin Chen with a cold sneer. Lin Chen responded calmly, "We'll see when the time comes. Don't just talk big without backing it up." Ha! Huang Xian narrowed his eyes. "I hope your mouth stays this tough 3 days from now." With that, he walked away in a huff, followed by his group. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. This Huang Xian, thinking that awakening as a blood warrior profession would allow him to step over me. Little did they know, his true profession is actually the Zerg Overlord. If this Huang Xian dares to make a move 3 days later, the Zerg army would never hesitate to tear him apart. After all, Lin Chen was no benevolent saint. Just as the thought crossed his mind, suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept past. Lin Chen, a graceful figure, stood before him. Looking closely, Lin Chen was astonished to discover it was none other than Lu Yenran. Could she have seen through my disguise? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, Lu Yenran and Lin Chen had almost no interaction prior to this. "Why have you come here so suddenly?" Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, Lu Yenran spoke up with a cold expression. "Lin Chen, if you're planning to take the National College Entrance Exam just for my sake, I advise you to give up. The National College Entrance Exam, it could cost you your life." Lin Chen froze for a moment. Then he scoffed inwardly. That Lu Yenran, does she really think I'm working so hard for her sake? But this was perfectly understandable. After all, Lu Yenran was the undisputed goddess of the entire number 3 high school. In his past life, Lin Chen had also greatly admired this heaven-favored daughter, but the gap between them was too vast, and he dared not entertain any thoughts. Yet in this life, the distance between them has grown even greater. However, this time their positions are completely reversed. Lin Chen, having obtained the Zerg Overlord, is destined to stand at the pinnacle. As for Lu Yenran, at best, she's nearly a genius within Jiangnan City. Compared to Lin Chen, she's like a matchstick next to the sun. "No need for your concern, Goddess Lu," Lin Chen replied lazily. Lu Yenran frowned slightly, feeling displeased. She had come with good intentions to warn him that Huang Xian might make a move against him during the National College Entrance Exams, yet this guy had the nerve to act like this? At this thought, Lu Yenran turned and walked away. "I've already warned him. Since he won't appreciate it, so be it." Lu Yenran felt utterly indifferent. To her, Lin Chen was merely an insignificant minor character. This time she reminded him only because Huang Xian's targeting of Lin Chen was ultimately due to her involvement. Giving a single reminder was already going above and beyond duty. After all, she and Lin Chen simply don't belong to the same social class. Meanwhile, the onlookers who witnessed Lin Chen's conversation with Lu Yenran all began pointing fingers and whispering about him. That Lin Chen is too arrogant. Exactly, how dare he be so insolent towards our goddess Lu? Serves him right getting beaten by Huang Xian. Humph. Let's see how miserably this punk dies in 3 days. Just a basic class warrior, yet so arrogant? Does he really think awakening a basic class makes him impressive? None of the crowd held favorable opinions toward Lin Chen. This guy was simply too full of himself. Huang Xin being that arrogant could still be somewhat tolerated. But how dare he act so rudely toward Goddess Lu? This utterly tarnished their beautiful fantasies about Lu Yanran. Thus, these simps redirected all their anger toward Lin Chen. Many secretly vowed to teach Lin Chen a lesson during the National College Entrance Exam. Yet Lin Chen calmly left the school under everyone's gaze. 3 days later, the National College Entrance Exam commenced. This year's exam drew slightly less attention than the Professional Awakening event, but the excitement remained high. Meanwhile, the students of 3rd High School stood on their school's sports field, staring with curiosity at a massive portal that had appeared in its center. Is this the Abyss Dungeon? So impressive! I heard the Abyss Dungeons used for the college entrance exams are all artificially created by the officials of Dragon Country. That's absolutely incredible. Creating an abyss consumes an absolutely terrifying amount of resources. Unless it's for something as significant as the National College Entrance exams, ordinary people simply couldn't bear such astronomical costs. I hope to perform well, only then can I gain admission to those prestigious academies. Many candidates were chatting amongst themselves. Every face displayed a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Only Lin Chen gazed at the massive portal with utter relaxation in his eyes. Abyss, Trial Grounds, LV1 LV5, Multiplayer Dungeon. At present, Lin Chen's level had already reached 6. For this Abyss Dungeon where monsters generally ranged from level 1 to 5, it was practically a max-level boss bullying newbies in the starter zone. Lin Chen was even considering which university would be the best choice. And at the same moment, meanwhile, Qingxue, would you like to team up with me? A pockmarked man eagerly asked Lin Qingxue. I'm a warrior, and you're a priest, we'd make the perfect team for grinding monsters. Don't worry, my family bought me experience pills yesterday, and I've already leveled up to 2. I can definitely carry you. Pockmarked face thumped his chest with a look of solemn assurance, though a flicker of greed flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue had also awakened her profession, albeit only a basic one, cleric. Most basic professions entering the Abyss Dungeon face considerable danger. After all, the National College Entrance Exam isn't an absolutely safe assessment. There have been casualties reported every year. The previous National College Entrance Exam recorded 327 student deaths and 7,484 injuries. Therefore, most people would choose to form teams. Although teaming up reduces rewards and points, it's much safer. This, Lin Qingxue hesitated slightly. Chapter 18, The Trial Grounds. Very well, I'll team up with you. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. To be honest, she had zero desire to partner with the pockmarked guy. Deep down, Lin Qingxue believed only her dearly Kuan was worthy of her. This pockmarked fellow, although I pursued her before and gave her many benefits, but compared to elder brotherly Kuan, it's still far too lacking. Now, to pass the National College Entrance Exam, Lin Qingxue decided to give pockmarked face a chance. Great, Qingxue, don't worry, I'll definitely protect you. Pockmarked face exclaimed excitedly, jumping around and slapping his chest as he spoke. With Pockface acting as her bodyguard, Lin Qingxue felt a bit more secure. She then glanced toward a corner. There, Lin Chen sat quietly, appearing utterly detached from worldly affairs. Just a basic class, and after offending Huang Xin and Lu Yanran, let's see who dares team up with you. Without a team, entering the trial abyss means certain death. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Lin Qingxue couldn't suppress her rising irritation and involuntarily stamped her foot in frustration. In the distance, Huang Xin looked at Lin Chen's calm expression and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Lin Chen, you're done for this time. I absolutely won't let you off. No one could take action within the gathering grounds, otherwise even their Huang family would face dire consequences. But once inside the dungeon instance, they could make their move. Just at that moment, students, the principal's voice echoed across the entire sports field. The National College Entrance Examination is about to begin. Please make your preparations. I now announce the rules for this year's college entrance examination. The examination trial adopts a points system. Within the Abyss Dungeon, each monster slain will yield corresponding points. The higher the level and rarer the monster, the greater the points obtained. Of course, the points earned by a team will be equally divided. In the end, the ranking based on points will determine the National College Entrance Exam results. Additionally, the exam carries risks. If you encounter danger, immediately use the teleportation scroll to exit the exam. Finally, I wish everyone excellent results." The principal's words echoed across the playground, stirring excitement in countless examinees. Meanwhile, at the center of the field, the teleportation gate swung wide open, emitting ripples of smooth light. Hundreds of thousands of students entered the portal in orderly fashion according to their class rankings. The National College Entrance Examination had officially begun. "Is this the trial ground?" Lin Chen looked at the surrounding scenery, feeling somewhat emotional. In his previous life, he had failed to awaken a profession and thus couldn't participate in the college entrance exam. Now that he had entered it in this life, the once unattainable college entrance exam seemed nothing particularly special in his current view. Looking around, everywhere was a vast expanse of flat grassland stretching as far as the eye could see. According to the manual distributed before the college entrance exams, the area of the trial grounds could reach over 10,000 square kilometers. This area could be considered equivalent to a small city. However, the National College Entrance Exam was a joint examination, so within each trial instance, there definitely wouldn't be only students from number 3 high school, it included all examinees from the entire Jiangnan city. The entire southern river city had over 200,000 examinees. However, even with such numbers, aside from those who formed teams, all were randomly scattered across various corners of the map. With such a vast area to disperse across, encountering another examinee couldn't be considered easy. Roar! The moment Lin Chen landed, several blood-tusked boars raised their massive tusks and charged straight toward him. There were 5 blood-tusked boars in total, with the lowest level being 3 and the highest reaching level 5. If it were an ordinary student, encountering such a massive impact immediately after being teleported in, they would likely panic in an instant. But Lin Chen maintained a completely calm expression, casually waving his hand as he commanded, "Come forth." Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, streaks of white light flashed across the sky, and in an instant, what had been a somewhat sparse grassland became densely populated within a 100-meter radius with swarms of insects radiating dark energy. Lin Chen now commanded 48 blade beetles, 25 spike hornets, and 20 brain bugs, each a formidable force in their own right. This Zerg legion encircled the 5 bloodfawn boars with predatory intensity, a moment frozen in primal confrontation. On command, the blade beetles charged forward, their scythe-like limbs slashing down with lethal precision. Snap! With just a faint sound, the blood-tusked boar before him collapsed instantly, becoming a lifeless corpse. Your summon creature has killed a blood-tusked boar, gained EXP times 10. The remaining few blood-tusked boars panicked immediately, attempting to flee, but the savage bladeworms would never let them have their way, pouncing upon them without hesitation. In an instant, the blood-tusked boars transformed into streaks of experience points, fallen in pools of their own blood. Your summon creature has slain blood-toothed swine, gained EXP times 10. TSK, this experience is pitiful. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in boredom after instantly killing several blood-toothed swines. His level was simply too high now. The experience gained from these low-level monsters was incomparably lesser than before. But at least I'm still earning points, not completely bad. Lin Chen glanced at the command token in his hand. It bore several large characters. Examinee, Lin Chen. Points, 210. For the National College Entrance Examination, points were equivalent to exam scores. Killing ferocious beasts earns you points, with higher level beasts granting more points. Level 1 beast, 1 point. Level 2 beast, 5 points. Level 3 beast, 20 points. Level 4 ferocious beast, 50 points. Level 5 ferocious beast, 100 points. After 7 days, when exiting the trial grounds, the accumulated points will be tallied to determine rankings from highest to lowest. Those with higher rankings naturally prove their superior vocation and combat prowess, making them highly sought after by academy recruiters. They may even gain the privilege of choosing their preferred institution. Those with lower rankings can only get accepted by those crappy schools. There's even a risk of failing altogether. This lifetime, I probably won't fail the exams, right? Lin Chen smiled confidently, then stepped forward to inspect the corpses of those blood-tusk boars. He reached forward to touch it, and a notification sound rang in his head. Obtained equipment, flowing cloud boots, common grade gear, trash. Lin Chen curled his lips in disdain and immediately disassembled it into energy points. Now, Lin Chen was completely decked out in gleaming green quality equipment, with 2 rare quality accessories to match. Just your run-of-the-mill white quality gear, not worth a second glance. Without missing a beat, Lin Chen reached toward the corpses of the other bloodfawn boars. Just as expected, nothing but white tier trash loot. Just as Lin Chen was utterly disappointed. Ding! Greedy soul activated, obtaining extra loot. Equipment acquired, crystalline omniscience. Suddenly, a yellow glow erupted. Lin Chen looked at the necklace in his hand, his face lighting up with delight. Name, crystalline omniscience. Quality, transcendent. Type, necklace. Requirement, Level 5. Attribute, +1 Spirit, +1 All Attributes. Effect, all passive effects are additionally increased by 10%. Chapter 19, Second Tier Zerg. This piece of equipment seems to have average stats at first glance, but the effect stating, all passive effects receive an additional 10% boost, is absolutely broken. Because this attribute directly increases the trigger chance of Soul of Greed, raising it to a straight 20%. That's essentially doubling the original probability. The Soul of Greed truly lives up to its reputation as a divine skill praised by later generations. Its effects are downright heaven-defying. Lin Chen couldn't help but crack a wide grin. The effect of Soul of Greed completely exceeded his expectations. Who would have guessed it would yield such an incredible treasure upon first activation? After equipping the necklace, Lin Chen finally turned his attention to the Zerg units surrounding him. Though I'm ahead in strength, I can't afford to be careless. I should start accumulating points first. Right now, this Zerg squad is a bit too small. With a mental command, Lin Chen dove into the Overlord's world and glanced at the energy points displayed on the monolith. With 1570 energy points now, I can definitely exchange for more Zerg units. But, Lin Chen shook his head and turned his gaze upward. Now, it's time to unlock the second tier Zerg. First tier Zerg only had 3 types: blade bugs, spine bugs, and brain bugs. At the same time, first tier Zerg combat strength roughly matched human professionals at levels 2 to 3. At this stage, using the Zerg rush tactic can easily crush through the Trial Grounds dungeon. But there's one problem. That would expose him. If it were an ordinary summoner class, Lin Chen wouldn't hesitate to reveal it. The importance of a summoner is self-evident. Once revealed, it would trigger fierce competition among various factions. Even the prestigious Sky Capital University, hailed as the top institution in Dragon Country, would extend an olive branch and offer generous privileges. However, Lin Chen was no ordinary summoner. He was the Zerg Overlord. How exaggerated is the so-called infinite talent level? One could say that throughout the entire history of Blue Star, such a thing has never appeared before. If exposed too easily without sufficient strength, then the risk of Lin Chen being strangled in the cradle would far outweigh the probability of receiving intensive cultivation. After all, Earth is not just home to the Dragon Nation alone. Various countries eye each other covetously, maintaining a fragile balance. If Lin Chen's monstrous profession were discovered, forces from other nations would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate this future peak powerhouse. Precisely because of this, until now, Lin Chen's officially declared profession has remained the basic warrior class. Given the current situation, to avoid exposing his true identity as the Zerg Overlord, Lin Chen has decided to temporarily abandon swarm tactics and shift toward an elite strategy instead. Unlock Tier 2 Zerg. Lin Chen shouted in a low voice. Confirm consumption of 1000 energy points to unlock Tier 2 Zerg? Confirm. Lin Chen hesitated not for a second. Ding! Second tier Zerg unlocked. Instantly, above the first tier Zerg units, a series of cards representing second tier Zerg creatures became vividly illuminated. Winged Hornet, Aerial Unit, Strength 3.7, Speed 6.8, Spirit 1.2, Skills, Speed Aura, Flame Jet, Incubation Energy Cost 50. Flame Maggot, Ranged Magical Unit, Strength 0.8, Speed 0.7, Spirit 6.9, Skills, Flame Impact, Rapid Volley, Incubation Energy Cost 100, Ironclad Bladebug, Advanced Bladebug Unit, Strength 2.7, Speed 3.5, Spirit 0.8, Skills, Blood Fury, Ironclad Shield, Incubation Energy Cost 50. Incubate 1 Winged Hornet, 1 Flame Crawler, and 1 Ironclad Bladebug each. Lin Chen issued the command directly. Ding! Incubation successful. Instantly, 3 additional Zerg units appeared on the field. The winged bee was a massive insect nearly the size of a person, its entire body shimmering in blue hues while its wings burned like flickering flames, presenting an exceptionally ferocious appearance. Finally, I have an aerial combat unit. Lin Chen nodded, visibly pleased. The importance of air superiority hardly needed explanation. Most low-level professionals could only move across the ground. These flying winged bees, however, can navigate the skies with considerable speed and even possess ranged attack capabilities. Just imagine the threat they'd pose to ground forces if their numbers multiplied. Moreover, according to the information flashing through his mind, these bees could effortlessly carry a full-grown man for short-distance flights. In other words, the flying winged bees could double as compact aerial transports. The ironclad blade beetle is an upgraded version of the ordinary blade beetle, with a slightly larger physique, and its speed and strength are all doubled. The flame worm, on the other hand, is a giant worm about 3 meters long and roughly a meter tall, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. Release Flame Impact. Lin Chen pointed at a boulder over a meter tall. The flame worm didn't hesitate at all, immediately spewing a burst of fire. Bang! A thunderous explosion. The colossal rock before them instantly shattered into countless fragments covering the ground. Such exaggerated power, it feels comparable to conventional artillery shells. Lin Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. This was just one flame worm attacking. What kind of scene would it be if dozens, even hundreds, attacked together? It would be like setting off fireworks. Excellent. I just happen to lack a formidable ability. These flame worms are extremely useful to me. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Overlord could freely use any skills of the Zerg units within the Overlord's domain. In other words, Lin Chen could use the flame worms, flame shock, as if it were a skill, completely undetectable to others. This would perfectly conceal his true identity. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Breed 3 flame worms. Lin Chen directly exchanged all the remaining energy points for flame worms. Then, he commanded, all Zerg are free to hunt. As the order was given, a large swarm of Zerg scattered in search of prey. Before long, a series of notification sounds rang out in Lin Chen's mind. Your summoned creature has slain a bloodfawn boar, gained experience times 5. Your summoned creature has slain a twin-horned rabbit, gained experience times 3. Your summoned creature has slain. Smooth. Lin Chen couldn't help but flash a faint smile. This is the perk of being a summoner. You don't even need to move to level up. Your summoned creatures will automatically seek out monsters and kill them. Then, the equipment automatically drops into your backpack. All you have to do is stay put and rest. Glancing at the sky, Lin Chen stretched lazily. After all this work, it's almost evening already. As he spoke, Lin Chen pulled out a tent from his backpack along with a pack of pre-prepared food and began eating heartily. After finishing his meal and a quick wash-up, Lin Chen simply crawled into the tent and immediately fell into a deep, contented sleep. It was as though he hadn't come for the nerve-wracking college entrance exams, but rather for a leisurely camping trip. Chapter 20, 2 Hidden Classes. At the same time, outside, in a meeting room, a group of high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City gathered once again. Ha, old Wang. Your batch of students this year is truly extraordinary. The number of hidden class awakenings has surpassed previous years by over a dozen, and there's even Saint Templar among them. A white-haired elder chuckled as he spoke to the man beside him. Hearing this, the people around couldn't help but marvel with admiration. That's right, old Wang, you've truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. The Templar is a rare quality hidden profession. For our small Jiangnan city to produce even one is already more than we could hope for. In my opinion, this Lu Yenran is definitely qualified to enter Tian Capital University. I wonder if Lu Yenran can take first place in this college entrance exam. Wang Xing, the principal of number 3 high school, couldn't hide a trace of pride on his face, though he still waved his hand modestly and said, "Oh, come now, isn't your number 2 high just the same? I heard that prodigy Li Yuan awakened to the hidden class, Thunder Mage. If Lu Yenran and Li Yuan were to compete, it's hard to say who would come out on top." Ha! The white-haired old man chuckled. Old Wang, you're being too modest. Though our Li Yuan's Thunder Mage is also a hidden class best suited for offensive magic, it's only of excellent quality after all. How could it compare to a rare quality hidden profession? Wang Xing's smile grew even wider. Ah, you can't say that. I saw Lu Yenran just the other day. Although her profession is extremely rare and she's already reached level 3, her lack of actual combat experience might prevent her from becoming the city's top examinee this year. Yet despite his words, the expression on Wang Xing's face betrayed that he absolutely didn't believe what he was saying. The gap between professional qualities could never be bridged merely by combat experience or a few levels. Therefore, barring any surprises, Lu Yenran was destined to be this year's top examinee in Jiangnan City. Humph, Wang Xing, don't celebrate too early. Suddenly, a burly man nearby sneered. Wang Xing looked over and couldn't help but frown. Yang Shu, what did you say? This burly man was none other than the principal of Jiangnan City number 1 high school, Yang Shu. Ha, Wang Xing, you brat think you've got it in the bag just because your school produced a Templar Knight? Yang Shu sneered coldly. Let me tell you, your number 3 high school isn't the only one that's awakened a rare hidden class. Our number 1 high school has one too. These words left everyone shocked. Generally speaking, if Jiangnan City produced even one rare hidden class per year, it would already be considered extraordinary. Yet Yangshu claimed their number 1 high school had one as well? Principal Yang, you're not joking, are you? Principal Yang, since you've awakened to a hidden profession, why didn't you announce it earlier? Exactly, this is such tremendous good news. Some questioned skeptically. Yangshu smiled and explained, what I said is indeed true, but I chose to hide it temporarily just for the sake of the college entrance exam. That person who awakened the rare quality hidden class is named Li Hu. The class he awakened is Shadow Assassin, excelling in stealth and assassination. Moreover, over these 7 days, he has already reached level 4. So, whether the top scorer in this year's Jiangnan City College entrance exam will be from your 3rd high school is still an open question. Hearing these words, Wang Xing's face couldn't help but darken. If this were truly the case, then who would ultimately claim this year's top scholar title remained uncertain. I never expected, you still had this trick up your sleeve. Wang Xing's face flashed with unwillingness. The three high schools of Jiangnan City had been locked in covert rivalry since their founding days. Due to enrollment issues, Third High had always been overshadowed by Second High and First High, never able to hold its head up high. This year, they finally had a stroke of luck when a student awakened with a rare hidden profession. Were they about to be upstaged again? A flicker of resentment crossed Wang Xing's face. And just at that moment, look at that! Suddenly, someone pointed at the large screen ahead and shouted. Everyone looked up to see a display showing live footage from various locations within the trial grounds. These surveillance feeds serve two purposes: preventing cheating among students and ensuring their safety. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared within the scene. The figure was clad in silver light armor, wielding a slender sword, with a pair of pure white wings behind her, resembling a Western angel in her holiness and beauty. This person was none other than Lu Yanran. At this very moment, she was confronting three fierce beasts before her. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lu Yanran unleashed a sacred flame that instantly reduced a blood-tusk boar before her to ashes. This was the paladin's skill, Holy Flame. Next, Lu Yanran fluttered her wings, weaving between several ferocious beasts with agile grace, deftly evading attacks while countering intermittently with Holy Flame and her rapier. Within mere minutes, Lu Yanran had dispatched all three beasts. In the scene, Lu Yanran let out a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to collect the spoils dropped by the beasts, drawing a wave of admiration from the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City in the conference room. Impressive, truly worthy of being a hidden class. Facing three beasts and still handling them with such ease, she's undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the younger generation. If it were an average person, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape from these beasts, let alone eliminate all of them. A single person taking down three ferocious beasts of similar level is already quite impressive, which is why these high-ranking officials couldn't help but praise Lu Yanran. After all, even an ordinary profession would find it extremely difficult to face a single beast of the same level. One can only imagine their expressions if they knew Lin Chen could now instantly slay bosses several levels higher. What's so impressive about that? Yang Shu sneered disdainfully. Switch the feed to Li Hu's screen. I'll show you what a real killer looks like. Instantly, the scene shifted once more. A tall, lean man dressed in black appeared on the screen. This was none other than Li Hu. Li Hu cautiously hid within a grove of trees, observing the five fierce beasts before him, gripping a cold gleaming dagger in his hand. After watching for a while, Li Hu finally sprang into action, leaping out like lightning and instantly slaying a ferocious beast with a single strike. However, the remaining beasts immediately surrounded him and launched their attacks without hesitation. Normally, assassin-class fighters dread being encircled, yet Li Hu showed not even a hint of panic. He merely flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A dagger pierced straight through the eye socket of another beast, another instant kill. With his agile movements, Li Hu managed to dispatch the remaining five ferocious beasts without any major mishaps. How about that? Yang Shu couldn't help raising his eyebrows smugly at the sight. The Shadow Assassin is a combat-oriented class. When it comes to monster hunting, it's no comparison for a temple knight who focuses on balance and versatility. Chapter 21, Mo Hongli. Wang Xing's face turned cold, his heart filled with urgency and anger. Yet he couldn't afford to lose his temper, so he remained silent. At that very moment, the scene shifted again, this time focusing on a young man. Compared to the fierce battles of the previous two prodigies, this guy seemed completely out of place. He was actually eating a meal. And not just any meal, he was devouring a self-heating hot pot. The young man sat beneath a tree, holding a self-heating hot pot container, devouring the food with oil dripping from his mouth, occasionally taking a sip of cola from the can beside him. That expression, that attitude, sheer bliss. As if he hadn't come for the college entrance exam at all, but for a picnic instead. At the sight of him, the conference room erupted in roaring laughter. Who's this guy? Feasting like a king during the college entrance exams? This kid's a real talent. So relaxed, must be some kind of prodigy? A prodigy? If this guy's a prodigy, I'll just go bash my head in. During the 7 days of the college entrance exams, it's certainly not advisable to go without food or drink, but most students opt to bring just some dry rations to stave off hunger. Who would indulge in self-heating hot pot and cola like this guy here? Let me see, this person seems to be called Lin Chen. Yang Shu flipped through the information files and soon found this individual's records. Lin Chen, this person seems to be a student from your third high school. Yang Shu's eyes lit up as he suddenly burst into laughter. Those around them all cast mocking glances their way. Old Wang, has your student given up on himself? Let me see. Awakening as a basic class warrior, and no one's teamed up with him yet. No wonder he's hiding here. In that case, it makes perfect sense. What a talent you are. If you're just going to give up so easily, why even bother staying here? Probably looking for a thrill. Listening to the teasing around him, Wang Xing's face darkened. Lin Chen? That name sounds somewhat familiar, seems like he's in the same class as Lu Yanran. This kid dares to slack off during the college entrance exams? Just wait till I get back, you'll get what's coming to you. This Lin Chen had truly made Wang Xing lose all face before so many high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City. At this moment, Lin Chen, the mastermind behind it all, burped contentedly, wiped his mouth, and stood up. It tastes good. In his ears, a continuous stream of notification sounds indicated that his Zerg army was carrying out terrifying slaughter. It's time to move around. That thing seems to be triggering in the next few days. Stretching lazily, Lin Chen focused his thoughts and commanded, recall. Instantly, the Zerg army that had been rampantly slaughtering moments ago was entirely withdrawn back into the Overlord's space. Lin Chen drew his flowing flame sword and strode in a certain direction. After walking for a while, a blood-fang boar suddenly charged out from one side, roaring as it barreled toward Lin Chen. Flame blast! Lin Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a flame ray as thick as a bull's mouth materialized out of thin air and instantly annihilated a level 5 Bloodtusk boar. 187. You have slain Bloodtusk boar, gained EXP times 1. What incredible damage! A delighted expression crossed Lin Chen's face as he couldn't help but look at his hand. Just a single flame shock, yet its power probably rivals the full force attack of some level 10 mages. If I first activate the brainworms, resonance, to dramatically boost my mental energy, then follow up with flame shock, just how terrifying would the resulting power be? Lin Chen couldn't help feeling deeply shaken. This so-called infinite quality Zerg overlord is truly extraordinary, absolutely outrageous in power. Even without deploying Zerg units, merely utilizing their skills already surpasses those so-called hidden professions by an immeasurable margin. Just as I was about to step forward to collect the spoils, sudden clamorous noises seemed to arise from the distance. Lin Chen, brimming with curiosity, crept stealthily toward the commotion. Hiding in a thicket, he peered outward. Two groups of people were locked in a tense standoff. Li Tang, you're being too greedy. Our two teams defeated this gilded savage bull boss together. What gives you the right to take this rare equipment? A curvaceous woman clad in heavy armor scowled as she rebuked him sharply. Though dressed in heavy armor, glimpses of her ample thighs and cleavage revealed a figure so voluptuous and flawless it was utterly tantalizing. A petite yet exquisitely delicate face brimming with both heroic spirit and allure, though presently frozen in icy coldness, stared fixedly at the man before her. Li Tang burst into booming laughter. Mo Honli, don't tell me you're actually this naive? Just how many people does your third high have here compared to our first high? When we've got the numbers, of course we deserve the bigger share. How can you not understand something so basic? This, crystal bracer, I'm damned while claiming it. As he spoke, the dozen people behind Li Tang cast cold, mocking glances his way while laughing. A fleeting look of unwillingness flashed across Mo Honli's face, yet there was little she could do. There was simply no way around it. Her team had only 7 members in total, whereas Li Tang commanded a full contingent of 12. If a fight breaks out, they'll definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. Even if you outnumber us, we could just split a few more pieces of equipment. Why must you take the crystal bracers outright? According to the rules, when there's dispute over equipment, we're supposed to roll dice to decide ownership. I rolled a 99, while you only got 27. This piece should rightfully be mine. Li Tang waved his hand dismissively. Humph. What worthless rules. Let me remind you, this is the trial grounds, not your third high school playground. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for eliminating you all directly. Hearing this, Mo Honli felt utterly helpless and bit her silver teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Within the trial grounds, conflicts between examinees weren't prohibited. In fact, they were somewhat encouraged. So long as no one was permanently maimed or killed, or other severe incidents occurred, such skirmishes fell within the rules. There was even a stipulation: eliminating another examinee would grant you all of their accumulated points. Throughout the years, there have always been point hunters who eliminate other examinees. This rule exists precisely to make these examinees understand that the outside world is not as gentle and kind as an ivory tower, but rather a cold and cruel place. While the struggle between humans and savage beasts is indeed a fight to the death, what's truly frightening is the conflict between people themselves. Fine, I don't want this piece of equipment anymore. The remaining gear belongs to my teammates. You should give it to them, shouldn't you? Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Mo Honli could only concede. Unexpectedly, Li Tang leered and said, "Want the equipment? Of course you can have it, Mo Honli. Just spend one night with me after this trial, how about that?" Chapter 22, Want to have me? As he spoke, Li Tang shamelessly let his eyes linger on Mo Honli's voluptuous figure, which even her heavy armor couldn't conceal, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Many in the crowd couldn't help but gulp at the sight of this scene. They longed to taste her beauty, to unleash their beastly desires. Li Tang brazenly let his gaze roam over Mo Honli's curvaceous figure, cackling with a lewd chuckle. "In your dreams." A flush of anger tinged Mo Honli's delicate face. "Forget about my share of equipment. but why do you even want to hoard my teammates' gear? You people from second high are utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable? Li Tang burst into laughter. Mohomli, have you been sheltered in a greenhouse for so long that you don't know how the outside world works? Among professionals in this world, there has never been any real reasoning. Whoever has the might holds the right. Heh, seeing as you refuse to leave, then don't bother going anywhere. Just hand over all your points, hee hee. With a cold sneer, Li Tang barked the order, attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, over a dozen fighters from second high took their battle stances, launching a frenzied assault. Fireballs, ice spikes, heavy cleaves. One formidable skill after another was unleashed, forcing Mohomli and her companions to fight back in self-defense. Take this! Li Tang bellowed as he lunged at Mohomli, his greatsword sweeping horizontally with terrifying, murderous momentum. Shield spell. Faced with this frenzied attack, a trace of pallor appeared on Mohomli's delicate face as she hastily activated her skill. Immediately, a white protective shield materialized around her body, successfully blocking Li Tang's strike. Yet judging by Mohomli's strained expression, it was clear that this skill consumed considerable energy. Casting it again would prove difficult. Not bad, Mohomli. Though you've awakened a hidden class, you're still just a Holy Knight, the worst offensive class of all. Running into me was rotten luck. I'd advise you to surrender meekly and hand over your points. Ha! Li Tang smirked triumphantly. Mohomli bit her red lips tightly, swinging her greatsword to repel Li Tang while shouting sharply, "We're both level 3 and victory isn't decided yet. Take this." With that, Mohomli actually launched an offensive attack. Seeing this, Li Tang let out a cold laugh and charged forward with his heavy sword. The two were locked in combat, though it was evident Mohomli was clearly at a disadvantage. After just a few moves, she already showed signs of faltering, gritting her red lips as she stubbornly held on. Meanwhile, the situation of their encircled third high teammates wasn't any better. While they hadn't been defeated immediately, facing a second high team several times their number, elimination was only a matter of time. Could it be that they'll be eliminated with 0 points in this college entrance exam? Many felt utterly despairing. Heavy slash. A low shout erupted. A faint white light emanated from Li Tang, coiling around the heavy sword as he swung it fiercely toward Mohomli. Damn it! Feeling the violent surge of energy, Mohomli's pretty face turned pale as she inwardly screamed in alarm. Her mana had already been exhausted, and even her protective shield tome was still on cooldown. If this strike were to land, she'd either be severely wounded or left skinned alive. This is the price for defying me. Li Tang revealed a cruel bloodlust, as if seeing a beautiful woman defeated by him was something profoundly exhilarating. Just as he thought his strike was about to succeed, bang! A flash of red light swept by, striking Li Tang's greatsword with pinpoint accuracy and sending him crashing to the ground. 5-7. You have been inflicted with burn status, taking fire damage every second. What? Li Tang was utterly shocked. He truly hadn't expected his heavy slash to be interrupted. After all, this was a skill book his family had spent 50,000 credit points to purchase. This ability, though it's merely an excellent grade skill, yet due to his hidden class attribute as an armored warrior, when executed, its power rivals even some rare grade skills. Logically speaking, even a vicious beast 2 levels higher shouldn't necessarily withstand this move of his. So who could possibly repel him with a single strike? Could it be Li Hu or Lu Yenran arriving? His expression changed instantly as Li Tang remembered the two most likely dark horse contenders from Jiangnan City in this year's national college entrance exams. Only these two could have defeated him in a single strike. However, when Li Tang nervously turned to look at the figure approaching from the woods, he was somewhat surprised. The person who cast the fireball spell to repel him was neither Li Hu nor Lu Yenran, but rather a rather handsome-looking young man. Ha! Li Tang was even more astonished. He had always believed his strength was only second to Li Hu and Lu Yenran's, which was why he had become the initiator of the largest faction from second high school during this year's college entrance exam. Yet, this newcomer had effortlessly repelled him with a single strike. Could it be that there's still an expert here? Who are you, sir? Why are you helping her? Li Tang couldn't help but ask coldly. The newcomer was none other than Lin Chen. None of your business. Lin Chen uttered these 4 words indifferently, his expression icy beyond measure. You! Li Tang was instantly enraged. Among the younger generation of Jiangnan City, he considered himself second only to Lu Yenran and Li Hu, and he took great pride in this. Yet this unknown nobody before him actually dared to speak such arrogant words. This made Li Tang boil with fury. No matter who you are, since you're asking for a fight, don't blame me for eliminating you along the way, Li Tang sneered, not giving Lin Chen the slightest regard. In his eyes, Lin Chen should be nothing more than a mage. The defining trait of a mage is that their spells possess tremendous power, but they're essentially glass cannons, extremely fragile. Moreover, in the early stages, mages' skills have long cooldowns and consume immense amounts of mana. Though that last skill was devastatingly powerful, there's absolutely no way Lin Chen could unleash a second one in such a short time. What's the difference between a mage without skills and an ordinary person? Go die! Li Tang brandished his greatsword, a layer of yellow light radiating from his body as his speed suddenly increased by 30 to 40%, clearly activating a burst skill. Cross slash. The greatsword descended toward Lin Chen with terrifying force in a vicious downward chop. This strike was Li Tang executing two skills simultaneously. First was the strength and speed boosting, bloodlust technique. The other was, cross slash, slightly less powerful than heavy chop, but significantly faster. Li Tang was utterly confident even a professional 2 levels above him would suffer greatly from this combo attack. Not to mention facing this kid whose level is estimated to be merely 1 or 2. Lin Chen stood rooted to the spot, watching the heavy sword descend upon him without the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Ha, has he given up resisting? Li Tang felt a surge of joy in his heart, his eyes growing even more bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Mo Hongley, who had been staring dumbfounded at the scene, finally couldn't hold back her scream. No, get out of the way. No. Chapter 23, does his skill have no cooldown? Although Mo Hongley found it very strange why this person would step in to help her. But now, Lin Chen was about to be cleft in two by that massive sword. This made Mo Hongley involuntarily gasp, her rosy lips parting in shock. Just as everyone thought Lin Chen was surely doomed, Lin Chen finally moved. Void walk. Buzz. Lin Chen's figure was enveloped by an eerie fluctuation before suddenly vanishing into thin air, causing Li Tang's attack to miss its mark. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure reappeared 10 meters away. Ha! The failed strike left Li Tang utterly astonished. Was that Blink? No. Blink is an assassin's skill. You're a mage, how could you possibly use Blink? Li Tang was completely baffled. Skill books are always profession-specific. Unless it's certain special equipment or items, skills cannot be learned across different professions, that's an ironclad rule. Yet this guy in front of me can master a mage's fireball and an assassin's blink step? What the hell is going on? Humph, no need to think too hard. Hand over your points first. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and extended his hand. A crimson glow gathered in Lin Chen's palm before exploding outward in the next instant. Boom! Block! Witnessing this, Li Tang's face drained of color as he immediately raised his shield without hesitation, activating his skill. Black streams of energy rapidly coalesced across Li Tang's shield, making it appear impenetrably solid. Yet despite these defenses, Li Tang's heart still lacked confidence. The power of that flame blast that just sent him flying was something he knew all too well. It could rival a 5th level mage's fireball spell. Bang! Sure enough, when the flame struck Li Tang's shield, it sent him hurtling backward like a garbage bag caught in a typhoon, slamming him hard against a thick tree trunk. 127. Just 2 skills were enough to deplete Li Tang's health pool, which was already twice as thick as an ordinary warrior's, straight to the bottom. This demonstrates the incredible power of the flame ability. Impossible. This can't be. Li Tang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief and shock. You're a mage who knows an assassin's blink skill fine, but how can your fireball spells be so devastating with such short cooldowns? That's impossible. Seeing this scene, Mo Hongley couldn't help but cover her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. This scene before her truly shattered her understanding. One must know that although Li Tang was arrogant, he possessed the strength to back it up. Among the younger generation, he was only second to Lu Yenran and Li Hu. She couldn't even hold out against him for more than a few moves herself. Yet this mysterious man before them had severely injured Li Tang with just 2 casually thrown fireballs? Even Lu Yenran and Li Hu couldn't achieve something like this, could they? This is simply too unbelievable. Humph. I don't care who you are. Although you're formidable, you're alone, you're dead meat. Li Tang stood up quickly, downing 2 health potions in swift succession, his gaze toward Lin Chen brimming with venomous resentment. From childhood to adulthood, Li Tang had always been the eldest son of the Li family, the future heir to the Li family's business empire. Who would dare to strike him with such deadly intent? For the first time today, he had been beaten so badly. Given Li Hu's vengeful nature of never letting even the slightest offense go unanswered, he would absolutely not let this matter rest. All members of Second High, listen up. Attack this guy with everything you've got, kill him. Li Tang commanded with a cold voice. Killing people? Behind them, the people from Second High School showed a reluctant expression. Although combat isn't prohibited within the trial grounds, killing someone would still lead to prosecution. Otherwise, only about half the candidates would survive each year's college entrance exam. Oomph. What's there to fear? Fights are bound to happen during the college entrance exams. Isn't it normal for someone to accidentally get killed? My family is the Junnan City Li clan. Why should I be afraid of killing one person? Also, whoever can kill this guy will be rewarded with a Wolf Fong chestplate. Wolf Fong chestplate? Hearing this name, everyone from number 2 high school present had their eyes light up. Though the name Wolf Fong Cuirass might sound rather unimpressive, Yet in reality, this is actually a rare quality piece of equipment. For ordinary professionals like them, managing to acquire a full set of fine quality green gear in their lifetime would already be considered quite fortunate. Many people toil for decades, yet can barely afford even a single piece of rare quality blue equipment at most. The temptation of a blue-grade item was unimaginable for them. Greed filled the eyes of many, and the way they looked at Lin Chen was no longer hesitant. Their gazes now carried killing intent. Kill! Unable to resist any longer, a dozen or so students from the second high school rushed toward Lin Chen, raising their swords, daggers, and staves. "Sir, you should leave quickly, we'll cover for you." Startled for a moment, Mo Hongli urgently spoke to Lin Chen, a trace of guilt surfacing on her delicate face. "Although they outnumber us, we from Third High also have considerable numbers. At the very least, we can hold them off. This would be your perfect chance to escape, otherwise, it'll be dangerous." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, a mischievous smile played on Lin Chen's lips as he lazily eyed the dozen people before him and Li Tang, his voice dripping with disdain. "Escape? Ha, you expect me to flee from these pathetic losers? Since you want to make a move against me, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Lin Chen made his move. With a flick of his finger, a streak of fire instantly targeted the warrior charging at the forefront. 8-7. Ah! The warrior let out a loud cry before collapsing to the ground from severe injuries. The power of this single strike left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What kind of skill is this? Fireball? No. Fireball isn't this powerful. Could this be the Fire Blast spell that only high-ranked mages can learn? Humph. At most he can only take down one of us. Now while this mage's skill is on cooldown, let's rush him together. That's right, go for it. The people from Second High paused for a moment but quickly snapped back to reality, charging toward Lin Chen once again. After all, common sense dictated that a mage's skill cooldowns were lengthy. Less than 2 minutes hadn't passed, so his devastating spell definitely shouldn't have cooled down yet, and a mage without spells was as fragile as any ordinary person. "Heh, you've guessed wrong," Lin Chen grinned, his smile chilling. Then, he raised his hand once more. Flame impact. Boom, boom, boom. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lin Chen fired multiple blazing streaks that struck the charging second-year students, knocking them all to the ground. In less than a minute, the ground was covered with severely injured people. Those greedy faces from moments ago now bore only expressions of pain and regret, as if ruining the day they provoked this god of slaughter. Witnessing this scene, Li Tang, who had hidden at the very back, was utterly dumbfounded. His face filled with shock as his body trembled slightly, involuntarily gulping hard. How is this possible? How could this be happening? Does his skill have no cooldown, no mana cost? Everything before him completely shattered Li Tang's understanding, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 24. This is basically unlimited firepower. He had no idea. In reality, the skill Lin Chen was using actually belonged to his summoned creature. Although Flame Shock had a full 3-minute cooldown, it should be noted that after last night's frenzied slaughter, Lin Chen had accumulated a whopping 1,354 energy points stored up. Lin Chen exchanged all of it for flame worms. These currently most powerful Zerg units could grant Lin Chen absolutely terrifying offensive capabilities. This means Lin Chen now possesses a full 17 flame worms. Although the cooldown for Flame Shock is quite long, requiring a full 3 minutes. But with all 17 flame worms, this cooldown period can be fully compensated for. After using one flame worm skill, Lin Chen can simply switch to the next worm immediately. After one rotation of worm usage, the cooldown for the first flame worm skill was refreshed. This created a situation where Lin Chen could practically use Flame Shock indefinitely. It was basically unlimited firepower. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Li Tang stammered out, "Why you? No matter who you are, you can't touch me. I'm the eldest son of the Li family in Jiangnan City. If you dare lay a finger on me, my family will never let you go. If you know what's good for you, let me leave, otherwise." Before Li Tang could finish his threatening words, Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. The next second, he appeared directly behind Li Tang and threw a devastating punch. Bang! Li Tang's vision blurred as excruciating pain exploded from his back, forcing an agonized scream from his lips. Ah! Then his vision went black as he collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. Humph! I hate being threatened most of all. Lin Chen looked at Li Tang lying on the ground and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Witnessing this scene shocked the distant onlookers, who collectively gasped in astonishment. They saw it clearly, just one punch from Lin Chen had knocked Li Tang unconscious. You should know. Li Tang was famously known as a heavy armor warrior, a class renowned for its defense. His base defense was several times higher than that of an ordinary warrior, not to mention his equipment, which consisted of rare green-tier items at the peak of their quality. Yet Lin Chen didn't use any skills. With just one punch, he knocked Li Tang out cold. How terrifyingly powerful is this? Even an average level 10 warrior class probably wouldn't be this formidable, right? Beyond shock, the crowd was filled with even greater bewilderment. Who exactly is this person? How can they simultaneously possess a mage class's high damage spells, an assassin class's blink skill and agility, as well as a warrior class's terrifying strength. Could it be a hidden class user comparable to Lu Yanran or Li Hu? Of course, they didn't know that even rare-quality hidden classes couldn't achieve something like this. Only the one and only, Zerg Overlord, in existence could perform so flawlessly, with such insurmountable perfection. Thank you for helping us, fellow student. Seeing all enemies had been dealt with, Mo Honley stepped forward gratefully and said, I'm Mo Honley, captain of this squad. May I know your name so we may repay the favor someday? Lin Chen didn't speak, but instead glanced at Mo Honley, taking in her flawless features and curvaceous figure with careful appraisal. Unable to suppress his satisfaction, he nodded slightly and revealed a faint smile. His sudden intervention wasn't some cliché heroic rescue. He'd recognized her as one of the legendary figures who would rise to fame in the future, Mo Honley. She was precisely the key person he needed to locate during this college entrance examination trial. If my memory serves me right, Mo Honley's profession is the support type, Paladin of Holy Light. It's precisely because of her profession that she would attract the final boss of the trial grounds, the Frost Stone statue. It was Mo Honley who accidentally attracted the appearance of the Frost Stone Golem, leading to a major crisis during the college entrance exam, forcing it to be suspended. The entire trial grounds were sealed off. According to some secret intel, if this Froststone Golem is slain with the Flowing Flame Sword, it can drop a legendary tier artifact, though whether it's true or not remains to be seen. Recalling information from his past life, Lin Chen's expression grew more intense, and his gaze toward Mo Honley burned with heightened fervor. Little did he know, under Mo Honley's misinterpretation, this look was mistaken for something entirely different, making her blush furiously. Even her fair neck turned a delicate pink blush, resembling a ripe honey peach. What are you looking at, classmate? Mo Honley pouted with a hint of reproach in her voice. If it were anyone else daring to stare at her like this, they'd already be tasting her broadsword. But after witnessing Lin Chen's terrifying prowess, Mo Honley wouldn't dare lay a finger on him, resorting instead to this gentle reminder. Ahem, it's nothing. Coughing awkwardly, Lin Chen actually blushed for once before composing himself. Miss Mo, actually I didn't come here specifically to save you. I wanted to ask for your help with something. Mo Honley immediately asked with curiosity. Help? Since you just saved me, I naturally wouldn't refuse if you need my assistance. But may I ask what it is you'd like me to do? Lin Chen got straight to the point. Nothing particularly special. I just want to join your team and hunt ferocious beasts with you. That's all. Join our team? Mo Honley was momentarily stunned by this request, her delicate face flickering with bewilderment. After all, an expert like Lin Chen was precisely the kind of fighter most teams would spare no expense to recruit. And Lin Chen actually wanted to join their team after saving them? Though full of doubts, looking at Lin Chen's somewhat aloof expression, Mo Honley still nodded. In that case, welcome aboard. You are. My name is Lin Chen, he added. Welcome, Lin Chen. Mo Honley nodded emphatically. Lin Chen finally relaxed. Now, all he had to do was wait for the Frost Golem to come after Mo Honley. At the same time, about 300 kilometers away from them, several people were engaged in a fierce battle. 3 men and a woman were struggling against a giant tiger before them, each wearing grave expressions, making it clear this was an exceptionally arduous fight. Roar! The giant tiger let out a furious roar, its claws gleaming with a bloody glow as it slashed viciously at the warrior before it. The warrior couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the tiger's paw, instantly seeing his health bar hit rock bottom as panic overwhelmed him. Frantically pulling 2 health potions from his backpack, he gulped them down, managing to restore barely half his health. At this moment, the female priest behind him hastily cast a healing spell, fully restoring the warrior's HP. The warrior felt somewhat displeased but could only sigh helplessly before continuing to confront the giant tiger before him. Chapter 25, Lin Qingxue, this is what a true genius looks like. Behind him, the archer and mage did their best to attack the giant tiger. Though their arrows and fireballs precisely struck the beast's body, they could only inflict a mere few points of damage each. Compared to the giant tiger's nearly 200 health points, such damage was utterly insignificant. Soon, the giant tiger seemed to grow impatient. With a sweep of its tail, it sent the warrior flying aside, then leapt forward in a bid to escape. Oh no, it's trying to flee, exclaimed the warrior, his face filled with shock. Stop it, we can't let this level 5 jagged iron tiger get away, or there'll be no hope for the college entrance exam, the mage urgently cried, pulling out a talisman and hurling it towards the beast. The talisman instantly transformed into an ice spike, soaring towards the tiger, before releasing an immense burst of frigid air that enveloped the creature's entire body, slowing its movements by a noticeable degree. Seeing this, the warrior's spirit soared, and with a furious roar, he lunged forward, desperate to block the giant tiger's escape. To his astonishment, the tiger flicked its whip-like tail once more, sending the warrior flying through the air. Then, it forcefully plunged into a dense thicket of trees and vanished without a trace. Damn it! The male mage couldn't help but curse as he watched the tiger disappear, his face twisted in frustration. That serrated iron tiger was a rare level 5 beast. If we'd killed it, we could have earned at least 100 points. What a waste! To everyone's surprise, as soon as these words fell, the priestess unceremoniously retorted, "Humph, I say it's all your fault. That useless prisoner stunt of yours was worthless. If it were Brother Likuan, he'd have pinned that giant tiger down ages ago." This priestess who couldn't stop gushing about Brother Likuan was none other than Lin Qingxue. Hearing this, the pockmarked warrior quickly stepped forward to apologize to the mage. Sorry about that, buddy. Qingxue has a bit of a temper. Just bear with her." The mage snorted coldly, unwilling to bother with Lin Qingxue's antics, and walked off to sulk in silence, though in his mind, he was cursing 8 generations of her ancestors. This priest, not only is she slow to react, but her healing spells are poorly timed, several times nearly causing a complete team wipe. Worst of all, Lin Qingxue acts like a spoiled princess, yelling at everyone daily as if ordering around servants. Mediocre skills with a rotten temper. If it weren't for the bit of friendship he shared with Pockface, he would have gone solo long ago. "Qingxue, don't be angry. It's just a level 5 ferocious beast, we'll just kill an extra one next time," Pockface said with an ingratiating smile. Yet Lin Qingxue completely misread the situation and instead poured all her fury onto Pockface. "Zhao Lu, didn't you promise our team would gain plenty of points and experience by following you? It's been days, and we've only got just over 200 points each. At this rate, I won't be able to attend the same school as my beloved Li Kuan. Can you even take responsibility for that?" Pockmarked Zhao Lu looked somewhat awkward, pausing before speaking softly. "Qingxue, we've had bad luck these past few days. Bear with it a little longer. At least our team has a hidden class, those without any hidden classes must be scoring even lower." His placating words dissipated some of Lin Qingxue's anger. She pursed her lips and forgave Zhao Lu with exaggerated magnanimity. However, Zhao Lu's remark reminded her of someone. "You're right, those ordinary professions must be having an even harder time. People like Lin Chen." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Qingxue's lips. Just thinking about Lin Chen's current predicament, which was likely 10 times harder than hers, instantly lifted her mood. "Humph, consider this your punishment for ignoring me." Just as Lin Qingxue was lost in her fantasy, a puzzled voice reached her ears. Lu Yanran's points ranking suddenly surpassed Li Hu's. How strange. Zhao Lu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he stared at a screen in his hand. What's going on? Lin Qingxue leaned in to see as well. Just now, Lu Yanran's point ranking suddenly surpassed Li Hu and reached second place, Zhao Lu explained. The terminal in his hand was a uniformly distributed item for this year's college entrance exam, called the Score Terminal, which allowed real-time viewing of point rankings. Their rankings naturally fell beyond the top 100,000, and on the leaderboard's top 3, there were only 3 names. Third place, Li Hu. Second place, Lu Yanran. First place, Overlord. Clearly, this Overlord is a pseudonym. From the very first day, the Overlord's points have far outpaced all others, firmly seated atop the throne of first place without ever wavering. Countless people are curious about the Overlord's true identity, utterly astonished by this mysterious figure who could surpass even Lu Yanran and Li Hu. Some even publicly offered 1 million credit points for the Overlord to tutor them through the national college entrance exams, but these pleas have gone unanswered. Many speculate that this Overlord might secretly be the true heir of Jiangnan City's foremost influential family, the Ma family, poised to stun the nation with this exam performance. But these are all just conjectures. If I remember correctly, Lu Yanran's Templar class is an all-rounder type, and Li Hu's Shadow Assassin is a primary combat class. In theory, under the same tier, primary combat classes should accumulate points faster. Upon hearing this news, the mage couldn't help but join the discussion. That's exactly why I find it strange. But what does this have to do with us lowly folks? Zhao Lu couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. People like us haven't even reached 300 points, ranking outside the top 100,000. Compared to these geniuses, we're as different as clouds and mud. The mage also sighed softly and let the matter drop. Only Lin Qingxue gazed at the Overlord in first place with a hint of envy and admiration. If only I could join this Overlord's team. Now that's what you call a true genius. Little did it know. The genius she now longed for day and night was the very person she had cursed in her heart moments ago. The 4th day of the National College Entrance Examination. Within the trial grounds, atop an expanse of grasslands, a massive horn-scaled ox lounged lazily under the sun, utterly carefree. Just as it was about to take a nap, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, an ice spike flew in and struck its body, sending a piercing pain through it. 24. A bright red number floated above its head. The scaled horn bull flew into a rage, standing up and roaring skyward before charging toward the source of the icy barrage. Yet before it could take more than a few steps, a streak of firelight engulfed its entire body. Boom! 165. With a thunderous crash, the scaled horn bull collapsed, dead on the spot. As the horn-scaled bull collapsed, distant cheers erupted. Haha, another level 5 beast slain. Lin Chen is absolutely overpowered. A one-hit kill? Boss Lin Chen is way too cool. These past 2 days, Boss Lin Chen has been slaying almost every beast single-handedly. He's beyond awesome. Chapter 26. The Secret of the Trial Grounds. A group of people gazed at a young man clad in black robes with reverence and admiration in their eyes. The black-robed youth was none other than Lin Chen. Over the past 2 days, Lin Chen led the team in hunting fierce beasts, earning each member over 800 points. This made their teammates extremely excited and grateful, as these points were enough for them to achieve an outstanding result they had never dared to dream of before. All of this was brought by Lin Chen. Without him, they would probably still be struggling for just 300 or 400 points. Coupled with the terrifying strength Lin Chen had shown these past few days, several female professionals in the team couldn't help but bat their eyelashes at him and send him flirtatious glances daily. The only pity was that Lin Chen seemed oblivious to all these hints. He ignored every advance, occasionally stepping in only to help the team eliminate beasts that were too high level for them. Go pick up the loot. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yes, sir. Hearing this, one of the male team members responded and walked over to the horn-scale bull's carcass to begin collecting the spoils. Before long, he returned triumphantly carrying several common-grade white-tier equipment pieces. Lin Chen showed no interest in dividing these mundane items, merely stating indifferently, "You handle them," before carefully surveying their surroundings. After a long while, he finally let out a sigh. Alas, it's been 2 days already. Why hasn't that frost golem come knocking? Did I remember wrong? Or was it someone deliberately spreading false information? Lin Chen felt rather vexed. It never even crossed his mind to worry about his college entrance exam results this time. With the Zerg army at his disposal, the points he could accumulate would completely overwhelm everyone else. Thus, Lin Chen was more concerned about whether the rumor of that legendary grade equipment was true or not. Lost in thought, a sudden fragrance wafted toward him. Turning around, he saw Mo Hunli approaching, her delicate face slightly flushed as she asked coyly, "Lin Chen, you've been staring over there, did you sense any beasts nearby?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, just thinking about some things." Just as Mo Hunli was about to speak up and ask, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Strange, low vibrations came from afar, accompanied by an unusual fluctuation that seemed to make all things shudder. Meanwhile, the temperature in the air had dropped without anyone noticing, and snowflakes began to drift down. The members of the squad were all taken aback, glancing around in confusion, unsure of what to do. Only Lin Chen's face lit up with joy as he murmured to himself, "It's here. Finally, it's here." This commotion, the distinct environmental shift, could only signify the appearance of a boss monster of level 10 or higher. In other words, after days of waiting, that frozen golem had finally been unable to resist and had come searching for Mo Hunli. Lin Chen, what's going on? Mo Hunli's beautiful eyes widened as she asked, her voice tinged with alarm. Though she had no idea what had just happened, she instinctively moved closer to Lin Chen, as if he alone could provide her with endless security. "Must be the boss of the trial grounds," Lin Chen said excitedly. "The trial grounds actually has a boss?" Mo Hunli sounded surprised. She had only known that the trial grounds was a fixed dungeon for the national college entrance exams, but never imagined this abyss dungeon actually contained a boss. Of course there is. Every abyss has its boss, but the trigger conditions for the trial grounds boss are particularly stringent. "Oh, how stringent?" Mo Hunli asked in confusion. "First, someone must accumulate over 10,000 points within the trial ground," Lin Chen explained. "Over 10,000 points? How is that possible?" Mo Hunli widened her beautiful eyes in utter astonishment. Keep in mind, during the 7-day trial period, an ordinary student who managed to gather 500 points would already be considered quite outstanding. Only geniuses like Lu Yenran and Li Hu could possibly accumulate over 1,000 points. As for 10,000 points, is this something that can be obtained in just 7 short days? Could it be? In that instant, Mo Hunli seemed to understand something, trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Could it be that the mysterious overlord ranked first on the leaderboard is Lin Chen? Did he really earn 10,000 points? Otherwise, how would he know the information about this boss? Just as she was lost in random thoughts, Lin Chen's calm voice sounded again. "And the second condition is that a profession, Paladin of Holy Light, must be present in the trial grounds. Only then will that level 10 boss, the Frost Golem, appear and seek you out." A level 10 boss? Mo Hunli instantly covered her crimson lips with her hand, her delicate frame trembling slightly. "You must be joking. How could a level 10 boss appear in the trial grounds? You should know." The trial grounds were an artificial abyss jointly created by Dragon Nation's official war gods. Its difficulty and monsters were specially designed to make candidates feel pressure without exposing them to excessive danger. Yet examinees typically only ranged between levels 1 to 3. For these candidates, a level 10 boss was virtually an insurmountable mountain. This trial grounds are just replicas forged by Dragon Nation's war gods using the Empire Planes, Abyss as a blueprint, then imprinted through a special skill. Bet they never imagined there'd even be bosses lurking in these trial grounds. Lin Chen sneered coldly. All this intel came from memories of his past life. In his previous life, the eruption of the frost golem was caused by an accident. At that time, a young noble encountered danger while adventuring in the trial grounds. One of his family elders happened to be an invigilator with the authority to enter and rescue examinees. Thus, this elder went to save the young noble, but unexpectedly encountered a beast tied along the way. Forced to eliminate them, this caused his points to skyrocket to over 10,000. Generally speaking, such situations weren't unheard of in past college entrance exams. Simply removing this person's score during calculation would suffice. As it happened, this year's MO Holy was of the Holy Light Knight profession. Two extremely low probability events coinciding led to the birth of the Frost Golem. Lin Chen, you seem to know quite a lot. How did you come to learn about these things? MO Honley felt more curious than shocked. She realized that this seemingly ordinary Lin Chen before her was actually shrouded in a veil of mystery, making him utterly unfathomable. Don't worry about that. All you need to do is stay behind me and watch the show. Lin Chen grinned, giving his wrist a flick as the flowing fire sword materialized in his grip. What? You're challenging that boss? Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? Watching Lin Chen assume his battle stance, MO Honley's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 27, Third Tier Boss, Frost Golem. She knew Lin Chen was strong, but she never thought he could defeat a level 10 boss. Lin Chen, while that Frost Golem hasn't spotted us yet, let's run. Otherwise, it'll be too late. MO Honley urged anxiously, convinced that Lin Chen was marching straight to his death. Don't worry, just watch. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen calmly strode forward. Behind him, the entire group stood frozen in shock. Knowing the boss is about to arrive and still rushing forward, are they asking for death? Boom, rumble, rumble. Just as they were stunned and bewildered, the Frost Golem finally revealed its true form. A stone giant, standing roughly 10 meters tall, emerged from the ground, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature by several degrees. This Frost Golem was entirely dark blue in color, its body covered in rough yet intricately carved magical runes. Its aura was violent and frigid, like an eternal, unmelting glacier. A single glance made one feel as if they'd fallen into an icy abyss. Beast, Frost Golem. Level, 10, Tier 3. HP, 978. Strength, 25.4. Speed, 14.6. Spirit, 15.7. Skills, Frost Thorns, Ice Spike, Frost Rune Formation, Charge Fist, Blizzard, Frost Prison. Third Tier Boss. At first glance of this Frost Golem, everyone felt their breath taken away. It's actually a Tier 3 boss? Holy shit, if it's a Tier 3 boss, then this Frost Golem might be even stronger than your average level 15 boss. That's absolutely terrifying. Gasp. Why would such a terrifying monster appear in this trial ground? Amidst their shock, the crowd couldn't suppress their panic, hastily grabbing their terminals to call for help. Only Lin Chen remained composed as he strode calmly toward the Frost Golem, raising his hand without hesitation to unleash a fiery blast. 2-4. The flame ray struck the golem, causing it to momentarily freeze before erupting in fury. It had been lured from the depths underground by an inexplicably peculiar scent. Hardly had it surfaced when these insignificant ants launched their assault. Immediately, the Frost Golem unleashed a furious roar and launched a frenzied attack at Lin Chen. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The icy golem's magic circle flared, instantly engulfing the surrounding 100 meters in a blizzard as countless ice spears rained from the sky, threatening to impale everyone. Everyone, retreat. Sensing danger, MO Honley urgently shouted while rapidly withdrawing hundreds of meters before turning her gaze towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen moved like a nimble assassin, dodging the falling ice spikes while intermittently firing streaks of flame to repel the Frost Colossus. Crimson damage numbers kept floating above the icy golem's body. 3-2. 1-6. 1-7. Though the damage isn't high, for the ice golem, the humiliation is extreme. The Frost Golem was clearly enraged, raising its massive fist to smash down at Lin Chen. Though colossal in size, the Frost Golem wasn't sluggish. Instead, it moved with eerie swiftness. Its fist descended like thunder and lightning, rapidly reaching the crown of Lin Chen's head. In the next instant, it seemed this tiny ant of a human would be crushed to pulp. No! MO Honley couldn't help but scream in alarm. However, just 1 second before the fist landed, Lin Chen's figure completely dissipated into thin air. Void Walk. Lin Chen's figure reappeared 10 meters away, continuing to unleash a frenzied assault on the Frost Golem. Only upon seeing this did MO Honley finally exhale in relief. yet she still felt puzzled. They had all just obtained their professions, so why was Lin Chen so proficient in combat, effortlessly dodging the frost golem's skills? What she didn't know was that while Lin Chen appeared to be only 18 years old, in truth, in his previous life he had been over 40 years old, a seasoned professional hunter. He possessed an almost instinctual intuition for battle, with combat experience that was exceptionally rich. Dealing with a mere minor frost golem was nothing more than child's play to him. Just as Lin Chen was locked in combat with the frost golem, outside, in a conference room somewhere, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City were chatting leisurely among themselves, appearing quite at ease. And just at that moment, principals, something terrible has happened. A level 10 third-tier boss, the frost golem, has suddenly appeared in the trial grounds. Suddenly, someone rushed in and delivered the urgent report. What? At this news, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. Ice Golem? Level 10, Tier 3? A boss has actually appeared in the trial grounds? Principal Wang Xing of number 3 high school leapt to his feet, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Are you sure there's no mistake?" Principal Yang Shu of number 1 high school also frowned and snapped coldly. Absolutely certain. This news was reported simultaneously by many examinees. There's no way it's wrong. The man swallowed hard and hastily replied. Wang Xing, Yang Shu, and the others all furrowed their brows. After deliberating for a while, they reached a decision, immediately dispatched personnel to control the frost golem while evacuating the examinees, prohibiting anyone from approaching the nearby area. Only in this way could they eliminate the impact without affecting the National College entrance examination. Having completed these preparations, they turned their gazes back to the screen, ready to assess the situation with the frost golem boss. However, when they switched the view to the area where the frost golem boss was located, they were utterly stunned. There, appearing on the screen, was a familiar figure. That figure moved like a blur, darting around the frost golem while continuously firing beams of flame from its hands. The barrage of attacks rained down on the golem like a storm, steadily whittling away its health points. The golem was furious yet couldn't catch the tiny figure, not even landing a single attack on it. That figure was none other than Lin Chen. The meeting room was plunged into utter shock. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen's eerie footwork and the occasional teleportation flashes he employed. Is that an assassin's blink? Those flame rays he fired, were they firebolts? Or explosive fireballs? Something's off, he's supposed to be a warrior. Why does he know mage skills? Holy, that movement, that speed, is he really just a warrior? Damn! That footwork is downright terrifying. Even these high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they witnessed Lin Chen's seamless coordination of movement techniques and skills. It should be remembered that just a few days ago, Lin Chen's pathetic appearance while eating hot pot and drinking cola under a tree had left them with a deep impression of incompetence. Now, the extent of their past ridicule toward Lin Chen was matched only by the painful sting of their current humiliation. Many felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped hard across the cheek. Heh, old Wang. You sure have a crafty student hiding under your nose. Someone looked at Wang Xing with a bitter smile and couldn't help but speak out. Chapter 28, Li Hu's Collapse. Exactly, Lao Wang, you're really not playing fair. Heh, is old Wang pretending to be weak to ambush the strong? What the hell? What class is this kid, to have so many skills? Does his fireball spell really have no cooldown or mana cost? Or is it genuinely unlimited firepower? TSK. Congrats to old Wang. Looks like Third High will completely turn the tables this year. A group of people began teasing Wang Xing with voices thick with envy. After all, nurturing someone like Lu Yanran was already remarkable. Now, with Lin Chen added to the mix, they're poised to clinch the crown of this year's school rankings. Even Yang Shu couldn't help but cast a glance filled with jealousy and resentment, though he said nothing more. Wang Xing forced a bitter smile, though bewilderment churned within him. This Lin Chen, his awakened profession was clearly warrior. I've seen his records myself. How could a mere warrior possibly be this powerful? Could he have been hiding his true profession all along? After thinking it over, Wang Xing believed this was the only possible explanation. Just as Wang Xing was pondering this, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, look! Lu Yanran and Li Hu are actually coming this way too." Two figures appeared in the scene. It was unmistakably Lu Yanran and Li Hu. Clearly, they had all been drawn here by the massive commotion caused by the frost golem. As expected, upon seeing the frost golem's attributes, both their eyes lit up, and a hint of desire flashed in their gazes as they looked at it. A level 10, third-tier boss. Slaying this boss would undoubtedly make someone this year's top scorer in Jiangnan Province's college entrance exams. Moreover, such a powerful boss is bound to drop equally impressive gear. Perhaps it might even yield a rare piece of equipment, solving all their worries for this lifetime. With this thought in mind, they exchanged glances once more before turning their gaze to Lin Chen, who was still locked in combat with the frost golem. They decided to intervene. However, as if reading their minds, Lin Chen's calm voice drifted over unhurriedly. I advise you to step back. This boss is far tougher than you imagine. A single touch will leave you severely wounded. If you value your lives, you'd best leave now. As these words were spoken, far from extinguishing the duo's fighting spirit, Li Hu responded with a disdainful sneer. Humph, kid, you're just a lowly basic class warrior, yet you act like you can trade blows with this boss. And I'm a rare hidden class. Do you really think I'm inferior to you? What a joke. Lu Yanran remained silent, her eyes carrying a trace of indifference, clearly showing little regard for Lin Chen's words. Although she recognized Lin Chen, she merely thought he was lucky to have dodged the frost golem's relentless attacks. It wasn't because Lin Chen's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Heh, Lu Yanran, how about a little competition? Li Hu laughed boisterously. Let's see who can slay this frost golem first. I'm curious to witness just how powerful a hidden class at my same tier can be. Lu Yanran chuckled softly. As you wish. With that, the two charged towards the frost golem. Saint Flame, Poison Dart. Instantly, the two skills shot towards the ice golem, landing directly on its body. -9, 1-1. Two damage numbers floated up. Both men froze in place instantly. Why is our damage so low? Impossible. Li Hu was utterly shocked, unable to believe what he saw. And just at that moment, boom! Seeing two new ants join the battle, the frost golem roared and instantly summoned several icy spikes in midair, shooting them toward the duo's position. Not good. Li Hu and Lu Yanran paled in fright, frantically activating their defensive skills in a desperate attempt to block the attack. But how could two mere level 4 and 5 fledglings possibly withstand the damage of a level 10 boss? -87, 128. Instantly, both of them were severely wounded by the ice spikes and collapsed to the ground, nearly passing out. One hit. With just a single strike, these so-called heaven-defying geniuses were reduced to grievously injured wrecks. They didn't even have time to dodge before being casually struck down by mere ice spikes. If not for some life-saving measures they had prepared, these two attacks would have instantly killed them. This can't be. That Lin Chen dodged so effortlessly, he's just a warrior. Why can't I evade it? Li Hu roared, his eyes bloodshot, his mind filled with confusion and rage. When Li Hu awakened to a rare quality hidden class, he, who had once been an unnoticed nobody at school, was suddenly summoned by the principal and other important figures, showered with encouragement and attempts at recruitment. This filled Li Hu with excitement and naive arrogance, inflating his ego to an extreme degree. Those classmates who awakened ordinary professions, Li Hu now completely dismisses them without a second thought. Yet, he never expected to end up in his current predicament. Li Hu glared at Lin Chen, who was locked in combat with the frost golem, his eyes brimming with hatred and venom. Clearly, he had shifted all his frustration and rage onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen is actually this strong? Meanwhile, Lu Yanran gazed at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. Was I mistaken? Could it be that while Lin Chen awakened as a warrior, he actually possesses extraordinary talent? However, shaking her head, Lu Yanran dismissed the thought. What am I even thinking? That's impossible. Since he awakened as a common class, reaching the pinnacle was never in his destiny. Perhaps he triggered some buff effect, or simply got lucky to last this long against the ice golem. With this thought in mind, Lu Yanran immediately felt much more at ease. And in the distance, moving like an agile leopard, Lin Chen deftly dodged the attacks of the frost golem, occasionally using void walk to reposition himself. Simultaneously, he launched wave after wave of flame shock attacks at the frost golem. Under this relentless assault, the frost golem's health finally dropped to the halfway point. It seemed it wouldn't be long before Lin Chen whittled away its last remnants of vitality. But Lin Chen felt no joy whatsoever, because he knew that as a third-tier boss, the frost golem couldn't possibly have only these few tricks up its sleeve. Sure enough, within mere minutes, the frost golem seemed truly enraged. With a thunderous roar, it suddenly retreated 2 steps. Immediately afterward, concentric rings of azure light began emanating outward from the golem's body. Bad news. The golem is about to unleash its ultimate skill. In the distance, Mo Hongli and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Chen also involuntarily halted his advance, retreating to the side as he calmly observed the frost golem's movements. For some inexplicable reason, rather than feeling fear when witnessing the frost golem activate its skill, Lin Chen appeared utterly exhilarated. Finally, the azure blue halo expanded to about 700 or 800 meters around before suddenly solidifying, transforming into chunks of ice that rained down from the sky. Rumble. The ice chunks piled up, forming the shape of a cage that completely trapped Lin Chen and the frost golem inside it. Chapter 29. Lin Chen is the true genius. And at this moment, inside the meeting room, damn it, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? If something goes wrong, Jiangnan City is going to be in deep trouble. Principal Yang Shu of number 1 high school couldn't help but slam the table in agitation. Beside him, the principal of number 2 high school could only console him. Old Yang, the rescue team has already rushed over, so rest assured. Moreover, this incident wasn't due to any oversight on our part. so the higher-ups can't pin it on us. Hearing this, Yang Shu's expression softened slightly, though he still seemed somewhat indignant. Sigh, if not for this accident, our school's Li Hu would have probably taken first place long ago. Speaking of which, do any of you know who that overlord is, the one who's been consistently holding the top spot on the leaderboard? The group of executives around him shook their heads with wry smiles. You know how it is, to prevent malicious incidents like revenge killings in the trial grounds, students are allowed to conceal their real names and operate under aliases. Even people like us can't learn the true identity of this overlord until the results are officially released, one person sighed. This overlord. Yet this has stirred much curiosity among these high-ranking figures. After all, on just the first day, the overlord managed to suppress Li Hu and Lu Yenran, firmly securing the top position. This is no ordinary feat. Could it be some hidden trump card of another school's principal? Principal Wang Xing of number 3 high school said coldly, Yang Shu, don't tell me this overlord is another trump card of yours? After all, if you could conceal Li Hu, hiding an overlord shouldn't be difficult for you either, should it? Faced with such obvious probing, Yang Shu responded with a cold laugh, Old Wang, are you really this dense? I concealed Li Hu's existence earlier to lull your number 3 high school into a false sense of security. It's already the third day of the college entrance exams. What's the point in hiding your trump card now? Everyone listened and nodded repeatedly. Since that's the case, do any of you know who this mysterious overlord really is? Wang Xing surveyed the room as he spoke. The scene immediately fell into silence. The group exchanged uneasy glances, at a loss for words. Just at that moment, look at the screen. Someone suddenly noticed something. Everyone turned to look. They saw Li Hu and Lu Yenran converse briefly before simultaneously charging towards the frost golem. These two young men are truly reckless with their youthful vigor. I suppose they must have made a bet, but this is far too dangerous. Seeing this, Yang Shu frowned. Though disapproval was evident on his face, he refrained from voicing any objection. Absolutely. Though even someone as insignificant as Lin Chen could hold his own against the frost golem, suggesting this boss isn't much of a threat, there's still some risk involved. If anything were to happen to these two prodigies, the responsibility would be more than we could bear. Wang Xing also nodded in agreement with Yang Shu's point. Originally, they had feared that this frost golem boss would be far too formidable. At this point, even a low-level ordinary professional like Lin Chen could hold his own against the golem for so long and still appear utterly relaxed. Clearly, it was nothing more than a flashy display. That's precisely why when they saw Li Hu and Lu Yenran charging toward the frost golem, they merely frowned in disapproval without feeling particularly worried. Are you kidding? If Lin Chen could easily handle the frost golem, could Lu Yenran and Li Hu really be worse than him? Yet in the next instant, in the scene before him, a shocking sight unfolded. The frost golem casually hurled several ice spikes, instantly striking down the ferocious Li Hu and Lu Yenran, leaving them severely injured. The two lay on the ground, afflicted with a frozen debuff, completely immobilized and unable to move from their spots. One hit. With just a single attack, it had utterly defeated them both. This scene left everyone present wide-eyed in astonishment. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Li Hu has a rare hidden class with even higher growth potential than mine. How could he be defeated in one hit? Yang Shu's eyes widened with disbelief plastered across his face. Even the usually unflappable Wang Xing was slack-jawed as he stammered. Lu Yenran taken down in a single strike? Meanwhile, Lin Chen lasted this long? He's definitely not some ordinary warrior class. He's been hiding his true profession from us all along. Having processed the shock, Yang Shu swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. You're right. Lin Chen's been keeping secrets. On the surface, he appears to be a warrior, but he's clearly a hidden class holder. The sheer revelation left the crowd utterly stunned. Oh my, has our Jiangnan city produced so many prodigies this year? It seems the overlord ranked first must be Lin Chen. Exactly. Who else could it be if not him? Congratulations, Principal Wang, for gaining another prodigy seedling. Congratulations, Principal Wang. Principal Wang, our sincerest congratulations. In the blink of an eye, the tense atmosphere in the conference room dissipated completely as people crowded around Wang Xing, eager to curry favor. With two rare quality hidden professions emerging from a single school year, this remarkable achievement was destined to catapult number 3 high school into becoming the most prestigious institution in Jiangnan City for years to come. By then, won't students, status, wealth, and power all come rolling in like a tide? Wang Xing's face beamed into a chrysanthemum-like grin as he waved his hand modestly, spouting some polite formalities. Old Wang, seems like you only just found out how extraordinary this Lin Chen is. If I had such a prodigious student, I'd surely nurture him carefully, not even forgetting his name. Heh. Yang Shu shot Wang Xing a teasing, slightly envious glance and quipped. Just 2 days ago, he had been seething with anger, convinced that Lin Chen had embarrassed him, and swore to teach him a lesson after the college entrance exam. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen would become the prodigious student who filled Yang Shu and everyone else with overwhelming envy? Wang Xing couldn't help but blush, clearing his throat awkwardly. Asterisk cough asterisk. He concealed his profession on his own initiative. I didn't know about it, otherwise, I would have definitely nurtured him properly. After a pause, Wang Xing abruptly changed the subject. Speaking of, what tier is Lin Chen's profession, exactly? It's probably also of rare quality, just more speed-oriented, which is why it could evade the frost golem's attacks. Yang Shu pondered before making his guess. I agree, it seems somewhat similar to the rare hidden class, Demon Hunter? Demon Hunters also know fireball spells and lean toward speed, which aligns pretty well with Lin Chen's performance, someone remarked. Not necessarily. While Demon Hunters do possess fireball spells and agility, how do you explain the blink spell? I think it's the hidden class, Elementalist. You're all wrong, it must be Blade Mage. A heated debate suddenly erupted among the group. Just then, Wang Xing abruptly turned serious and sternly commanded, everyone, silence. Look there. On the screen, the frost golem unexpectedly unleashed its ultimate skill, Frozen Cage, completely trapping Lin Chen within its icy confines. That settled it, there was nothing more to see. Nothing bad will happen, right? Where is the rescue team? Holy shit, is Lin Chen gonna get killed by this boss? I can't see anything, what should we do? Everyone grew tense. They absolutely didn't want to see a gifted genius from Jiangnan City perish during the college entrance exams. This would be an incalculable loss for the entire Jiangnan City. Wang Xing in particular wore an exceptionally grave expression, his piercing gaze fixed on the screen while his heart pounded in his throat. Lin Chen, you mustn't come to harm no matter what. Chapter 30, Slaying the Frost Golem. On the other side, Lin Chen gazed at the towering ice walls surrounding him, his eyes betraying not a trace of panic but rather brimming with excitement and joy. Just as expected, the intelligence from my previous life holds true. This frost golem possesses some degree of intelligence, capable of dividing the battlefield to restrict my movements. Too bad though. Making you deploy your frost prison was precisely part of my plan. Lin Chen grinned from ear to ear. Melee combat? Magic spells? This definitely wasn't his strong suit. He is a summoner, after all. Having the ice golem use frost prison to trap it also conveniently blocked outside observers' line of sight. This way, Lin Chen could unleash his full potential without restraint. Immediately, Lin Chen gave a low shout. Come forth. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A dense swarm of Zerg forces emerged within the frostbound prison. Lin Chen now commanded 17 flame worms, 48 blade bugs, 25 spine bugs, and 20 brain bugs. The moment this awe-inspiring Zerg army appeared on the battlefield, the already frigid domain became permeated with an even more palpable aura of slaughter. All Zerg units now fixed their predatory gazes upon the Frost Colossus, their eyes brimming with bloodthirsty desire. The Frost Colossus possessed a certain level of intelligence, but at this moment, it was utterly bewildered. It only remembered sealing the insignificant ant before it, so why were there suddenly so many more tiny bugs? But the Frost Colossus's limited intelligence couldn't handle such a complex problem. It only knew one thing: this tiny ant had enraged it and must be crushed. Roar! The Frost Colossus roared furiously, then swung its massive fist and charged forward once more. Lin Chen snorted coldly, refusing to back down as he waved his hand toward the colossal statue, full assault. Creak, creak. The blade bugs dashed forward like lightning, spewing acid capable of melting steel while darting around the giant statue's feet. Though they couldn't deal significant damage to the Colossus, the blade bug's role wasn't to deal damage, it was to harass and restrain. Sure enough, upon seeing the leaping blade worms at its feet, the Frost Colossus flew into a rage and instinctively swung its fist down to crush them. Boom! With a single punch, over a dozen blade bugs failed to dodge in time, shattered into pieces, and dissipated into white light in the air. Witnessing this scene, the Frost Colossus let out a thunderous roar as if laughing heartily, brimming with triumph. Yet before the Colossus could revel long, Lin Chen spat out a scornful chuckle. You're already dead. Looking around, one could see 20 brain bugs beside Lin Chen erupting with faint white light. They had already activated the resonance skill, linking all their psychic energies together. Meanwhile, the flame worm was gathering streaks of red light within its enlarged maw, clearly indicating its skill was now fully charged. Attack! At Lin Chen's command, a colossal fireball 2 meters in diameter, along with over a dozen flaming rays, all struck the frost golem simultaneously. Boom! The moment the massive fireball and rays made contact with the Colossus, a blinding flash erupted, followed by an earth-shaking explosion that roared in their ears. The intense light faded as quickly as it had appeared. Looking ahead again, the towering stone Colossus that had been standing there had now crumbled into a pile of rubble, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a floor littered with equipment. 587, critical hit. Your summon creature has slain the Frost Golem, Tier 3, gaining 1000 XP. Ding! You have slain the Frost Colossus and gained Rayclast Continent Reputation, ×1. One-shot kill. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The combined attack of the flameworm and the brainworm exceeded even his expectations in power. Even this half-health level 10 third-tier boss could instantly wipe me out. The ice walls are starting to melt? Before Lin Chen could celebrate for long, the anomaly around him immediately put him on alert. The surrounding ice walls began dissolving after the golem was slain. Recall. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a second and withdrew all his Zerg units back into the Overlord's space. Only Lin Chen remained standing on the field. He had no intention of letting others discover his identity as the Zerg Overlord, at least until he possessed sufficient self-preservation abilities. This identity needed to remain concealed, otherwise, it would bring endless calamities. Beyond the arena, countless eyes turned toward him. Seeing Lin Chen standing alone, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. My god, is the Frost Colossus dead? A level 10 boss, just like that? Something's not right here? Could I have been mistaken? This is absolutely insane. Holy shit, is Lin Chen really just a warrior? Everyone was stunned. Mo only covered her small mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with immense astonishment, her breathing even growing slightly rapid. Li Hu and Lu Yanran looked at Lin Chen with shock in their eyes, mixed with a hint of jealousy and confusion. They couldn't understand why Lin Chen, just an ordinary profession, could single-handedly kill a level 10, third-tier boss while appearing completely unscathed. You should know, this was an existence that could annihilate them with a single strike. They hadn't even managed to scratch the Frost Colossus's hide. Feeling the complex gazes directed at him from all around, Lin Chen simply scoffed and ignored them, stepping forward to inspect the loot dropped by the Frost Golem. It had to be said, as a third-tier boss, the Frost Golem's drops were truly extravagant, covering an entire 10-meter radius. Among them, several faintly glowing items particularly drew the onlookers' attention. Holy, am I seeing this right? So many rare gear pieces. If these were sold, those are all rare-grade equipment? That's insane. Look over there. Could that golden one be the legendary mythic-grade equipment? Gulp, damn. I actually want to go pick up a few pieces. By now, at least 100 or 200 people had already crowded around the scene. Most of these people had been leveling up nearby when they heard the commotion and came over to join the spectacle. Little did they expect to witness such a scene the moment they arrived. Many cast greedy glances at the scattering of rare blue equipment littering the ground. Blue equipment, which belonged to the rare tier, held exceptionally high value. Generally speaking, even prominent figures in Jiangnan City, such as principals of several middle schools, would only have rare quality equipment at best, with perhaps one or two epic-grade items occasionally. Many big-shot figures can't even manage to assemble a full set of rare equipment. This clearly illustrates just how staggeringly valuable rare quality equipment is. Chapter 31, Divine-Grade Equipment. Equipment obtained, Wisteria Gauntlets. Equipment obtained, Wolfbone Plate Armor. Equipment obtained, Flowing Cloud Sword. Equipment obtained. Picking up the equipment scattered on the ground one by one, Lin Chen secretly shook his head as he collected them. What kind of trash is this? A third-tier boss drops stuff like this? You know. The equipment he was casually picking up was the very same blue-tier rare gear that would make others drool with envy. Just obtaining a single piece could keep them exhilarated for days. Yet Lin Chen wore an expression of utter disdain. It must be said, the gap between people is truly immense. This piece of equipment is decent. Lin Chen picked up an item, and his face lit up with joy upon checking its attributes. Equipment acquired, Large Storage Bag. Large Storage Bag expands backpack capacity by 30 slots. Every professional's backpack only has 10 storage slots to begin with each level up unlocking one additional backpack slot. This large storage bag directly provides 30 slots. While it doesn't enhance combat prowess, for Lin Chen, it's an exceptionally practical piece of equipment. From now on, I won't have to dismantle decent equipment into energy points anymore. Lin Chen nodded appreciatively. Among this pile of equipment, it seemed only this one piece had decent attributes. The rest were rather useless to Lin Chen, so he could only dismantle them all for energy points. Now, Lin Chen has amassed a staggering 2,571 energy points under his command. If he were willing, he could spawn an even more formidable Zerg army at any moment. This growth rate was nothing short of terrifying. Yet Lin Chen still seemed rather dissatisfied, looking around restlessly. Didn't they say that slaying the Frost Golem while wielding Flaming Torrent Sword would guarantee a legendary equipment drop? What's going on here? Lin Chen stared for a long while, when suddenly amidst the sea of blue light pillars, he spotted a glimmer of golden radiance. Overjoyed, he stepped forward and picked up the tiny ring. Obtained equipment, Omni Heart. Equipment, Omnipotent Heart. Type, Ring. Quality, Legendary. Requirements, Level 5, Strength 5, Spirit 10. Attributes, +3 Spirit, +5 Strength, +2 Agility. Special Effect 1, Omnipotent when equipped, can learn any class's skills. Special Effect 2, Mastery when equipped, all skills +2. Divine Artifact. At the sight of this item, Lin Chen instantly became ecstatic, his breath even growing rapid with excitement. You should know. Skills between different classes cannot be mutually learned. Each class can only learn its own unique skills or universal skills. But in reality, if skills can be combined, they can produce results greater than the sum of their parts, 1 plus 1 2. Take the warrior's bloodlust skill as an example, its effect consumes mana to restore health. Meanwhile, priests have a skill called sacrifice that converts health into mana. It could be said, if one could possess both skills, it would be like stepping on one's own foot to leap into the sky. From then on, delving into dungeons would no longer require stocking up on health or mana potions. This is just the most basic application of it. Just think about it, there are countless skills in this world. Who knows what kind of monstrous combinations might exist, capable of producing terrifying effects. And the final special effect, all skills plus 2, is also an exceptionally useful feature. Remember, skill levels are directly tied to damage, effects, and more. Leveling up twice directly is like a level 3 mage being able to cast a level 5 fireball, its power naturally doubles. No wonder the ice golem dropped something mysterious in my previous life, and there were no follow-up rumors. So it was this kind of treasure. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. If I were the authorities, I wouldn't showcase such a treasure either. It's practically a national treasure-level artifact. The effects of this omnipotent heart are astonishing enough to leave even the Dragon Kingdom's war gods dumbfounded. They would undoubtedly treasure it like a priceless artifact, keeping it as their ultimate trump card. There's no way such a thing could ever be revealed to the public. Without hesitation, Lin Chen equipped the omnipotent heart on his finger. Looking at his status panel again, he saw that the Greedy Soul had indeed leveled up as well. Greedy Soul, LV4. When slaying monsters to obtain loot, there is a 50% chance to gain an additional random loot item. 50% chance, which means, on average, he'd get double drops from 1 out of every 2 monsters killed. This is simply a divine skill. This year's National College entrance exam, I must be the one who's benefited the most, right? Standing up, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In his previous life, he hadn't even qualified to take the college entrance exams. But in this life, not only were the regrets redeemed, but it even brought him unimaginable benefits. How unpredictable life is. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his head and noticed the various looks people were giving him. His face turned cold as he swept his gaze around before letting out a chilling laugh. Anyone who wants to seize the treasure can step forward now. Otherwise, I'll be taking all this equipment for myself. Everyone couldn't help but shiver, instinctively avoiding that piercing icy gaze, their hearts filled with unease. Are you kidding me? This was the fierce warrior who single-handedly slaughtered the frost golem who dared compete with such a demon for equipment. But just then, so it's you, Lin Chen. A group of people shoved their way through the crowd, marching aggressively toward Lin Chen with thoroughly insolent demeanor. What a small world it is, Lin Chen. The leader of this group was none other than Huang Xin. At this moment, Huang Xin was clad in heavy plate armor, wielding a bizarre-looking crimson greatsword. He regarded Lin Chen with mockery in his eyes, as if looking at a dead man. So you managed to track me down here. Lin Chen clenched his jaw, a flash of killing intent gleaming in his eyes. Originally, he didn't take a small fry like Huang Xin seriously at all, he was just planning to teach him a lesson. But now, this guy had actually chased him all the way here relentlessly. And looking behind Huang Xin, a dozen burly men in uniform light armor stood by, clearly acting like loyal lackeys. The crowd, noticing the sudden conflict between the two, turned their curious gazes toward them, clearly ready to enjoy the spectacle. Nowadays, there are well over 100 examinees gathered around, drawn by the commotion of the ice golem. Among them, quite a few recognized Huang Xin. Isn't that Huang Xin? Who's Huang Xin? You don't even know this? He's the only son of the Huang family in Jiangnan City. The Huang family? You mean one of the 4 major families of Jiangnan City? It's him. Damn, this is gonna be good. I wonder how Lin Chen managed to piss off Huang Xin. This is gonna be entertaining. Lin Chen is doomed now. Exactly. Even if Lin Chen is incredibly capable, he's just an examinee after all. There's no way he can afford to offend a behemoth like the Huang family. That's right. They say the head of the Huang family is now a level 35 professional. Level 35? TSK. Just reaching level 15 in this lifetime would already be incredible. Level 35 is way too overpowered. Amid the chatter around him, Huang Xion's vanity was thoroughly satisfied, and he couldn't help but smirk. Then, with a look of disdain, he said to Lin Chen standing before him, I'll give you a chance, Lin Chen. Kneel before me and kowtow twice, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Chapter 32, Lu Yanran's Courting. Huang Xian certainly had no intention of letting Lin Chen off. In his eyes, Lu Yanran had long been his possession, and Lin Chen actually dared to lay hands on it. That must be a capital crime. Saying these things now was just meant to humiliate him. If Lin Chen were to truly kneel and beg for mercy, Huang Xian would instead be even more ruthless in his attack. Lin Chen said indifferently, I'll give you a chance too. As long as you kneel and kowtow to me, I might consider sparing your life. What? Huang Xian instantly flew into a rage. He never expected Lin Chen would still dare threaten him at this point. Just as he was about to teach this bastard a lesson, an unexpectedly sultry voice suddenly came from behind him. "Young Master Huang, I wonder if you could pardon him for my sake." Looking back, he saw a beautiful woman approaching slowly, speaking bluntly to Huang Xian.
Lu Yanran? Huang Xian couldn't help but frown upon seeing her.
Dragging her severely injured delicate body, Lu Yanran slowly walked toward them. As this woman approached, nearly all the men present cast heated gazes at her, their eyes greedily sweeping over her perfect figure, their breathing noticeably quickening.
Lu Yanran, the absolute goddess of number 3 high school. It's said that the number of men pursuing Lu Yanran could encircle the entire Jiangnan city.
Yet, there had never been any indication of her showing favor towards any man, not even an instance of exchanging an extra word. Yet today, she actively sought to protect Lin Chen? Could it be that Lin Chen and Lu Yanran have some extraordinary connection? All eyes darted between Lin Chen and Lu Yanran as the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. "Lu Yanran, are you trying to protect him?" Huang Xian's expression instantly turned icy, his eyes flickering with wariness. Although they were both part of Jiangnan City's 4 great families, Huang Xian did not fear Lu Yanran in the slightest. But you must know, Lu Yanran is now a rare hidden class player, with limitless potential, who can say what height she might reach in the future. Therefore, if possible, Huang Xian would rather avoid antagonizing Lu Yanran. "Lin Chen is useful to me," Lu Yanran explained indifferently, her beautiful face devoid of emotion. Since you're vouching for him, I'll give you face this time, Lu Yanran. But remember, the next time this brat crosses my path, I won't let him off."
After a moment's consideration, Huang Xian waved his hand with a cold smirk.
Having delivered his vicious threat, he led his entourage away from the scene.
Lin Chen watched the unfolding scene with both puzzlement and no small amount of amusement. Did Lu Yanran intervene to protect him? What a joke! If not for Lu Yanran's interference, Huang Xian would already be a corpse lying on the ground by now.
But since Lu Yanran acted this way, she must have her reasons.
Sure enough, as soon as Huang Xian's figure vanished, Lu Yanran turned her head and spoke icily. "Lin Chen, how many blood coagulation pills do you have left? My Lu family will take them all, name your price." When the words blood coagulation pill were uttered, the expressions of everyone present changed instantly, quickly shifting to looks of sudden realization. "So it's just a blood coagulation pill. I thought this Lin Chen was something special, hee hee. What's a blood coagulation pill? You don't even know that? A blood coagulation pill is an extremely rare and valuable consumable. After taking it, a professional below level 10 can temporarily gain attributes equivalent to 10 levels higher and use all basic professional skills." Damn, that's insane?
So Lin Chen only became this powerful after consuming that thing.
No wonder some nobody could kill a boss that even Lu Yanran and Li Hu couldn't handle. In an instant,
those who had previously held respect and admiration for Lin Chen instantly felt waves of disgust and contempt rising in their hearts. You should know, while the effects of the coagulation pill are incredibly exaggerated, its side effects are equally vicious. After consuming the coagulation pill, one may gain temporary formidable power, but before long, a toxin known as coagulation toxin will accumulate within the body. Under the effect of coagulation toxin, professionals will only receive 1% of the experience points from now on. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this toxin remains permanently attached to the practitioner, never dissipating, with no known antidote. This means any practitioner who has consumed the blood coagulation pill will have their future completely ruined, where even advancing a single level becomes an extravagant hope.
Do you think I took a coagulation pill, and that's how I defeated the Frost Golem boss? Lin Chen looked at Lu Yanran, unable to help but find it somewhat amusing. Lu Yanran's face was ice cold, yet there was an indescribable air of aloof pride between her brows. She spoke up. "If you hadn't taken the blood coagulation pill, how could a mere warrior like you be this powerful? Even I couldn't withstand a single move from that Frost Golem. But what a pity, even if you took the blood coagulation pill to unleash power beyond level 10, all you've done is spoil the sprouts by pulling them up. From now on, you won't be able to advance further in level. The blood coagulation pills you obtained must be more than one. My Lu family is in great need of them. As long as you hand them over, I can let you join the Lu family and become a guard. What do you say?" Lu Yanran spoke with an entirely condescending attitude, as though she were offering charity. The people around couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Joining the Lu family? Damn, that's something countless people could only dream of. Lin Chen's luck is just too good. They say every guard in the Lu family is at least a level 10 professional, each with extraordinary abilities. If Lin Chen can join them, he's really hit the jackpot. So envious. For this waste who took the coagulation pill, this is already more than generous, truly worthy of Goddess Lu. Goddess Lu is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd gladly shorten my lifespan by 10 years. Countless people looked at Lin Chen with envious eyes, as if he'd stumbled upon some incredible fortune. Just when everyone thought Lin Chen would eagerly accept without hesitation. "I refuse." Lin Chen spoke with a hint of amusement. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, instantly triggering an uproar. Did
did I hear that right? He refused? Is this Lin Chen trying to act all high and mighty or something? Idiot. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. This guy is utterly ungrateful, he really deserves to die. Even Lu Yanran couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows upon hearing this, showing clear displeasure. Lin Chen, think carefully. I saved you from Huang Xin this time, but don't expect my help again. Chapter 33, Kicked out of the team? Lu Yanran was feeling extremely displeased. She subconsciously believed that if she hadn't stepped in to stop Huang Xin, Lin Chen would probably be lying on the ground by now. Yet this guy showed no gratitude whatsoever. Goddess Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Please feel free to stay. Lin Chen let out a light chuckle, stepping past Lu Yanran without giving her the slightest bit of face as he walked away. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Lu Yanran frowned delicately before shaking her head. You can't save those hellbent on dying, she murmured. I've done all I could. Since you're determined to go down this path, it's no longer my concern. Then, Lu Yanran's face returned to its usual cool and indifferent expression. After glancing around, she quietly left the place. Lin Chen, however, walked straight toward Mo Hongli under countless disdainful and openly hostile gazes, handing her a piece of equipment. This equipment suits you well. Consider it my way of repaying you. Mo Hongli hesitated slightly as she took the equipment, her expression immediately turning serious. Name, Wolf Soul Boots. Type, footwear. Quality, rare. Requirements, level 3, strength 2, spirit 3. Attributes, +1 spirit, +2 strength, +1 agility. Special effect, when equipped, if you have attacked recently, increases movement speed by 5%. This effect can stack up to 5 times. The attributes of this equipment are fairly average, but its special effect is simply game-breaking. After all, movement speed is an attribute no less crucial than strength, agility, or spirit for the vast majority of professions. Only with sufficient movement speed can you perform tactical maneuvers like pulling mobs or kiting. Some professions, such as Li Hu's Shadow Assassin or Drow Ranger, demand absurdly high movement speed, because if they were just a little bit slower, their small frames would likely be crushed into pulp by the savage beast. Thus, despite being only of rare quality, this equipment was far more valuable than ordinary rare grade gear when it came to actual worth. Lin Chen, this is far too valuable. I can't accept this equipment. Mo Hongli hurriedly tried to push the item back. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen waved his hand and said, just take it. You played a crucial role in luring the Frost Golem boss. This piece of gear is nothing in comparison. Since he had put it that way, further refusal would be pointless. Mo Hongli could only bite her pale lip, cheeks faintly flushed as she uttered a soft thank you, her heart swelling with gratitude. Truth be told, Lin Chen had single-handedly defeated this Frost Golem boss. By all rights, he wouldn't have been in the wrong if he'd kept every last piece of loot for himself. The fact that he'd willingly offered up such a valuable piece of equipment already spoke volumes about his generosity. By the way people around us are looking at us, it's kind of strange, Mo Hongli suddenly remarked with a puzzled expression after accepting the equipment. Surveying their surroundings and noticing the hostile gazes directed their way, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer coldly. These guys want to make a move against me, but don't quite dare. Most of these guys were nothing but bootlickers of that Lu Yanran. Since he'd dared to speak to their goddess Lu in such a manner earlier, he'd probably angered the whole bunch, hence their current murderous intentions toward him. There's another reason Lin Chen found some unknown but undoubtedly valuable equipment on the Frost Golem. If they could seize it, what they don't realize is whether the duration of their so-called blood coagulating pill has actually expired. If they're still within its effective time frame, these guys wouldn't dare provoke a professional capable of soloing a Frost Golem. Mo Hongli furrowed her delicate brows in uncertainty and said cautiously, then perhaps we should leave. With so many people around, it's rather uncomfortable being watched like this. Although Lin Chen wasn't afraid of these people, he still believed it was better to avoid trouble. He nodded and said, right, for the next few days, we'll just grind in less crowded areas. Mo Hongli also nodded in agreement. Just as the two were about to head in another direction, a scar-faced man from the team suddenly stepped forward and blocked their path. Captain, with all due respect, I don't think Lin Chen is suited to stay in our team anymore, the scar-faced man said coldly, his tone resolute. What? Mo Hongli was taken aback, her charming face showing a mix of shock and displeasure. Zhou, explain yourself clearly. What exactly do you mean? Scar-faced Zhou snorted coldly. What do I mean? I've made myself perfectly clear. Lin Chen took a coagulation pill. It won't be long before his abilities deteriorate drastically. How could he possibly still deserve to freeload in our team? Besides, he's offended Huang Xin and Lu Yanran. This could bring utter calamity upon our team. As he said this, many teammates nodded in agreement. Zhou, how can you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for Lin Chen guiding us and leveling up these past few days, how could we have earned so many points? Mo Hongli retorted, her delicate face flushed with anger. Humph. So what if he led us to kill some ferocious beasts the other day? That wasn't his real strength, just the effects of the blood coagulation pill. Zhou scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Besides, based on my estimation, he's going to lose his power soon anyway. What's he gonna be then? Just trash? As the deputy captain, I absolutely won't allow anyone to endanger our team. That Lin Chen has to go. Zhou fixed his gaze fiercely on Lin Chen, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes while an indescribable greed lurked beneath the surface. Of course, it wouldn't be impossible for him to stay in the party as long as he splits the equipment dropped from the frost golem equally with us. Lin Chen smiled. I've been carrying these people for free, letting them earn high scores others wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yet now, they chose to repay kindness with betrayal, either forcing him to leave the team or demanding he split the spoils equally? What a complete joke. Enough, Zhou. Those spoils were earned by Lin Chen alone, they have nothing to do with us. Don't you dare entertain any wild ideas. Mo Honley's voice was icy as she rebuked him. To be honest, Mo Honley appeared quite docile and charming in front of Lin Chen, but she carried an air of authority before her team members, issuing commands like a queen. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Captain Mo, although you're the leader of our team, you can't just act arbitrarily and go against the will of all your teammates, can you? What? Mo Honley froze, his gaze shifting to the teammates standing behind Zhou. The moment Mo Honley turned her gaze toward them, the group of teammates actually lowered their heads one by one and fell into silence. Clearly, they shared Zhou's viewpoint. Chapter 34, Possession Invites Calamity? You. Seeing her own teammates unanimously siding with Zhou, Mo Honley trembled with rage and was so furious she could barely stutter out a word. TSK, Captain, I must remind you, if you insist on protecting this Lin Chen, the entire squad might stop listening to you. Zhou sneered maliciously. Zhou, I've long known you were dissatisfied with me being elected team leader, but I never expected you'd try to use this incident to seize the captain's position. Mo Honley's delicate face showed expressions of helplessness and anger. Zhou, however, wore a smug expression. Captain Mo, since you insist on having your own way, our third high school's team needs someone who truly considers everyone's interests. Mo Honley's face darkened slightly as she sighed and glanced at Lin Chen, who remained unperturbed beside her. Gnashing her teeth, she declared, You want Lin Chen to leave? Fine, I'll leave with him then. Let's see what kind of results you, Zhou, can achieve by leading this team. With that, Mo Honley actually turned and walked away in a certain direction. At the same time, a cold notification tone rang in everyone's ears. Teammate, Mo Honley has left number 3 high school squad 3. Lin Chen icily waved his hand without bothering to say another word, then departed as well. Teammate, Lin Chen, has left 3rd squad of 3rd high. Deputy Captain Zhou, Captain, what should we do next? Without Lin Chen and Mo Honley, it's going to be very difficult for us to kill mutated beasts on our own. One teammate stepped forward and asked with concern. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. What's there to fear? Anyway, over the past few days, this Lin Chen has already accumulated enough points for us. Even if we do nothing from now on, we'll still get excellent results when the college entrance exams are over. Lin Chen and that Mo Honley are truly ungrateful, daring to reject my proposal. Hoof. Zhou's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his face twisted with cruelty. Once the effects of Lin Chen's blood coagulation pill wear off, he'll be nothing but trash. Even if Mo Honley has a hidden profession, so what? Leveling up together, these two will probably get themselves killed by beasts. Ha! At the same time, outside. What? Blood clotting pills? So it was blood clotting pills after all? Damn, even I was nearly fooled. Blood clotting pills? Even across the entire Dragon Kingdom, such consumables are extremely rare. How the hell did he manage to get his hands on them? What insane luck! A group of people sighed with furrowed brows, their expressions tinged with both frustration and suppressed anger as they watched the scene unfold. When Lu Yenran uttered the words coagulation pill, they all had an epiphany, their hearts filling with both shame and fury. You should know. After all, they were all top-tier figures in Jiangnan City. Yet who would have thought they'd been played for fools by Lin Chen, who had merely taken a coagulation pill? I actually thought this Lin Chen might have some rare profession on par with Li Hu or Lu Yenran, and this is all he's got? Principal Yang Shu of number 1 high burst into laughter, casting a mocking glance at Wang Xing. Wang Xing's face darkened slightly, but as he gazed at Lin Chen on the screen, a trace of confusion and bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Of course, these emotions vanished as quickly as they appeared. Soon Wang Xing regained his composure. Faced with the crowd's mockery, he remained silent, acting as though the incident had never occurred. Our men arrived too late. By the time they got there, Lin Chen and his group had already left. Seems like we've been spinning our wheels for nothing, Wang Xing remarked impassively. Yang Shu curled his lips. If Lin Chen hadn't taken the coagulation elixir giving him combat power 10 levels beyond his actual strength, the outcome would have been different. Everyone nearby would have been killed by the Frost Colossus, and we'd really be in deep trouble then. At these words, while everyone felt indignant,
they also couldn't help feeling both relieved and shaken by the close call. Exactly. If so many people die during the college entrance exams, all of us senior officials in Jiangnan City will be in deep trouble, a bald, muscular man chimed in with a bitter smile. Suddenly, someone seemed to remember something and spoke up. By the way, what exactly did Lin Chen find from the loot of the Frost Colossus? I thought I caught a glimpse of yellow light. Could it be an epic tier equipment? Extraordinary equipment. The moment those words were uttered, everyone present felt their hearts constrict violently. You must understand that even these individuals, as high-ranking figures in Jiangnan City, the vast majority of them do not possess equipment of transcendent quality. Only Yang Shu, principal of First High School, and Wang Xing, principal of Third High School, each possess a transcendent grade artifact, which is precisely why their status among Jiangnan City's elite stands above all others. Even the mayor of Jiangnan City would need to treat these two with deference and courtesy. This shows just how crucial extraordinary equipment is to professionals. Extraordinary equipment? If Lin Chen really dropped extraordinary equipment, that would be fantastic. Our entire Jiangnan City urgently needs such items to quickly boost our strength and survive the next beast tide, exclaimed an elderly man in black robes, his eyes lighting up. A middle-aged European-American woman exclaimed excitedly, exactly. Supernatural equipment provides immense enhancements for us professionals. It can even elevate our combat power to the next level. Even Yang Shu frequently nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, then we should discuss how to distribute this transcendent equipment. The group also nodded in agreement, showing their alignment with Yang Shu's stance. Little did they expect an unexpected voice to suddenly speak up from behind. Are you all so certain that Lin Chen would willingly hand over the transcendent equipment? Wang Xing gave a cold chuckle, his face tinged with sarcasm. What do you mean, Wang Xing? Yang Shu sneered. Surely you don't think someone as insignificant as Lin Chen deserves to possess equipment of extraordinary quality, do you? Besides, he's taken the blood-clotting pill. He won't have any potential for growth in the future. At worst, we can just give him some credits and let him live comfortably for the rest of his life. Wouldn't that suffice? Yang Shu said disdainfully. His words gained approval from many, with quite a few people wearing expressions that said, just as it should be. Epic quality equipment. Such items were far too extravagant for someone like Lin Chen. Just like a child carrying gold through a bustling marketplace, it's bound to attract others' greed. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin by provoking the greed of others. In their eyes, Lin Chen simply wasn't worthy of possessing such extraordinary equipment. Nor did he dare refuse the demands of these high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City. After all, it's just a warrior who's taken a coagulation pill. Could he really turn the heavens upside down? Soon, Yang Shu and the others were passionately discussing how to distribute the extraordinary equipment in detail. Only Wang Xing walked silently to a corner alone, not uttering a single word. Chapter 35, The Formidable Winged Bees. The seventh day of the college entrance exams. Today is the final day of the National Vocational Aptitude exams. Many began their final sprint today, frantically hunting vicious beasts to push their scores as high as possible. Others entertained darker thoughts. Some started robbing fellow examinees outright, seizing all the accumulated points from their previous day's efforts. However, no matter which type of examinee they were, all of them worked extremely hard within the trial grounds, scarcely daring to pause for even a moment. Yet, from a small grove at the edge of the trial grounds, intermittent sounds could be heard drifting out. This, no more. I really can't go on. A bewitchingly sweet female voice, like someone pleading for mercy, laced with faint traces of both pain and pleasure, floated softly through the air. Then a clear yet slightly mocking voice rang out. TCH, already worn out? You seemed so confident just moments ago, yet you're spent so quickly. Turns out it was all talk. The coquettish female voice seemed to roll her eyes. And whose fault is that? Now you're blaming me. Ugh, wait, this is scalding hot. Deep within the forest, a young man clad in black robes and an enchanting maiden dressed in crimson garments sat cross-legged on the ground. These two were none other than Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. Before them, a steaming mandarin duck hot pot bubbled vigorously, its pungent aroma wafting through the air as they merrily enjoyed the feast. The two were actually eating hot pot. You should know, this is happening during the National College entrance exams. Other examinees are desperately fighting beasts, too busy for even sleep, all just to earn higher scores for better results. But these two? They're hiding under a tree, eating hot pot, looking relaxed and comfortable, as if they were here on vacation. After the two of them were kicked out, Lin Chen took Mo Hongli to rest here. Mo Hongli's pretty face was flushed red, with a layer of fine sweat glistening on her forehead. The spiciness made her unconsciously stick out the tip of her tongue slightly. This hot pot is way too spicy. My entire mouth feels numb. Lin Chen picked up a slice of beef and popped it into his mouth, taking a sip of ice-cold cola as he did. I told you there was a mild spicy broth option. Who told you to show off and insist on the extra spicy one? Who knew it would be this spicy? Mo Hongli stuck out her tongue slightly in embarrassment, looking utterly adorable. Here's some milk to help with the spiciness. Drink this. Lin Chen rummaged through his backpack before pulling out a bottle of yogurt and handing it to her.
Thank you, Lin Chen.
Mo Honley looked somewhat embarrassed but was truly suffering from the spiciness, quickly unscrewed the lid and took 2 sips. After drinking the yogurt, Mo Honley felt much better, but Lin Chen across from her was staring intently, prompting her to ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen cleared his throat awkwardly and averted his gaze, and nothing. Whether by accident or not, a trace of yogurt had lingered at the corner of Mo Honley's lips. Her rosy little mouth, paired with that yogurt-like appearance, was simply like. Lin Chen guiltily averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, who would have thought his brows suddenly furrowed as he stood up?
What's wrong? What happened?
Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Mo Honley also stood up and asked with some concern.
Lin Chen shook his head. Not a big deal. There's a group of people heading towards us,
and they seem to be quite a few in number.
He could sense it.
A blade mantis patrolling 500 meters away suddenly sent back information indicating that a group of people was approaching this stretch of forest.
Stay here, I'll go check ahead.
With that instruction, Lin Chen summoned a winged bee and, with a lift of his hand, had it carry him into the air, silently gliding toward the other side of the forest. Witnessing this, Mo Honley covered her mouth in astonishment, barely able to believe her eyes.
Is this a skill? Some kind of equipment? Or a pet? It can actually carry someone and fly. You should know, among low-level professionals, the ability to fly was extremely rare. There's a saying that rings true. High ground dominates low ground, easy kills.
No matter how skilled someone on the ground may be, without aerial capabilities, they can only stare helplessly at airborne units. Those controlling the skies, however, can leverage their aerial advantage to gain broader visibility and more tactical options.
Lin Chen's move thoroughly shocked Mo Honley, intensifying her curiosity about his true identity.
On the other side, truly worthy of a second-tier Zerg, so stable and swift in flight, without making a sound.
This is an exceptional aerial combat unit.
Lin Chen dangled beneath the warp wing hornet, nodding in satisfaction. It seems the breeds spawned by this Zerg overlord are far from mere swarming tactics, they're perfectly coordinated war machines working in unison. Before long, under the guidance of the winged bees, Lin Chen quickly approached the edge of the forest. Hidden high up in a tree over a dozen meters above the ground, Lin Chen peered downward and couldn't help but feel a chill of shock.
Lin Qingxue and Huang Xin? How did they get together? At the same time, Lin Qingxue, are you sure about this? Is there really a level 5 ironhide boar in this area? Huang Xin asked the girl beside him.
Lin Qingxue replied cautiously, almost fawning, "How would I dare lie to you, brother Huang? When I passed by here the day before yesterday, there were at least 3 ironhide boars in the woods, all above level 5. As she spoke, Lin Qingxue behaved with extreme caution, even bordering on sycophancy. Hiding in the tree, Lin Chen sneered coldly at the sight. This Lin Qingxue is so polite to others,
yet she shouts and screams at me?
What a hypocrite. Facing Lin Chen, Lin Qingxue had always been at his beck and call, shouting and making a fuss, never giving him a pleasant look. Who would have thought she could be so obsequious to outsiders? Humph, I suppose you wouldn't dare lie. Huang Xin snorted coldly, murmuring as if talking to himself.
After killing these ironhide boars, my family points will break 1,000. Then I can choose any university in the country at will.
What a pity, Lu Yanran actually stepped in to protect that Lin Chen guy.
Humph, whatever.
We'll deal with it when we return to the real world.
At most, I'll just hire a few hitmen to eliminate him in the city.
Thinking this, Huang Xin felt much better. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "A few of you, go scout the path ahead." People immediately responded from behind him and disappeared into the woods.
Then, Huang Xin glanced at Lin Qingxue beside him with a strange smile.
Tisk tsk, Lin Qingxue, right? I heard you're Lin Chen's sister.
Do you know where Lin Chen is now?
Lin Chen?
Humph. He probably died somewhere long ago.
Lin Qingxue frowned and snorted coldly.
Besides, he's not my brother, not even related by blood. Chapter 36, Annihilating the Team with One Strike.
Lin Qingxue emphasized this point deliberately. Her sole purpose was to avoid having any connection with Lin Chen. In her view, Lin Chen would only restrict her freedom, even preventing her from meeting her beloved brother Li Kuan. Having moved out on her own, it was equivalent to completely severing ties with Lin Chen. From then on, there would be no connection whatsoever.
Humph. You probably never imagined this, Lin Chen, but I've already forged ties with the school's Huang Xin. I'll definitely achieve outstanding results in this college entrance exam. And you, probably still struggling in some insignificant place? Ha ha ha. Looking at Huang Xin's high-quality equipment, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but feel excited. If I can get over 700 points, I'll be able to go to Modi University. That was Li Kuan's dream. I must attend the same university as brother Li Kuan. Then, all this effort of siding with Huang Xin won't have been in vain.
The mere thought of Li Kuan's handsome face made Lin Qingxue's heart feel sweet. Just yesterday, disregarding the pockmarked Zhao Lu's desperate pleas, Lin Qingxue directly left the team to join Huang Xian's side. At that moment, Lin Qingxue had said, "Zhao Lu, if you truly like me, then don't stop me from becoming better." Without looking back, she promptly joined Huang Xian's team.
Of course, Huang Xian only allowed Lin Qingxue to join the team because she could provide the coordinates of several level 5 ferocious beasts.
Otherwise, what use is a level 3 new priest?
He wouldn't even spare you a glance.
Huang Xian shot a glance at Lin Qingxue lost in her fantasies beside him and sneered inwardly. "Once we kill those level 5 ferocious beasts, I'm kicking you to the curb immediately. Trash healers like this can't even heal properly, staying in the party just to freeload.
After all, we're the elite." Huang Xian was extremely arrogant.
This group of people consisted entirely of professionals handpicked either by the clan or by himself. These individuals had all been groomed by the family. Not only were they fiercely loyal to him, but their combat abilities were also incomparably superior to those of ordinary examinees.
It was precisely because of these people that Huang Xian could steadily maintain his position within the top 10 of the points ranking.
As he pondered this, Huang Xian suddenly furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, "Why has that group taken so long to scout ahead? Could they have run into trouble?" Before his words had even fully faded. At this moment, everyone in the team heard several sharp alert tones.
Ding!
Team member Han Fei has been critically injured and collapsed. Team member Su Chang has been critically injured and collapsed.
Team member. What? Huang Xian's face flashed with astonishment, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets.
Keep in mind, the 5 men he had sent were all his trusted subordinates, each at level 5. Even if they encountered a level 6 ferocious beast, they stood a fighting chance when united. Yet these men had been defeated almost simultaneously. Could there be a beast above level 10 lurking here? A terrifying thought instantly arose in Huang Xian's mind.
Before Huang Xian could come to a conclusion, a burst of laughter echoed from the woods.
"He, never thought I'd run into you here, Huang Xian." A lone figure stood atop a towering ancient tree, looking down at their group from above. At the sight of this person, both Lin Qingxue and Huang Xian startled simultaneously.
"Lin Chen? Lin Chen, what are you doing here?" The figure in the tree was none other than Lin Chen, dressed entirely in black.
"I didn't expect to meet you here either. Perhaps it's fate bringing enemies together," Lin Chen said calmly.
"Fate bringing enemies together?
Humph, I'd say you've walked right into your own trap."
Huang Xian quickly recovered from his shock and let out a sinister laugh.
"Back then, with Lu Yanran protecting you, I spared your life out of respect for the Lu family.
Who would have thought I'd run into you here? Don't blame me for showing no mercy now." With that, Huang Xian swiftly waved his hand.
"Go. All of you lock onto Lin Chen as the target, make sure he dies right here."
"Yes." A unified response echoed from behind him. Immediately, the 3 mages in the squad launched their attacks first. Fireball spell. Die now. Fire blast.
2 fireballs and a flame ray locked onto Lin Chen, rapidly hurtling toward him.
Too slow.
With a light laugh, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a nearly 2-meter-long blue flying bee descended from the sky, effortlessly carrying him away from the 3 incoming attacks.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned. What is that? Is it a contracted beast? Or a mount? How come this thing can also fly? That's absolutely terrifying.
A crowd of people showed looks of astonishment. You see, flight was a unique ability of high-ranking professionals and was extremely rare among these examinees. Having the ability to fly would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage in battle. For example, right now, Lin Chen was circling in the air as if showing off, while most people below could only stare helplessly, completely powerless.
Because among these people, the vast majority were melee professions like warriors or knights, and among the ranged professions, priests possessed very few offensive abilities.
The mages' skills all missed and were still on cooldown. This resulted in Lin Chen being practically invincible while mid-air.
Huang Xian was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this just downright cheating?
He looked up at Lin Chen in the air, his eyes filled not just with shock, but even more so with bewilderment.
Didn't Lu Yanran say that the reason Lin Chen could kill the Frost Colossus was because he took the coagulation pill? So why does Lin Chen also have a flying contracted fierce beast? What on earth is going on here? Gritting his teeth, Huang Xian roared furiously, "Lin Chen, what kind of ability is it to cower and hide in the air?
If you're a real man, come down and face us head-on."
Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully, "Head-on? Even in a head-on fight, you'd still be no match." Who is Lin Chen? The Zerg Overlord. Every Zerg unit could provide Lin Chen with a certain percentage of their attributes. It could be said that Lin Chen's current attributes were already on par with those of some level 10 plus professionals.
Fighting against these examinees with average levels of only 4 to 5 would be as easy as Tyson taking on a kindergarten.
"Gentlemen, why have you all stopped? If you won't make a move, then I won't hold back."
Lin Chen floated through the air, roaring with laughter. Then, with a low shout, he cried, "Flame shock!" Several streaks of fiery light descended from the sky, carrying a scorching aura of danger as they targeted the group on the ground.
Not good. Huang Xian's instincts screamed in alarm. A layer of black light shimmered over his body as he swiftly retrieved a small shield from his backpack, bracing to defend. However, boom! The fiery streaks struck like bombs, triggering wave after wave of deafening explosions across the ground. Ah! Damn it, my equipment shattered. I'm critically wounded and down. Ugh. The crowd below offered almost no resistance before collapsing to the ground with severe injuries. 3 seconds ago, their health bars had still been a healthy green. But now everyone was left with just a sliver of health. Even now, just a single level 1 beast could wipe them all out. One hit. With just one strike, Lin Chen annihilated this entire squad of 20 to 30 people. Chapter 37, Beyond Mercy. Though he didn't strike to kill, the difference was negligible. Only 2 people remained standing unharmed, dumbfoundedly gazing at everything before them. They were Huang Xian and Lin Qingxue. Huang Xian stared at his surroundings, utterly shocked. He absolutely couldn't comprehend why Lin Chen could be so formidable. Wasn't he just someone who barely managed to kill the Frost Colossus by taking a blood coagulation pill? Why did just one strike shatter my proud elite team? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The effects of the coagulation pill should only last 2 hours at most. It should have worn off by now. So how can you still be this powerful? That's impossible. After a long silence, Huang Xian finally murmured to himself, as if speaking solely for his own ears. Only at this moment did he realize why Lin Chen had faced him with such calm composure that day. Because the one seeking death had never been Lin Chen, it had always been himself. Blood coagulation pill? I never admitted to using such a thing. Heh, these were all just your own assumptions. Lin Chen said calmly. Taking the blood coagulation pill was entirely Lu Yanran's assumption. He had never said anything of the sort. Moreover, that devastating strike earlier wasn't solely his doing. It was the combined result of 10 flame worms unleashing their skills simultaneously. That's why it had such tremendous force. Of course, despite the immense power of this move, it also placed a considerable burden on Lin Chen. First, his mana reserves were nearly depleted, and he felt mentally exhausted as well. Although the Zerg Overlord could freely use any ability of existing Zerg units, doing so required channeling a small amount of mental energy and mana. The mana expenditure wasn't overly high when activating individual abilities, but simultaneously deploying so many skills at once resulted in tremendous consumption. Even with Lin Chen's current mental strength, he almost couldn't hold on. It seems I'll need to enhance my mental attributes in the future. Shaking his head to clear the discomfort from his mind, Lin Chen turned his gaze back to Huang Xian before him, revealing a faint smile. Then, he slowly began walking toward him. Huang Xian, it seems we need to settle some accounts properly. Originally, I didn't even intend to kill you, at most, I just thought you were a particularly annoying fly. Who knew you'd actually try to kill me? In that case, don't blame me for what comes next. I don't have any hobbies worth remembering. Some things are better done sooner rather than later, don't you think? Lin Chen's voice was utterly indifferent. Yet, to Huang Xian's ears, it was like the devil's haunting whisper, chilling him to the bone. Lin Chen, you can't kill me, you can't. I belong to the Huang family, I'm the eldest son of the Huang family. If you dare kill me, my father will never let you off. Lin Chen, what do you want? Money? Or equipment? I can give you anything. Just don't kill me. As Lin Chen approached, Huang Xian immediately broke into tears and began begging for mercy. At this moment, the ferocity and cruelty on his face vanished. In its place were expressions of sheer terror and panic. Money? Equipment? Heh, with all due respect, a minor Huang family doesn't even register on my radar. Lin Chen appeared deaf to both pleas and threats as he strode decisively toward Huang Xian, drawing flowing fire sword and thrusting it forward in one fluid motion. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Huang Xian's eyes bulged wide with horrified disbelief that Lin Chen actually dared to execute him. Then, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Huang Xian, dead. You have killed a professional. Huang Xian, wanted level +1. A notification echoed in Lin Chen's ears, but he spoke with a hint of disdain. In this life, you'll still be the first person I kill. Heh. Though, if one wants to stand at the pinnacle of this world in the future, the sin value will surely grow larger and larger. After silently voicing these 2 sentences in his heart, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the figure nearby, Lin Qingxue. At this moment, Lin Qingxue was completely petrified, trembling uncontrollably, her gaze at Lin Chen filled with terror as if she were staring at a demon crawled straight from the depths of the underworld. In her perception, Lin Chen was nothing but a weak and useless fool, a punching bag for anyone at school. And now, this Lin Chen had slain in a single move the very Huang Xian and his group she had just been fawning over. The stark contrast left Lin Qingxue's mind utterly unable to process it, a chaotic mess like stirred paste. After glancing indifferently at Lin Qingxue, Lin Chen promptly lost interest. He neither knew how Lin Qingxue had gotten involved with Huang Xian, nor cared to find out. Out of gratitude for his adoptive parents' kindness, Lin Chen chose not to kill Lin Qingxue.
However, that was all he would concede. Likewise, Lin Chen would not extend any help or assistance to Lin Qingxue. In my previous life, Lin Qingxue had always been my burden, keeping my level stagnant at 90. Without her, I could have gone even further. In this life, I am the Zerg Overlord. Without Lin Qingxue as a shackle, I will undoubtedly stand at the peak of the world. Given what you did in your past life, not taking action against you is already the utmost leniency. Consider it my repayment for my adoptive parents' kindness. Lin Chen's eyes shone bright, his heart pure as crystal. After a brief glance at Lin Qingxue, he turned and left without hesitation. Wait, Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen depart, Lin Qingxue immediately panicked, reaching out to stop him. Lin Chen, stop right there, or I'll get angry. Lin Chen, you. In the past, hearing these words would have made Lin Chen turn around immediately. But in this life, with just a few leaps, Lin Chen's figure vanished into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Lin Chen. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure disappear, for some unknown reason, Lin Qingxue suddenly felt an intense emptiness in her heart. It was as if she had lost something extremely important. 2 crystal-clear tears streamed down her cheeks and fell to the ground. After a moment, Lin Qingxue wiped away her tears and stopped crying. Her originally delicate face now showed a trace of determination. Lin Chen, you've gotten something good, so you're abandoning me? Humph, just wait and see, I'll prove that I'm stronger than you. After saying these 2 words, Lin Qingxue turned and walked away in a certain direction. Only a group of severely injured people remained lying on the ground, awaiting rescue. Suddenly, someone sighed and said, "This Lin Chen actually killed young Master Huang? He's really in trouble now." Someone immediately nodded in agreement. Isn't that the truth? The Huang family is one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan City, and young Master Huang was the sole heir. The family head is probably going to be furious. Still, Lin Chen is truly formidable, just one move reduced us to this state. Someone recalled the earlier scene, their voice trembling slightly. Heh, so what if he's strong? He's only got this kind of power because he took the coagulation pills. When the Huang family makes their move, what good will any amount of coagulation pills do him? One person sneered dismissively. Everyone nodded in agreement with this statement. Exactly. It's just the effect of the drugs. Lin Chen's own strength is probably negligible. The Huang family is going to be furious this time. Lin Chen, you're dead. Chapter 38. Would you like to move in with me? Returning to the woods. What's wrong, Lin Chen? What happened? Seeing his figure, Mo Hongli immediately came forward to meet him. Lin Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "Nothing much, just took care of that minor nuisance Huang Xin." Huang Xin? Hearing this name, Mo Hongli was startled. You didn't beat him up, did you? That guy is someone you really don't want to mess with. Rumor has it their family patriarch is a level 30 professional, and he's vengeful to the core, holding grudges fiercely. Those who provoke his family never end up well. Lin Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. Hurt him? Ha, no, I simply killed him. Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You killed him? This is going to be trouble. During the college entrance examination, killing is strictly prohibited. However, since it involves combat between professionals, danger is inevitable. Thus, with proper justification, one can avoid certain punishments. For example, if the other party struck first or failed to stop in time. But avoiding official punishment doesn't mean escaping consequences from external forces. Especially for powerful families like the Huang family, if Huang Xin were harmed here, even if authorities turned a blind eye, his clan would certainly take covert action. Trouble? Put. Just a minor Huang family, hardly worth calling trouble. Lin Chen spoke with lazy indifference. For an ordinary professional, a level 30 professional truly carries considerable intimidation, because one must understand that the lifetime ceiling for a regular professional is only around a dozen levels. A level 30 professional is more than enough to make them look up in awe. But for Lin Chen, who possesses the Zerg Overlord, it was merely the beginning. You must understand, in his previous life he was already a level 90 Blood Warlock, the pinnacle of power in Dragon Country. In this life, possessing the Zerg Overlord grants him truly limitless potential. What significance does some mere level 30 professional hold? Lin Chen, do you even realize the magnitude of this situation? If the Huang family decides to move against you, even as a level 20 professional, you'd barely have a chance at survival. Mo Hongli spoke with great concern, her voice filled with urgency. Lin Chen casually shook his head. It doesn't matter. After all, I'll be leaving Jiangnan City after the college entrance exams to attend university. I refuse to believe the Huang family's reach extends far enough in Jiangnan City, let alone that they could casually commit murder on a university campus. You must realize, the universities in this world were nothing like the ones from Lin Chen's hometown.
though they might look similar on the surface, but the core is entirely different. The university in my hometown was just an educational institution, but the universities in this world could be considered sect-like powers, because they not only provided cultural education but also trained professionals in various ranks. This resulted in every university wielding formidable influence, even comparable to the high-ranking officials of major cities. That makes sense, it's for the best too. After pondering for a moment, Mo Homely gently nodded her head. Suddenly, blushing slightly, she whispered, How about you stay at my place for a few days? Stay at your place? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. Don't overthink it. Mo Homely pouted with a delicate flush spreading across her petite face, the rosy hue creeping down her fair neck like the ripest honey peach. Her shimmering gaze betrayed both an alluring charm and a bashful shyness. I'm just repaying you for helping me level up these past few days. Don't read anything more into it. After all, our Mo family ranks among Jiangnan City's 4 great clans. Though we may not match the Huang family's power, we can still offer you some protection enough to prevent easy assassination attempts. If you really feel uneasy, just take me grinding again after the college entrance exams. That'll be repayment enough. Lin Chen pondered slightly and then nodded. Very well, then I'll accept it without further protest. After all, he had been thinking about moving out of that apartment anyway. Nominally, the apartment was intended for both Lin Chen and Lin Qingxue, but Lin Chen didn't want to have anything to do with it, lest his conscience be troubled. Staying at Mo Homely's place for now is also a viable option. It's settled then. Mo Homely's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The final day of the college entrance exams was exceptionally bloody. According to statistics, in Jiangnan City alone, a total of 29 examinees lost their lives, with countless others injured. Many people emerged from the teleportation portals with visible injuries. Those who only had bloodstains or minor cuts were considered relatively lucky. Countless others suffered broken bones, and some even lost entire arms or legs. Of course, with the miraculous powers of professional healers, their injuries could be completely cured, though it would cost them a fortune in credits. After everyone had assembled, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City reappeared on the sports field. The principals of the 3 major high schools stood together on the elevated platform. Countless eyes were fixed intently on a massive stone tablet at the center of the square. This stone tablet served as the interface for tallying the scores. The identity of this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer will be revealed any moment now. Principal Wang, who do you think will be this year's top scorer? Yang Shu, principal of number 1 high school, suddenly asked. Wang Xing replied casually, Didn't we see the rankings? It must be that student codenamed Dominator, Lin Chen. I beg to differ, old Wang. Yang Shu chuckled and waved his hand in disagreement. You're well aware that using drugs to enhance performance in the college entrance exams, though not prohibited, violates the principle of fairness in the examination. Thus, the trial steel will only record the points Lin Chen earned before taking the coagulation pill, and after its effects wore off, anything gained while the pill was active doesn't count. After deducting the points from the drug effect, do you think Lin Chen still has a shot at the top spot? Wang Xing fell silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and said, You'll know when we proceed. Yang Shu chuckled. Aside from Lin Chen, Lu Yanran and Li Hu have the highest chances of becoming the top scorers in the college entrance exams. And among them, Li Hu's odds are even greater. Honestly, if I hadn't lent Li Hu that frost iron light blade, I'd be a bit uncertain too. Hearing this, the surrounding executives twitched their eyelids involuntarily. What? You lent your treasured tempered equipment to Li Hu? Holy crap, Principal Yang, that equipment is your lifeline. How could you bear to part with it? The frost iron light blade was the weapon Yang Shu had been renowned for using for years. Though officially classified only as rare grade, through special forging and enhancement processes performed by certain crafting professionals, its attributes far surpassed those of ordinary rare equipment. One could say its attributes were second only to legendary grade equipment. Precisely for this reason, Yang Shu treated it as his most treasured possession and never showed it to anyone. This time, he was actually willing to lend it out, truly going all in. That's exactly why I'm so certain. With Lin Chen out of the picture, Li Hu is undoubtedly going to be the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exams. Yang Shu lifted his head proudly, speaking with immense arrogance. Chapter 39, The College Entrance Exam ends. Everyone around couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's right, Li Hu should steadily take first place this time. With an inherently combat-oriented profession combined with his cold iron light blade, securing the top position isn't surprising at all. Then congratulations must be in order first for Principal Yang. Principal Yang, congratulations on yet again securing the city's top scorer in the National College Entrance Exams. A group of people immediately began offering their congratulations to Yang Shu. With evident pride, Yang Shu graciously accepted the praise, while still modestly waving his hand. It's nothing extraordinary. It's merely that our number 1 high school gathers outstanding talents from this blessed land,
producing a few geniuses every year, hee hee. Then, as if to rub salt in the wound, Yang Shu deliberately turned his head and asked with a mocking grin, hee hee, old Wang, are you thoroughly convinced now? It seems this year's top scholar is mine again, even though you have Lu Yanran and that other one who took the coagulation pill. Wang Xing's face twitched briefly before he calmly replied, there's no point in more words, let's just wait for the final results. Humph, you won't admit defeat until you're utterly crushed. Yang Shu shook his head, thoroughly convinced that Wang Xing was merely putting on a brave front. At that very moment, the massive stone monument on the playground suddenly erupted with dazzling rays of light, startling everyone present. All eyes immediately turned toward it, fixated. The results are about to come out. Phew, I wonder what rank my final score will be. This time I've earned 540 points, that should be enough to get me into a decent mid-tier school, right? I've earned 456 points, more than enough to get into my dream university based on last year's cutoff. I wonder if the benchmark will change this year. Countless people held their breaths, gazing at the stone tablet. On the tablet, characters slowly began to emerge. No 102,789, Shaoli, final score, 0. No 98,741, Li Dao, final score, 227. No 78,547, Lin Qingxue, final score, 326. No 10,784, Lu Feng, final score, 578. Everyone looked at their results. Though they had score terminals in hand and most already knew their approximate rankings, many still leaped with excitement. More common, however, were sighs of disappointment and crestfallen expressions. Yet at this moment, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City had no attention to spare for the students' joys and sorrows. Their frantic gazes were fixed on the very top of the monument, where the top 10 rankings were displayed. First place, Lin Chen, Dominator, final score, 24789. Second place, Mo Honli, final score, 2272. Third place, Li Hu, final score, 1374. Fourth place, Lu Yanran, final score, 1272. Lin Chen's name stood prominently at the top of the list, far ahead of the rest. The golden numbers at the summit gleamed brilliantly. The square fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the stone tablet in stunned disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. After a long moment, as if an explosion had erupted, the square burst into heated discussion. Am I seeing this right? Over 24,000 points? This. Could the score monument be broken? What's broken is your brain. This monument is an epic quality artifact issued uniformly by the authorities. How could it possibly malfunction? Gasp. Over 24,000 points? That's absolutely insane. Could that Lin Chen be cheating? If he's not cheating, I'll eat my words. You know. For ordinary professionals, scoring 500 points is already considered quite good enough to get into a mid-tier university. Even prodigies like Li Hu and Lu Yanran, who managed to obtain 1,000 points, had already given their all. Who would have thought? Yet Lin Chen alone obtained over 20,000 points? This is simply astounding. Such an achievement is unheard of, not just in Jiangnan City. Even within the entire Dragon Nation, this is absolutely unprecedented. Among the crowd, Lu Yanran and Li Hu, each hidden in their own secluded corners, wore expressions of shock and bewilderment. I didn't even make it to the top 3 of the rankings? Lin Chen, how could he have earned such high points? Lu Yanran clenched her silver teeth in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Hu smashed the table in front of him in half with a single punch. That Lin Chen, didn't he use blood coagulation pills? Why are his scores still valid? This isn't fair. Further away, looking at the stone tablet, Zhou Wen's face froze in utter astonishment. That Lin Chen, wasn't he supposed to be useless? How did he manage to earn so many points? Even Mo Honli, following him, gained so many points and became second place? Damn it! If only we hadn't kicked those two out, my ranking could have improved significantly. Zhou Wen and his teammates behind him were all plunged into deep regret. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City were utterly dumbfounded. Yang Shu, who had been gloating only moments before, had his smile freeze instantly on his face as if he had swallowed flies the moment the results were announced. Then, his expression swiftly changed to one of utter disbelief. A crowd nearby began murmuring among themselves. What do you mean? TW 20,000 points? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hiss, how long has it been since we've seen such a score? I only remember 300 years ago, when the Dragon Kingdom's war god scored over 10,000 points. But even that war god couldn't compare to this Lin Chen. Could the monument be malfunctioning? No way. This is a legendary artifact, and there's no official notification. Everything should be normal. Could it be that Lin Chen actually earned 20,000 points? But didn't he take the coagulation pill? His results shouldn't count by the rules. Unless he never used it? The crowd fell into stunned silence. They all struggled to accept this explanation, but the cold reality was reminding them that this was real, not a dream. If that's really the case, then didn't Lin Chen kill that frost colossus with his own strength, and even obtain 20,000 points? A composed man suddenly spoke up. Impossible. Maybe he used some similar item instead. After all, while such things are rare, there are quite a few varieties out there. Someone immediately refuted. The Frost Colossus was a level 10 third-tier boss after all. Not to mention a newly awakened warrior. Even seasoned fighters like them wouldn't dare claim they could achieve such flawless, effortless kills. What kind of profession could possibly possess such formidable combat prowess? Absolutely impossible. Wang Xing sighed, a glimmer of joy and relief flashing through his eyes as he calmly remarked, regardless, let's finish the entrance exams first. The others had no choice but to agree. Immediately, the three principals moved simultaneously, appearing atop the high platform. The murmurs on the playground gradually quieted down. Countless pairs of eyes gazed toward the three principals on the platform with reverence and admiration. After exchanging glances, the three principals retrieved their meticulously prepared speeches and began their addresses. Everyone, this year's National College Entrance Examination has concluded successfully. Wishing you all a boundless future. Finally, the three principals addressed everyone simultaneously. They then exited the stage. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause erupted on the playground, and all the students cheered. Even Lin Chen, standing in an inconspicuous corner, had a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The college entrance examination was over, yet his journey had only just begun. Chapter 40, The Principal's Invitation. Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer. A fragrant breeze swept by as Mo Hongli, clad in a flowing red dress, suddenly appeared from one side, smiling softly as she spoke. Having shed her heavy armor, Mo Hongli's flawless silhouette was exquisitely accentuated by the figure-hugging dress. With every slight movement, one could almost sense something threatening to burst forth. Complemented by her near-perfect, enchantingly delicate face, the surrounding men all cast either passionate or envious glances her way. The passion came from Mo Hongli's stunning beauty. She was utterly comparable to Lu Yenran in every way. The envy, however, stemmed from the fact that Mo Hongli walked straight toward a rather plain-looking young man whose only notable feature was a somewhat delicate appearance. Top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam? Lin Chen shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. Having lived 2 lifetimes and once stood at the pinnacle of the world, Lin Chen's heart remained composed, as tranquil as an ancient well without a ripple, neither overbearing nor servile. A mere top scholar was hardly enough to evoke any excitement in him. Still, I should thank you, Lin Chen, for leveling up with me. Otherwise, there's no way I could have earned 2,000 points with this score, Mo Hongli said with a radiant smile, her voice sweet and lively. Didn't you let me stay at your place too? We each got what we needed, Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle. Speaking of which, this is my family's token. Mo Hongli suddenly seemed to remember something, flipping her hand to retrieve a token from her backpack and handing it over. The token appeared to be cast from brass, looking quite exquisite, with the character Mo engraved on it. Alright, thanks. I'll head over after packing up at home. Lin Chen nodded. Oh, and be careful. The Huang family has probably gotten the news by now. They usually act fast. Mo Hongli added as a reminder. I understand. Lin Chen chuckled casually and said, you should also be cautious. After all, many people saw us together back then. Mo Hongli shook her head. No matter how powerful the Huang family is, they wouldn't dare move against me recklessly. Otherwise, the two families would surely fight to the death. As the two were talking, a calm voice suddenly spoke up behind them. Lin Chen, the school principals request your presence. Please come with me. A tall middle-aged man clad in plate armor stood behind Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, his expression stern as he spoke. Behind him followed over a dozen similarly armored individuals, each with a minimum level of 10. The leader of the group was an astonishing level 15, and what's more, a holder of a hidden profession. Looking for me? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Perhaps they're looking to congratulate you. After all, you are the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exams, and might even be the nationwide champion. Mo Hongli also found it strange but could only offer consolation. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Congratulations? If they really wanted to congratulate me, they would have mentioned me during the speech earlier, not waited until now to seek me out. Most likely, there's some other matter, and it's definitely no good news. Thinking this, Lin Chen's expression remained impassive, revealing no hint of his thoughts. He merely replied calmly, since the principal wants to see me, I'll just follow along. Then, turning to Mo Hongli, he said, I'll take my leave now and head to your place shortly. With that said, Lin Chen clasped his hands behind his back and followed the man as they walked off in a certain direction. After walking for a while, they entered a modestly sized room. As Lin Chen pushed the door open, he saw over a dozen impeccably dressed individuals, all turning their gaze toward him with mixed expressions. Some were curious, others scornful, some sneered, and a few even wore a hint of pity in their eyes. But above all, greed. It was as if Lin Chen wasn't a person, but a piece of fat meat. An ordinary student would undoubtedly be nervous and stammer under the gaze of so many important figures. Yet Lin Chen remained perfectly composed, walking calmly to the center of the room without arrogance or servility. After surveying the surroundings, he spoke clearly. "Everyone, I am Lin Chen. What can I do for you?" In the room, the group exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of admiration in the other's eyes. This young man is extraordinary, though a good mentality doesn't necessarily equate to formidable combat strength. Yet, to remain poised and composed at such a young age speaks volumes about his emotional maturity. At this age, it's truly quite rare. Lin Chen, first of all, congratulations, you've become this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam for Jiangnan City. Yang Shu stood up, looking down at Lin Chen with an air of superiority. Secondly, we also reviewed some of your recorded footage from the National College entrance exams. I'll be straightforward, we're very interested in that legendary yellow tier equipment you obtained from defeating the Frost Colossus. Name your price. We'll buy it. Yang Shu's tone carried an air of absolute finality. It was as if he wasn't making a request, but issuing a command. Yellow grade equipment? Lin Chen's heart tightened. They mistook the legendary grade equipment dropped from the Frost Golem as transcendent grade? Heh, makes sense. If it were truly legendary, they'd have reported it to the authorities immediately. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Supernatural equipment? Heh, I do indeed have one piece. With a flick of his hand, Lin Chen produced a necklace in his palm. It was the Crystal Omniscience. The yellow flash instantly caught the attention of everyone in the room. All eyes were deeply drawn to this necklace. Legendary equipment. It truly is legendary equipment. Crystal Omniscience? Though it's an accessory instead of a weapon or armor, what a pity, it's still of transcendent quality. TSK, this equipment is perfect for me. Yang Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, his face alight with exhilaration. This passive is way too overpowered. A 10% probability increase actually doubles the trigger chance of my core passive skill, Bloody Roar. TSK, this piece of equipment, I must have it. Seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Now I understand why they suddenly invited me, they had their eyes on my belongings all along. Too bad though. You want my gear? It won't be that easy. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. In his previous life, Lin Chen would likely have succumbed to their intimidating presence and obediently handed over the equipment. After all, no matter how powerful an individual is, can they truly contend against an entire group? Moreover, it's a coalition of top officials from Jiangnan City. But in this life, Lin Chen is the Zerg overlord. With the Zerg army at his side, Lin Chen possesses the power to challenge the world. Noble families? Guilds? County elite? Before the Zerg army, they can only turn to dust. Chapter 41. So what if we refuse to give face? Amidst the covetous gazes of everyone, Lin Chen sneered as he spoke. I do indeed possess extraordinary equipment, as you've all seen. But I won't sell it. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the entire conference room froze solid. Instantly, the greed in the eyes of those executives transformed into icy shock, directed at Lin Chen with a hint of murderous intent. They could hardly believe that a mere level 6 professional would dare to refuse the orders of such important figures. Lin Chen, what do you mean? Are you afraid we can't afford to pay? Heh, just name your price. As long as it's within our means, we absolutely won't refuse. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yang Shu's eyes, but it was quickly concealed as he spoke to Lin Chen in a low voice. Price? Ha! This supreme-tier extraordinary equipment rivals even some perfect quality gear in value. Do you really think you're wealthy enough to afford it? Lin Chen sneered. Of course, if you can produce a genuine piece of perfect quality equipment or 200 million credits, I might consider selling this item to you. Lin Chen, you're being utterly insolent. A burly man shouted coldly, glaring fiercely as his aura erupted, bearing down on Lin Chen. This muscular man was a level 32 warrior, his bloodlust terrifyingly potent, ferocious as a tiger or wolf. An ordinary level 6 professional would have been trembling in dread, drenched in cold sweat, unable to utter a single word. But who was Lin Chen? Zerg overlord. Facing the oppressive aura emanating from this man, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and silently issued a command within his heart. Within the overlord's domain, hundreds of Zerg creatures roared in unison. Even the massive stone steel emitted a streak of light, which instead shot straight into the burly man's eyes. Ah! The burly man let out a yell, his mind going blank as if struck by a heavy hammer. When he finally regained his senses, he felt drenched in cold sweat, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a bone-chilling coldness, as if it had drilled into his very being, filling him with overwhelming terror. His own aura, compared to that coldness, was like fireflies against the bright moon, utterly incomparable. How could that be? Could that aura have come from Lin Chen? The burly man was terrified out of his wits, unconsciously retreating several more steps. What's wrong, Lu Shan? The others looked at the burly man in confusion and asked. Lu Shan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head awkwardly. It's nothing. carry on. The crowd gave him a strange look, but didn't pay it much mind. Lin Chen, your terms are excessive, we can't accept them, Yang Shu said bluntly. You must know, while transcendent grade equipment is rarely put up for sale, its transaction price generally stays under 10 million credit points. Even if your gear has exceptional special effects, it shouldn't command such an outrageous price. You'd better change your terms. Then don't blame me, it's your own fault for not being able to afford it, Lin Chen said with a grin, spreading his hands. I've named my price. If you can't match it, whose fault is that? Yang Shu narrowed his eyes, flashing a cold gleam as he said icily, Lin Chen, you're asking price. Well, that might not be entirely unacceptable. How about this, you hand over the equipment to us first. We'll write you an IOU and pay you in installments. What do you say? This way, you get your desired price, and we get the equipment. Wouldn't that be a perfect solution for both sides? Lin Chen didn't even think before shaking his head in refusal. Impossible. I never accept IOUs. What a joke. Signing IOUs and installment payments with these people? It's blatantly obvious these guys want to renege and get my equipment for free. How could I possibly let them have their way? Lin Chen, this won't do. That won't do. Are you trying to disrespect us? A trace of anger surfaced on Yang Shu's face as he questioned coldly. Lin Chen's repeated refusals had finally provoked his wrath. In his view, as a dignified level 33 professional and the principal of First High School, any ordinary student should treat him with the utmost respect. But this Lin Chen was actually this arrogant. What if I refuse to give you the respect you think you deserve? Lin Chen chuckled lightly and spoke with calm indifference. These words were like tossing a massive boulder into a calm lake, instantly stirring up towering waves. What did you say? You insolent brat! How dare you speak like that? Lin Chen, I'll remember you. Everyone present glared at Lin Chen with fury, hurling insults at him without hesitation. Lin Chen, however, scoffed and said, Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that, he strode out the door and departed without looking back. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure fade into the distance, Yang Shu glanced around and said solemnly, Everyone, quiet down, please. Only then did the crowd stop their chatter and turn their attention to Yang Shu. Yang Shu took a deep breath and said coldly, This transcendent piece of equipment holds significant importance for Jiangnan City. No matter how much effort it takes, we must acquire it. Even if Lin Chen refuses, it'll be the same. Hearing this, a cold glint and murderous intent flickered in everyone's eyes. That's right. At this point, there's no other way but to kill and seize the treasure. They couldn't care less. After all, besides being high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City, each of them is an advanced professional. How many lives have they taken? 1 or 2 would be the least of it. Merely some Lin Chen, they couldn't give a damn about him. Principal Yang, our Li family will also be involved in this matter. Yes, I'll join as well. Count me in. I will dispatch assassins. One high-ranking official after another hastily voiced their commitments. After all, they needed to participate in the assassination of Lin Chen to have even the slightest claim over obtaining that extraordinary equipment. In an instant, apart from a few high-ranking individuals like the Mo family and Wang Xing, nearly everyone had expressed their willingness to join this operation. Very well. Since everyone thinks this way, I'll speak plainly. Yang Shu nodded in satisfaction, then seemed to recall something before bluntly adding, Patriarch Mo and Principal Wang Xing, if you two aren't joining us, would you mind stepping outside? Mo family's head, Mo Qingyun, and third highest principal Wang Xing exchanged glances, shared a bitter smile, and rose to leave the room. Old Wang, I never expected you wouldn't even be interested in supernatural equipment, skipping this operation entirely? The moment they stepped outside, Mo Qingyun probed with his words. Head Mo. We're old acquaintances after all. Isn't it just that you want to know about Lin Chen's situation? Why beat around the bush? Wang Xing responded with a faint smile. Mo Qingyun let out a hearty laugh, showing no trace of embarrassment, and pressed on. Principal Wang, you're as sharp as ever. I won't beat around the bush then, I just wanted to ask what's the deal with Lin Chen? Why did even you give up on competing for transcendent grade gear because of him? Chapter 42, Assassination in Shanghai University. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xing shook his head and said, It's just intuition. I always feel that this Lin Chen isn't as simple as he seems. Oh, so you're saying Lin Chen managed to defeat the Frost Colossus not because of consuming blood coagulation pills? Mo Qingyun suddenly grew intrigued, feeling somewhat astonished. You should know, the Frost Colossus is a level 10, third-tier boss. Its strength is even comparable to some level 15 bosses. How could a candidate possibly solo kill such a ferocious beast? I'm not entirely sure either, but I have this vague feeling that provoking Lin Chen might lead to serious consequences. Wang Xing shook his head and spoke calmly. Besides, even if we could snatch that equipment from Lin Chen, that bastard Yang Shu has probably already set his sights on it. I don't want to compete with someone like him. The two continued conversing as they walked toward the area outside Ang. And at the same moment, Huang family estate. What? Huang Xin is dead? Who did this? Who did this? In the luxurious living room, Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family, smashed a table to pieces with a single slap and stood up with a furious roar. His face was contorted with rage, veins bulging like writhing earthworms, creating a terrifying sight. Huang Xian was Huang Wentian's only son, usually doted upon to the extent that his father never even scolded him harshly. Today was supposed to be the day when Huang Xian returned triumphant after finishing his college entrance exams, an occasion the entire family had been eagerly anticipating. Who would have thought that instead of exam results, what arrived was news of Huang Xian's death? Before him, several men clad in black knelt trembling on the ground. "Oh, old master, young master was murdered during the national college entrance exams." One man gulped and stammered. "The killer's name is Lin Chen, this year's top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exams." Lin Chen? Huang Wentian searched his memory for this name before shaking his head. Seems like a nobody? Humph. Yet this person could take my son's life and become this year's top scorer. He doesn't seem easy to touch. Could my son have just died in vain? Huang Wentian's brows furrowed tightly, his teeth clenched as if about to shatter. A top scorer in the national college entrance exams is extremely rare. Even a local aristocratic family like his would have to show them deference. "Master, don't worry. Although Lin Chen is the top scorer in the exams, none of the 3 school principals or other high-ranking officials have extended an olive branch to him," the black-clad man said cautiously. "Oh, why is this?" Huang Wentian couldn't help but ask in surprise. Generally speaking, the top scorer in the college entrance exams would be courted by the powerful elites of Jiangnan City. After all, the potential of a genius is limitless even if they can't be won over. One must absolutely avoid making an enemy of them. Yet this time, why has this top scorer been left out in the cold? The black-clothed man explained in a low voice. It's because Lin Chen didn't achieve such scores with his own strength. He took a blood coagulation pill. A blood coagulation pill? Huang Wentian suddenly had a realization, and a savage expression emerged on his face. So, in other words, Lin Chen is nothing but a useless waste now? Oomph, in that case, Tian-san, you go and eliminate this Lin Chen. Bring his head back to avenge my son's death. By the way, check if he has any extra coagulation pills on him, those things are extremely rare and valuable. The black-clad man, Tian-san, trembled slightly before answering respectfully, "Yes, master." Is this the Mo family? Lin Chen gazed at the estate ahead, unable to suppress a sigh of emotion. In today's human basis where every inch of land is precious, this estate could be considered the epitome of luxury. Of course, as a former level 90 professional in his past life, Lin Chen was already accustomed to such things and showed no particular amazement. After showing his token to the gatekeeper, Lin Chen strolled leisurely into the estate and, following Mo Hongli's directions, came to the front of a villa. He knocked on the door, and a petite girl in casual clothes rubbed her sleepy eyes as she opened it. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she asked with surprise, "Who are you? Knocking on people's doors so early in the morning?" The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, delicate and fair-skinned, resembling a porcelain doll. Her petite face bore a slight resemblance to Mo Hongli, and at that moment, she blinked her large eyes, studying Lin Chen with curiosity. "Xiao Lu, what's wrong?" Just as Lin Chen was feeling puzzled, Mo Hongli's voice came from behind him. Then, a strikingly beautiful face came into view. Dressed in a red dress, Mo Hongli moved gracefully to the doorway. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she smiled charmingly and said, "Lin Chen, you're here. Sis, is this the Lin Chen you've been talking about nonstop?" The teenage girl froze for a moment before looking at Lin Chen with a peculiar expression. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mo Hongli's fair face flushed pink as she playfully smacked the girl's head, then smiled at Lin Chen. "This is my younger sister, Mo Honglu. Please come in." Looking at the pair of sisters, Lin Chen shrugged and followed them into the villa. The interior decoration turned out to be simple yet elegant, quite different from the exterior's opulence, with some areas featuring adorable girlish ornaments. "Lin Chen, you're here so early. I thought you'd come at least in the afternoon." With a wave of her hand, Mo Hongli summoned a maid in uniform who brought over tea. "Nothing much, just packed a few things casually," Lin Chen said idly, taking a sip of tea. In his former home, apart from some daily necessities, most of the other items belonged to Lin Xingxue. For example, celebrity posters, merchandise, dolls, and so on. Lin Chen's belongings, apart from some clothes, could all be counted on one hand. Packing them up was, of course, quick and effortless. "Of course, I also want to level up as soon as possible, so I'm inviting you to join me in clearing Jianghai University's trial abyss," Lin Chen added. "Jianghai University? You're applying to Jianghai University?" Mo Hongli froze for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. "Jianghai University? In Dragon Nation, it's one of the absolute top-tier universities. Together with Tsinghua University and Dragon God Academy, they form the nation's 3 most prestigious institutions. These 3 universities attract millions of applicants every year, all vying for the chance to enjoy the most elite treatment and promising career prospects. Yet, the annual enrollment numbers for these three institutions amount to a pitiful few thousand at most. If the National College Entrance Exam is like hordes of troops crossing a single log bridge, then applying to Jianghai University is as perilous as walking a tightrope. Heh, as the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exams, is it really that surprising for me to apply to Jianghai University? Lin Shan said with a faint smile. Besides, your grades are more than enough to get into Jianghai University. Don't you want to attend one of the top institutions? Chapter 43, The Magnanimous Lin Qingshui. Jianghai University certainly interests me. But, Mo Honli let out a sigh. Although my scores are good enough to apply, I lack the confidence to survive the trial abyss. On the Blue Star, applying to university wasn't simply about filling out preference forms. Having sufficient grades didn't guarantee admission. After submitting applications, candidates still had to conquer each school's trial abyss, with admissions based strictly on performance rankings. Unlike the National College Entrance Exam's massive multiplayer dungeon, every university released their trial abyss as a single-player instance. To put it in Lin Chan's understanding, the abyss of the Gokao trials is like a shared dungeon in World of Warcraft, where all examinees can encounter each other and monsters. But university-specific trials are more like solo dungeons in Dungeon and Fighter. Unless you form a party beforehand, you won't encounter fellow examinees in these trials. Don't worry, I can team up with you, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. You, team up with me? Mo Honli looked incredulous, then as if realizing something, her face flushed slightly as she muttered, "Are you plotting something inappropriate?" "Heh, I never said it'd be free. I can help you clear Jianghai University's trial dungeon and get a good score. But on one condition, you'll have to do me a favor. It's probably something only one of the four great families like yours could manage." Lin Chen chuckled before speaking slowly. "Oh, what favor?" As if realizing her misunderstanding, Mo Honli coughed lightly, asking awkwardly, though the blush on her face lingered. "I want to purchase some skill books, and these required skill books are extremely rare and difficult to obtain." Lin Chen gazed at the beauty's shy demeanor, feeling a stir in his heart, but after letting out a sigh, he still spoke with a serious expression. "Of course, I will pay the usual price, but it will require mobilizing a large number of people to search for them. The more of these skill books I can get, the better. Additionally, I don't want anyone to find out that it was me behind this. Understood?" Now, Lin Chen's level had already reached 6, and he possessed hundreds of Zerg units. Yet in reality, he hadn't even learned a single skill. All the abilities he used were innate to the Zerg race. This was because skill books for summoners were exceedingly rare and practically unobtainable on the market. Even if one occasionally surfaced, its purchase would immediately cause an uproar. After all, anyone buying summoner skills was very likely to be a summoner themselves. Every summoner is an object of pursuit and courtship by all factions. Lin Chen's current strength made him unwilling to draw attention, so this matter had to be delegated to someone else, preferably a major faction, as only they would have sufficient personnel for the necessary preparations. With that, Lin Chen handed over a list detailing all the skill books he wished to purchase. After glancing briefly at the skill books, Mo Honli gasped in shock and instinctively covered her petite mouth in astonishment. Assembly? Spirit teleportation? Summon skeletons? These are all exclusive summoner skills, even including legendary-level summoner abilities. Don't tell me you. Lin Chen remained composed and nodded slightly. That's correct, I am a summoner. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, 3 imposing blade bugs immediately materialized on the ground. Hiss. Seeing the cold, black glinting blade bugs on the floor, each resembling a perfect killing machine, Mo Honli inhaled sharply in shock. Although their performance in the trial grounds had piqued Mo Honli's curiosity, she knew Lin Chen's true profession was far more complex than just a basic warrior. Yet she never imagined that Lin Chen would turn out to be a summoner. You should know, the last time Jiangnan City witnessed the awakening of a summoner profession was a full decade ago. That time, although it was merely an ordinary tier beast tamer profession that awakened, it still caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan City, with all 3 top universities extending olive branches. And now, after graduating, that very summoner has risen to become a prominent figure in the capital city of Tiandu. You can now see how terrifyingly valuable a summoner truly is. You really are a summoner, Mu Hongli murmured in astonishment. Now do you believe I can take you through the trial dungeon? Lin Chen chuckled softly. I never doubted it. Mu Hongli shook her head with a bitter smile, then after a moment's contemplation, took a deep breath and nodded. I'll have my family try to procure the skill books you need. Though I can't guarantee we'll get every single one, we should be able to acquire some. Then it's settled. Lin Chen clapped his hands and stood up with visible satisfaction. One more thing, I'd appreciate it if you kept my identity confidential. It'll be best for both of us. Mo Hongli nodded in firm agreement. Exactly. You've just offended the Huang family. If they learn you're a summoner, they'll desperately try to snuff you out in the cradle to spare their clan future devastation. Under the circumstances, it's better to keep a low profile for now.
Lin Chen nodded and added, tomorrow we're heading to the trial abyss. Remember to wake up early. With that, Lin Chen stood up and headed toward the pre-arranged guest room upstairs. Tianlan Residential Area. Building 6, Unit 12-5. Lin Qingxue stood at the door, hesitating for a long time before finally opening it and stepping inside. Humph, since you achieved the top score in the college entrance exams, I'll reluctantly forgive you. But if you dare make me angry again, I'll still run away from home. Lin Qingxue thought to herself confidently, ready for Lin Chen's embrace and comforting words. After all, she had already humbled herself to apologize. What more could anyone ask for? Although Lin Qingxue was shocked that Lin Chen had actually become the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exams, but after a brief moment of surprise, Lin Qingxue decided to compromise by moving back in. She was even willing to forgive Lin Chen quite magnanimously for ignoring her during the college entrance exam instance. The potential of a top scorer in the college entrance exams was far better than those sycophantic dogs around her. The mere thought of that pockmarked sycophantic dog who caused her to score just over 300 points in the exam instance made Lin Qingxue seethe with anger. These men, without any real ability, still try to show off by carrying girls? What a narcissist. With this thought, Lin Qingxue glanced around the room. Is Lin Chen not home? Could he have gone out? Or is he still in his room? With lingering doubts in her heart, Lin Qingxue pushed open the door to Lin Chen's room. But what met his eyes was nothing but a blank void. Lin Chen, has he moved out? Lin Qingxue could hardly believe her eyes. Lin Chen actually moved out without saying a word. Chapter 44, The Plaza. Standing at the front door, Lin Qingxue's mind went completely blank. After a long while, 2 streams of hot tears traced down his cheeks. Lin Chen, what exactly happened to you? Why have you suddenly become like this? Did you change after awakening that rare profession? It must be so. Lin Qingxue was firmly convinced that Lin Chen's drastic change in personality, even abandoning her, was due to him awakening a hidden class. Yet it never occurred to her to consider where she might have gone wrong. Pulling out her phone, Lin Qingxue decided to call Lin Chen. But when she dialed, she received a message stating the number was no longer in service. Lin Chen had his phone number deactivated. At this thought, Lin Qingxue felt the world spinning around her. Originally, she had planned to live a happy life with Lin Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance exams, and eventually ascend to high society. Little did she expect that Lin Chen wouldn't even bother acknowledging her anymore. At that moment, a text message suddenly popped up on the phone screen. Dear Ms. Lin Qingxue, your credit card bill of 50,000 credit points has been overdue for 7 days. Please repay the amount by today, otherwise our company will take measures to forcibly confiscate your property. The money I borrowed is due so soon? Lin Qingxue muttered with a pale face. Some time ago, because she had left Lin Chen, she no longer had a source of money. Lin Qingxue was accustomed to lavish spending, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't buy something every day. As a result, she quite naturally applied for a credit card. She had thought that in a few days Lin Chen would come to coax her back, and she could make him repay the debt then. I never expected. But Lin Chen outright severed their relationship. What should she do now? Just as Lin Qingxue was at a loss, a series of violent knocks suddenly came from outside her door. Someone's knocking? Could it be Lin Chen coming back? Lin Qingxue was startled, then quickly walked over to open the door. Yet the face revealed before her wasn't Lin Chen's delicate and unremarkable features. Instead, it was several burly, scowling bald-headed men. As soon as they met, the burly man at the front spoke rudely. So you're Lin Qingxue? I'm here to inform you, since you've defaulted on your credit card payment, the bank is confiscating this property of yours. House confiscated? Lin Qingxue was stunned. But I only borrowed 50,000 credit points, and where will I live without a home? That's your problem. The big man waved his hand impatiently. Get out now, or else, we'll call the police. Looking at several muscular, ill-intentioned men, Lin Qingxue immediately became subdued. She knew these burly men were nothing like Lin Chen. There'd be no room for childish tantrums or rolling about in bratty defiance. Dare utter a single word of refusal before men like these? The only outcome would be a thorough beating. Slinking out the front gate, she glanced back at the house she'd lived in for over a decade, now destined to be handed over to others without ceremony. Lin Qingxue felt utterly devastated. Now she had lost her family, her savings, and even a place to live. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that since leaving Lin Chen, Lin Qingxue hadn't experienced a single good day. Yet Lin Qingxue showed absolutely no remorse. After a brief moment of despair, Lin Qingxue suddenly felt an inexplicable fury rise within her. Lin Chen, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Don't think getting some lousy top exam score makes you special. Tomorrow I'll go find my Li Kuan. He was also the top scorer in Nanpu City's exams, and he's far better than you. Once I become brother Li Kuan's girlfriend, don't expect me to acknowledge you. With that, wiping away her tears, Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and walked off in a direction, gradually disappearing into the night. Jiangnan City, Trial Square. So this is the trial square? There really are a lot of people. Looking at the square before her, about the size of a small town, Mo Honley couldn't help but marvel. This trial plaza was jointly constructed by hundreds of universities across Dragon Nation. Identical structures exist in every major urban district of Dragon Nation. Upon this trial plaza stand hundreds of abyss portals, meaning hundreds of trial abysses await. Clearing these abysses signifies earning the qualification to apply to a university. Therefore, the square was now filled with examinees coming and going, many of them busily entering and exiting various abyss gates. That's the location of Jianghai University's trial abyss over there. Let's go. After a brief glance, Lin Chen spoke up, then led Mo Honley toward one of the teleportation gates. 3 enormous teleportation gates stood before them, each occupying nearly 100 meters of space. These 3 gates represented the 3 most prestigious universities in Dragon Country: Qingbei University, Dragon God Academy, and Jianghai University. The trial abyss surrounding these universities also sees the largest crowds gathering. At least 1,000 people were resting in the vicinity, and some quick-witted individuals had even set up stalls to sell equipment directly here. Stepping forward to touch the teleportation stone of Jianghai University's trial dungeon, a prompt immediately appeared before my eyes. Abyss, Lost Temple, Jianghai University Trial Dungeon. Difficulty: Normal, Challenge, Hard, Nightmare, Blood Moon. Level: 1-15. Abyss type: Solo Instance. Maximum party size: 5. The Lost Temple? That abyss dungeon is notoriously difficult. Could Jianghai University really be using it as their trial dungeon this year? Lin Chen was utterly shocked. In later ages, the Lost Temple was notorious for its difficulty, as every monster inside possessed a buff called Holy Warrior, which drastically enhanced their strength, intelligence, and agility. This resulted in a situation where even the smallest creatures within this abyss possessed terrifying damage and speed, requiring extreme caution to deal with. Otherwise, one could easily perish at the hands of these lesser monsters. And the final boss of the Lost Temple, the Ash Angel, became the nightmare of countless future professionals. The Ashen Angel not only possesses the buff of Holy Warrior, but it even enhances the effects of this buff. It can also use a flame attack called Holy Flame, which is nearly impossible to block due to its immense range. What's most frustrating is that this Holy Flame cannot be dodged, deals extremely high damage, and possesses a Purify effect that strips all buffs from combatants. Even worse, when the Ashen Angel reaches low health, it can actually heal itself. Many combatants, on their first attempt, exhaust all their skills to whittle the boss down to its last sliver of health, only to watch in despair as the Ashen Angel casts a healing spell on itself, restoring its health to full at the very last moment. One could imagine how dumbfounded these people must have been, probably feeling the urge to vomit blood in frustration. Fortunately, the Ash Angel was only level 5. Had it been any higher, this wouldn't have been a university trial dungeon but rather a challenge dungeon for high-level professionals. Chapter 45, The Lost Temple. However, despite its difficulty, countless professionals in later generations were drawn to it like moths to a flame, with nearly everyone eager to conquer this abyss. The reason for this is simply that the rewards from the Lost Temple are incredibly abundant. Firstly, although the monsters in the Lost Temple are formidable, the experience points they yield are more than 3 times that of other dungeons of similar difficulty and level. Secondly, the Lost Temple also drops a set called Temple Guardian, whose effects are exceptionally powerful. Although they are all rare quality equipment, when worn as a complete set to trigger the set effect, the attributes they provide could even rival some epic tier equipment. This is precisely why, in later times, the Abyss of the Lost Temple became so highly sought after by professionals. Still, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Shen's lips, his expression tinged with anticipation. One final point, and the most crucial one at that. The Abyss of the Lost Temple awards a special limited equipment to the first player who clears it on hard difficulty or above. This piece of equipment would later become one of the nation's guardian treasures. In my past life, this national treasure was obtained by a summoner-class practitioner from Luohu province, propelling him to become one of the 12 war gods of Dragon Nation. But in this lifetime, this opportunity falls into my hands. Ha! A strange light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. This abyss. I've never seen it before. Could it be a new one? I wonder what difficulty level it holds. Reading the introduction to the Lost Temple, Mo Honley couldn't help but ask curiously. And just at that moment, buzz! The teleportation gate before them suddenly flashed as a team staggered out in disarray. Several individuals were covered in blood, some even missing an entire leg, their equipment in tatters, faces filled with lingering fear and terror. Damn it, this abyss is way too brutal. Our squad is all level 7, wearing full gear sets. How come we can't even clear a level 5 dungeon? These damn mobs are terrifying. One punch took away half my health.
That was brutal. If we hadn't run fast enough, our whole team would have been wiped out. Truly worthy of being Zhonghai University's trial abyss. Scrubs like us don't even stand a chance. Sigh, no wonder no team has managed to clear this abyss yet. It's just too difficult. The team complained amongst themselves before reluctantly shaking their heads and departing. On one side of the abyss portal stood a stone stele. Originally, it was meant to record the achievements of teams that cleared the abyss dungeon. Yet, the steles before other abyss portals were densely inscribed with countless words. Only this one remained completely blank, smooth as if freshly carved. The onlookers gasped in amazement once more at the sight before them. Still no one has cleared it? This abyss is ridiculously difficult. Don't even mention it. I just tried and ended up being chased by mobs, didn't even get to see the boss. Ha, probably only geniuses like Li Hu and Lu Yanran, or prodigies from other cities, could clear this dungeon, right? What about Lin Chen and Mo Hongley? Lin Chen? That guy only got ahead by cheating with drugs. Otherwise, how could he possibly have achieved such a high score? As for Mo Hongley, sure she's pretty and decently skilled, but she's just riding on Lin Chen's coattails. Right, Lin Chen used blood coagulation pills. This came straight from goddess Lu Yanran herself, so it must be true. You all know the side effects of those pills, don't you? Heh, I bet this so-called top scorer will end up as a useless cripple. The whispers of gossip continued to spread. Faced with these criticisms, Lin Chen remained composed and unshaken. Mo Hongley furrowed her delicate brows and glanced nervously at Lin Chen. This dungeon seems extremely difficult. Are you really sure you want to bring me along? After all, for every additional member in the party, the health, attributes, and other stats of all monsters would double. Of course, adding one more person significantly increases the challenge, Lin Chen replied with an amused smile, utterly unconcerned. But at the same time, the rewards will also grow. And moreover, this is a deal between us, and I'm not in the habit of breaking agreements. Mo Hongley felt a warmth in her heart and smiled sweetly. Since that's the case, let's prepare a bit. Maybe we should recruit a few teammates to form a complete party? Although the more people in the team, the greater the difficulty. However, the enhancement brought by a fully formed team far outweighs the increased difficulty caused by the growth in numbers. Lin Chen shook his head directly. No, just the two of us will do. Regarding the secret of obtaining that treasure, Lin Chen had no intention of revealing it to others. It was from memories of his past life that Lin Chen knew Mo Hongley was a trustworthy and kind woman who wouldn't betray him, which is why he felt safe exposing these secrets to her. As for the others, Lin Chen didn't trust a single one of them. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand grandly and boldly touched the teleportation stone before the portal. Team, Dominator Squad. Members, 2. Leader, Dominator. Teammate, Mo Hongley. You have selected difficulty, hard. Confirm? Confirmed. Lin Chen said solemnly. Hard difficulty? This. Mo Hongley's eyes widened instantly. You should know that even for the regular difficulty of the Lost Temple, not a single examinee nationwide has ever cleared it once. Yet Lin Chen goes straight for the hard difficulty? That's just way too unbelievable. And now, all those onlookers have also noticed this scene, turning their gazes over here. Isn't that Lin Chen and Mo Hongley? They want to apply to Zhonghai University too? Just a useless trash, daring to dream so big? Wait, do they actually want to enter the abyss? Holy, am I seeing this right? They chose the hard difficulty. These two are insane. Are they going to their deaths? A group of people cast mocking and astonished glances their way, their faces full of derision. Not a single team across the entire nation has managed to clear the abyss yet. Its difficulty is unimaginable. And you, Lin Chen, have directly chosen the hard mode? Isn't this just courting death? Who gave you the courage? The coagulation pill? Ignoring the stares of others, Lin Chen calmly uttered two words, confirm. With that, both their figures instantly transformed into streaks of white light and were teleported through the gate. They actually went in? Heh, this should be fun to watch. I wonder what expression he'll have when he comes crawling back out later. You look pretty cool posing like that. But let's see if you can even handle the mobs. Just watch. You'll see how skilled I am soon enough. Exactly. All the spectators stood around with smirks, eagerly awaiting the spectacle with cold detachment. Not a single person believed Lin Chen could successfully clear the Lost Temple on hard difficulty. Chapter 46, Entering the Temple. Right now, within the abyss, a flash of white light, and Lin Chen and Mo Hongley's figures appeared within it. This Lost Temple was a vast ancient architectural complex. From its towering structures and ornate yet dust-laden decorations, one could see how glorious it must have been in its heyday. The Lost Temple, still the same as ever. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh with a trace of nostalgia in his voice. In his previous life, like many other professionals, Lin Chen had explored the Lost Temple many times. After all, this is one of the fastest leveling abysses recognized by players, and the gear it drops is incredibly valuable. One could say Lin Chen felt completely at home here, moving with the ease of familiarity.
Let's go, let's try speed running this.
Patting a still-dazed Mo Honley, Lin Chen strode forward.
Mo Honley had no choice but to quickly follow, casting Sacred Wisdom on Lin Chen as they went. Sacred Wisdom provides an ally with a buff that increases spirit by 2 points for 2 hours. As soon as they stepped through the temple gate, Lin Chen suddenly halted and raised his hand. Stop. Behind him, Mo Honley obediently froze in her tracks. What's wrong? Bang!
Before Lin Chen could speak, 2 massive boulders suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the spot where they'd just been standing.
Mo Honley was instantly stunned speechless. This, how could there be a trap here?
If they had taken even one more step forward earlier, that massive boulder would have crushed them directly. Though it wouldn't have outright killed them, the result would have at least been severe injuries.
Lin Chen sneered, the Lost Temple is filled with traps, each one brimming with malice. If it's your first time exploring, it's impossible to get through without paying some price.
In later ages, the Lost Temple became infamous not only for its high monster difficulty but also for its unpredictable and treacherous traps.
First-time explorers would undoubtedly be driven to despair by these never-ending traps.
In fact, in a past life, some players even compiled guides on all the trap triggers and avoidance methods in the Lost Temple, selling them as secret manuals, forming an entire industry chain. Of course, these traps were trivial for Lin Chen to evade.
It's not over yet, just wait and see.
Lin Chen gazed at the 2 massive boulders and spoke again in a calm voice.
Sure enough, the next moment, the massive boulders on the ground suddenly trembled before transforming into 2 towering stone giants, roaring as they advanced toward the pair.
Stone Colossus, level 5 strength, 12, speed, 7, spirit, 3, skills, heavy punch, stone spike, holy warrior.
Such high stats. After casting an inspection spell, Mo Honley couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Keep in mind, even many level 8 professionals wouldn't necessarily possess 12 points of strength attribute. Yet these stats appeared on a mere level 5 monster.
Instantly tense, Mo Honley gripped her heavy sword tightly, her ample chest rising and falling rapidly as she stepped forward cautiously while asking,
Lin Chen, do you need me to step forward and take the damage? Otherwise, these 2 stone giants will be extremely difficult.
No need, Lin Chen directly cut her off, then waved his hand. Come forth.
Instantly, swarming insect beasts emerged around them like a tidal wave.
The terrifying numbers completely surrounded Lin Chen and Mo Honley, leaving no gaps.
In contrast,
the 2 stone giants, standing over 5 meters tall and exuding an overwhelming presence just moments ago, now appeared oddly gentle compared to the murderous machines that were the Zerg.
Ha,
I forgot you're actually a summoner. Mo Honley paused momentarily before letting out a bitter laugh. Summoners earned their reputation as a pinnacle profession for good reason. Their combat prowess was unparalleled among peers of the same level.
Go! Lin Chen took a step forward.
Upon receiving the command, the blade mantises shot toward the stone giants like arrows leaving a bowstring, instantly surrounding them and launching a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, the nearby fireworms, spineworms, and brainworms simultaneously unleashed volleys of short spikes, fireballs, and flame rays. In mere moments, the 2 stone giants that had been menacingly formidable earlier were now helplessly battered, utterly unable to fight back.
Throughout the entire battle, Lin Chen and Mo Honley merely stood watching the spectacle unfold. That's a summoner? How incredibly powerful. Witnessing this scene, Mo Honley's heart trembled with astonishment. Yet almost immediately, doubts began to surface. But even for a summoner, aren't there just too many summoned creatures here?
On the internet, Mo Honley frequently watched combat videos of summoners and knew one ironclad rule. Every summoner's summon creatures had an upper limit.
Lower-level summoners could summon just a few creatures at most, while higher-level ones could summon over a dozen.
After all, if summon creatures had no limits, the world would have long been ruled by summoners. Yet Lin Chen's summon creatures numbered.
Mo Honley glanced at it and felt his scalp go numb. There must be hundreds of them?
Each possesses at least the strength of a Tier 1 to Tier 3 professional.
Isn't this just terrifying?
Mo Honley covered her small mouth, trying her best not to make a sound.
And just at that moment,
your teammate has slain the Stone Colossus, earning 3,000 times experience. Your teammate has slain the Stone Colossus, earning 3,000 times experience.
2 notifications echoed in Mo Honley's ears.
Before me, the 2 stone golems had already collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into a pile of ash that scattered into the wind.
Total time taken, less than 10 seconds. Mo Honley was utterly stunned.
Before this, she'd only known that summoners were powerful, but just how powerful it was remained unclear. Now, witnessing this scene firsthand truly shocked her.
Little did they know.
In reality, ordinary summoners wouldn't find it so easy to battle these 2 stone giants. Only Lin Chen, possessing the infinite quality Zerg Overlord, could handle them with such effortless ease. What are you standing there for? Pick up the gear. Lin Chen chuckled lightly before walking forward. Mo Hongli could only snap out of her deep astonishment and follow him with a bitter smile. The few pieces of equipment that dropped were all white-tier gear, useless to both Mo Hongli and Lin Chen, so they could only break them down into energy points. We actually saved up over 2,000 energy points? Lin Chen couldn't help feeling surprised as he glanced at the monolith of the Dominator's world. Before I knew it, I had actually accumulated so many energy points. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen converted all his energy points into additional Zerg units, swelling the ranks of his Zerg army once more. The current scale: Razorflies, 200, Spinebursters, 50, Brainbugs, 50, Flame Grubs, 20, Winged Darters, 5, Ironclaw Razors, 5. A veritable army of slaughter. Chapter 47, Bigger Than a Head? After distributing the equipment, the two continued forward. Before long, several figures descended from the sky once again. Unlike the massive stone giant, this figure appeared tall and graceful. Suddenly, 6 angels with pure white wings, clad in ornate light armor and possessing beautiful yet chillingly indifferent faces, descended from the sky, immediately launching a frenzied assault without warning. Brandishing long swords and shields, they unleashed milky white flames that instantly inflicted grievous wounds upon several bladeworms. The temple guardians have finally arrived, Lin Chen murmured, narrowing his eyes with keen interest as he observed the female warriors. Temple guardians are one of the most troublesome minor monsters in the abyss of the Lost Temple. Name: Temple Guardian, Level 5, Tier 1, Life 300, Strength 8.7, Speed 7.5, Spirit 7.9, Skills: Holy Warrior, Sacred Flame, Cross Slash, Holy Healing, Dive Bomb. This Temple Guardian has insane HP and stats. Upon seeing its attributes, Mo Hongli couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. 300 HP, that's even higher than your average level 5 boss. And with such monstrous triple attributes to boot. Even, the temple guards have wings, meaning they can fly. This also means ground-based attacks can't reach them at all, only archers, mages, and the like can handle them. Yet at the same time, the temple guards move incredibly fast. Ordinary fireballs can't hit them, and you have to whittle them down gradually. And their damage output is terrifying too. And there are plenty of them. They can cast Sacred Flame, purging all beneficial effects. In future eras, even a 5-person team with an average level of 10 would find themselves thoroughly vexed when facing a certain number of temple guards. In his previous life, Lin Chen had only dared to challenge this abyss after reaching a certain level. And in this life? Level 6, that's already more than enough. Kill! Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he pointed unceremoniously at the temple guards. Boom! Boom! The flameworms spewed jets of fiery rays, slamming into the temple guards. Just the first volley wiped out 2 of the temple guards. Your teammate has eliminated. Temple guard, experience gain times 4,000. And after the flameworms withdrew, before the temple guards could even catch their breath, 50 Zerglings opened their vicious, gaping maws once more, launching volley after volley of icy gleaming spines. Though the damage from the spines couldn't compare to the flameworms' fiery assault, they more than made up for it in sheer quantity. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless spines shot forth, weaving an impenetrable net in the air that engulfed the remaining temple guards. With no room to dodge, they had no choice but to endure the attack head-on. At once, Mo Hongli could clearly see that the remaining health of all the temple guards had been halved. Then, these monsters are dead just like that? Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she reflexively covered her small mouth, nearly letting out a cry. Again! Just as Mo Hongli was still reeling from the terrifying power of these summoned creatures, Lin Chen spoke up again. Under Mo Hongli's shocked gaze, the swarm of brain bugs behind them finally bared their ferocious fangs. Fireballs the size of fists condensed in the air. With a single breath, they formed a sea of flames, instantly enveloping the remaining temple guards. Your teammate has slain a temple guard, earning 4,000 experience. You have leveled up to 7, gained 1 attribute point, please allocate it. Instantly, several notification sounds echoed in Mo Hongli's mind. Her mind was completely muddled. His face was utterly blank. What's going on? Did I just level up? Is that it? Whose summon keeps spamming skills like some infinite mana mage? This is absolutely not right. Even in all those summoner battle videos I've seen online, their summons all fight properly in melee or tactically maneuver. None of them make this kind of ridiculous commotion. Countless questions swirled in her mind, and Mo Hongli desperately wanted to ask Lin Chen what exactly was going on. But she was an intelligent person and knew it was highly taboo to pry into the background of a professional at will. Thus, she could only swallow her curiosity. Oh, this piece of equipment isn't bad. Lin Chen walked over and, amid a pile of white-tier equipment, spotted one gleaming with a blue light. Name: Sacred Leather Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: Rare. Requirements: Level 5, Strength 5, Spirit 3. Attributes: +2 Spirit, +1 Strength. Effect: compassion, healing, and shield effects increased by 10. This equipment suits you perfectly, so why don't you take it? Lin Chen directly initiated the trade. This, Mo Honley also saw the equipment's attributes and couldn't help but hesitate slightly. To be honest, the attributes of this equipment are fairly ordinary, but this special effect that boosts healing and shield effects by 10% is truly remarkable. It's important to note that Mo Honley's profession is Holy Light Knight, a supportive healing class. Equipment that increases healing by percentage is a significant upgrade for any healer. Hence, even though it's only a rare grade item, this sacred leather armor might be worth several pieces of rare equipment. This made Mo Honley somewhat hesitant about accepting it. As if sensing her concern, Lin Chen said nonchalantly, "Just a piece of equipment. We already agreed to split loot evenly in the abyss. I took so many common whites earlier, it's your turn to have something now." Mo Honley's fair face flushed pink as she accepted it softly and whispered gratefully, "Thank you, Lin Chen." She knew this was merely Lin Chen's excuse. After all, the value of this rare mini-gem equipment could never be measured against dozens of ordinary white-tier items. But refusing again would seem somewhat affected, so Mo Honley could only decisively accept it, silently recording this debt of gratitude in her heart. Mo Honley then equipped this armor. Instantly, her delicate figure, previously constrained by heavy armor, was liberated by the thin leather suit, revealing a breathtaking swell right before Lin Chen's eyes. Though the leather armor was designed quite generously, but alas, some people's endowments are simply too generous, causing the leather armor to stretch taut and round, as if it might burst open at any moment. Even nearly half of the upper hemisphere was exposed. Lin Chen couldn't help but stare in amazement, suddenly realizing the situation. No wonder she needs to wear heavy armor. This cloth garment can't hold them in at all. There's even a risk of bursting open. So there really are things bigger than one's head in this world. Noticing Lin Chen's burning gaze, Mo Honley couldn't help but blush crimson as she snapped coquettishly, "What are you looking at?" Lin Chen cleared his throat lightly. "Ahem, it's nothing, let's keep moving forward." With that, he hurriedly led the way forward. Mo Honley let out a light chuckle, pressed her lips together, and quickly followed suit. Chapter 48, Ashen Angel. With the Zerg army protecting their surroundings, the rest of their journey was almost uneventful. Especially since Lin Chen was extremely familiar with the abyss of the Lost Temple, he could practically navigate past the traps with his eyes closed. Throughout the entire trip, Mo Honley didn't even have to lift a finger. All she had to do was enjoy the cream ice cream Lin Chen gave her and cheer him on. And the look in Mo Honley's eyes as she gazed at Lin Chen grew increasingly shocked and bewildered. Why is Lin Chen so powerful when he used to be completely unknown? And how does he seem to know every detail about this abyss? Could it be that he's been here before? An air of mystery seemed to surround Lin Chen, stirring in Mo Honley an uncontrollable urge to unravel and explore the truth about him. And just at that moment, "Yeah, we're here." Lin Chen ahead suddenly stopped walking. Still lost in thought, Mo Honley accidentally bumped right into Lin Chen's back. In an instant, the soft fullness pressed against him, deforming and spilling outward from the compression. "You," Mo Honley exclaimed coyly, jumping back as if shocked, her delicate face flushing crimson. "Did you do that on purpose?" "Ahem, just an accident." Recalling the soft sensation against his back moments ago, Lin Chen couldn't help but cough awkwardly before quickly changing the subject by pointing ahead. "This is where the boss is located. Just stay on the sidelines later." Mo Hongyu was momentarily stunned. "It's been less than half an hour, already this fast?" Lin Chen casually nodded. "Actually slower than I estimated, but fortunately we still have plenty of time." With that, Lin Chen looked at the stone statue before him with great interest. Before him lay a vast plaza, surrounded by exquisitely carved stone statues of temple guards that looked incredibly lifelike. At the center stood an imposing stone statue towering over 10 meters tall. The statue depicted a figure resembling a legendary angel, though its wings bore traces of searing crimson and were broken and tattered. The angel statue knelt on the ground, its beautiful and pure white face streaming with twin trails of bloody tears that dripped onto the earth. In its hand it gripped a long sword, its garments clinging yet tattered as if scorched by raging flames, presenting an eerie and uncanny beauty. This was the Lost Temple's boss, the Ashen Angel. With a single step forward, the plaza immediately trembled violently. The stone statue of the Ashen Angel at the center gradually shed its stone exterior, bursting forth with a milky white holy light. Boom, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled as a strange, fiery red moon abruptly rose in the sky, its burning gaze fixed upon the land below like a distant, watchful eye. At this moment, the Ashen Angel revealed its true form. Before them stood a shattered angel wreathed in pale holy flames, its cold eyes locking onto the direction where Lin Chen and Mo Honley stood. Name, Ashen Angel. Level, 5, Tier 4. Health, 1457. Strength, 15.7.
Speed, 16. Spirit, 17.4. Skills, Holy Paladin, Sacred Flame, Desecrating Fire, Summon Temple Guardian, Goliath's Fist, Blink Strike, Holy Healing, Divine Shield, Cremate, Feast of Starvation, Death and Rebirth, Scorching Strike. Description: an angel exiled to the Lost Realm for worshipping the greedy deity Zertath, possessing dual divinity of holiness and greed. The Ashen Angel soared through the air, lips faintly trembling as an unfamiliar yet majestic voice resounded across heaven and earth. Heretic, be cleansed. Before the words even faded, the Ash Angel launched its assault without hesitation. With a flap of her wings, she soared dozens of meters into the sky, then swung her long sword. Countless milk-white holy flames transformed into a sea of fire that engulfed the entire square. You are suffering from holy flame damage, taking 20 points of true damage every 5 seconds, with all beneficial effects dispelled. A prompt appeared in the ears of them both. Mo Homely was utterly dumbfounded. Is this really the strength a level 5 boss should have? This is downright terrifying. Typical level 5 bosses would at most be characters like goblin chieftains or twin-headed ogre generals. Here you are, coming straight with an exile angel? Isn't that too much of a leap? Lin Chen raised his hand, attack. Instantly, countless Zerg let out low roars as they charged toward the Ashen Angel in the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fireballs and short spikes enveloped the Ash Angel like a storm. Instantly, crimson damage numbers leaped above the Ash Angel's head. 1, 3, 2, 1. At first glance, the damage seems negligible, like a mosquito's bite. But one must remember, it's the principle of quantitative changes leading to qualitative transformation. Bad news, it's just tickling them. Good news, tickles them fast. Just one volley of concentrated fire had already shaved off nearly half the Ember Angel's health bar. A flicker of human-like astonishment flashed across the Ember Angel's face before settling back into icy detachment. Heretic, your despicable actions shall be purged. Immediately, the Ashen Angel raised her hand, and a milky white holy light surged into her body. Then, her health was instantly restored to full. Holy light healing, Mo Homely exclaimed in astonishment. This is also the most annoying aspect of the Ashen Angel boss, health regeneration. If the team lacks crippling skills, it's easy to get wiped out by a few of its divine heal spells. Heretic, you must be purified. The Ashen Angel swung its long sword, and milky white holy flames surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly incinerating over a dozen spine bugs on the ground into piles of ash. Logically speaking, most people would panic under such circumstances, especially when the situation seems to tilt in favor of the Ashen Angel. Yet Lin Chen wore an expression of complete confidence. Protect yourself. With a command, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand to summon a winged hornet, which darted into the sky like a nimble lark, charging straight toward the Ashen Angel. The winged hornet moved with incredible speed, covering dozens of meters within mere breaths until it appeared right before the Ashen Angel. What is he trying to do? Seeing this scene, a trace of confusion surfaced on Mo Homely's face. Everyone knew that Lin Chen was a summoner, a fragile ranged profession similar to a mage. Could he actually be planning to engage that Ashen Angel in close combat? Yet Lin Chen directly retrieved an emerald green longsword from his backpack. With a low shout, his figure flickered and vanished into the air, leaving behind a series of rippling spatial distortions. Void Walk. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure appeared behind the Ash Angel, his sword gleaming with traces of red, white, and blue as it plunged straight into its heart. Elemental Strike. 778. Critical hit. The flowing fire sword pierced through the Ash Angel's heart, instantly cutting its health pool by more than half. Chapter 49, Greedy Soul activated, double rewards. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning, shards of ice, and tons of flame erupted from the Ashen Angel's body. Heretic, what have you done to me? For the first time, an expression surfaced on the Ashen Angel's frigid face as it flapped its wings to retreat dozens of meters, hissing a cold rebuke. Nothing much, just stacked some debuffs on you. Heh, Lin Chen chuckled in reply. In his heart, he nodded approvingly. The effective elemental strike is truly remarkable, worth every penny of the 100,000 credit points I spend on it. Elemental Strike enchants weapons to make the next attack inflict additional damage and apply abnormal elemental statuses: electrified, chilled, ignited. Damage scales based on three-dimensional attributes. Strength provides fire damage, Spirit provides lightning damage, and Agility provides frost damage. This skill would be largely useless for most ordinary class holders. After all, the vast majority focus on leveling up and stacking just one attribute, meaning they can only deal one type of damage. However, Lin Chen was different. Every Zerg would feed back a certain proportion of three-dimensional attributes to Lin Chen. This resulted in Lin Chen's three-dimensional attributes being comprehensively developed. Though his spirit was higher, the other two were absolutely not low either. Thus, for Lin Chen, this elemental strike essentially had tripled the effect.
The fact that it instantly wiped out half of Grey Ash Angel's health bar with a single strike shows just how terrifying its damage output is. What Lin Chen values most, however, is its ability to inflict elemental status effects. As the name suggests, status effects apply negative buffs to monsters. Among them, Electrocution suffers additional damage. Chill reduces movement speed, including attack speed and casting speed. Ignite deals continuous fire damage. With these 3 debuffs applied, the Ashen Angel becomes nothing more than a living target. No matter what tricks you're pulling, you're going to die in the end, the Ashen Angel snarled coldly, charging toward Lin Chen without another word and raising her longsword to strike him down. Yet Lin Chen's figure dissipated into the air once more, reappearing 100 meters away the next second as he laughed heartily. The one doomed to die isn't me, it's you. Zerg forces, full assault. Responding to the command, the entire Zerg army below activated their buffs and launched a frenzied offensive against the Ash Angel. Boom! Boom! Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Flame rays from the fireworms, colossal fireballs from the brain bugs, and needle-like projectile storms from the spiker bugs crisscrossed through the skies in a deadly aerial tapestry. The Grey Ash Angel was instantly enveloped, failing to even let out a cry before losing all signs of life. It crashed heavily to the ground, reverting to stone and shattering apart. Your teammate has slain the Grey Ash Angel, gaining EXP times 24, 310. Your level has increased to 8, granting 1 attribute point. Please choose allocation. You and your teammates have cleared Abyss, Lost Temple, Hard, for the first time, earning Pantheon reputation times 1. You and your party have cleared the Abyss, Lost Temple, Hard, for the first time, completing it in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. Instantly, a series of notification tones chimed in his ears. Mo Hongley, however, remained standing in place, her face blank, because she was utterly stunned. This boss that looked so damn impressive got one shot just like that? This can't be right. Logically speaking, a boss like this should require a 5-person team of professionals, carefully coordinating with each other, spending 10+ hours or even a full day or two battling through countless life or death situations before barely managing to clear it. And you just instantly deleted it? What kind of nonsense is this? Meanwhile, Lin Chen heard a unique notification sound in his mind. You are the first awakened to kill an Ash Angel. The God of Holy Light has blessed you with a reward, the Chittafor inscription. The Chittafor inscription? Wasn't this the treasure dragon country guarded so fiercely in my past life? Lin Chen glanced curiously at his hand, where a blood-tinged heart pulsed ominously. Just as he was about to examine it, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Skill Soul of Greed activated, obtaining an extra loot item. Another item promptly landed in Lin Chen's grasp. Double rewards. Delight spread across Lin Chen's face. Who would have thought that the Soul of Greed skill would coincidentally activate at this moment? This truly is heaven helping me, to think I could receive double rewards like this. Lin Chen's heart practically burst with joy. After all, getting double rewards under ordinary circumstances would be one thing, but this is a unique special drop. This grants double drop rewards. You could say my luck is absolutely maxed out. Lin Chen immediately examined the attributes of the 2 equipment pieces. Name, Kitav inscription. Type, ring. Quality, legendary. Requirements, level 5, strength 5, spirit 10. Attributes, +1 spirit, +2 strength, +1 agility. Effect, Greed God's Vision. You gain 4 additional equipment slots and ignore equipment type restrictions. Holy, this is ridiculously OP. With just one glance, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse aloud, his breathing becoming noticeably quicker. The stats on this equipment were simply terrifying. No wonder it could become one of Dragon Country's national treasures, just like the Omnipotent Heart. You should know, ordinary professionals only have 7 equipment slots. These are weapon, armor, 2 rings, necklace, headgear, and shoes. Each piece of equipment grants professionals a considerable boost. And this Chitafu inscription could directly provide 4 equipment slots, though it occupies 1 slot itself, leaving 3 remaining. Moreover, it completely disregards equipment types. In other words, this single piece of equipment alone could absolutely double the combat power of many professionals. No wonder, in my past life, the Dragon Nation's authorities directly recruited the summoner who obtained this equipment into the Heavenly Dragon Hall. It was all because of this very piece of gear. This piece of equipment is absolutely terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen equipped it without hesitation, then turned his gaze to the next item. Name, Seed of Holy Flame. Quality, perfect. Type, profession template. Description, upon use, acquires the profession Holy Flame Arbiter. A profession template? And a perfect grade 1 at that? Lin Chen felt immediately disappointed. It wasn't that the profession template was worthless, the problem was he simply couldn't use this item. After all, his primary profession now is the Zerg Overlord, and even his secondary profession is something like Voidwalker. A mere Holy Flame Arbiter, he couldn't care less. Of course, if this profession template were to surface in the outside world, it would likely ignite fierce competition among among many regional powerhouses, even sparking a bloody storm. But for Lin Chen, who possessed several legendary pieces of equipment, it was a bit beneath his level. Chapter 50, First Clear, Lu Yanran's Regret. However, Lin Chen suddenly glanced at the distant Mo Honli, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. While useless to me, it might be quite significant for this little girl. Although Mo Honli's Paladin of Holy Light is also a hidden profession, its quality is merely average, with only slightly higher development potential than ordinary basic professions. The Holy Flame Arbiter in my hands is far superior to any Paladin of Holy Light. This is your spoils of war. Lin Chen casually tossed the Holy Flame seed to Mo Honli with the ease of handing over a bottle of mineral water. What is this? This is actually a perfect quality hidden profession. Mo Honli glanced at it and immediately covered her small mouth in astonishment, her expression one of utter disbelief. Perfect quality. Just how rare is perfect quality equipment? To put it this way, even across the entire Jiangnan city, there are at most 2 or 3 pieces of perfect quality equipment in existence, likely held tightly by certain powerful families. For instance, her father, the head of the Mo family, also possesses a perfect quality piece of equipment. This very item secured their position as one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan City. However, a perfect quality profession is exponentially rarer, because a profession determines both the ceiling and the floor of a career warrior's potential. At the same quality tier, the value of a profession template far surpasses that of equipment easily by several times. It's evident just how terrifyingly valuable the item Lin Chen casually tossed over was. No wonder Mo Honli was so astonished. The boss dropped 2 good pieces of equipment. I took one. This one's for you, Lin Chen casually explained. Logically speaking, the Grey Ash Angel boss was entirely taken down by Lin Chen alone. Even if he kept all the equipment for himself, Mo Honli wouldn't have uttered a single word of complaint. After all, it was only natural. Yet Lin Chen directly handed over a perfect tier profession template to her. Taking a deep breath, Mo Honli offered the ember of the sacred flame back, her voice solemn. Lin Chen, this is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Chen remained unmoved, bending down to inspect the remaining dropped equipment without even lifting his head. He said indifferently, "Take it. I already told you that during our transaction period, all equipment is split 50-50. And I have the first pick. If you don't accept it, it would mean you intend to break our agreement." Putting it this way, further refusal would only seem hypocritical and pretentious. Mo Honli could only bite her red lips and decisively accept the profession template. Nodding solemnly, she said, "Thank you, Lin Chen." At the same time, "Heal me. Get me healed now." Li Hu roared as he frantically dodged attacks raining from above. Overhead, several temple guards with pristine white wings were wildly assaulting the convoy below. Li Hu's health had already plummeted to just 1/3 of its maximum. "Got you." Beside him, Lu Yanran flicked her pale hand, sending a beam of holy light into Li Hu's body. His health bar stabilized at half full, just barely pulling him back from the brink. Meanwhile, several teammates came over and shielded Li Hu behind them. After a bitter struggle, they finally managed to kill the 4 temple guards in the sky. Damn, that was way too dangerous. Li Hu let out a long sigh and quickly hid behind his teammates, exhaling with lingering fear, his eyes showing a trace of terror. These monsters are terrifying. Even though it's normal difficulty, their damage and defense are completely on par with some abyss bosses. Beside him, Lu Yanran also nodded. "I've heard that this year's trial abyss at Jianghai University is several times more difficult than in previous years, extremely challenging. One might even say it's the hardest in history. Otherwise, the principal and the city mayor wouldn't have assigned the 2 of us to team up and secure the first clear of the abyss. Being the first to clear the abyss is an immense honor and almost guarantees admission to Jianghai University." Precisely because of this, several principals set aside their differences and tasked Li Hu and Lu Yanran, 2 of the strongest, to join forces for the sake of conquering the abyss. However, first clear? Upon hearing this, Li Hu couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. "We're struggling so much just against these small mobs, let alone the boss. I'm starting to doubt whether any examinee can actually clear this dungeon. After all." At this point, Li Hu shook his head, his words revealing a hint of pride. "After all, if even the 2 of us geniuses joining forces can't clear abyss, then it's safe to say no one in the entire Jiangnan city can clear it. Heh." Who would have thought that just as he finished speaking, a notification tone unexpectedly rang in his ears. "Congratulations to the Dominator Squad for successfully clearing the abyss, Lost Temple, hard, for the first time, with a total time of 24 minutes and 19 seconds. The entire squad froze, then stood there in shock. "What? Someone cleared it? And it's on hard difficulty too. 24 minutes? Did I hear that right? Hard difficulty, 24 minutes? The crowd wore utterly astonished expressions. They went through countless hardships and exerted tremendous effort just to kill 4 minions. Yet this Dominator team actually cleared the entire dungeon in one go? The gap between people is simply too vast. Even Li Hu and Lu Yanran were utterly shocked,
their expressions incredibly complex. The Dominator Squad? Could it be Lin Chen? Li Hu furrowed his brows, grinding his teeth as he said, didn't he ingest the blood coagulation pill and lose the ability to level up? Why is he so powerful now? Lu Yanran was even more astonished. He definitely took that pill, otherwise, how could an unknown nobody like Lin Chen suddenly become so strong? And yet, he's actually cleared the Lost Temple now. Could it be that he's truly powerful, and didn't use coagulation pills at all? Though she desperately didn't want to admit it, Lu Yanran suddenly felt a twinge of regret. She regretted treating Lin Chen with such coldness and disdain. If she had stayed in Lin Chen's party, maybe she would have been one of the first to clear the abyss. At the same time, Dragon Nation, Sky Capital, within a towering spire that scrapes the heavens. I was wondering, War God Chen, what brings you here to chat with me today? A crimson-hued figure materialized in the room. The newcomer was tall and godlike, his entire body crimson as if enveloped in flames. Just one glance at him made one feel an overwhelming, scorching heat. Meanwhile, the elderly man seated in the room was dressed simply in silk, exuding an aura of serenity and natural ease. Upon seeing the newcomer, the old man couldn't help but chide with a wry smile. Lei Yan, brat, no matter what, you're one of the 12 war gods of Dragon Country. When it concerns the fate of our nation, shouldn't I summon you for a discussion? Lei Yan grinned broadly and plopped down boldly in front of the elder, chuckling as he said, War God Chen Yi, spit it out directly. Unlike you, I'm a busy man, got a bunch of brats at the university to deal with. Chen Yi took a deep breath and said solemnly, this matter also concerns Zhanghai University. To be precise, it involves your university's young talents. Chapter 51, The Fool Was Me All Along? Is this about the outer domain battlefield? Lei Yan asked directly. Chen Yi nodded, exactly. The outer domain battlefield is an abyss tied to a nation's destiny, yet that very location has now surfaced in an unclaimed overseas territory, triggering fierce competition among countless nations. Although all nations have now agreed to send their younger generation to compete, deciding exactly who to send has become a real dilemma. When discussing this matter, Lei Yan also wore a serious expression, pondering for a long time before speaking. I've also heard that a young hidden legendary class holder suddenly appeared in the US, and Japan has produced an epic summoner too. Precisely because of this, those bastards feel so confident that they've got our Dragon Country firmly in their grasp. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Legendary class professional, epic level summoner. These two professions could truly be called the nation's most formidable assets. Yet among Dragon Nation's younger generation, though there are indeed exceptionally talented individuals, but compared to the younger generation in the US and Japan, the quality falls far short. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the ultimate reward is the legendary, experienced Divine Stone, which grants all of Dragon Nation's profession users an additional 20% experience gain. Lei Yan said thoughtfully. This artifact could even sway a nation's destiny, so we must secure it at all costs. Otherwise, once countries like Japan and the US grow stronger, they'll turn against our Dragon Nation. Chen Yi sighed, that's exactly why we urgently need to nurture some new blood to contend for that experienced Divine Stone. But now we're completely stalled. The two continued their conversation, their tones tinged with disappointment and resignation. After all, although the Dragon Nation was formidable as a whole, the younger generation still fell somewhat short by comparison. Suddenly, Lei Yan uttered a soft ha, and produced a token with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Chen Yi asked. Somebody cleared Void Temple Abyss on hard difficulty, Lei Yan announced. What? Chen Ye's eyebrows furrowed. The Void Temple Abyss was jointly created by several of us war gods. Its difficulty rivals some level 15 abysses. Hard difficulty goes without saying. How could it be cleared so easily? Who is that person? Lei Yan took a closer look before saying, someone named Lin Chen, whose profession is warrior. Warrior? Probably concealing his true class. Chen Yi shook his head with a smile. That's right. This person was also the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exams, earning over 10,000 points. Definitely not as simple as just some ordinary warrior. Lei Yan nodded, then revealed a trace of excitement. In such a short time, clearing the Lost Temple undoubtedly means they're at least an epic tier hidden class holder. Though I don't know exactly what class they possess, this kind of talent our Zhanghai University must recruit them at all costs. Epic tier class holders are exceedingly rare and uncommon. Even in the prestigious Zhanghai University, they are as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. No wonder Lei Yan is so intensely intrigued. An epic level professional? Chen Yi became genuinely interested. If that's truly the case, then this Lin Chen could indeed join our Dragon God Academy. War God Chen, this is our Zhanghai University's recruit. Are you trying to poach right under our noses? Lei Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chen Yi laughed and replied, I can't let such an outstanding student slip away. Besides, even if Lin Chen intends to join your Zhanghai University, no final decision has been made yet. If our Dragon God Academy offers better terms, wouldn't he be tempted? We'll see about that. Lei Yan stood up angrily and stormed off in a huff. After leaving the room, Lei Yan glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then suddenly slipped into a secluded spot. He took out a crystal stone and whispered into it. Immediately send a few people to Jiangnan City to recruit someone for me. Remember, success is the only option, failure is not permitted. Jiangnan City. At the trial square, a group of people froze in collective petrification. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how long it would take for Lin Chen's Dominator squad to come crawling back in defeat when suddenly a notification sound reached their ears. Congratulations to the Dominator squad for successfully clearing Abyss, Lost Temple, hard, for the first time with a time of 24 minutes and 19 seconds. Lin Chen cleared it, and in less than half an hour, he conquered the hard difficulty? Everyone was frozen in place, their jaws practically hitting the floor in shock. You should know. At this time, none of the abysses in the lost temples across the country had achieved any successes yet. In other words, Lin Chen's Dominator squad was the first in the nation to conquer an abyss. Many people felt their faces burning with shame. What a slap in the face, a truly humiliating reality. Just moments ago I was laughing at others for overestimating their capabilities. Now it seems the real clown was me all alone? And just at that moment, buzz. With a resonant hum from the portal, two figures materialized in the plaza. It was Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. The moment the two appeared, a crowd surged forward frantically as if they had spotted aliens. Big Boss Lin Chen. Boss, please carry me. Can you carry me through the Lost Temple once? I'll pay you. Can I join your team? I don't have any money, but I can keep you company. Big Boss, I can cheer 666 for you, and I can satisfy your requests too. A swarm of people clung to Lin Chen like flies, some girls even boldly unzipped their jackets to flaunt their ample assets. But Lin Chen simply ignored them all, teleporting 100 meters away with a single void step. Are you kidding? Take you alone? Where did you get the nerve? As for Mo Hongli, after her class changed to Sacred Flame Arbiter, she was enveloped by a ring of holy flame shields. No one dared to come within half a meter of her. After emerging from the crowd's encirclement, Lin Chen casually sent a message to Mo Hongli before leaving the square without hesitation. After twisting and turning through the streets, ensuring no one was following him, he changed into a black robe and put on a mask. Only then did Lin Chen feel at ease to enter a trading house. This shop happened to be the Lingxiao Trading House. Welcome to Lingxiao Trading House. How may we assist you? As soon as he entered the trading house, a pretty maid stepped forward and asked sweetly. I'm looking for Zhang Shun, Lin Chen said. Master Zhang Shun is currently entertaining guests and probably doesn't have time. The maid paused momentarily before replying apologetically. Of course, this was just an excuse. The main issue was that the maid couldn't confirm Lin Chen's identity and didn't want him to disturb Zhang Shun. This is my black card. Without further explanation, Lin Chen directly handed over a black card. Chapter 52, Massive Upgrade. Black card. The maid was startled and immediately became extremely respectful. So it's the Dominator, sir. Please come this way. I'll summon Master Zhang Shun at once. With that, after leading Lin Chen into a quiet and elegant room, the maidservant hurriedly exited. A few minutes later, Zhang Shun walked into the room with a hearty laugh and said, Haha, Mr. Dominator, long time no see. What treasures have you brought us this time? This Dominator had made quite an impression on Zhang Shun. Back when he sold goods to the trading house, Zhang Shun had made a tidy profit, so his attitude was naturally quite welcoming now. I'm here to sell some items, but first, I'd like to purchase some skill books, Lin Chen said directly, bypassing pleasantries altogether. Skill books? Absolutely no problem, Dominator. Our Lingxiao Trading House ranks among the top in the entire southern district of Dragon Country. We have every skill book you could possibly want. Zhang Shun momentarily froze before slapping his chest confidently. I want to purchase a skill called Soul of Avarice. Do you know how many copies you have in stock? Lin Chen asked directly. Soul of Avarice was the skill Lin Chen urgently wanted to upgrade first. After slaying the Ash Angel and obtaining double the loot, Lin Chen realized the terrifying power of this skill. This skill can improve in quality and level with repeated learning, so the more skill books you have, the better. In the later stages, when those who recognize the value of greed souls buy them all up and speculate, it'll be much harder for me to acquire them. Greed souls? Zhang Shun was momentarily stunned before speaking thoughtfully. Mr. Dominator, please wait a moment. I'll immediately arrange for someone to investigate. Within just a few minutes, the maid delivered news. Mr. Dominator, our firm currently has 3 skill books for Soul of Greed. However, they are priced rather high. One skill book costs 100,000 credit points, Zhang Shun explained. 3? Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Perfect. I'll take all 3. With all due respect, Mr. Dominator, this Soul of Greed only grants a very slight increase in loot rewards, and it occupies a precious skill slot. Are you certain you want to spend so many credit points on it? Zhang Shun hesitated before offering his caution. You should know. All professionals have just 12 skill slots in total,
so each skill is exceedingly valuable and must be chosen with great deliberation.
Passive skills still occupy skill slots too, you know. Wasting a precious skill slot on a passive that doesn't even boost combat power? Has this Dominator gone completely mad? That was Zhang Shun's exact thought.
Lin Chen responded indifferently, there's no need for you to worry about that.
Are you afraid I can't pay?
Left with no choice, Zhang Shun could only instruct the maid to comply. Soon after, the maid carried 3 skill books and presented them to Lin Chen.
It really is the soul of greed.
Lin Chen was overjoyed upon a quick inspection. He picked up the skill books and absorbed them all. You have learned the skill, Soul of Greed. The quality of your Soul of Greed skill has improved.
3 consecutive notifications sounded.
Looking again, the effect of Soul of Greed had completely transformed.
Name, Soul of Avarice.
Type, skill/passive.
Quality, Transcendent. Level, 6. Range, 0. Cost, 0. Requirement, Level 1. Effect, when looting slain monsters, there is a 100% chance to acquire additional random loot.
100% chance of obtaining extra loot. What's more, this extra loot effect applies even to special limited drops. Lin Chen was bursting with excitement inside. Had there not been others present, he probably would have jumped for joy. But concealed beneath his black robes and mask, Lin Chen maintained an utterly composed demeanor, leaving the visibly flustered Zhang Shun standing before him completely at a loss.
Good.
Lin Chen spoke up. I need to acquire large quantities of the Soul of Greed skill book. If your merchant house obtains any copies, I'm willing to purchase them at 150,000 credit points each.
Zhang Shun's face lit up with delight. 150,000 credit points? Excellent. Starting today, I'll have my people keep an eye out for them.
At 150,000 credit points, that was already enough to purchase several rare pieces of equipment. Yet many people had been selling this skill book as just another common one, worth barely 10,000 or 20,000 at most. Zhang Shun was naturally willing to act as the middleman, making profits over 10 times the original amount.
In addition, I also need some skills.
Here's a list, take a look at what your trading firm has available. Lin Chen directly handed over a list. Zhang Shun took it and glanced at it, instantly looking utterly astonished.
Group Frenzy?
This skill is an essential ability for summoners, allowing summoned creatures to deal 100% increased damage for a short duration.
Could it be that this mysterious Dominator is actually a summoner?
However, as he continued reading, Zhang Shun shook his head and dismissed his own speculation, because the list contained more than just summoner skills.
There are skill books for many professions like mages, warriors, archers, and more. If this mysterious Dominator is a summoner, why would he need skills from other professions? Skills cannot be learned across different professions.
Thinking of this, Zhang Shun glanced at the inventory and said to Lin Chen, Mr. Dominator, most of the skills listed here are common ones.
We happen to have several skill books for sale.
Available options are Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Chain Lightning, and Mage Hand.
Would you like to acquire them all? I want them all.
Lin Chen nodded, a hint of delight coloring his tone.
To my surprise, the Lingxiao Trading House's reserves were truly abundant.
Being able to replenish so many skills at once was an unexpected delight. Within moments, the maid brought up all the skill books, which Lin Chen unceremoniously stored away in his backpack. Seeing this, Zhang Shun wore a beaming smile and said, Mr. Dominator, the total for these skill books comes to 870,000 credit points.
How would you like to make the payment? 870,000 credits?
Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain in his teeth, his heart filled with helplessness. Being a professional really burns through money. Just like that, hundreds of thousands are gone. Still, it was worth it. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen said, 870,000 credit points, I don't happen to have that much money on me.
Zhang Shun immediately tensed up, forcing out a dry laugh. Mr. Dominator, you're not joking, are you?
Lin Chen smiled faintly as he retrieved a piece of equipment from his backpack and placed it lightly on the table, replying calmly,
Of course I'm not joking.
I don't have that many credit points, but I do have a piece of equipment I'm preparing to auction through your merchant house.
Chapter 53, Brother-in-Law? Equipment?
Zhang Shun froze momentarily, but when his gaze landed on the item emitting a faint yellow glow, his breathing instantly became ragged.
Yellow equipment? Could it be legendary quality? That can't be. How precious are extraordinary pieces of equipment?
Even looking across the entirety of Jiangnan City, only those in high-ranking positions possess such gear.
Yet the person before him actually wanted to auction off such a treasure?
Carefully picking up the equipment, Zhang Shun examined it closely.
Name, Sunfire Chestplate. Type, Armor. Quality, Transcendent. Requirement, Level 1, Strength 2, Spirit 2.
Attributes, +1 strength, +1 spirit, +2 agility. Effect, burning in combat state, burns a random nearby enemy each second, dealing continuous fire damage. It truly is transcendent tier equipment. Zhang Shun swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with excitement. Though it's only level 1 equipment, after all it's transcendent tier gear, these special effects are overwhelmingly powerful. Zhang Shun felt his breath growing rapid, then turned to look at Lin Chen with visibly increased reverence in his gaze. If Lin Chen could produce a pile of rare and high-quality equipment, that would bring joy to Zhang Shun. Yet a single transcendent tier equipment piece would be enough to make Zhang Shun regard Lin Chen with awe and reverence. After all, anyone willing to auction off transcendent tier equipment must surely possess more than just one piece of such gear. To hold multiple transcendent tier equipment items? The mysterious forces behind this are absolutely not something a mere appraiser like him could afford to provoke. How much can your firm offer for this piece of equipment? Lin Chen took a sip of tea and asked calmly. Well, Zhang Shun said with some hesitation, to be honest, Dominator, if we had sufficient funds, we would absolutely purchase this extraordinary equipment outright. But, most of our capital has been tied up in expansion these past few days, and we genuinely can't produce that kind of money on short notice. Zhang Shun wore a regretful expression as he said, therefore, Lord Dominator, it would be best if you auction this equipment 2 days from now. You'll fetch a much better price then. And at the auction, many people will bring out rare equipment or valuable items. You might even find those precious skill books you've been looking for. An auction? Lin Chen nodded. Alright, then, I'll participate in the auction 2 days from now. As for this equipment, you can keep it here for the time being. Lin Chen looked rather indifferent. This piece of equipment was one of the items dropped after defeating the Ash Angel. He still had 4 or 5 similar pieces of extraordinary equipment left. Thank you, Dominator, Zhang Shun said with great deference. After talking for quite a while, Lin Chen finally walked out of Lingxiao Trading House and returned to the Mo residence. Entering the villa, Lin Chen didn't see Mo Honli, but instead caught sight of little Mo Honlu sitting on the sofa, swinging her fair, slender legs as she munched on fruit and watched TV, looking utterly relaxed. The moment she spotted Lin Chen, she grinned and called out, "Brother-in-law, you're finally back." Sister was so worried she was about to flip. Brother-in-law? Lin Chen immediately broke into a cold sweat. When did I become Mo Hongli's husband? Ahem, your sister and I are just friends, not what you said. Lin Chen felt it necessary to clarify. To his surprise, the little girl hopped over cheerfully and grinned mischievously. Oh please, brother-in-law, the way my sister looks at you is practically dripping with affection. What's there to explain? And don't even try to say you don't have any thoughts about her? Luster? What kind of ridiculous description is it? As Lin Chen inhaled the faint, virginal fragrance wafting from Mo Honlu, his heart wavered momentarily. Before he could respond, a flirtatious exclamation suddenly came from the side. Little dear, what are you talking about? Dressed in casual attire, Mo Honli rushed over with crimson cheeks and immediately covered Mo Honlu's mouth. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Mo Honli's blush deepened even further. Lin Chen, you don't get the wrong idea. This kid just says whatever comes to mind. Lin Chen shrugged. No worries, kids say the darndest things. To everyone's surprise, Mo Honlu waved her little fists indignantly in protest. I'm 16 already. I'm not a child. And sister, you do like brother-in-law, don't you? I'm your sister after all, you think I wouldn't know? Little dear, you. Mo Honli stamped her little foot in embarrassment, let out a sheepish whimper, and rushed back into her room. Hee, brother-in-law, see, I wasn't wrong. Mo Honluo puffed up her newly budding chest, her little face brimming with pride. Elder sister gets shy the easiest, but she definitely likes you. Lin Chen sighed and gently rapped the little girl's head. Kids your age shouldn't be talking about love and romance so casually. With that, he left behind a resentful-looking Mo Honlu and returned to his room. Lin Chen took out several skill books from his backpack and placed them before him. After glancing through them briefly, he proceeded to learn each one. Instantly, you have learned the skill, Undead Summoning. You have learned the skill, Soul Beast Summoning Art. You have learned the skill, Chain Lightning. You have learned the skill, Mage Hand. Among these skills, both are summoner skills. Summoner skills allow Lin Chen to disguise his profession as an ordinary summoner, preventing others from detecting hints of his true identity as the Zerg Overlord. The two mage skills include an immensely practical crowd control and damage ability, along with a mage hand that functions akin to telekinesis, allowing objects to be moved remotely. Undead Summoning. With a low chant, a tattered skeleton materialized before Lin Chen. You have summoned a low-tier skeleton. What the hell is this? Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. Necromantic Summoning is an exclusive skill of the Necromancer subclass under the summoner profession. Its effect is to randomly summon undead creatures. This means the skill can summon low-tier undead like skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. It's also possible to summon high-tier undead like necromancers and bone dragons. But the probability
is even worse than some gacha games out there. That's why even some necromancers don't rely on summoning skeletons as their primary skill. But to Lin Chen, it mattered little, as this was merely a disguise to conceal his true identity. Soul Beast Summoning Art. Another low incantation followed. Instantly, a tiger-like figure shimmering with faint azure light materialized before him. UVE summoned a Windblade Tiger. A Windblade Tiger? That's rather decent. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. The Windblade Tiger was a 5th-level ferocious beast, naturally gifted with extraordinary speed that posed considerable challenge for novice tamers. Chapter 54, Abyss Efficiency Team? Although the combat strength of these two summoning spells isn't particularly impressive, it's enough. After all, they're just summoning creatures meant to conceal my identity. Lin Chen nodded with great satisfaction, though he didn't know whether anyone besides himself truly knew about the Zerg Overlord profession. But as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. My current strength isn't enough to guarantee my survival against peak-level powerhouses, so I must proceed with extreme caution. Otherwise, if information about the Zerg Overlord were to leak out, who knows how Dragon Nation might react, but powers like Island Nation and Rice Country would undoubtedly spare no expense to eliminate me. Lying low for now isn't cowardice, it's strategy for greater growth, declared Lin Chen with steely determination in his steady, powerful voice. One day, the name Overlord will echo across the entire blue planet. Early morning. Lin Chen sleepily pushed open the door, yawning as he mechanically shuffled towards the bathroom out of sheer muscle memory. Last night, he kept adjusting his skill combinations and planning future developments, barely managing to fall asleep around midnight. As a result, when he woke up early in the morning, his mind was muddled and dizzy, as chaotic as a pot of glue. Tick-tock. What's that sound? Lin Chen faintly heard what seemed like dripping water, but his groggy mind didn't dwell on it as he pushed open the bathroom door. Who would have thought? Ah! A piercing scream rang out, jolting Lin Chen completely awake. Rubbing his eyes, he gaped at the scene before him, his mouth falling open. Before his eyes, completely naked under the shower, Mo Honley's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she frantically covered her vital areas. What are you staring at? Get out now! Her cheeks burning crimson as if about to drip with blood, Mo Honley couldn't help but let out a flustered cry when she saw Lin Chen staring at her dumbstruck, her voice brimming with panic. Oh, okay, alright, I'll go out. Lin Chen gulped and took 2 steps back before finally exiting the bathroom. Though Mo Honley had swiftly covered her vital areas, Lin Chen's eyes were far too quick. He'd already taken in every last detail of her near-perfect figure. Just recalling that flat stomach, flawless fair skin, and those slender, perfectly sculpted legs sent waves of heat rushing through Lin Chen's entire body. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed remarkable self-control. Taking a deep breath, he quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Heading downstairs, he spotted the young girl Mo Honlu eating breakfast. Seeing Lin Chen descend, she asked curiously, "Morning, brother-in-law. What happened earlier? I thought I heard a scream." "Ahem, nothing, just a misunderstanding," Lin Chen replied, his face flushing slightly as he hastily made up an excuse. But the mischievous Mo Honlu, with her lively sparkling eyes, blinked repeatedly, clearly not buying a single word of it. Just as he was about to press further, Mo Honlu unexpectedly descended the stairs, her cheeks still faintly flushed. Mo Honlu immediately straightened up and focused on devouring the plate of bacon and eggs in front of him. Cough cough. Are you okay? Lin Chen asked awkwardly. Mo Honlu couldn't help but bite her lip upon hearing this. Shaking her head, she said, "It's nothing. Let's eat quickly, we still have to go to the trial plaza later." According to the agreement between Lin Chen and Mo Honlu, Lin Chen needed to guide Mo Honlu through the trial abyss for 3 consecutive days, and yesterday was only the first day. Seeing this, Lin Chen secretly sighed in relief and nodded, "Alright." With that, the group finally began eating breakfast. After breakfast, Mo Honlu went to school alone. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Mo Honlu continued their journey to the trial plaza. The moment they appeared, they attracted considerable attention from the crowd. Lin Chen? Is that really Lin Chen? Those two cleared the abyss yesterday, it shocked the entire nation. What are they here for today? Tisk, who'd have thought Lin Chen had such capabilities? Didn't he take that blood-clotting pill and become a cripple for life? Was it because of Mo Honlu? Is he living off a woman? My stomach isn't great, I'd love to live off a woman too. A crowd shot Lin Chen looks filled with envy, jealousy, and other complicated emotions. Yet no one dared to approach, for the terror of the holy flame shield around Mo Honlu yesterday remained vivid in their minds. None wished to be burned by that milky white sacred fire. However, while they hesitated to draw near, Lin Chen suddenly cleared his throat and shouted, "Running Abyss! Efficiency party looking for members!" At these words, the surrounding crowd was utterly shocked. Running the Abyss? This kind of practice isn't particularly uncommon, and even trial grounds don't prohibit such behavior. After all, there's no fairness to speak of in this world, what matters most is strength. But the problem is, the Lost Temple dungeon is simply too difficult to conquer, and it's strictly limited to this year's examinees only.
For these people, even clearing a single dungeon is extremely difficult.
Take along a few deadweights? It's simply out of the question.
However, despite their suspicions, several people still stepped forward to inquire. How much for one person? Asked a voluptuous female mage dressed rather seductively, batting her eyelashes at Lin Chen while deliberately putting on a flirtatious display. 1 million credits per person for normal difficulty, or something that catches my interest.
3 million for challenge difficulty, 7 million for hard difficulty.
Lin Chen replied languidly.
What? A million per person?
The female mage's coquettish smile froze on her face.
Are you made of gold or silver? Since when does escorting someone cost this much? Take it or leave it. If you won't pay, stop blocking others. Lin Chen waved impatiently without courtesy. What? Think it's too expensive? Then don't buy our services. After all, I didn't force you.
It's just that, besides me, it seems no one else can handle the abyss.
The female mage paused, then suddenly leaned in, rubbing her ample bosom against Lin Chen's arm while cooing, "Little brother, could you give me a discount? Your sister here doesn't have that much money. How about, your sister keeps you company for the night?" The female mage's appearance, though not comparable to Mo Homely's peerless beauty, was exceptionally alluring in her attire, with a figure that was equally impressive. This style was an absolute killer for certain people. Mo Homely glanced nervously at Lin Chen, her breathing somewhat hurried.
Lin Chen, however, simply waved his hand and pushed the female mage away. "If you're not buying, then get lost." The female mage didn't expect Lin Chen to be so openly dismissive, and could only curse under her breath as she stormed off. A crowd gathered, pointing and whispering about Lin Chen, but no one dared to approach him for pricing anymore. After all, 1 million per person wasn't a price just anyone could afford. Lin Chen wasn't anxious at all. He casually pulled out 2 chairs from his backpack and sat right there in front of everyone, looking completely at ease.
Chapter 55, 10 million received.
Witnessing this scene, everyone nearly lost their composure again.
He even brought a chair in his backpack? What the hell is this? Damn, that's a bit too reckless.
As expected of a top-tier expert. You see, the average player's inventory slots are always stretched thin, usually crammed full with equipment, health potions, mana potions, and similar items.
Who could be like Lin Chen, with enough spare space to squeeze in a few extra chairs? The next moment nearly made everyone's jaws drop.
Suddenly, Lin Chen pulled out a mini fridge from his backpack, retrieved 2 bottles of cola, handed one to Mo Homely, and happily started drinking.
Holy shit, he even has cola? Are you here to conquer the abyss or to go on vacation? And just at that moment, Lin Chen. 2 figures approached Lin Chen and Mo Homely.
One wore plate armor wreathed in thick holy light. The other had a black hood, exuding a faint aura of death. At the sight of these two, the crowd gasped in astonishment.
Li Hu, Lu Yanran. Those two actually showed up? Unbelievable. Interesting.
Yesterday, the two of them teamed up and spent 17 hours plus several key items just to clear the Lost Temple on normal difficulty.
While that result is considered quite good in Jiangnan City, it's merely average when compared across the entire Dragon Nation, still a bit short for admission to Jianghai University. Could it be that they want Lin Chen to help them get a better score? Some people began to speculate. Though Lu Yanran and Li Hu were considered unparalleled geniuses in Jiangnan City, when viewed across the entire Dragon Nation, they were hardly noteworthy. For Jianghai University, which only admitted exceptionally gifted talents, Lu Yanran and Li Hu may have met the admission threshold, but whether they'd be accepted still depended on their final examination results. Li Hu looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression and said solemnly, "Lin Chen, how many credits do you charge per person for a run?" Lin Chen replied with a smile, 3 million credits per person for normal difficulty, or something that interests me. Challenge difficulty is 5 million, and hard difficulty is 10 million. So gentlemen, what'll it be? Lu Yanran immediately responded with displeasure. What? Didn't you just say the challenge difficulty was only 3 million? Why has the price increased for us?
Lin Chen chuckled, "You are you, and they are them. How can these situations be treated as the same? Besides, if you find it expensive, you're welcome to clear the challenge yourselves without coming to plead for my help." Lin Chen inwardly sneered, refusing to back down verbally.
Though Lu Yanran and Li Hu had never actually raised a hand against Lin Chen,
but these two individuals, he truly disliked them. Both were extraordinarily arrogant, putting on airs as if they looked down on everyone. They clearly came seeking his help, yet acted so high and mighty, as if he owed them a favor.
"You!" Lu Yanran's delicate face turned icy with anger.
"You must understand, she's the eldest daughter of the Lu family. From childhood, she's displayed exceptional talent, coupled with near-perfect beauty, making Lu Yanran stand out like a phoenix among chickens among her peers."
It's safe to say that Lu Yanran had grown up amidst constant praise and admiration from those around her. When had she ever encountered such a rogue attitude like Lin Chen's? "Lady Lu, if you're unwilling, you're free to leave."
"I never insisted you had to come looking for me," Lin Chen said lazily, a hint of teasing in his tone. Could it be this Lu Yanran really believes all men ought to grovel and submit to her every whim? She does have some looks, but so what? Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen's will was as unyielding as steel. In his eyes, the most beautiful woman might stir a fleeting admiration, but he would never compromise his own interests for her. There's a saying that rings true. Women would only slow down my sword draw. Enough, Lin Chen, Li Hu finally spoke up. I know we wronged you back in the trial lands, but this time we're willing to apologize. As long as you can help us clear the challenge difficulty of the Lost Temple and secure enough points for admission to Jianghai University. 5 million it is then, here's my money. With that, Li Hu handed over a card. After briefly checking it, Lin Chen nodded. Good, indeed 5 million. This money must have come from your principal, right? Ha, he's really gone to great lengths for you. Li Hu's face darkened. This has nothing to do with you. Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't say much, directly sending out a party invitation. You have initiated a party invitation. Member, Li Hu has joined your party. Then, Lin Chen turned to look at Lu Yanran. Goddess Lu, what do you say? Lu Yanran's face revealed a hesitant expression. 5 million credit points, of course she could afford that price, but she couldn't stomach the humiliation. After all, it was she who had spread the news about Lin Chen becoming a cripple after using the blood coagulation pill. Moreover, she had always maintained a condescending attitude toward Lin Chen, as if bestowing charity upon him. Now, Lin Chen had become the very person who would determine whether she could attend Jianghai University. This drastic reversal left Lu Yanran feeling both humiliated and resentful, unable to come to terms with it. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yanran finally nodded and said, Lin Chen, I'm in. Here's my money. A very wise decision, Lin Chen chuckled, unceremoniously taking the money. After a quick count, he extended an invitation. You have initiated a party invitation. Member, Lu Yanran has joined your party. TSK. Rich people's money is so easy to earn, a cool 10 million just like that. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin widely as he eyed the balance in his card. After a moment, Lin Chen composed himself and pointed at the teleportation stone before them. There's no time to lose, let's depart at once. Stepping forward to touch the teleportation stone, the figures of the group dissipated from the square. After a brief spell of dizziness, their surroundings shifted when they looked again, now replaced by a desolate landscape. The Lost Temple. Team has fully entered the abyss. Lost Temple, challenge. Once steady on her feet, Lu Yanran spoke up. Let me introduce myself first. My class is Templar Knight. I can fill any role in combat. If any of you have shortcomings, I can. This was the standard self-introduction any newcomer would give when joining a party, analyzing one's class and abilities to ensure mutual coordination and shared responsibility in battle. After all, although it was Lin Chen who ostensibly led them through the abyss, Lu Yanran didn't believe for a second that Lin Chen could actually guide their group through the Lost Temple single-handedly. No need. Just stay back and watch. Lin Chen interrupted Lu Yanran's words with a dismissive wave. I said I'd take you across the abyss, don't interfere. All you need to do is watch. Chapter 56, Mo Homely's Hostility. Lin Chen, you're not joking, are you? Li Hu immediately frowned, instinctively feeling that Lin Chen was exaggerating. After all, unless one possessed strength that surpassed others by more than 10 levels, it was nearly impossible for someone to solo carry teammates of the same level through the abyss. Lu Yanran also wore an expression of confusion and doubt. Only Mo Homely beside him wore a perfectly natural expression as if seeing nothing unusual, though her eyes kept deliberately or inadvertently sizing up Lu Yanran, with a trace of hostility lingering in her gaze. Lin Chen smiled faintly, just watch me perform. With that, he raised his hand. Instantly, swarms of summoned creatures materialized, filling every inch of surrounding space. These summoned creatures, most were the weakest of skeleton soldiers, though mixed among them were some skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and the like. Then there were the Cyanwen tigers, their entire bodies emitting an eerie blue glow. Though few in number, each radiated an aura of palpable danger. A summoner. You're a summoner? Lu Yanran exclaimed in shock. The illustrious name of a summoner is something nearly every citizen of Blue Star has heard since childhood. Moreover, some powerful summoners can even stand as equals to nations, holding exceptionally lofty statuses. Li Hu's eyes were equally filled with shock. Lin Chen, you've been hiding your profession, you're a summoner? While both were stunned, a multitude of complex emotions surged within them. First came the sudden realization. After all, the reason Lin Chen was so powerful had finally been discovered. He was a summoner, it was only natural for him to be a little extraordinary. Yet, what followed was the humiliating sting of having one's assumptions shattered. Just a few days ago, They had looked down upon Lin Chen, but now he had transformed into a summoner with boundless potential. This stark contrast left a bitter taste in both their hearts. Even the proud and aloof Lu Yanran had to lower her haughty head in the face of this brutal reality. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lu Yanran tentatively asked, "Lin Chen, classmate, did you happen to encounter a golden soul rat boss some time ago?" Though the possibility was slim, Lu Yanran still wanted to test whether the Lin Chen before her was the same summoner lord who had slain the golden soul rat boss and rescued her some time ago. After all, the grandeur of that summoner had left an incredibly deep impression on Lu Yanran, so much so that she'd even been entangled with him in her dreams during this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen replied impassively, "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yanran immediately sighed in relief. "It's nothing, just asking casually." Fortunately, Lin Chen wasn't that summoner lord, otherwise, Lu Yanran would have been greatly disappointed. After all, in Lu Yanran's imagination, though that summoner lord wore a mask, the face beneath must undoubtedly have been that of a dashing, handsome Prince Charming. Though Lin Chen's appearance wasn't bad, he still fell far short of being a true beauty. That's right, that exalted one summoned creatures are insect-like beings, while Lin Chen's summons are merely the most common skeletons. He probably can't hold a candle to that lord at all, Lu Yanran concluded naturally. Lin Chen knew exactly what Lu Yanran was thinking, but couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. He simply took the lead and strode forward. Two massive boulders fell from the sky, instantly transforming into stone giants. Lin Chen deftly dodged the falling boulders with practiced ease, then waved his hand. Charge! Countless skeletal soldiers surged toward the stone giant. Yet amidst these skeletal troops, some flame worms and spike worms had quietly infiltrated. However, their forms were concealed by the massive skeletal army. Only Lin Chen himself could detect their presence. After a round of flame impact, the two stone giants collapsed with a resounding crash. This scene left Lu Yanran and Li Hu utterly dumbfounded. They killed two stone giants, so easily? Back when our team fought them, we struggled for half an hour just to barely defeat two stone giants. Yet Lin Chen, is this the true power of a summoner? Li Hu and Lu Yanran, though shocked, couldn't help but glance bitterly at Lin Chen who stood composedly beside them. Their gazes held a trace more envy and jealousy than before. What they didn't know was, in truth, even an ordinary summoner couldn't have achieved this level of feat. Take for example these skeletons summoned through necromancy. Although their numbers were vast, their strength fell far short of an average person's, basically the sort that'd crumble at the slightest touch. Therefore, no matter how many there were, their attacks couldn't even inflict damage on the stone giant. On the contrary, with just a slight stomp from the stone giant, countless skeletons would perish in droves. Only Lin Chen's Zerg, being exceptionally powerful, could effectively employ the swarm tactic. Especially spellcasters like the flame worms, their skill, flame impact, dealt even more damage than the full-powered strikes of some 5th-tier mages. Let's go! After effortlessly dealing with the two stone giants, Lin Chen shamelessly picked up the dropped equipment before giving a calm command. The group promptly followed. Under Lin Chen's leadership, conquering the challenging Lost Temple was as smooth as walking on flat ground. Lin Chen and the others just needed to chat while hiding behind their summoned creatures. "So you're the famous Lu Yanran from Third High?" Mo Honley proactively struck up a conversation, though her tone inexplicably carried a hint of hostility. Lu Yanran paused momentarily before nodding in response. "I am Lu Yanran. Miss Mo. We actually met once at a gala a year ago, that charity event, if I recall correctly. All 4 major families were present, though I regret we didn't get to speak then." As fellow scions of the 4 great families, Lu Yanran naturally recognized Mo Honley, though they'd simply never interacted beyond this passing acquaintanceship. Faced with such pleasantries, Mo Honley responded coolly, "It might be for the best if we don't speak. After all, our families have always been competitors, now more than ever." What rivalry? Lu Yanran was thoroughly confused, her head full of question marks. "Ahem, I didn't say anything." Blushing crimson, Mo Honley realized she'd accidentally voiced her inner thoughts and quickly stammered her way through an excuse. Under Lin Chen's leadership, in less than 20 minutes, the Ash Angel fell before Lin Chen with a grievance, dropping a massive pile of equipment. Under the effective Soul of Greed, Lin Chen could obtain double loot rewards with 100% certainty. Among the equipment on the ground, several pieces even emitted a yellow glow. This indicated that among these pieces were several epic-grade equipment. Lin Chen stepped forward, stowing all the equipment into his backpack, then picked out a few suitable pieces and handed them to Mo Honley. Lu Yanran and Li Hu could only stare at the glowing equipment, swallowing their envy. After all, they had only paid for clearance guidance, the dropped equipment had nothing to do with them. "Wait, is this piece of equipment Sacred Lament?" Lu Yanran suddenly stepped forward, pointing at one item. Chapter 57, Willing to Give Anything? In Lin Chen's hand was grasped a necklace radiating a yellow glow. "Correct, this is Sacred Lament." Lin Chen nodded casually. "Name, Sacred Lament. Type, necklace. Quality, transcendent. Requirements, level 5, strength 4, spirit 6. Attributes, +1 spirit, +3 strength, plus 2 agility. Special effect, all holy skill effects increased by an additional 10%. The special effect of this equipment is highly practical, boosting the effectiveness of any holy skill. Combat skills will be converted to deal 10% more damage, healing skills will provide 10% more healing, while support and utility skills will boost effects like shields, armor, and similar enhancements. One could say this equipment is practically a divine artifact for someone like Lu Yenran, whose profession combines offense, defense, and support. Lin Chen, I want this piece of equipment. Name your price. Lu Yenran gazed at the necklace, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. Price? Sorry, not for sale. Lin Chen smirked and flatly refused. He had already promised this piece of equipment to Mo Hongli. No matter how much Lu Yenran offered, he wouldn't sell it to her. I'll offer 5 million credit points, Lu Yenran declared without hesitation. To be honest, the price of 5 million already exceeded the value of ordinary extraordinary equipment. Generally, exceptional equipment would only be worth between 3 to 4 million. Only an exclusive piece as premium as Sacred Lament could make Lu Yenran willing to pay such an exorbitant price. 5 million? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, then chuckled inwardly. This little girl's family must be really wealthy. I reckon their family fortune exceeds hundreds of millions? Only. Lin Chen sneered. Miss Lu, surely you're aware that equipment beyond the transcendent level can't simply be bought with money alone? Otherwise, transcendent equipment wouldn't be so precious and rare. Generally speaking, the value of transcendent tier equipment is generally fixed between 3 to 4 million. Although Jiangnan City is a small metropolis, the 4 great clans each possess net worths casually exceeding hundreds of millions. Logically, their members should already be decked out in full transcendent sets. Yet in reality, even among the 4 great clans, only core figures possess 1 or 2 transcendent tier pieces at most. This is because equipment of transcendent quality and above is subject to strict governmental control. These restrictions weren't actually regulations issued by Dragon Country's authorities. They merely stemmed from stockpiling by official organizations and major guild factions. To borrow Lin Chen's understanding from his previous life, equipment of transcendent grade or above was equivalent to precious metals like gold. Its production is rare and its utility immense. Though its circulation cannot be completely prevented, the only way to control it is through acquisition. If Dragon Nation were to go to war with certain countries, this equipment would become strategic resources on par with food, oil, and other essential supplies from Lin Chen's past life. This is essentially how most other nations proceed as well. This is also why transcendent equipment remains so scarce in places like Jiangnan City. Even billionaire elites possess only 1 or 2 pieces at most. To put it into perspective, even if someone like Old Ma had a fortune worth hundreds of billions in Lin Chen's previous life, he wouldn't have been able to buy 1,000 tons of gold with just a portion of that money. Lin Chen, this equipment is incredibly important to me. I can offer more. How about 10 million? Lu Yenran gritted her teeth and quoted an exceptionally high price. Even though Lu Yenran was the heir to the Lu family, mobilizing millions in credit points was no easy feat for her. Had this equipment not held such immense significance to her, Lu Yenran would never have gone to such extravagant lengths. 10 million? That's quite a generous offer. Lin Chen chuckled before suddenly turning to Mo Hongli beside him. What do you think? It's your equipment after all. If you want to sell it, I won't stand in your way. Mo Hongli blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting Lin Chen's response. After a brief pause, she glanced at Lu Yenran's hopeful expression before shaking her head indignantly. I won't sell it. Humph. Lin Chen shrugged. You heard her? The owner says she won't sell it to you. There's nothing I can do about it. Lu Yenran gritted her teeth. Lin Chen, this equipment is incredibly important to me. Could you please sell it to me? I'll agree to any condition you propose. By the end of her words, Lu Yenran's tone carried a hint of pleading, appearing utterly pitiable. Paired with her voluptuous yet delicate figure and angelic face, most men would likely surrender immediately at this sight. Even Li, who beside her looked parched with desire, unconsciously licking his lips. You should know, Lu Yenran maintained the image of an untouchable goddess not just at Third High but throughout Jiangnan City. The icy goddess pleaded with pitiful desperation, her vulnerable demeanor enough to melt the hearts of most men. Of course, Lin Chen was the exception. Having lived 2 lifetimes, what kind of woman hadn't Lin Chen encountered? A mere Lu Yenran? She wasn't even worth his glance. Anything? Lin Chen looked Lu Yenran up and down before speaking coolly. Aye. Lu Yenran instantly realized she might have misspoken. A flush instantly spread across her face as her slender legs pressed together awkwardly, her entire body tingling as if electrified. Before Lin Chen could refuse, Mo Hongli abruptly intervened. Lin Chen, don't agree to her. Whatever she can give you, I can give you too. Suddenly clinging to Lin Chen's arm, Mo Hongli rubbed her ample curves against him while pleading tearfully, her face full of desperate entreaty. Look, I'm not inferior to Lu Yenran at all. You mustn't let some wicked woman lure you away. Wicked woman?
willing to give anything? What kind of outrageous talk is this? Lin Chen instantly felt his head swim with exasperation. Though aware of Mo Homely's feelings for him, Lin Chen hadn't paid much attention, as his current pursuit was to grow stronger. Yet he never expected the usually shy Mo Homely would dare utter such bold words before others. It seems he'd have to reconsider Mo Homely's affections more carefully going forward. Feeling the smooth softness against his arm, Lin Chen took a deep breath and murmured softly, "Don't worry, I never planned to agree anyway." Mo Homely finally felt somewhat reassured, but she still clung tightly to Lin Chen, unwilling to let go, as if releasing him would allow someone to lure him away. Seeing this scene, Lu Yenran suddenly understood. So Mo Homely's inexplicable hostility toward her wasn't due to the rivalry between their two families, it was because of this. "Lin Chen, if you sell this equipment to me, I can give you something valuable in return. I guarantee it's something that would interest a powerful person like you." Lu Yenran took a deep breath, her expression complicated as she gazed at Lin Chen, who was still being held by Mo Homely, and spoke slowly. "What?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly. To be honest, at his current level, ordinary wealth meant little more than a trifle to Lin Chen. Only legendary or even mythical grade equipment could truly stir his interest. But obviously, a minor family like the Lius could never produce such high-tier equipment, otherwise they wouldn't be desperately chasing after mere epic grade gear. "It's this thing." Lu Yenran flicked her slender hand, passing over a small object. Chapter 58, Abyssal Key. Name, Ancient Fortress, LV-15. Description, upon use, opens 5 portals to the abyss. Portals disappear after being used once or after 48 hours. Must be used on a cartography table. Ancient Fortress? This is an abyss key. Lin Chen took it and examined it. After 2 seconds of bewilderment, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The abyss key, as the name suggests, is an item that opens a passage to the abyss. However, the abyss dungeons unlocked by the abyss key are temporary and can only be cleared once. They disappear either when the time is up or after being successfully cleared. But compared to ordinary abysses that can be repeatedly challenged, one-time abysses yield far more loot, including even rarer and more valuable equipment and items. That said, one-time abysses are also significantly more difficult, and possesses randomized map affixes, such as monsters in the area reflect 100% of elemental damage dealt to players, monsters in the area have plus 200% health, professionals cannot restore health, professionals have an additional minus 100% critical hit chance, and other insane affixes. This leads most professionals to simply sell these abyss keys rather than attempt them themselves. Other affixes might be manageable, but just the damage reflection alone blocks the vast majority of professions. After all, many professions are glass cannons, with offensive capabilities far surpassing their defenses. One skill cast might kill the monster, but they'd perish along with it. Yet Lin Chen wore an expression of pleasant surprise. Why? As a summoner, he wouldn't suffer from reflective attributes at all. "Lin Chen, what does the damage dealt by summoned creatures have to do with me? I can't handle this reflected damage at all." "Summoned creatures? What does the damage reflected to Lin Chen have to do with us? We can't handle this reflected damage at all. Like stepping on your left foot with your right foot to reach the heavens. Summoners can perfectly avoid this reflected damage affix. Other affixes, such as monsters in the area have plus 200% health, just mean the clearing speed slows down a bit. No big deal at all." "Ancient Fortress?" Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. I didn't expect your Lu family to have such a treasure." Fine, I'll take this deal." Lin Chen directly took out another Divine Lament from his backpack and immediately traded it to Lu Yenran. The other one was given to Mo Homely. Seeing this, Li Hu and Lu Yenran were so shocked their eyeballs nearly popped out. "What? You still have another Divine Lament? 2 identical legendary equipment drops from one boss? Lin Chen smiled faintly, not bothering to explain at all. "Double rewards from Soul of Greed, kid." Of course, though it's double rewards, getting 2 identical pieces of equipment simultaneously is still quite rare nonetheless. The additional rewards from the Greedy Soul are entirely random. "Thank you, Lin Chen," Lu Yenran said with a complicated expression as she accepted the necklace, then transferred the money to him. Li Hu also took a liking to a rare quality assassin weapon in Lin Chen's possession and, after some bargaining, purchased it for 140,000 credit points. Above the trial plaza, the light of the teleportation gate flickered brightly. Their figures soon appeared in transmission. Li Hu had nothing to say and hurriedly left the team, presumably to report back to his school principal. Meanwhile, Lu Yenran glanced at the ranking on the stone monument. Team ranking, 1 Dominator Squad, hard difficulty, time, 24 minutes 19 seconds, total evaluation score, 54,714. Team ranking, 2 Dominator Squad, challenge difficulty, time, 25 minutes 47 seconds, total score, 25,439. Team ranking, 3 Crimson Squad, normal difficulty, time,
4 hours 35 minutes 33 seconds, total score, 54-36. This is the national ranking of Dragon Country. The overall rating score is calculated based on factors such as the number of participants, clearance time, and difficulty level. A higher score indicates greater strength from either the clearing team or the individual. Lin Chen's Dominator squad directly claimed the top 2 rankings in the team performance standings, and this was only because Lin Chen had entered the Lost Temple twice so far. Otherwise, had he wished to, he could have completely dominated the entire top 10 spots on the leaderboard. Thank you, Lin Chen, Lu Yanran said gratefully once more, her tone carrying a note of solemnity. Now she had abandoned her previous attitude of disdain and coldness toward Lin Chen. It had been replaced by a trace of respect and admiration. After all, Lu Yanran was fundamentally a woman who admired strength. For the weak, he showed not the slightest concern, but for the strong, he could summon boundless reverence. In Lu Yanran's heart, the one most worthy of her friendship was undoubtedly the mysterious summoner who had saved her from the golden soul rat that day. Secondly, Lin Chen's formidable strength had also left a profound impression on her. If possible, Lu Yanran felt it would be beneficial to befriend Lin Chen, which explained why her tone had softened considerably. Even her gaze carried a hint of ingratiation. This sudden shift made Mo Honley, who was standing nearby, glare at them with furious eyes. However, it's just a transaction, no need for thanks. Facing Lu Yanran's flattery, Lin Chen remained utterly indifferent. Indeed, worshipping strength is human nature for many, nothing default. But Lin Chen simply couldn't stand it. In his previous life, when Lin Chen was obscure, Lu Yanran had 0 interactions with him. Where was your precious Miss Lu back then? This life, now that I've become strong, you come crawling over trying to befriend me? You're thinking way too highly of yourself. Materialism and pragmatism aren't flaws in human nature, but hypocrisy most definitely is. Lin Chen's cold attitude left Lu Yanran somewhat disappointed, yet she still maintained a gentle demeanor. Lin Chen, there's an auction tomorrow at Lingxiao Trading House. I'll be attending too. Would you like to join me? Not interested, Lin Chen rejected without hesitation. He then immediately left the trial square with Mo Honley in tow. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Lu Yanran shook her head in disappointment, sighed deeply, and felt a pang of regret in her heart. If she had shown even the slightest kindness to Lin Chen back in high school, perhaps he wouldn't treat her with such cold indifference today? The next day, Lingxiao Trading House. Dressed in black robes and wearing a mask, Lin Chen stepped into the trading house. Upon entering, within just 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Shun came forward with a cupped hand salute and a smile, saying, "Mr. Dominator, the auction is about to begin. Your timing is perfect, please follow me." "You're too kind," Lin Chen replied indifferently before following Zhang Shun into a room. After navigating several turns, they finally arrived at a vast auction hall. "Mr. Dominator, I've prepared a private booth for you where you can participate in the auction," Zhang Shun said respectfully. Chapter 59, The Auction. "You're very thoughtful," Lin Chen nodded slightly before stepping into the private booth. Upon entering, a group of beautiful attendants in kipeos greeted him in unison, then presented tea, fruit platters, and pastries. One attendant even took a seat directly beside Lin Chen. As the delicate fragrance of her perfume wafted over, she pressed her curvaceous body against him while explaining the auction rules in a honeyed voice. Although Lin Chen wasn't particularly fond of this kind of behavior, not wanting to embarrass Zhang Shun, he couldn't just push the attendant away either. He could only shift slightly to the side. Noticing Lin Chen's subtle movement, the attendant gave him a melancholy look, her tone of voice brimming with injured feelings as she continued her explanation. Lin Chen, however, maintained an indifferent expression as he surveyed the scene. He was currently in one of the 10 private boxes overhead, enjoying a panoramic view of the entire venue. Apart from the private booths, every other seat was just a standard seating spot. Looking around, the auction venue had over 400 to 500 seats, now completely filled to capacity, with many attendees chatting excitedly among themselves. "I heard this auction is offering a full set of rare equipment, is that true?" "Indeed, and not just that. The grand finale is rumored to be an extraordinary artifact. I went as far as selling my house to gather 4 million in funds just to see if I can claim it." 4 million? Ha, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Who knows what type of extraordinary equipment that is? If someone takes a fancy to it, forget 4 million, it could easily fetch over 10 million. That's true. Even among extraordinary equipment, there are tiers of quality, and the price gap can span several times. I heard the principals of the 3 elite high schools, the city mayor, and the heads of the 4 great families all showed up for this auction. I wonder who ended up winning that extraordinary equipment. The crowd chattered excitedly, their voices brimming with anticipation. How precious are extraordinary equipment! Even the top brass of Jiangnan City have gathered here, eager to compete for them. This shows just how rare they are. Just as people were chatting amongst themselves, a beautiful woman in a light blue gown finally stepped onto the stage.
With a charming smile, she bowed slightly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual auction of Lingxiao Trading's Jiangnan City branch. I'm Lily."
This person was precisely the Lily whom Lin Chen had rescued that day. In my past life, I'd heard that although Lily held a high position in the Hunter Association, she had connections with organizations like Lingxiao Trading Company, Dragon Nation's official factions, and the War God Alliance.
I didn't expect it to be true, Lin Chen murmured to himself in a low voice.
Lily's profession was fortune mage, capable of enhancing hidden attributes like trade and luck. In future years, she would become a prominent figure in the business world, highly sought after by Dragon Nation's major organizations.
However, at this point, she was still just an ordinary professional in Jiangnan City, with no signs yet of her future prominence. Without further ado, let's begin the auction for our first item. Lily smiled gently.
Immediately, an exhibit materialized on the display platform. At the sight of this item, many people showed expressions of surprise.
Inside the glass case lay a delicate necklace, resting peacefully.
A group of people cast an appraisal skill on it, and the necklace's information appeared before their eyes.
Name, thorn necklace, corrupted. Type, necklace. Quality, rare. Requirements, level 5, strength 1, spirit 2.
Attributes, +3 spirit, +3 strength, +3 agility.
Effect, corruption gains additional chaos damage equal to 10% of non-chaos damage. It's a corrupted item. Good stats. The first auction item is already a minor premium grade equipment?
Holy shit, this gear is perfect for me.
The crowd below erupted in excitement. Inside the VIP box, Lin Chen also showed slight surprise upon seeing this, so it's actually a corrupted item? And with decent corruption modifiers too. It seems Lingxiao Trading House's capabilities exceed my initial estimates. Corrupted equipment refers to normal gear that's been transformed using a special consumable item, a Vol Orb. Vol Orb can alter a piece of equipment, granting it special affix effects. For example, the unique affix on this thorn necklace, which provides additional chaos damage, is one type of corrupted affix.
This kind of modification can give originally ordinary equipment additional affixes, increasing its value several-fold or even dozens of times.
A top-tier corrupted piece of equipment with exceptionally high triple stats.
Starting bid at 500,000 credit points, minimum increment of 100,000 credit points.
Begin, Lily announced swiftly. Before the words had even finished echoing, bids began ringing out one after another. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 1.1 million.
Within mere moments, the price had already skyrocketed to over 1.5 million. Finally, this piece of equipment was claimed by a slender assassin dressed in gray leather armor. Upon purchasing it, the buyer hastily paid and departed as if fearful of being targeted. The first item alone had already caused a stir, instantly electrifying the atmosphere.
Lily observed the scene with a cheerful smile and nodded approvingly before continuing her introduction. Next up is our second auction item.
In the next moment, a faintly glowing stone materialized before the crowd.
Name, fire crystal tempered steel. Type, material. Quality, rare.
Description, one of the materials used to craft fire-attributed equipment, radiating a comforting warmth. So this is fire crystal tempered steel.
Fire crystal steel? If I remember correctly, this is one of the materials needed to craft the blacksmith set, and it's extremely rare.
Holy shit,
could it be that legendary blacksmith set that massively boosts fire damage? That set's been rated just below legendary tier equipment. This is truly amazing.
A group of people stared in amazement at the translucent, crystal-like material that shimmered with a metallic luster. One piece of fire crystal forged steel. Starting bid is 200,000 credit points, minimum increments of 50,000 credit points.
Let the bidding begin.
Another heated round of bidding ensued. In the end, this piece of fire crystal forged steel was auctioned off for 580,000.
One auction item after another was swiftly sold off like flowing water.
Many in the crowd felt exhilarated and thrilled.
After all, such auctions are truly rare. Here one can find many items unavailable through ordinary commercial channels.
But Lin Chen operates on a different level. With his discerning eye, he finds none of these offerings worthwhile.
After all, any single artifact in his possession could astonish the entire Dragon Kingdom, if not the entire world. These things don't amount to much. Not just Lin Chen, but even the VIPs in the other 9 private boxes showed no intention of making a bid.
Just as Lin Chen began to wonder if he'd made a mistake coming here, Lily smiled mysteriously and announced, "Next up, we have the penultimate item for auction.
This is a truly peculiar artifact." Chapter 60, Necrotic Essence.
Lily spoke, and the people around her began to stir restlessly.
"I've heard all about it. The highlight of this auction is the last 2 items up for bid. None of the 10 esteemed guests above have made a move yet. They're likely all waiting for the final item. I wonder what exactly it is. They say there are extraordinary artifacts? Legendary gear. I've only ever seen this on TV."
Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, a display platform finally materialized before them. A breastplate radiating intense heat, wreathed in countless flames, was revealed to the assembly. The faint yellow glow emanating from it sent the crowd into an instant uproar. It truly is legendary equipment. Sunfire Cape? The stats on this piece are insane. This equipment is absolutely perfect for tank-type classes. Under certain circumstances, it might even allow solo clearing entire abysses. That's incredible. Even the VIPs in the 10 private boxes above were breathing heavily now, their eyes wide and glued to the Sunfire breastplate, their gazes brimming with desire and greed.
That equipment will be mine. If I just kill that fool Lin Chen, I'll gain another legendary great item. With both, wouldn't the entire Jiangnan city soon be mine?
Inside one of the private boxes, Yangshu stared intently at the equipment below, his eyes gleaming with ambition.
Legendary equipment?
Although this piece isn't a perfect fit for me, its attributes and special effects completely overshadow my current armor.
I must obtain it. Elsewhere, Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes brimmed with tension and excitement. Legendary equipment?
If I can acquire this and present it to the hierarchy of Jianghai University, it might smooth Hongli's academic path in the future.
Mo Qingyun, patriarch of the Mo family, gazed thoughtfully at the legendary equipment below.
After much anticipation, the atmosphere at the auction house had grown fervent.
Seizing the moment, Lily promptly introduced, "As for the value of a transcendent grade artifact, I need not elaborate further.
Starting bid, 5 million credits, with minimum increments of 200,000.
Let the bidding begin." No sooner had the words fallen than competing bids erupted like waves upon the shore. 5.5 million. 5.7 million. I bid 6 million. A bunch of lunatics. I bid 7 million. Humph. Principal Yang, do you really think 7 million is worth mentioning? I bid 8 million.
In just a moment, the price of a Sunfire chestplate had already soared to tens of millions, with no signs of stopping. Under normal circumstances, the price of an epic tier equipment would range between 3 to 4 million.
But in reality,
this was merely an official figure. The listed price for a single transcendent grade equipment sold by major factions or official sources is exactly this amount. But the listed price is just that, listed. It doesn't mean you can actually purchase transcendent equipment for such a paltry sum.
Want to buy? Sorry, first you'll have to become a member of our faction.
Then, with enough points plus credit points, you can make the purchase. This is precisely why extraordinary equipment circulating in the market is so expensive and rare.
Because this is the method major factions use to control talent. Want quality gear? Then join our faction.
As for officials like Yang Shu and the higher-ups in Jiangnan City, who are already part of the Dragon Nation's government,
although they're government personnel, merit points must be earned through completing missions. They only receive credit points as salaries under normal circumstances. They can only gaze longingly at those extraordinary equipment.
The auction descended into chaos. The bidders below dared not make offers, forced to watch helplessly as the 10 VIP suites above took turns calling out bids, some even laced with veiled threats.
After half an hour of frenzied bidding, this extraordinary equipment was finally won by a high-ranking official from Jiangnan City for 23 million.
Even this price was only achievable because the Lingxiao trading house deliberately controlled the situation and intervened to halt further escalation. Otherwise, the price could easily be several times higher. The Lingxiao trading house didn't control prices because they were foolish or didn't want to make money, but because even supernormal equipment circulating in the market would have its price regulated by the authorities and major factions. This is what's known as market regulation. Only in this way could a relatively good balance and cycle of supernormal equipment be maintained between the general populace and the major factions.
Damn it!
That piece of equipment was actually snatched away by that bastard.
I should have bid up to 30 million. Sigh, my plan is ruined now.
I'll just have to give Crimson Carp something else for now.
Legendary equipment. In the end, is it just not meant to be mine? That equipment should be mine. Mine.
Inside the private room, many people wore varied expressions. Some were lamenting, others were seething with anger, and some could only sigh helplessly. Only Lin Chen maintained a composed expression throughout, though inwardly he felt a hint of delight.
23 million?
Even after deducting the fees, I'll still have over 20 million left.
Not bad.
Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Back at Jianghai University, a transcendent equipment would only cost 3 to 4 million at most.
Only in these poorly equipped regions would the value be so inflated. Rarity increases worth. As Lin Chen inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from the maidservant beside him, he continued observing the auction.
Throughout the entire auction, he never placed a single bid.
I wonder if the final treasure of the night will bring him some surprise.
Otherwise, this whole day would have been a waste of time. After the brief discussion, the hall returned to silence.
Then, with a cheerful smile, Lily announced, "Next up is the final auction item of our event. Everyone, please take a look." A pitch-black crystal, exuding wisps of deathly aura, manifested before everyone's eyes.
What's this? Let me see. Necrotic essence? Never heard of this before. What is this thing? Looks like some kind of material for warlocks or necromancers. Not sure. A group of people stared at the crystal, all somewhat baffled. Name, undead essence. Type, material. Quality, transcendent. Description, a condensed crystal of undead energy with highly unique properties. The vast majority of people present had never even heard of this material. This was hardly surprising. Blue Star's countless abysses contained innumerable pieces of equipment and materials to the point where no one could possibly catalog them all. However, what piqued everyone's curiosity was that although this necrotic essence was of transcendence tier quality, its uses remained unknown. So why had Lingxiao Trading House chosen it as the grand finale of their auction? You have to understand, materials and equipment are not the same thing. It's like the value of a piece of iron, which might only be a few dollars. But if it's made into a firearm, its value could increase 100 or even 1,000-fold. Chapter 61, Fusion Evolution. Moreover, on Blue Planet, crafting a material into actual equipment is extremely complex, with a certain chance of failure. Therefore, most people had neither interest in this material nor any impulse to bid for it. The atmosphere suddenly turned chilly. The venue fell completely silent. Lily instantly cursed inwardly, but could only force a smile and say, "Esteemed guests, though you may not have heard of this necrotic essence's reputation, the equipment crafted from it is truly legendary." That's right, the true purpose of necrotic essence is to craft perfect quality equipment. Necrotic scepter. Perfect quality equipment. When everyone heard these words, they couldn't help but hold their breath. If legendary tier equipment was something they could still strive for, such perfectly crafted equipment was simply beyond the reach of the vast majority among them. No wonder this extraordinary grade material would become the highlight of the auction's finale. Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement and everyone readied themselves to place bids, a derisive sneer echoed from one of the private boxes. "Ha, your Aurora Trading Guild certainly knows how to exaggerate. While this necrotic essence is indeed one of the key materials for crafting a Staff of Undeath, it requires no less than 10 pieces, not to mention other rare components. Moreover, the probability of crafting a Scepter of the Undead isn't even 100%. If luck isn't on your side, not only will you fail to obtain any so-called epic grade equipment, but even the materials will be reduced to ashes." Hearing this, the crowd below visibly changed their expressions. Such a thing actually exists? This Lingxiao trading firm seems rather dishonest. Damn, glad I didn't bid, otherwise I'd have made a fool of myself. Now I understand. Feeling the atmosphere suddenly turn chilly, Lily couldn't help showing a trace of anxiety on her face. After all, as the host of this auction, if she couldn't sell all the auction items, she would have to compensate for the losses. Though somewhat displeased by that explanatory remark, Lily dared not show any dissatisfaction toward the VIP in the private booth. She could only force a smile and explain, "Even so, this necrotic essence still has considerable value as it's an essential material for crafting certain other equipment. A piece of undead essence, starting bid at 3 million credit points, with each increment no less than 100,000. Begin." Lily's voice faded. However, not a single person placed a bid. Many people smirked coldly as they looked at Lily, as if she were a fool. This thing might be truly precious, but it's completely useless. Exactly, has the Lingxiao Trading House lost their minds for money? I'm no fool. 3 million? Maybe I'd bid if you removed a zero, but at this price? Forget it. Several full minutes passed without a single bid placed. Just as Lily was nearly in despair, believing this auction item would go unsold. Who would have thought? 3.1 million. A languid voice emerged from one of the private boxes. This voice instantly caught everyone's attention in the room. A private box? Which big shot is so blind as to want to buy this thing? Probably just buying it for collection. TSK, we mere mortals can't understand the world of the wealthy. This voice sounds unfamiliar. Quite young, I wonder who it could be. Meanwhile, inside a private booth, Lin Chen stood up, his eyes fixed intently on the essence of the undead, his heart surging with excitement, because just moments ago, a notification had flashed through his mind. Ding! Special template detected, capable of merging and evolving specific Zerg species. Fusion evolution. If not for this prompt, Lin Chen had almost forgotten that his Zerg overlord profession even had this capability. Talent 2, Infinite Evolution. You can infinitely evolve a Zerg unit, choosing between evolution, fusion, or mutation. After these days of exploring his profession, Lin Chen had gained a thorough understanding of these abilities. Among them, evolution consumes energy points to comprehensively enhance the attributes of a specific Zerg organism, equivalent to leveling it up. Fusion involves merging special items with a specific Zerg organism to grant it abilities similar to those items. Mutation functions similarly to fusion, but its defining feature is unpredictability. While evolution and fusion yield foreseeable results, mutation's outcome is uncertain. In other words, mutation might strengthen a Zerg unit, weaken it, or even produce results completely unrelated to the fused items. The undead essence before him was indeed a special item. I thought this auction would be a wasted trip, but I never expected to find such a treasure. Lin Chen appeared exceptionally excited. After all, most of the Zerg units he currently possessed were rather mediocre in individual strength, relying mainly on swarming tactics to prevail. Yet how could the Zerg, born as killing machines, only wield crude swarm tactics? The merged evolution talent is specifically designed to cultivate elite Zerg units. When the time comes, deploying both the Zerg swarm and elite units simultaneously will truly achieve perfection. This gentleman has offered 3.1 million. Are there any other bids? Lily's face lit up with joy as she promptly asked. If there are none, then I shall declare this necrotic essence to belong to. Just as Lily was about to drop the gavel to finalize the deal, a voice came from another private booth. This necrotic essence could be a little plaything for me, no? Heh, I bid 3.5 million. The crowd gasped in shock, turning their gazes toward one particular booth. That voice, Yang Shu? That's right, it's Yang Shu, the principal of number 2 high school. My oh my, I never expected it to be him. In our Jiangnan city, aside from the mayor and the 4 great families, the most powerful figures would have to be the principals of the 3 major high schools, wouldn't you say? Inside a private room, Yang Shu gazed downward with a trace of peculiar fascination in his eyes. Simultaneously, a sharp gleam shot from his gaze. That voice just now, it must be Lin Chen. Although it's been voice altered, with my skill, soul perception, there's an 80% probability I can confirm that person is Lin Chen. To think that kid would actually come here? I was planning to wait until you left Jiangnan City to make my move. Now, it seems unnecessary. That extraordinary equipment of yours, it's mine now. With this thought, Yang Shu let out a sinister laugh. He took out his communicator and dialed a few numbers. Hello? Lin Chen is right here with me. Dispatch your guards immediately to deal with him. That's right, I've already delayed him. We can strike as soon as he leaves the Aurora Trading House. Chapter 62, Fusion Evolution, Deathwing Mantis. That voice, is it Yang Shu? Lin Chen frowned. What exactly is this guy trying to pull? Since publicly refusing Yang Shu last time, Lin Chen had remained highly vigilant. He didn't believe for a second that someone like Yang Shu had magnanimous tolerance. The man would surely strike from the shadows when given the chance. The only reason nothing had happened yet was because the opportunity hadn't presented itself. Yet even knowing Yang Shu's intentions were malicious, Lin Chen refused to hand over this undead essence without a fight. He immediately spoke up again. 4 million. Yang Shu countered without backing down. 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. After a fierce round of bidding had concluded, the spectators were utterly dumbfounded. The true value of this necrotic essence shouldn't exceed 3 to 4 million at most, and there's a high probability it would just become worthless junk once taken home. Who would have guessed that the VIPs from 2 private rooms would actually start bidding against each other? What on earth is happening? 11 million, Yang Shu declared. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he immediately countered. 12 million. Just as Lin Chen thought Yang Shu would continue raising the bid, Yang Shu chuckled lightly and said smugly, Lin Chen, you win. This thing is yours now, Lin Chen. The moment Yang Shu uttered that name, it stirred up another storm of astonishment. This was a name that every member of the Jiangnan sect knew all too well. Lin Chen, also known as the Dominator. He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams. He even became the first to conquer the Lost Temple. Yet strangely, the high-ranking elites of Jiangnan City, who have always actively courted top exam scorers in previous years, showed unexpected indifference toward this year's champion. In fact, judging from today's events, they even seem to harbor a hint of hostility. Why is this? Those in the private boxes also reacted differently. Did he come to this auction too? In one box, Lu Yenran furrowed her brows slightly. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyun chuckled with interest. So this is Lin Chen, the one who's been haunting my precious daughter's thoughts? TSK, really full of youthful vigor. Principal Yang, just a few casual quotes from you have cost me millions extra. You truly have a skillful touch, Lin Chen sneered, no longer bothering to hide his identity since it had already been exposed. Haha, Lin Chen, you may have great potential, but there's a principle you should understand. Yang Shu laughed heartily. In this world, geniuses are a dime a dozen. Geniuses are many, but those who perish halfway are even more numerous. Therefore, I advise you to wake up sooner rather than later. The threatening undertone in these words was unmistakable. Lin Chen smirked coldly, no longer bothering with this person as he strode out of the private booth. Mr. Dominator, here are your auction items. Upon arriving at the rest area, he saw a maid carrying the undead essence approaching Lin Chen. Reaching out, he grasped the black crystal wreathed in deathly aura. After a brief moment of sensing its energy, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Truly impressive. He then produced a card and handed it to the maid. This contains the remaining payment for my auction item, as well as the credit points to be deducted. Certainly, sir. The maid accepted the black card and respectfully exited the lounge. Lin Chen seized this precious moment, and with a single thought, his figure appeared within the Dominator's world. Go! With a wave of his hand, the essence of the undead flew toward the massive stone monument. Ding! Special item detected. Please select the action you wish to take. Before him appeared 3 options: evolution, fusion, mutation. Glancing briefly at his stored energy points, Lin Chen began to ponder. Evolution consumes massive amounts of energy points. My current reserve is only 3,574, barely enough for a few evolutions at most. Moreover, the outcome of mutation is unpredictable. This undead essence was hard won, I can't afford to waste it. Then there's clearly only one choice left. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen selected fusion. Please select the Zerg unit to fuse. Without hesitation, Lin Chen designated an ironclad Ripper. Among the Zerg units Lin Chen currently possessed, Rippers were the most well-balanced type. The ironclad Ripper was an advanced variant of the standard Ripper. Therefore, Lin Chen's first choice was it. Are you sure you want to merge the two? Confirm. A soft shout. Suddenly, the armored blade insect before him emitted dazzling bursts of light. After a brief moment, the radiance faded, revealing the evolved ironclad saber insect. Name: Deathwing Mantis. Tier 2 Zerg. Agility: 13. Strength: 15. Spirit: 9. Skills: Reaping Claws, Wing Beat, Bone Spine Eruption, Defiling Aura, Necrotic Convergence, Soul Barrier. The Deathwing Mantis resembled an oversized ironclad razorwing, measuring over a meter in length, but its entire body, shrouded in darkness, exuded waves of thick deathly aura. Anyone of weak willpower would tremble in terror at first glance. At certain protruding joints, jagged and razor-sharp bone spikes jutted outward, as if hinting at their owner's innate bloodlust. Most strikingly, its 2-bladed arms weren't pure black like ordinary blade worms or armored blade worms, but rather displayed a ghastly white hue as if forged from bone itself. What thrilled Lin Chen most was that this Deathwing Mantis lived up to its name, possessing a pair of wings as thin and translucent as cicada wings. This means it's not just a melee unit on land, but also an aerial unit. Alright, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Putting aside everything else, just the appearance of the Deathwing Mantis alone is utterly majestic and domineering. How does that saying go again? Looks are combat power. This 3-dimensional stat is downright insane. Lin Chen glanced at the Deathwing Mantis's attributes and felt another wave of scalp-tingling shock. You should know, these stats were only slightly inferior to the Ash Angel bolstered by the Holy Warrior buff. In other words, Lin Chen had essentially cultivated a walking boss to carry around with him this time. Combine that with an endless Zerg army. Who dares question who's the real boss? Lin Chen took a deep breath, calming his emotions before withdrawing from the Dominator's space. After perfunctorily dealing with Zhang Shun, he took the card, glanced at the remaining tens of millions in the balance, and strode out of Lingxiao Trading House without hesitation. Yet instead of returning to the Mo family, he walked straight out of the city district and arrived at the borderlands. He then continued deeper inside, walking straight into a forest. No sooner had he stepped in than a blood-tusked boar detected Lin Chen's presence and charged at him with an angry roar. Lin Chen merely raised his hand casually and dealt with the little creature. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and remarked with a hint of mockery, "Gentlemen, you've been following me for so long, from the city district to the outskirts, then into the wilderness. Whatever you're planning to do, isn't it about time you made your move?" Chapter 63, The Savage Deathwing Mantis. As his words faded, several seconds passed before the space behind him suddenly distorted. A group of people abruptly materialized before his eyes. The group numbered 40 to 50, each dressed differently, yet all carried an intense aura of malice. One glance was enough to know their hands were stained with copious amounts of blood. The leader was a gaunt man clad in leather armor, wielding a short sword. He let out a chilling smirk. "Heh, never thought you'd actually detect my trickster's mist. Your spiritual power is indeed something to be proud of among your peers, Lin Chen. TSK, it pains me to think of snuffing out such talent like yours." "Ah." Lin Chen immediately narrowed his eyes. "Did Jiang Shu send you to kill me? He really thinks highly of me, to dispatch so many men at once." "Ha!" Before him stood no fewer than 40 or 50 assassins. The vast majority of them were around level 10. For Jiangnan City, this was already an extremely terrifying force. Thus, Lin Chen could easily guess who wanted to harm him. "Heh, Lin Chen, you're quite clever. But there's one thing you got wrong, it's not just Principal Yang behind this. All of us were instructed by other high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City." The gaunt man chuckled darkly, as if believing Lin Chen was already as good as dead, so he saw no harm in divulging more, freely opening up without restraint. "Otherwise, do you really think someone like Yang Shu could command so many of us?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Not just Yang Shu? Heh, in my past life I never realized these bastards could be so ruthless. To think they'd go this far just for a piece of extraordinary equipment. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." A cold glint flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. In his heart, these high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City and Yangshu had already been placed on his death list. "Lin Chen, hand over the equipment wisely if you know what's good for you. Heh. Otherwise, when we make our move, we won't leave your corpse intact,
the gaunt man sneered while toying with the short sword in his hand. A group of people behind him all cast mocking and amused glances his way. Their gaze was like hunters watching a lamb awaiting slaughter, full of teasing and ridicule. After all, in their eyes, Lin Chen might be the so-called top scorer in the national college entrance exams, but he had only been a profession holder for less than 2 months, and his level was at most 5 or 6. Facing this group of seasoned professionals whose levels were generally above 10, coupled with their absolute numerical advantage, could Lin Chen possibly resist? A whole corpse? Lin Chen laughed. Too bad, I won't be leaving any of you whole. At these words, the expressions of the crowd before him instantly changed. Arrogant fool. Does this brat really think becoming some top scorer in the college entrance exam makes him so great? Seeking death. The gaunt man also flew into a rage, a murderous glint flashing across his face. Humph, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. With that, he took a sudden step forward, his figure shooting toward Lin Chen like lightning. Shadow flash slash. Ding! He had thought the shadow flash slash would effortlessly slice through Lin Chen's body. Yet to his surprise, the gaunt man found a deathly aura-clad figure standing in his path. When his dagger struck this figure, it produced a metallic clang as if hitting solid steel. What? Feeling the intense pain emanating from his tiger's mouth, the emaciated man looked up in terror at the figure before him, his face awash with fear. Standing in front of Lin Chen was a monster resembling a mantis, effortlessly blocking the attack. Its 2 crimson eyes, brimming with bloodlust, stared relentlessly at him. What is that? A beast? No! What on earth is this? The gaunt man was utterly astonished. Deathwing Mantis, kill these people, leave none alive. Lin Chen impassively issued the command. Upon receiving the order, the Deathwing Mantis lightly flapped its wings, launched itself with its hind legs, and dashed toward the gaunt man, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Fast. Too fast. This was the only thought in the lean man's mind. He didn't even see the movement of the Deathwing Mantis before him when his throat suddenly filled with the metallic taste of blood, and his entire body collapsed into a pool of crimson. A single strike, instant death. He didn't even have time to cry for help. He fell to the ground with a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face, as if wondering who could have killed him. Your summoned creature has slain the professional. Lu Xing, gained 1100 XP, wanted level +1. What? Lu Xing was killed? What is this monster? What happened? Lu Xing was a level 12 assassin with a full set of rare gear. How could he have been instantly killed in a single encounter? A group of people was utterly astonished, yet they had no time to come up with an answer. For after instantly killing the gaunt man, the Deathwing Mantis once again spread its wings and darted toward the remaining people. The Deathwing Mantis was simply too fast, so fast that many of these professionals couldn't react in time before being sliced in half by its gleaming white sickle-like arms. The remaining individuals quickly reacted, activating various shields and unleashing skills in an attempt to fight back. Yet against the savage Deathwing Mantis, they stood no chance at all, each turning into pools of blood and flesh. Your summoned creature has slain a professional. Zhou Qing, EXP gain times 1100, sin value +1. Your summoned creature has slain a professional. Bai Huachen, EXP gain times 1100, sin value +1. Your summoned creature has killed a profession holder. Long Yu, gained experience times 1100, sin value +1. Your summoned creature. Lin Chen stood in place, watching the Deathwing Mantis wreak havoc with a mocking expression. In his ears, the notification sounds kept coming. Before me, the screams never ceased. Ah, it hurts. Help me. Lin Chen, don't kill me. Run away. In just over 10 minutes, the original group of 40 to 50 people had been slaughtered until only a dozen remained. These dozen or so people wisely chose to scatter and flee, believing that Lin Chen and the Deathwing Mantis were at most only 2, incapable of slaughtering them all. However, you think you can escape? A cold smirk flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. With that, he waved his hand. Come out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Zerg army emerged instantly, overwhelming the entire forest. Kill them all, leave none alive. Lin Chen issued the direct command. Upon receiving the order, a swarm of blade insects scattered and charged forward. Moments later, Lin Chen's ears picked up several more death notifications. After completing all this, Lin Chen scanned his surroundings, blood pooled everywhere, severed limbs and entrails scattered across the ground like a scene from hell, the very air thick with a cloying metallic stench. Yang Shu? And those bastards from Jiangnan City. Very well. If you're determined to kill me, then I'll show no mercy either. Lin Chen sneered coldly, flipping onto the back of the Deathwing Mantis. With a beat of its wings, the creature carried Lin Chen into the sky, swiftly heading towards the urban area of Jiangnan City. Silent as death, they cut through the night sky. Chapter 64, Delivering One Head. At the same time, in Jiangnan City, within a luxurious mansion, a grand banquet was in full swing. Handsome men and beautiful women in evening dresses clinked glasses and indulged in decadent revelry. Many wore polite, insincere smiles upon their faces as they exchanged interests with one another. Because today marks the 65th birthday of Yang Shu, principal of Jiangnan City's #1 high school,
It's safe to say that nearly half of Jiangnan City's elite have gathered here to offer their birthday congratulations. The scene was lively beyond compare. At that moment, in a hidden room at the back of the banquet hall, a group of people gathered here to discuss. Gentlemen, the 50 assassins we sent out have already left the city. Good news should arrive soon, and we can divide that extraordinary equipment today. Yang Shu spoke, his face filled with joy. Before him, a group of high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City also appeared extremely delighted upon hearing this. Really? If that's the case, then that's wonderful. That kid Lin Chen actually ran out of the city for some reason, perfectly sparing us the trouble of making a move within the city walls. Legendary equipment, TSK, if only it fell into my hands. Seeing that everyone's faces were filled with greed, with none willing to voluntarily relinquish this extraordinary piece of equipment, Yang Shu's eyes briefly flashed with displeasure, though it was quickly concealed. He cleared his throat and spoke in a solemn voice. Everyone, we can now discuss the ownership of this transcendent piece of equipment. I know everyone wants this piece of equipment very much. How about this? Let me hold on to it for the time being. Then we'll hold an auction where everyone bids, and the highest bidder wins. The remaining money will be split equally among the rest. How about that? Leave it with you for safekeeping? Highest bidder takes all? The crowd before them couldn't help but sneer at these words. That sounds good in theory. If this extraordinary artifact really fell into Yang Shu's hands, it would be like meat buns thrown at a dog gone for good. Easy for him to acquire, but getting it back would be. That won't be so easy. After all, this was an under-the-table deal. Even if Yang Shu were to swallow it whole, these people wouldn't dare make a fuss. Someone immediately objected. Ha, Principal Yang, why not leave the equipment with me instead? You should know my Huang family has extensive assets. We're certainly not lacking places to stow things away. The speaker was none other than Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family. Master Huang, what do you mean by this? Yang Shu frowned and asked unhappily. You know very well what I mean, Huang Wentian said coldly. Half of the assassins sent were guards from my Huang family. Besides seizing Lin Chen's treasure, it was also to avenge my son Huang Xian's death. Since I've contributed half the manpower, I've done the most work. This equipment should rightfully be entrusted to me. Yang Shu immediately retorted, Patriarch Huang, first you seek revenge, and now you demand the equipment too? Do you truly expect to kill two birds with one stone? The world doesn't work that way. The two argued relentlessly, neither able to persuade the other. After all, this matter concerned the fate of a transcendent tier artifact none were willing to yield. And just at that moment, a maidservant entered and said respectfully, Master, the guests have arrived outside. You may go to receive them now. Yang Shu finally stopped and stood up, saying solemnly, Everyone, please join me for the banquet first. We can discuss this matter another time. With that, everyone stopped and followed him as they headed outside. Outside, as soon as Yang Shu appeared, a group of people crowded around him, flattering him with sycophantic praise. Master Yang, still going strong at your age. Master Yang's complexion remains so radiant, truly remarkable. Principal Yang. A crowd eagerly rushed to offer their congratulations. Of course, they didn't forget to bring gifts either. The Zhao family presents one rare set as a gift. The Li family offers a mount as tribute to celebrate grandfather Yang's grand birthday. The Wu family presents one property, wishing the Yang family patriarch a most felicitous birthday. The Jin family offers one Peiyuan pill, hoping the Yang family patriarch attains longevity rivaling the heavens. Listening to these congratulatory gifts and flattering words, Yang Shu nodded with immense satisfaction, his eyes brimming with pride. And right at that moment, yet across the heavens came a voice that resonated like rolling thunder. Lin Chen, delivering a free kill. People lifted their heads and beheld an astonishing sight. Above the horizon, a young man stood atop a vicious beast, coldly observing the scene with a sneer on his face. At the sight of this person, many people's eyes widened in shock. Is that Lin Chen? It's Lin Chen. It really is Lin Chen. What's that thing? Could it be a flying mount? Flying mounts are supposed to be extremely rare. Why does Lin Chen have one? What does he want? Although the guests were surprised, their curiosity outweighed their shock, unclear as to why Lin Chen would suddenly appear. Only a few individuals led by Yang Shu were utterly astonished. Lin Chen, he's not dead? He was surrounded by assassins, wasn't he? How did he manage to escape alive? How is this possible? Where are my bodyguards? This is bad, I can't reach any of them. Yang Shu and the others suddenly felt an inexplicable chill creeping into their hearts. It was as though Lin Chen standing before them posed an immense, looming threat. However, despite the circumstances, Yang Shu was, after all, a man of power and influence. After steadying himself slightly, he coldly retorted, Lin Chen, have you come to celebrate my birthday or to apologize? Celebrate? Apologize? Lin Chen seemed to have heard something amusing and burst into laughter twice.
Then, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. "You sent assassins to kill me and steal my treasure. Today, I have come to take your life." As these words were spoken, like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, it instantly stirred up towering waves. Is this Lin Chen insane? What nonsense is he talking about? Ha ha ha, this kid, does he really think being some college entrance exam top scorer means he can challenge Principal Yang? That young man, far too arrogant. Many people shook their heads with cold smiles as they passed judgment on Lin Chen. In their eyes, Lin Chen was practically asking for death. After all, Yang Shu was no frail old man, he was a genuine level 30 professional, whereas Lin Chen had barely reached level 8 just a few days prior. There's a 22 level gap between us. Lin Chen, even if you've lost your mind, I won't go easy on you. Yang Shu sneered viciously, "You've offended me repeatedly, and now you're causing a scene at my birthday banquet for no reason. It seems I no longer need to tolerate this, or people might think Yang Shu is easy to bully." Heh, although Dragon Country's laws prohibit fighting within city limits. But you're the one who barged into my home uninvited, so me taking action doesn't count as breaking the law. Chapter 65, Fierce Battle with Yang Shu. With that, Yang Shu no longer concealed his aura. A flash of blue light enveloped him as a set of lightweight armor materialized upon his body, and a magic staff appeared in his hand. All around him, mighty bolts of lightning materialized, crackling and circling his form. Yang Shu, level 30 hidden profession, Thunder Mage. The aura of a level 30 professional was unmistakably exposed. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. "Principal Yang, are you going all out?" Truly worthy of being a school principal, his presence is overwhelming. Heh, Principal Yang's profession is Thunder Mage, most adept at combat. I bet that Lin Chen wouldn't last a single move against him. Who told him to provoke Principal Yang? He's asking for death. Many exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Yang Shu with a hint of awe. A level 30 strength was already enough to make the vast majority look up in admiration. After all, on Blue Star, level 10 is a watershed moment. Leveling up before reaching level 10 is exceptionally easy, so much so that those with sufficient resources and talent can advance from level 1 to level 10 in just 1 or 2 months. However, the levels beyond 10 required an immense amount of experience. For instance, the experience required to reach level 11 far exceeds the cumulative experience needed from level 1 all the way to level 10. This results in the majority of profession practitioners remaining stuck at around level 10 for their entire lives, finding it extremely difficult to progress further. Thus, a level 30 practitioner can truly be considered one of the elite in Jiangnan City. Lin Chen, I'll let you make the first move so no one can say I bullied you, Yang Shu declared with arrogance, his hands clasped behind his back. He had just used his detection skill to observe Lin Chen, currently only level 8. Even if I stood here defenseless, Lin Chen's attack couldn't possibly break through my protective shield. Putting it this way would make me seem more magnanimous, like a true master. You're letting me strike first? Lin Chen laughed. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Lin Chen chuckled softly, then raised his hand. Flame blast. Instantly, a bullthick flame ray locked onto Yang Shu and shot straight toward him. Not good. Sensing the overwhelming aura, the disdain and indifference on Yang Shu's face instantly transformed into shock and wariness. Such an overwhelming aura, I can't take this head on. Lightning shield. A faint blue shield emerged around Yang Shu, enveloping him in its protective embrace. Lightning shield creates a shield that absorbs incoming damage before disappearing, with a shield value equal to 20% of maximum health plus spirit adjustment. Logically speaking, as a 30-level Thunder Mage, Yang Shu's lightning shield would likely render even Lin Chen's full-strength attacks incapable of scratching him. However, boom! The descent of the flame ray triggered a tremendous explosion. Everyone within several dozen meters felt a wave of scorching heat sweep over them. Is this Lin Chen's attack? He's supposed to be a warrior, right? Why does he know mage skills? What class is he actually? What a powerful strike. Damn, wasn't Lin Chen only level 8? How is he so powerful? Everyone stared at Lin Chen hovering in the sky, utterly shocked. And at this moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, Yang Shu's figure became visible. Though his armor remained intact, its pale blue energy shield had already been violently shattered. In other words, Lin Chen's single strike just now had shattered over 20% of his maximum health. How is this possible? Yang Shu was utterly bewildered. After all, the level suppression on Blue Star was notoriously severe, because every level gained represented an all-around upgrade in power. Logically speaking, even if Yang Shu stood still and let Lin Chen hit him, the latter would still have quite a struggle. Not to mention he had already activated his shield. What he didn't know was, although Lin Chen's level was low, but possessing the innate skill feedback, every surviving Zerg unit provides him with a certain proportion of attributes like agility, spirit, and strength. Lin Chen's current stats have reached an astonishing level. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Zerg Overlord. Level, 7. Strength, 23. Agility, 22.4. Spirit, 30.7. Health, 387.
Mana, 122. Skills, Chain Lightning, Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Mage Hand, Soul of Greed. Equipment, Heart of Omnipotence, Katav Inscription, Flowing Fire Sword, Crystallized Omniscience, Blood Spider Breastplate, Cloud Strider Boots, Blood Mask Helmet, Topaz Ring, Blue Diamond Loop, Apothecary's Belt, Blood of Soph. 11 equipment slots, each piece providing Lin Chen with terrifyingly powerful stats, combined with the attributes fed back from the Zerg. Lin Chen's stats panel now rivals, if not surpasses, those of level 20 plus professionals. Moreover, Flame Impact was originally the Flame Worm's skill. When Lin Chen uses it, not only does it retain the Flame Worm's base damage, but it also receives an additional amplification from his own spirit attribute. This is also the reason why Lin Chen's damage is so terrifying. Lin Chen, very well, I admit you are a prodigy. Gritting his teeth, the killing intent in Yang Shu's eyes suddenly surged several degrees stronger. But today, even if you were the greatest genius, I would still cut you down. At just level 8, his attacks could already injure him. Not to mention he was both the National College Entrance Exam champion and the first to clear the Lost Temple nationwide. Such a genius has limitless potential for future development. Rather than allowing myself to face a terrifying enemy in the future, it would be better to eliminate him today. Having made up his mind, Yang Shu struck immediately. Lightning Storm. With a wave of his hand, a dark cloud abruptly materialized in the sky, swiftly moving towards Lin Chen as a massive cluster of lightning bolts burst forth from within. Kid, this is my signature technique. You should feel proud to die beneath its power. Yang Shu sneered loudly, filled with cold confidence. Yang Shu was utterly certain even if this strike didn't kill Lin Chen immediately, it would at least severely wound him. After all, the Thunder Mage excels at one thing above all else, offense. And this Lightning Storm happens to be their most devastating ability. Even a level 30 boss would lose nearly half its health from a single hit of this skill. Who would have thought? The power is indeed impressive, Lin Chen observed, his gaze flickering with disdain as he regarded the thundercloud crackling with electricity. Unfortunately, it's far too slow. Before the words had faded, Void Walk, the space where Lin Chen had been standing rippled like water, and his figure vanished completely. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure appeared dozens of meters away. Go! The Deathwing Mantis flying in the sky flapped its wings once and turned into a blur as it charged toward Yang Shu with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Chen let out a low shout. Resonance! Fireball Spell! Flame Blast! Instantly, a massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, emerged in the air, radiating terrifying heat like a miniature sun. Several flame rays gathered and formed around Lin Chen, numbering at least a dozen or more. The next second, die! A solemn shout rang out. The colossal fireball and the numerous flame rays shot toward Yang Shu in unison. Chapter 66. One Strike Kill. Boom! As the attacks landed on Yang Shu, they instantly erupted into a terrifying explosion. The mansion was engulfed in towering flames, the very earth trembling as if mountains were collapsing. This is Lin Chen's power? No way! Isn't he only level 8? He's just level 8. Gulp. I think I'd better not provoke him in the future. TSK. I wonder if Principal Yang could survive an attack like that. Hard to say. The crowd retreated several hundred meters with expressions of astonishment, withdrawing to one side of the manor before they began to murmur among themselves. At this moment, the dust and smoke finally dissipated, revealing a corpse that had been burned to charcoal. Judging by its form and features, it was unmistakably Yang Shu. At this moment, although Yang Shu's equipment remained intact, his entire body had been reduced to charcoal. His face still bore an expression of disbelief and terror, as if questioning why Lin Chen's power could be so overwhelming. What he didn't know, however, was that under the resonance skill of 50 cerebral Zerg, the combined damage of their fireball spells had reached a horrifying level, not to mention the simultaneous assault from 20 flameworms. The scene was utterly silent. Countless people gulped and gasped as they watched, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Lin Chen killed Principal Yang? How is this possible? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, are they? Hiss, I feel like I'm dreaming. Many people even rubbed their eyes, as if questioning whether they were in a dream. Humph. With a light snort, Lin Chen did a flip and landed quietly on the ground. He swept his gaze around, looking at the surrounding guests. Those guests trembled when they felt Lin Chen's gaze, shrinking their necks and lowering their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Only a handful remained exceptions. In one corner, Lu Yanran wore a flowing white dress, her pretty face filled with shock and astonishment as she stared at Lin Chen. After a long while, she shook her head with a bitter smile, her expression painted with helplessness and sorrow. I always thought there was a world of difference between us, that our lives would never intersect. Now it seems, I was absolutely right about that. Except I'm the one who's just dirt. Before this, Lu Yanran had looked down on Lin Chen, believing he must have taken a blood-clotting pill to possess such formidable strength. But now it seems, she was the real clown all along. Meanwhile, elsewhere, is this Lin Chen? Mo Qingyun gazed at Lin Chen's figure with unrestrained delight, grinning from ear to ear. I was worried earlier that Homely, that silly girl, had misjudged him and let a wolf into our midst, he exclaimed. Looks like Red Carp's judgment has far surpassed that of this old man. With a son-in-law like this, I can rest easy, ha ha ha. A crowd stared at Lin Chen with varying expressions. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Chen's face remained expressionless as he finally spoke. Who among you had a hand in sending those assassins? Though Lin Chen was never one who slaughtered indiscriminately or reveled in bloodshed. But that didn't mean he was weak-willed or would tolerate being bullied. These guys wanted to take action against me, to kill and seize treasure. Should I possibly forgive them? Yet after Lin Chen spoke these words, not a single person dared to respond. Are you kidding me? This man was ruthless enough to kill Yang Shu with a single strike. At times like these, sticking your neck out, are you trying to die faster? Patriarch Huang. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Chen smirked and turned to a middle-aged man. What do you say? This man was none other than Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family. In his past life, Lin Chen had known all too well that Huang Wentian was far from being a magnanimous man. Having killed his son, Huang Wentian would undoubtedly take covert actions, though constrained by being within city limits. Lin Chen, you've got some nerve. Huang Wentian paused momentarily, a flicker of fear crossing his expression before forcing out a threat. This is downtown Jiangnan City. Don't you know attacking within city limits warrants severe punishment? Humph, the garrison guards will arrive any moment. If you surrender now, I might still put in a word for you. Otherwise, just wait for the harshest consequences. Lin Chen scoffed. Think you can intimidate me with authority? I despise threats the most, you might as well die too. With a raise of his hand, boom, a fiery ray shot forth. Huang Wendian didn't even have time to react before being severely wounded and collapsing. His entire body charred black. How dare Lin Chen? Isn't he being too arrogant? The crowd gasped in horror. They truly hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so brutal. He actually started fighting at the slightest disagreement. With an icy expression, Lin Chen stepped slowly towards Huang Wentian, who lay on the ground nearly unconscious. Although Huang Wentian was severely injured, his consciousness remained intact. Witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in terror and let out a horrified scream. Lin Chen, you can't kill me, you mustn't kill me. What do you want? Money, equipment, or women? I can give you anything. Just spare my life, I'll give you everything. Huang Wendian pleaded for mercy, his wretchedness beyond measure. This was a complete opposite of his formerly ambitious, cold, and cruel demeanor. Those present at the scene watched the spectacle, overcome by a sense of absurdity. Was this truly Huang Wendian, the head of the Huang family, one of the four great clans? He was actually the most arrogant and domineering person among the four great families. Even someone like the city mayor meant nothing to him. Yet who could have imagined he'd now be kneeling before Lin Chen, begging for mercy while sobbing uncontrollably? Are we dreaming? Is reality just too insane? I'll obtain money, women, and equipment with my own hands. Lin Chen walked up to Huang Wentian and spoke calmly. As for you, all you need to do is die. With that, Lin Chen directly raised his hand. A scorching heat gathered in his palm, looking as if it might erupt at any moment. And at that very instant, stop! A furious roar was heard, coming from the distance. A figure came speeding from the distance. The towering silhouette wore a complete set of crimson leather armor, looking exceptionally formidable. At this moment, he glared furiously at the scene, his tiger-like eyes blazing with anger. Behind him followed a group of armored professionals wielding long spears. At the sight of this man, everyone gasped in shock. It's the leader of Jiangnan City's Tiger Army, Han Chang. Han Chang? He actually came in person? This should be fun to watch. Phew, that scared me to death. Since Lord Han Chang is here, this Lin Chen is as good as dead. That's right. Daring to act within the city walls, Lin Chen is finished. This Lin Chen may be strong, but he's nothing compared to Lord Han Chang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 67, A March to Death? Han Chang, the leader of the Tiger Warriors in Jiangnan City. The Tiger Guard was not a local armed force of Jiangnan City, but rather an official dispatched unit, equivalent to what Lin Chen recognized from his previous life as a combination of the military and law enforcement. The Tiger Guard was directly under the command of the Dragon Nation's central authorities, with the duty of maintaining public order within its jurisdiction. They would also play a role in major incidents such as beast sieges or enemy nation invasions. In daily affairs, since they belonged to a different system, Han Chang had almost no interaction with figures like the city mayor or the four great families. As the leader of the Tiger Warriors in Jiangnan City, Han Chang's strength was truly terrifying. Not only did he possess the rare hidden class, Ironclad Warrior, but his level had also reached an impressive 42. Thus, Han Chan, who usually remained unseen like a hidden dragon, was in fact the strongest individual in the city. And it was precisely for this reason that everyone felt a wave of reassurance upon seeing Han Chang. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, How could he possibly stand against Lord Han Chang? What a joke! Lin Chen, stop right there! Han Chang shouted coldly as he sprinted forward. How dare you take action within Jiangnan City's urban area? Surrender immediately! Lin Chen glanced over, a faint sneer appearing on his face. You think you can just say stop and I'll obey? Wouldn't that make me look utterly pathetic? With that, Lin Chen's hand flashed with fire, and a beam shot out. The head of Huang Wendian before him instantly vanished into nothingness. Impudent brat! Han Chang flew into a rage at the sight, charging into the estate like a cannonball, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Boy, I ordered you to stop, yet you dared to kill Huang Wendian. Are you trying to provoke me? Han Chang said coldly, staring at the corpse on the ground. And if I am, what if I'm not? Lin Chen let out a soft chuckle, speaking in a lazy tone. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Chen acts according to his conscience, seeking only to be blameless in all things. Why should he be constrained by others? Humph, no matter how you try to justify it, you killed Yang Shu and Huang Wendian, witnessed by everyone. You'd better give up resistance and come with me, Han Chang said coldly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. At the same time, a set of iron chains materialized in his hand. The crowd erupted in exclamations once more. It's the evil suppressing chains. That's right, it's the rare quality consumable item, evil suppressing chains. Rumor has it that the price of this item rivals even some full equipment sets. I've heard about it too. But this kind of artifact is truly incredibly powerful. Rumor has it that only high-ranking officers in the Tiger Guard possess them. Once activated, even a level 30 professional would be afflicted with imprisonment and silence status effects. There's absolutely no escape. Ha, looks like Lin Chen is done for. A crowd watched Lin Chen with gleeful malice in their eyes. The moment Han Chang makes his move, Lin Chen is absolutely doomed. So you're planning to arrest me directly without even investigating the origins of this matter? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. His actions against Yang Shu, Huang Wendian, and others weren't motivated by bloodlust. They had sent assassins to kill him and steal his treasures. Humph! All I see is you indiscriminately slaughtering officials of Dragon Country. If I hadn't been present, everyone here might have fallen victim to your brutality. Han Chang declared coldly, refusing any explanation as he pinned the blame squarely on Lin Chen. Surrender now, Lin Chen. Otherwise, I have the authority to execute you on the spot. Han Chang spoke, a flash of indifference crossing his face as he strode directly toward Lin Chen. At the same time, he swung the chain in his hand, clearly intent on apprehending Lin Chen and settling the matter with a foregone conclusion. To be honest, if this Han Chang truly intended to investigate the matter thoroughly according to proper procedure, Lin Chen wouldn't have been entirely opposed after all. By the laws of Dragon Country, he held the moral high ground. But this Han Chang, without even asking for an explanation, was determined to capture him and put him on trial as a criminal? No matter how reluctant Lin Chen was to confront it, a professional whose level surpassed his own by over 30 wouldn't just surrender without a fight. You still want to resist? Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Han Chang couldn't help but sneer. Kid, I don't know how you killed Yang Shu and Huang Wendian, but you didn't seriously think I'm as useless as those two, did you? In that case, I'll execute you right here and now. Die! Han Chang snarled with a cruel laugh as a crimson glow erupted from his heavy armor. Die! Han Chang raised his hand, sending a sharp blade of energy flying toward Lin Chen. Void Walk. Facing an enemy more than a dozen levels higher than himself, Lin Chen didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. His figure instantly vanished into the air, reappearing behind Han Chang in the next second. Deathwing Mantis, come forth! The Deathwing Mantis's figure emerged, then launched a fierce attack towards Han Chang. Simultaneously, Lin Chen wasn't idle either, firing another flame ray. Flame blast. Boom! Under the dual assault, Han Chang staggered and nearly fell to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Damn it! With an angry shout, Han Chang's fury was finally ignited. He had originally thought that a nobody like Lin Chen would die with just a slight effort on his part. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to possess a flash-like skill similar to Blink, not only dodging his attack but also seizing the chance to knock him off balance. This filled Han Chang, who had always prided himself on his superiority, with a burning sense of humiliation and fury. Lin Chen, you brought this upon yourself. Han Chang gnashed his teeth and spat. Since you want a taste of the chains of suppression, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Han Chang flicked his wrist, and the chains leaped into his hand. Seeing this evil-suppressing chain, Lin Chen's heart clenched with dread. It seemed this time, his chances of survival were truly slim. He wasn't afraid of death. After all, under the influence of the Zerg Overlord's first innate ability, the Dominator's Heart, as long as a single Zerg remains, he can resurrect endlessly. In other words, he cannot truly die here. But the problem is, several pieces of equipment on his body would drop here. Each of these equipment pieces possesses outrageously overpowered attributes and special effects. If they were to truly drop all at once, even Lin Chen would feel intense heartache. Still, they're just equipment external objects. If I obtain them once, I can obtain them again. While there's life, there's hope. At this thought, Lin Chen felt unexpectedly at peace. His gaze towards Han Shang grew slightly colder. Since you're determined to kill me, from now on you'll be counted among my enemies. This debt shall be repaid in due time. Lin Chen directly closed his eyes, sacrificing himself without hesitation. Meanwhile, Han Shang also burst into mad laughter. This, demon-subduing chains, forcibly locks onto its target. Even if you know some kind of blink spell, it's useless unless you possess higher-level control immunity to nullify it. I'd like to see who can save you today. Yet before Han Shang's voice had even faded, a cold, majestic voice echoed across the sky. What if it's me who chooses to save Lin Chen? Chapter 68, The Two Inspectors. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment and looked up at the sky. Hundreds of meters above them, two seemingly small yet radiant figures floated in the air, their presence as overwhelming as the blazing sun. A man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with piercing tiger-like eyes and a bearish face, his massively built frame making him look like some humanoid beast of legend. The other was an absolutely stunning woman dressed in an extremely bold manner, especially those straight and voluptuous black silk-clad legs, along with that overflowing, ample chest enough to make any man lose his mind. The voice just now had come from the man. Though his voice wasn't loud, it echoed as if amplified, resonating powerfully throughout the entire estate, ensuring everyone heard it clearly. Meanwhile, all those within the estate were left dumbstruck at the sight of the two figures, too terrified to even speak. After a long while, someone finally gulped and spoke with a trembling voice. Floating in the air? Could they be level 60 professionals? Gasp. Look everyone, these two are flying in the sky without relying on any mounts. They must absolutely be level 60 professionals. Oh heavens, level 60 professionals? And two of them appearing at once? Are they coming to arrest Lin Chen? The crowd erupted in commotion. Level 60. For the professionals on Blue Star, this represented a major turning point. Once a professional reaches level 60, all their three-dimensional attributes, defense, health points, and more would directly double. This is precisely why professionals below level 60 typically find it extremely difficult to defeat those above level 60, as the gap between them is as vast as a chasm. Moreover, they can unlock the flight ability, allowing them to soar into the skies using their own power. Thus, the ability to fly without relying on flying mounts becomes the most striking hallmark of professionals above level 60. May I ask, what brings you two noble ones here? Even the arrogant Han Shang became instantly meek upon seeing them, greeting them with a mix of respect and caution as he bowed slightly. I am Inspector Song Chi. The man snorted lightly and flew down with the woman, landing beside Lin Chen and Han Shang. This is Inspector Hua Wuk. So it's the two esteemed inspectors. Han Shang's face instantly wore a look of reverence, hastily greeting them with a bow. Inspectors held an extremely special position in Dragon Country, one that could only be filled by professionals above level 60. Thus they are exceedingly rare, with merely several hundred in existence nationwide. The primary duty of inspectors is akin to imperial envoys of ancient times, possessing considerable privileges. When assigned missions, even the highest-ranking local officials must follow their directives. Precisely because of this, whenever an inspector arrives in any region, local leaders and dignitaries treat them with utmost courtesy, never daring to show the slightest disrespect. Firstly, this is because an inspector's combat prowess is truly extraordinary. The second is that behind the inspectors lies the official support of the Dragon Nation. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to disobey the Dragon Nation's authorities. Honored inspectors, please forgive us for not welcoming you from afar. Might we inquire about the purpose of your visit? Han Shang said cautiously. We're here to pick up Lin Chen. At last, the alluring woman Hua Wuk spoke up, her bright phoenix eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen before her as she sized him up with evident interest. Pick up Lin Chen? Han Shang was stunned by this. Just what made this Lin Chen worthy of having two inspectors personally dispatched to rescue him? Could it be that this Lin Chen wasn't actually some orphan, but rather the illegitimate child of some VIP? The moment Han Shang realized he might have kicked an iron plate, his face instantly turned deathly pale. This was a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant and domineering demeanor. Lin Chen, I've come here on behalf of Dragon God Academy to formally invite you to join us, declared the imposing man Song Chi. Should you choose to enroll with us, we're prepared to offer you an annual scholarship of 1 million credits, along with an interest-free credit line of 30 million points. And naturally, he continued, you'll also receive 50,000 academy points and get to personally select one rare or even epic tier equipment set to wear. These are just the benefits of enrollment. If you perform exceptionally well in the academy, you'll receive additional academy points as rewards. With enough points, you can even exchange for legendary grade equipment. Song Chi blurted out a series of tempting words as soon as he opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, those around couldn't help but swallow nervously. Holy crap, It's actually the Dragon God Academy sending an inspection envoy personally for student recruitment? Lin Chen's influence must be enormous. Forget about the credit points reward, what's mind-blowing is they're actually giving away a full rare set or even transcendent equipment. Just how ridiculously powerful is this Dragon God Academy? If only I could have been recruited instead. Dragon God Academy truly lives up to being one of the 3 prestige academies of Dragon Nation. Their resources are simply staggering, handing out transcendent gear like candy. Everyone was so envious they could barely contain themselves, wishing they could replace Lin Chen in a heartbeat. Lin Chen frowned slightly. So that's what this was about. I thought these two had discovered my secret and came to interrogate me, gave me quite a scare. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the alluring and mature woman before him, Hua Wuk, also spoke up, her voice honeyed and sweet. Little brother Lin Chen, don't be so quick to agree. I'm here on behalf of Jianghai University to extend a special invitation for you to join us. Joining our Jianghai University offers benefits no less prestigious than those of Dragon God Academy. An annual scholarship of 3 million credit points, an interest-free credit limit of 30 million, plus 50,000 academy points. In addition, receive either a rare ensemble, a usable transcendent artifact, or exchange it for 100,000 academy points. However, beyond that, Hua Wuk licked her red lips and chuckled flirtatiously at Lin Chen. If little brother still feels it's not enough, I wouldn't mind putting myself on the line too. What do you think? Her words carried such obvious seduction that even bystanders who merely heard her voice felt a rush of heat, almost losing their composure. If I recall correctly, this Hua Wuk is the famous Dragon Phoenix teacher from Jianghai University, right? They say her profession is Phoenix Illusionist. Not only is she exceptionally skilled in illusions, but she's also born with innate charm. Every movement of hers captivates attention. Feeling the ambiguity in her gaze, Lin Chen's heart momentarily wavered, but he quickly suppressed the rising temptation within. In his previous life, men from Jianghai University and even the entire Dragon Nation desired to make her their wife. However, her pride was too great, she had never allowed any man to get close. Recalling the memories from his previous life, Lin Chen's eyes gradually regained their clarity. Chapter 69, Inspector Hua Wuk. Women are merely an accessory to my current self. Improving my strength remains the priority. So, Lin Chen, if you're willing to join Dragon God Academy, we might be able to increase your scholarship a bit. Seeing Lin Chen's wavering expression, Song Qi made his offer outright. 5 million in annual scholarships, 50 million in interest-free credit, plus 100,000 academy points. Even better, as long as you're willing, we can offer you 2 extraordinary grade pieces of equipment, both wearable and certainly far from low in value. How about it? Before the words had fully left her lips, Hua Wuk chuckled coquettishly. Supervisor Song, as a senior instructor of the Dragon God Academy and a supervisor no less, shouldn't your move possess more grandeur? Our Jianghai University is willing to immediately double all the conditions. That is to say, the scholarship offers 6 million credit points annually, with an interest-free credit limit of 60 million, plus 100,000 academy points. In addition, you'll receive 2 sets of rare gear, 2 usable transcendent pieces of equipment, or exchange them for 200,000 academy points. Song Qi let out a displeased snort upon hearing this. Inspector Hua, I've heard that your Jianghai University suffered significant losses during the last beast siege. How could you still afford such things? Our Dragon God Academy will offer an additional 1 million credit points, 50,000 points, and 1 extraordinary piece of equipment on top of Jianghai University's benefits. Watching Hua Wuk and Song Qi fiercely compete against each other, the crowd present was utterly stunned. These were 2 inspectors. Moreover, one of their identities was even that of teachers from the 2 prestigious academies. One could say such figures stand at the pinnacle even when viewed across the entire Dragon Nation. Yet these 2 individuals actually quarreled publicly over recruiting Lin Chen? This is simply too outrageous. Watching this scene unfold, Li Hu and Lu Yanran's hearts filled with indescribable bitterness. Only now did they realize their so-called genius titles were confined to the small city of Jiangnan. Yet Lin Chen's talent was so extraordinary that it compelled 2 top-tier universities to humbly extend their olive branches. Lin Chen, we've each presented our offers. The final choice is yours to make. Song Qi took a deep breath and said, Little brother Lin Chen, you should think carefully. The trial abyss you cleared is actually the lost temple of Jianghai University, which means you originally intended to apply there, right? Hua Wuk's bright phoenix eyes carried a hint of tender affection as she spoke. Having said this, both of them fell silent and gazed at Lin Chen, waiting to hear what choice he would make. My choice is Jianghai University, Lin Chen stated calmly. Jianghai University is not actually the strongest or most resource-rich among the 3 institutions. However, the reason Lin Chen chose this university was that only he knew certain things within Jianghai University could accelerate his development speed several times over.
Huawok's charming face immediately lit up with a smile. Congratulations, little brother Lin Chen, you've made the right choice. Song Qi, however, looked somewhat disappointed. After sighing, he didn't say much more, having anticipated this outcome before coming. He could only mutter to himself, I told them Lin Chen had already applied to Jianghai University, but Battle God Chen insisted I come. Now I've made a wasted trip for nothing. After grumbling, Song Qi still nodded at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, first, congratulations on being admitted to Jianghai University. Second, we've officially met today. If you ever need help in the future, you can come to me. I won't claim I can fix everything, but these people. As he spoke, Song Qi suddenly swept his gaze around like a sharp blade, glaring at the assembled elite of Jiangnan City with a cold laugh. If these people dare give you trouble, I won't hold back. What do you say, Lord Tiger Warrior? Song Qi's final gaze froze upon Han Chang standing before him. Just a single glance, Han Chang suddenly felt a chill surge up his spine, making him feel as though he'd plunged into an icy pit amidst the sweltering summer heat. Lord, I would never dare offend you, I swear. Han Chang gulped nervously, bowing repeatedly with an attitude of utmost sincerity and humility. As long as you know your place. Song Qi snorted coldly before his expression softened as he nodded toward Lin Chen, eventually flying away from the scene. Watching Song Qi's retreating figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Is this guy trying to recruit me? Probably just interested in my growth potential. Everyone knows, anyone who catches the simultaneous attention and recruitment attempts from the presidents of both Dragon God Academy and Jianghai University is certainly no ordinary individual. Though Song Qi holds a high position himself, it's perfectly natural that he'd want to forge favorable connections. Alright little brother, here's Jianghai University's admission letter for you. Make sure to look for Big Sister when you enroll. Huawok giggled as she suddenly produced a jade slip from her bosom and handed it to Lin Chen, before transforming into a streak of cyan light and flying away. The jade slip still carried a faint lingering warmth and fragrance. After receiving it, Lin Chen didn't examine it immediately but instead stored it in his backpack. Finally, he turned his amused gaze towards Han Chang before him. Chief Han, do you still intend to make a move against me now? A cold glint flashed through Han Chang's eyes, though it was quickly concealed as he chuckled. Young brother Lin Chen, why didn't you mention earlier that you're acquainted with 2 inspectors? Seeing that this is the case, the misunderstanding between us is naturally resolved. Haha, young friend, I hope you won't hold my earlier rashness against me. Duty compelled my urgency, so I ask for your understanding. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. A misunderstanding? How lightly you speak, Chief Han. For today's grievance, I will repay you in kind sooner or later. With that, he summoned the Deathwing Mantis, mounted it, and flew out of the estate, vanishing from view. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure fade into the distance, the onlookers murmured in amazement. This Lin Chen actually killed a school principal and the head of one of the 4 great families right in front of them, within the city limits. What's more, he departed unscathed under the watch of the Tiger Elite Army's commander and even had the audacity to vow revenge in the future. These feats can only be described as defying the heavens. Lin Chen, this is terrible. I've accidentally provoked someone with such formidable connections. What should I do now? Han Chang looked bitterly distressed. Originally, he thought it was just some insignificant nobody. Killing him casually would have conveniently satisfied his bloodthirsty urges. Who could have imagined that even figures like the inspectorate would seek to recruit Lin Chen, even showing signs of personal favor? Now, I'm surely finished. No, can't just wait passively for death. It seems, I'll have to agree to their demands. Han Chang sighed deeply, then his gaze suddenly turned particularly vicious, as if remembering something. Chapter 70, Mo Qingyun, Mo Residence. Brother-in-law, you really got accepted by Jianghai University? Mo Honlu blinked her bright, lively eyes as she asked in astonishment. Beside her, Lin Chen lounged on the sofa, casually popping a grape into his mouth before replying indistinctly, considering my academic record currently holds the top 3 team clear records for the Lost Temple Dungeon, isn't admission just a given? Though we've still got a month before term starts, better get preparations underway. What preparations? Mo Honlu asked with great curiosity. The little girl kept clinging to Lin Chen, wrapping herself around one of his arms, her small chest rubbing against it. Waves of her delicate fragrance wafted over, inadvertently stirring some reaction in Lin Chen. Ahem, although Jianghai University has admitted me, according to the rules, before the semester starts, that is, in 1 month I need to reach level 10. Otherwise, I'll still be turned away, Lin Chen explained. Reach level 10 in 1 month? Mo Honlu couldn't help but open her small, rosy lips in astonishment. That's way too difficult. You should know. These people have only awakened their professions just 2 or 3 months ago. To level up from 1 to 10 in just 2 or 3 months? For many, this speed is simply unimaginable. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Ah, so you see now why Jianghai University recruits so few students each year? Even just this requirement alone would eliminate quite a few applicants. Jianghai University, as one of the most prestigious universities in Dragon Country,
its admission standards are exceptionally high.
The mere requirement of reaching level 10 within a few months would probably make many aspirants despair, let alone the other thresholds.
As for Lin Chen, reach level 10 in 1 month? Piece of cake.
In fact, Lin Chen had to deliberately suppress his leveling speed, progressing fast enough to grow swiftly, but not so rapidly as to shock the world and attract unwanted attention.
Lin Chen. Just then, two people suddenly walked into the room, a man and a woman.
The woman was Mo Hongli, while the man appeared middle-aged, of average height, yet exuded an air of authority. At the sight of this person, Mo Honglu sprang to her feet in surprise. "Dad, what brings you here?" This man was none other than the head of the Mo family, Mo Qingyun. After all, he was the patriarch of the Mo family, and since Lin Chen was living under their roof, it wouldn't do to be too disrespectful.
He promptly stood up and gave a nod of acknowledgement. "Master Mo, your reputation precedes you."
In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard rumors about this Mo Qingyun.
Though his strength was quite ordinary, through sheer personal capability, he built the Mo family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan City, from scratch in just over 30 years. Lin Chen, no need to be so formal.
"We've met before, you just didn't notice me," Mo Qingyun said warmly, gesturing for Lin Chen to take a seat. At the college entrance exam closing ceremony, during auction events, and even amidst the shocking incident where Yang Shu and Huang Wendian were slain, an affair that shook all of Jiangnan City, Mo Qingyun had seen Lin Chen more than once.
Just didn't get the chance to say hello.
Now that he finally saw Lin Chen up close, Mo Qingyun couldn't stop staring at him, his eyes constantly roaming up and down, occasionally showing an expression of deep satisfaction. After a long while, Mo Qingyun finally turned his head and said with a hearty laugh, "Hongli, your judgment is excellent. Lin Chen is indeed a handsome and remarkable young man, with both strength and tremendous potential.
I can rest assured in trusting you to him."
These words immediately made Mo Hongli's delicate face burn crimson. "Dad,
what are you talking about?" Hongli, are you trying to say you don't like Lin Chen?"
Mo Qingyun, who understood his daughter's thoughts all too well, immediately laughed and exposed her bluntly.
I won't talk to you anymore." Mo Hongli's face flushed crimson, unable to argue back. Angrily, she stomped her little foot and ran off in a huff. Watching Mo Hongli's retreating figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. To say he had no thoughts at all about Mo Hongli would certainly be a lie, but they were just thoughts, nothing more.
For now, his priority had to be improving his strength.
In her previous life, as a top-tier professional standing at the world's peak, Lin Chen didn't have a single woman by his side, because Lin Qingxue said she didn't want any sister-in-law, even though Lin Qingxue never truly regarded him as a brother.
But that didn't stop Lin Qingxue from enjoying Lin Chen's care while making all sorts of unreasonable, even absurd demands on him. "In this life, without Lin Qingxue dragging me down, I'm free to pursue love as I please, but
no need. Improving strength should still be the priority. Strength is everything." Lin Chen's mind was crystal clear, utterly unwavering. "Master Mo, you sought me out this time, surely not just to look at my face?"
Lin Chen spoke calmly.
He didn't believe for a second that Mo Qingyun had sought him out just to play matchmaker between him and Mo Hongli.
Young friend Lin Chen truly speaks his mind.
Mo Qingyun chuckled and said, "You're right. I've come this time to deliver the skill books you requested."
With that, Mo Qingyun opened his bag, took out several skill books glowing in various colors, and placed them on the table before him.
This skill."
Lin Chen glanced over them and was immediately drawn to one particular skill. Picking it up for a closer look, his heart instantly swelled with immense joy.
Summon low-tier elementals, soul fire, and telekinesis. These are exactly the skills I need.
Lin Chen was extremely delighted.
Though his current strength was considerable, he possessed very few skills, most of which were merely transitional. You should know, a professional should ideally have all their skills finalized before reaching level 10, as any future modifications would require careful consideration.
This is because every skill, in addition to its quality, also has levels. The higher a skill's level, the greater its damage and effects.
However, although most skills have a maximum level cap of just 20,
the difficulty of upgrading them is infinitely greater than simply leveling up.
Most of the time,
even for level 60 professionals, most of their skills typically hover around level 10. However, it's worth noting that each skill level significantly boosts damage and effectiveness. This is precisely why the majority of professionals lock in all their core skills before reaching level 10.
Otherwise, even a slightly lower core skill level would affect overall strength. Hongli told me about the deal between you two.
Mo Qingyun said seriously, "These skills are all from your list.
They're offered as payment for your help getting Hongli into Zhanghai University. I hope you won't decline." Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all, immediately picking up all the skill books while nodding satisfactorily. "Good, these are exactly what I need." Chapter 71, The Divine Summoner Skill, Soul Flame.
Each of these skills is extremely important for Lin Chen, who currently lacks abilities. Not to mention the rest, just the Yi Soul Flame alone is enough to bring Lin Chen immense joy.
Name, Soul Flame. Type, active skill. Quality, rare. Level, 1. Consumption, 1% of maximum mana per second. Range, 50 meters. Effect, releases soulfire to deal damage. Skill damage increases by a certain percentage for each summon creature you possess. This skill, to ordinary summoners, it's nothing more than a useless gimmick rarely worth bringing along. After all, ordinary summoners can typically only maintain a few to a dozen summon creatures at most. The nature of soulfire is that the more summons there are, the higher the damage, yet the boost it provides is practically negligible for them. Only Lin Chen, the Zerg overlord, with his limitless summon slots and explosive breeding potential, could make this rare quality skill unleash effects as terrifying as a legendary tier skill. Patriarch Mo, speak plainly, Lin Chen said coolly. I don't believe you sought me out merely for conversation and to deliver skill books. If it were just delivering a skill book, Mo Hongley could easily handle it herself. There was no need for Mo Qingyun to make the trip personally. Little brother Lin is indeed clever, just a hint and you understand. Having been seen through, Mo Qingyun didn't appear the least bit embarrassed. After a few chuckles, his expression turned solemn as he said, Ahem, here's the thing, your deal with Red Koi is already complete. I'd like to propose another transaction with you. Would you be interested? Say it, Lin Chen replied casually without committing immediately. I want you to help Red Koi reach level 10 before Jianghai University's event, Mo Qingyun said seriously. In return, I'll give you the location of a level 10, tier 4 boss. A tier 4 boss? Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Every monster has its own tier classification. At the same level, the higher the tier, the more terrifying its strength becomes equivalent to the quality of equipment and skills. But similarly, the higher the tier of the beast, the more and better equipment it will drop. Although it's a tier 4 boss, its level is only 10. For the current me, it's nothing noteworthy. Moreover, under the effect of Greedy Soul, there's a 100% chance to obtain double loot. In other words, it's equivalent to defeating 2 tier 4 bosses. After briefly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod excitedly. This deal is doable. Good, I agree. Lin Chen accepted the offer. Here's the coordinates for that monster. Mo Qingyun's face also lit up with joy as he immediately handed over a token. But this boss is located deep in the wilderness, you'll need to be careful. Lin Chen nodded nonchalantly, completely unfazed. The wilderness refers to the areas beyond settlements, teeming with fierce beasts and extreme dangers. Most professionals dare only venture into the wilderness in groups, and even then, rarely venture too deep. But for Lin Chen, it's merely slightly more challenging than battling the abyss. After briefly checking the information on his token, Lin Chen uttered "wait for my return" and strode out the door without hesitation. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure fade into the distance, Mo Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. This way you'll be stuck with Red Carp for a whole month. Hard not to develop feelings under these circumstances. Now it's up to you to seize this opportunity, Red Carp. Astride the Deathwing Mantis, Lin Chen soared through the sky at high speed, gazing down at the forest below. Is this the Shadowlands? In my past life, I didn't have time to explore this place before leaving Jiangnan City. This level 4 boss Molten Fire Troll was quite famous back then. The 4 great families of Jiangnan City expended considerable effort and resources just to slay it. Who would have thought that in this life, Mo Qingyun would gift me the coordinates of this boss? What an unexpected windfall. The forest below stretches vast and verdant, yet tinged with an ominous black aura. The land of shadows. This is a wilderness far from any settlements, utterly perilous. Just passing by, Lin Chen glanced downward and spotted numerous savage beasts gazing up at him from the ground, emitting threatening growls. It seems that if it weren't for the flying capabilities of his winged bees and deathwing mantises, he might have encountered quite a few troubles along the way. No wonder everyone desires flying mounts. The terrain advantage is simply too great. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Just as he was feeling somewhat relieved, a group of figures suddenly appeared before him, launching a fierce attack without any warning. Ironbeak cranes. These beasts don't pack much offensive power, but their defense is exceptional, and they're extremely fast, usually appearing in groups, making them quite troublesome to deal with. Lin Chen quickly assessed the information about the group of fierce beasts before him. Approximately 30-odd Ironbeak cranes had formed an encirclement, trapping Lin Chen and the Deathwing Mantis within, launching ferocious attacks. Although most of these Ironbeak cranes were around level 5 to 6 levels at which the Deathwing Mantis could effortlessly mow them down like grass, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Moreover, with Lin Chen riding on its back, the Mantis was severely restricted in movement, forced into a frustratingly passive defense. Stop, I'll take it from here. Lin Chen directly issued the command, halting the Deathwing Mantis. Then, with a raised hand, whoosh, a cluster of black flames abruptly materialized in midair. The flames burned like condensed darkness, radiating an unimaginable aura of death. A mere glance at them seemed capable of drawing one's very soul into their depths. This skill was precisely the soulfire,
that Lin Chen had just learned. Go, he murmured in a low voice. The black soulfire condensed into a fiery sphere and hurled itself at the nearest Ironbeak crane. Sizzle. You have slain Ironbeak crane times 10, gained EXP times 5000. Before my eyes, the palm-sized fireball exploded, instantly enveloping an entire flock of Ironbeak cranes and consuming them in an instant. Impressive power. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Aside from its damage scaling with the number of summoned creatures, this soul flame actually has another hidden characteristic, namely, that shaping the soul flame into different forms can produce varying degrees of damage. For example, simply surrounding the enemy with soulfire and burning them deals only the base damage of the soulfire. But if the flame is shaped into a fireball, the damage will increase by 10%. If it is flame ray, damage increases by 15%. Flaming chains, damage increased by 20%. If transformed into a flame phantom bird, or even morphed into a phoenix or fire dragon, the damage would rise to terrifying levels. In short, the more complex the form, the greater the damage. Chapter 72, Refusion, Magma Firefly. However, the more complex the shape one tries to transform the soul flame into, the higher the required mental strength and level become. At present, Lin Chen can only manage to morph it into a few basic forms like fireballs, firewalls, and fire chains. But as his mental strength and level grow, so will the variety of shapes he can control. Go! Casually tossing a few fireballs, Lin Chen swiftly killed the remaining dozen or so Ironbeak cranes, harvesting a wave of experience points. After converting their corpses into energy points, he nodded in satisfaction. The damage from soulfire is terrifyingly potent, but its mana consumption is quite steep. Lin Chen glanced at his mana bar. Merely controlling soulfire for less than a minute had already drained half of it. There was no helping it. Soulfire consumed mana as a percentage, rendering even a vast mana pool ineffective unless paired with sufficient regeneration speed. If only there was gear that provided massive mana regeneration, otherwise I'd be stuck relying on potions, Lin Chen mused, pulling a blue potion from his bag and drinking it. Mana potion restores 20% of maximum mana over 5 seconds upon use. Effects do not stack. Mana potions, commonly known as blue bottles, are paired with health potions, which are called red bottles. Nearly every professional keeps several stacks of red and blue bottles in their backpack. Most professions either suffer from mana deficiency, lack health recovery methods, or are plagued by both issues. However, equipment that restores mana values is extremely rare, so Lin Chen quickly dismissed the thought with a shake of his head and urged Deathwing Mantis to advance toward another destination. After another half-hour of flight, Lin Chen's face lit up with joy when a volcano spewing molten lava abruptly rose from the ground. Finally, we're here, he exclaimed. This place was none other than the later renowned Molten Fire Stronghold. Originally, no one had ever paid any attention to this area, because although there were no ferocious beasts here, the ground was teeming with violent earth and fire elements. These creatures were mostly around level 8, but their numbers were absurdly high. Kill one, and an entire swarm would come charging at you. Moreover, the loot dropped by these monsters was pitifully scarce. Among their spoils was a material called molten core, which was rated as rare in quality. However, to this day, no one knew what purpose it actually served. Thus, over time, this place slowly became a wasteland, with few venturing to such a difficult area that yielded so little in return. Until today. So that's how it works. Activate the 5 runes around Molten Bastion in sequence, and we can summon the 4th tier boss, Molten Troll. Lin Chen nodded slightly upon reviewing the information transmitted through his token, then leaped down to the ground. The moment his feet touched the soil of Molten Bastion, a horde of surrounding monsters immediately closed in on him. Name, Fire Elemental. Level, 8. Health, 240. Strength, 7. Agility, 6.7. Spirit, 9.2. Skills, Fireball, Ignite, Molten Shield, Melt Ground. Fire elements are pure elemental creatures, entirely wrapped in lava and flames. They lack legs, instead floating directly in the air. Fire elements are natural-born fire mages, possessing almost no intelligence, only instincts. Upon seeing Lin Chen land, they immediately launched a frenzied attack without hesitation. Death Shadow Mantis, finish them off. Get ready, Lin Chen instructed coolly. With a flap of its wings, the Deathwing Mantis shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, cleaving a fire elemental clean in half with a single slash. Then, like the grim reincarnate amidst the flames, he began cutting through the enemies as effortlessly as slicing grass and chopping vegetables. For other professions, the gathering of fire elementals here might spell trouble, but for Lin Chen, it was nothing but free experience delivered to his doorstep. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, experience gain times 500. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, experience gain times 500. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, gaining 500 times EXP. Soon, under the frenzied slaughter of the Deathwing Mantis, fire elementals fell in piles, transforming into Lin Chen's experience. What's this? Just as he was about to head toward the first rune's location, Lin Chen found a gemstone amid a pile of white tier equipment. Picking it up to examine. Name, Molten Core.
Type, material. Quality, rare. Description, the concentrated essence of subterranean magma, brimming with raging fire attribute energy. So it's a molten core. Lin Chen had an epiphany. In his previous life, he had heard of this so-called useless material but had never seen it in person. This molten core. It truly deserves to be called useless. People in Jiangnan City had searched through every possible formula but failed to find any practical use for it. As a result, the molten core became something many merchants kept at the bottom of their stock because no one would buy it. Pursing his lips, Lin Chen was just about to toss it away. Who would have guessed at this very moment? Ding! Special template detected, capable of integrating and evolving specific Zerg species. Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. So this molten core is actually a special template? Damn, this is a huge win. Immediately, Lin Chen entered the Dominator's world and placed the molten core before the stone monument. Instantly, ding! Special item detected. Please choose your next action. Fusion. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. Please select the Zerg unit to merge. Lin Chen pondered. Zergling? I already have the Deathwing Mantis now. Even if merged, the functions would overlap. As for Hydralisk and Overseer, both are long-range units, and my current firepower is already sufficient. Then choose the Winged Wasp. Lin Chen nodded. Fuse with the Winged Wasp. Are you sure you want to fuse the two? Confirm. A low shout. Instantly, the winged wasp before me began to radiate streaks of brilliant light. Immediately after, a massive, ferocious crimson Zerg loomed into view. Name, Molten Wing Fiend. Tier, 2nd Stage Zerg. Agility, 9.2. Strength, 8.5. Spirit, 9.5. Skills, Lava Breath, Molten Bomb, Dive Bomb, Lava Shield, Molten Aura, Windfire Dash. The Molten Firefly measures approximately 3 meters in length with a terrifying 5-meter wingspan. Its overall appearance resembles a fusion between a Western-style evil dragon and a certain type of Zerg, making it appear even more agile and swift. Yet this hybrid design doesn't seem unnatural, rather, it lends the creature an aura of icy ruthlessness, somewhat diminishing the draconic dominance and majesty. Excellent! Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Though the Molten Firefly's attributes fall significantly short compared to the similarly fused Deathwing Mantis after evolution. But one must remember, the Molten Core is merely a rare quality drop item that can easily be looted from fire elementals. Which means, Molten Fire Beetles can be mass-produced entirely. Chapter 73, Breeding an Army, Explosive Power Boost. Great! This harvest is truly immense. Lin Chen nodded in delight. I thought there would only be a boss reward this time, but never expected an extra pleasant surprise. First, clear out all the fire elementals here. Lin Chen focused his mind. The Zerg army manifested around him, hundreds of them filling the nearby clearing. Go, cleanse all the fire elements in the vicinity and bring back the equipment, Lin Chen commanded directly. Upon receiving the order, the Zerg army scattered like a tidal wave to eliminate the distant fire and earth elements. Before long, continuous notification tones rang in his ears. Your summoned creature has slain a fire element, gaining 500 times experience. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, gained EXP times 500. Lying around and still earning EXP, guess I'm the only one who can pull that off? Lin Chen fished out a deck chair from his backpack, comfortably settled into it, and pulled out an electric fan to enjoy the breeze, thinking to himself with great satisfaction. Ordinary professionals would steer clear of those fire elements here, keeping as far away as possible. Only he could treat this place as a treasure trove for grinding experience and molten cores. Lin Chen yawned, ordered the Deathwing Mantis to guard him, and then actually dozed off right there on the lounge chair. He slept soundly for over 2 hours. Lin Chen was awakened by a notification sound. Ding! Your level has risen to 9. You've gained 1 attribute point. Please choose how to allocate it. Opening his eyes and rubbing them, Lin Chen felt somewhat astonished. Level 9 already? I was planning to hold back a bit longer. Looks like I'll need to ease up from now on. Although the admission threshold for Jianghai University requires reaching level 10. For most professionals, reaching this level 10 threshold demands exhausting amounts of effort and resources, and even then, they might barely make it. But where Lin Chen was concerned, he really did have to watch his leveling pace to avoid progressing too quickly. After all, if Lin Chen resolved to level up at full throttle, with just a month of moderate effort, hitting level 10 would be trivial, even level 15 wouldn't be out of reach. But Lin Chen couldn't afford to do that. A tall tree attracts the wind. Before possessing sufficient self-protection strength, Lin Chen didn't want to attract too much attention at Jianghai University. Besides, gaining 1 or 2 levels wouldn't make much difference for Lin Chen. After all, his strength depended entirely on quantity and quality. Leveling up only gives a few attribute points. After casually allocating the attribute points to Spirit, Lin Chen stood up and stretched with a yawn. Taking a quick glance at his backpack, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Already 34 molten cores? That means I can fuse 34 molten fireflies. Just as he was about to proceed, Lin Chen was stunned. Not enough energy points? But I still have over 10,000 energy points here. How can it not be enough?
Lin Chen stood before the Dominator's steel, ready to initiate the fusion.
But it reminded Lin Chen that there were insufficient energy points. Let me see. TSK, so that's how it is. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that performing fusion on each Zerg required 3,000 energy points, and this was just the most basic requirement. For example, fusing with Deathwing Mantis requires a staggering 5,000 energy points. It's just that recently, Lin Chen had been preoccupied with other matters and hadn't paid much attention to energy points, which is why he failed to notice this detail. Energy points. I'm severely lacking in energy points right now. Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head, feeling his teeth ache slightly.
When he first obtained the Zerg Overlord ability, he had thought the energy points only served the singular purpose of breeding Zerg creatures, so he hadn't paid too much attention to them.
Who would have thought it would have such a wide range of uses? Tisk, I'll have to be more careful from now on. But how can I obtain large amounts of energy points? Lin Chen pondered. In theory, all items containing energy can be decomposed into energy points. For example, the corpses of beasts and some materials. Of course, equipment can also be decomposed.
Overall, decomposing white-tier equipment into energy points is the most cost-effective method, Lin Chen sighed. From now on, I'll just buy white-tier equipment in bulk to decompose for energy points. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen glanced at his remaining energy points and did a quick calculation before fusing and evolving all 4 remaining winged bees into molten fireflies.
The current numbers are a bit low.
It's time to expand my forces. Eyeing his remaining energy points, Lin Chen rubbed his chin and decided to go all out with troop production, birthing 100 blade bugs, 50 stingers, 50 brain bugs, and 10 fireworms.
Ding! Total energy consumption, times 3750. Confirm? Confirm. Incubation successful. Instantly.
Surrounding him, a dense swarm of newly hatched Zerg emerged.
Lin Chen's army had expanded once more. Current combat forces. Blade bugs, 300, stinger bugs, 100, brain bugs, 100, flameworms, 30, armored blade bugs, 4, molten flies, 5, deathwing mantis, 1.
Though still far from blotting out the sky, this could already be considered a decent-sized force.
Good.
Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction.
As the number of summoned creatures increased, his attributes also skyrocketed.
Currently, although his level is only 9, his strength has reached a terrifying 25.4.
This stat panel already rivals that of some level 20 professionals. The more summons I have, the stronger my stats become. And this is just from a simple swarm of fewer than 600 Zerg. I can't begin to imagine how powerful I'd become if I commanded a million or even a trillion strong Zerg swarm.
Lin Chen's eyes burned with fervor. In his previous life, though Lin Chen stood at the world's pinnacle, he still had to bow before behemoths like the Dragon Kingdom and the United States. But in this life, if he could grow strong enough, even the world would bow before him. But at this very moment, your summoned creature, Blade Mantis, has been slain. Your summoned creature, Blade Mantis, has been slain. Your summoned creature, Blade Mantis, has been slain.
The successive alerts rang incessantly in my ears.
In mere moments, over a dozen Blade Mantises had been slaughtered. This sudden turn of events couldn't help but make Lin Chen frown, feeling both surprised and puzzled.
What's going on? His blade bugs were actually killed? Mind you, although these fire elements were high level and dealt considerable damage.
But after all, they were mindless elemental creatures. Under the siege of blade locusts, veritable war machines, they could only be harvested and slaughtered.
Could it be that they encountered some powerful monster?
Or perhaps crossed paths with other players? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, identified the direction, then leapt onto the back of the Deathwing Mantis and flew stealthily toward a location.
Chapter 74, The Islanders' Conspiracy. At the same time,
on the other side of Molten Fire's stronghold,
a group of people stood before a lava lake. The group numbered around 50, all dressed in traditional Islander attire.
At the forefront stood 2 individuals, an old man and a young man.
Fujimoto-san, your
Iato/ has reached level 3, the damage output has increased significantly.
Ha!
A shriveled old man of short stature, dressed in traditional island nation attire, couldn't stop fawning over the person before him. The man before him was a youth, clothed in what the island nation called a samurai outfit. The outfit he wore looked utterly incongruous on him, appearing quite ridiculous. The young man Fujimoto couldn't help but grin proudly upon hearing this. Akita Kenta-san, I owe it all to your excellent support. Without your Amaterasu aura, my damage output wouldn't have been this high, allowing me to annihilate all these insect monsters in one strike.
Not at all, not at all.
The scrawny old man Akita repeatedly humbled himself.
By the way,
Akita Kenta's eyes suddenly gleamed with an idea as he remembered something. Glancing at the insect carcasses on the ground, these monsters don't give any experience when killed, and detection skills don't work on them.
Could they be some special type of monster? None of that matters. Fujimoto-Gen waved his hand dismissively, Akita-san, don't forget why father sent us to Dragon Country, to cause destruction. This is how we'll avenge those damned Dragon Country people killing my grandfather. Back then, my grandfather merely slaughtered a few insolent commoners, pathetic creatures without even a profession within Dragon Country's borders. And their government actually sentenced him to death? Fujimoto-jan appeared exceptionally enraged. You should know. In their island nation, when a professional kills an ordinary person, they only need to pay a certain fine as penalty. What's more, there have even been cases where noble professionals killed other professionals on the streets to test their blades for amusement, yet it caused no significant disturbance. Who would have thought that in Dragon Country, merely killing a few people on a whim would result in his grandfather being directly sentenced to death, with no amount of diplomatic intervention from the island nation being useful? Fujimoto Hara opened his mouth and uttered words that would absolutely shock outsiders. Since we've received confirmation that activating Molten Fortress will trigger this volcano to erupt and directly engulf all of Jiangnan City, let's proceed with it. This is the price you pay for daring to kill our island nation's people. Autumn Kenta also nodded in emphatic agreement, then turned and asked, Han Chang, you said the ruins of Molten Fortress are nearby, is that true or false? A figure stepped forward from the crowd behind them. The man was still wearing a set of Tiger Guard uniform, his face dark with a gloomy expression. It was none other than the leader of Jiangnan City's Tiger Guard, Han Chang. To speak of it, it was all a strange twist of fate. Just a few months ago, this group of islanders arrived in Dragon Country under the guise of tourism. As soon as they arrived, they started cozying up to high-ranking officials like Han Chang in Jiangnan City. The other officials were manageable, but Han Chang was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to gain power and prolong his life. Coincidentally, those from the island nation frequently handed out equipment or consumables as gifts. As a result, their interactions became unusually close. Back and forth, the island nation also came to realize that Han Chang was nothing but a profit-driven and excessively cruel individual, capable of anything for power. Thus, they outright proposed a plan to create widespread chaos in Dragon Country as revenge. Who would have thought? Although Han Chang was ruthless and had no moral limits, he was far from stupid. Killing someone would be quite easy. Creating widespread panic and chaos directly? That would make the Dragon Kingdom's war god personally intervene in the investigation. He didn't believe for a moment that he could escape under the war god's scrutiny. Therefore, he decisively rejected the Japanese man's request. It wasn't until that day, when Lin Chen vowed revenge, that Han Chang truly felt fear. That's right, death was inevitable either way. Might as well kill Lin Chen first, then follow these Japanese to their homeland and be done with it. With that thought, Han Chang agreed to Fujimoto Hara's request without hesitation, revealing all the secrets he had kept hidden for years. Mr. Fujimoto, Mr. Akita, I'm absolutely certain about what I'm saying. A few years ago, I happened to acquire an item that revealed the method to unlock Molten Fortress and its hidden boss. I just lacked the strength to activate it at the time. Now I offer it to you. All you need to do is kill Lin Chen when he arrives later. As Han Chang mentioned the name Lin Chen, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Lin Chen? As you mentioned earlier, the condition for our cooperation is that this guy must be killed. Fujimoto Hara said with some interest, don't worry, once we make this volcano erupt, Jiangnan City will surely descend into chaos. When the time comes, I'll take action and kill that Lin Chen directly. Assassination is what we noble ninjas from the island nation excel at most. Han Chang cautioned, Mr. Fujimoto, please be aware that this Lin Chen is no ordinary professional. You must be very careful. You should know. This Lin Chen is someone who could actually exchange a few moves with him. If not for the chains of subjugation in his possession, it would have taken quite some effort to subdue him. I'm a level 20 professional with several transcendent grade artifacts. My strength ranks among the top even among my clan's younger generation. Would I possibly fail against a mere level 8 nobody? Fujimoto said unhappily. I don't mean to question you, never mind. I can't be present for this matter. I'd better leave now. Remember, compensation must be given to me on time, along with granting me Japanese nationality. Han Chang sighed and said casually. If he hadn't been reluctant to leave traces that could be traced back to him, Han Chang would have done it himself long ago instead of seeking help from people like Fujimoto. Shaking his head, Han Chang handed over the method to activate Molten Fortress and left the place. And at the same moment, several hundred meters away from them, behind a massive boulder, Lin Chen, holding an image crystal in his hand, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This crystal is a consumable item that can capture images and sounds just like a camera. Han Chang actually wants to collude with islanders to create chaos, and right here in Dragon Country, his own homeland? I originally thought you were just bloodthirsty and tyrannical. Never imagined you could sink to such inhuman depths.
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, looking downward.
Heh, Japanese? Since you've come here, why not leave your life behind?
With a cold laugh, Lin Chen patted the Deathwing mantis beneath him and flew ghost-like toward a certain spot.
Chapter 75. Are all bosses in Dragon Country this powerful? Approximately 2 hours later, Motohara Fujimoto's group had exhausted every ounce of their strength to finally activate all the runes.
In that instant, the colossal volcano of Molten Fire Fortress erupted with countless rivers of lava, blotting out the sky entirely. At the volcanic crater, a colossal figure over 10 meters tall quietly emerged. It was the boss of Molten Fortress, the Molten Troll. The Molten Troll was a giant fire elemental, wielding a massive axe, clad in sturdy armor, with its lower body rooted in the lava like a vortex, endlessly absorbing the Earth's energy. This was also why the Molten Troll, despite being only level 10, would later force the future profession holders of Jiangnan City to pay such a bloody price.
As long as the volcano remains unextinguished, it will regenerate health at a frenzied rate. According to later statistics collected by certain professions, the Molten Troll's health regeneration rate is approximately 50% of its maximum health per second. And even with grievous wounds, it can only have the Molten Troll boss's health regeneration, reducing it to 25% per second. But even so, as a 4th-tier boss, the Molten Fire Troll possesses a terrifying health pool of 15,000, regenerating approximately 3,750 HP per second. It looked, as long as the damage per second exceeds 3,750, it seems possible to gradually wear down the Molten Fire Troll. But in reality,
since the Molten Fire Troll is backed against a volcano, it can harness the volcano's power to unleash devastating lava surges,
and it can summon nearly endless fire elemental reinforcements.
Thus, when the Molten Fire Troll first appeared in the previous life, many adventurers perished at its hands.
It wreaked havoc for over a month before its weakness was finally discovered and exploited. And at this moment, is this the Molten Fire Troll?
Fujimoto Hara gazed at the colossal fire elemental, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. According to Han Chang's information, as long as we defeat this boss and activate the final rune, we'll teleport to the subterranean lava shrine and gain control over this entire volcano.
Ha! Let's not waste any time, young master. It's time to take action. Kanita Akita nodded, his expression brimming with anticipation.
The thought of soon massacring a city full of Dragon Kingdom citizens filled both their hearts with exhilaration.
Taste my Iato slash.
Fujimoto Hara sneered coldly as he drew his katana from its sheath. A sudden gleam of cold steel preceded the sword sheath that shot toward the colossal lava giant. Iato slash, rare, draw a bladed weapon to inflict area damage, damage coefficient scales with proficiency.
Proficiency is a unique trait of Fujimoto Hara's profession, Island Nation Samurai, artisan spirit.
The more frequently a skill is used, the higher its proficiency level becomes,
eventually reaching the realm of XX Sage.
My Iato strike may not yet have achieved the level of Iato Strike Sage, but it's getting close. With 3 pieces of epic equipment, plus being level 22, insta-killing a level 10 boss should be a piece of cake, hee.
Fujimoto Hara thought smugly.
However, the expected scenario of the Molten Troll collapsing immediately didn't materialize.
Instead, what appeared was a fully healthy boss, looking down at these short-statured islanders with a mocking expression. Roar! The Molten Troll roared with fury.
Behind him, a pillar of lava shot forth instantly, vaporizing 3 Island Nation guards in moments.
What? Fujimoto Hara paled in terror. He never imagined that his strike wouldn't just fail to kill the Molten Troll, it hadn't even scratched the monster's surface. How is this possible? I'm the strongest among the young generation of my family. How is it possible that I can't even scratch a level 10 boss? That's impossible.
Facing Fujimoto Hara's shocked disbelief, the Molten Fire Troll roared again as the volcano crater spewed lava drops like rain, showering down upon the platform before the fortress.
This later became the most notorious molten rain that plagued Jiangnan City's professionals.
Not only was this skill devastatingly powerful, but it was also nearly impossible to dodge, with projectiles as dense as actual rainfall.
A player of an ordinary class would take massive fire damage from just a single hit.
They'd even get inflicted with the Ember Bind debuff, reducing movement speed by 30, making it even harder to dodge the fiery rain. Only certain tank classes could barely withstand this skill, and even then, their HP would typically drop by more than half.
Fujimoto Hara was floored. Is this a level 10 boss? Are all bosses in Dragon Country this powerful?
Even in Island Country, bosses as strong as level 20 are rare.
No wonder Dragon Country produces so many talents, their monsters are this formidable. Motohara Fujimoto roared in anger while frantically maneuvering to dodge the falling molten raindrops from the sky. Everyone scatter! Akita Kenta frantically commanded. Dodge the attacks. Stay still so I can heal you. Stop running around.
Yet at that moment, the bodyguards who had been trailing behind Fujimoto Hara were already in complete disarray, far too panicked to heed his orders. Scrambling in terror, they fled haphazardly to escape the boss's onslaught. Many people were instantly reduced to ashes after being struck by the lava. This demonstrates the terrifying destructive power of the molten fire troll. Young master, perhaps we should retreat for now? While avenging ourselves against the Dragon Kingdom people is indeed important, your safety is of even greater priority. Seeing the situation, Akita Kenta swallowed hard and suggested. Agreed. Fujimoto-gen agreed without hesitation. Are you kidding me? This boss nearly wiped them out with just 2 skills. Who knows if it'll enrage or have a second phase? Even if they had twice as many people, they'd probably get wiped out here. Just as Fujimoto turned to leave this place, but his eyes beheld a terrifying sight. A horde of grotesque insectoid creatures of varying shapes had somehow appeared behind him, blanketing the entire mountain. A young man stood atop one of the flying insect beasts, hands clasped behind his back, watching the scene before him with keen interest. It was Lin Chen. Seeing me turn around, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for drawing out the molten troll's lava rain for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance against this boss, heh. But your usefulness has run its course. As the saying goes, the only good islander is a dead islander. I might as well send you on your way directly." Fujimoto's eyes widened instantly. Who are you? How long have you been following us? The dead don't need to know so much. Lin Chen spoke coldly. With that, he waved his hand. Kill. Behind him, 100 stingers and 100 brain bugs launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, a dense storm of short spikes and fireballs swept across like a tempest. Not good. Fujimoto Hara's face instantly paled in shock. He hastily shouted, Shikigami Shield. Chapter 76, All of you, die. Instantly, a translucent grotesque monster manifested before Fujimoto Hara and Akita Kenta. When the short spikes and fireballs struck, ripples surged across the monster's form, intercepting the damage. What? Just one attack drained most of the charge from my Shikigami shield? Fujimoto Hara's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. Even his breathing grew ragged, his heart pounding violently. This is the transcendent equipment my father gave me. Even a mage of the same level couldn't break an ordinary shield with all their might. Why is this person so overwhelmingly strong? He's a summoner, but even the summoners from our island nation aren't this powerful. Gazing at the swarms of insectoid beasts blanketing the mountains and plains, most of which hadn't even joined the fight, clearly holding back in reserve, Fujimoto Haru couldn't help swallowing hard before speaking with trembling fear. Honorable sir, I am the young master of the Fujimoto family from the island nation. Whoever you are, please cease your attacks for now, I will surely repay your mercy. On the surface, Fujimoto Haru appeared to be begging for mercy with seemingly sincere humility. But in his heart, Fujimoto Haru was seething with shock and rage, gnashing his teeth in fury. How dare you destroy my equipment? Just wait until I report this to my father, I'll make you beg for a fate worse than death. The Fujimoto family? Lin Chen froze momentarily upon hearing the name. At present, this family's name carries little weight, merely an insignificant minor clan in the island nation. Yet in later years, the Fujimoto family would rapidly ascend within mere years, transforming from obscurity into one of the island nation's foremost aristocratic houses. Very few understood the reasons behind this meteoric rise. But Lin Chen, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the world in his previous life, knew a bit of insider information. Rumor has it that in the previous life, the Fujimoto family possessed an abyss key. After pouring immense effort into clearing its trial, they obtained a divine artifact that elevated the entire family to unprecedented heights. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in contemplation. The only question is, just what tier was that divine artifact, and what exactly were its effects? Since I've learned about it in this life, it'd be better for me to take this equipment. Lin Chen weighed the pros and cons in his mind, but his expression remained calm and composed. Then, he spoke indifferently, the Fujimoto family? Never heard of it. It'd be better if you all just died. With that, the several molten fire insects behind him roared in unison, then opened their ferocious maws as terrifying high-temperature flames sprayed out together. Lava breath. You despicable dragonkin, how dare you ambush us? Fujimoto Hara and Akita Kenta never expected Lin Chen would strike so abruptly. Caught completely off guard, they could only hurriedly summon their Shikigami shield to barely defend against the attack. However, supernatural equipment? Even extraordinary equipment has its limits of resistance. Lin Chen snorted coldly at the sight. As expected, under the siege of 5 molten fireflies, Fujimoto Hara and Akita Kenta watched in despair as the Shikigami barrier finally shattered with a thunderous crash. The lava breath sprayed onto them, instantly reducing their health bars by more than half. Ah, damn those dragon country people. You dare attack me? My father will make you pay for this. Fujimoto Hara was engulfed in flames, howling in unbearable agony, his screams utterly pitiful. Akita Kenta also kept shrieking and begging for mercy, hoping Lin Chen would spare them. Yet Lin Chen merely watched the scene unfold with icy detachment, completely unmoved. Spare them? Are you kidding me? In my previous life, although these people didn't completely trigger the volcanic eruption that would have destroyed the entire Jiangnan city, they still managed to activate partial power of the volcano, resulting in the deaths of many professional adventurers who were training in the wilderness around Jiangnan City. Moreover, the island nation and Dragon Country have been sworn enemies for generations. Lin Chen showed no mercy when dealing with these guys. Your summon has slain a professional. Fujimoto Gen, experience gain times 1100, sin value +1. Your summon has slain a professional. Akita Kenta, experience gain times 1100, sin value +1. Moments later, 2 notifications echoed in his ears. Lin Chen sneered and stepped forward to pick up the equipment dropped by the two. Ha, this Fujimoto Hara is quite wealthy. He actually had 3 transcendent tier pieces of equipment on him? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. Ordinary level 20 professionals rarely possessed transcendent tier equipment. Only the young masters of such minor families could have such luxurious gear. Among these extraordinary pieces of equipment, one was the Shikigami shield that had been retrieved and used earlier, but it now displayed depleted energy with no indication of how to recharge it. The other 2 items were a samurai sword and what appeared to be a stone. Teleportation Divine Stone, upon consumption, instantly teleports to another location recorded by a paired Teleportation Divine Stone. Current recorded location, Blue Star, Island Nation, Fujimoto Family Shrine. A Teleportation Divine Stone? Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. I was just wondering how I'd get to the Island Nation in the future. This is truly the pillow arriving when one wants to sleep. Heh, but now is not the time. I'll keep this for later. After storing the teleportation stone and a few pieces of equipment in his inventory, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the boss before him, the Molten Fire Troll. At this moment, the Molten Fire Troll had already slaughtered most of the so-called Island Nation ninjas before it and now turned its furious gaze toward Lin Chen, letting out a thunderous roar. Heh, without lava rain, I have no reason to fear you, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Healing? High damage? Lin Chen wasn't concerned, he already had a way to counter it. Simple, just annihilate it in seconds. Kill. At his command, the hundreds of swarming insects behind him erupted into a frenzy of assault. Resonance, giant fireball, salvo, lava breath. Even the Deathwing Mantis joined the fray, spitting a mouthful of acid that inflicted the severe injury effect on the Molten Troll. In an instant, the battlefield became a sea of projectiles. The Molten Troll's health plummeted by half as if riding an elevator. Although only a second had passed, restoring 25% of his health again, there was still a significant portion of the health bar left empty. Again, Lin Chen issued another command. The second wave of attacks followed swiftly. This time, even with extraordinarily high recovery rates, the Molten Fire Troll's health was reduced to just half. Keep going. The third time, just as the boss's health dropped below the final 20%, the Molten Troll roared, summoning countless fire elementals that surged forth from every corner of the Molten Stronghold. This was the boss's ultimate skill, sacrifice. If the fire elementals reached its vicinity, the Molten Troll would rapidly regenerate health until fully restored. In his previous life, the strategy employed by Jiangnan City's professionals was deploying numerous low-level professionals to form a human wall for interception. But for Lin Chen, such trouble wasn't necessary. Charge! Lin Chen issued his command. Countless blade insects that had been observing the battle swung their blade arms toward the fire elements from all directions, effortlessly intercepting them. This is the advantage of having a large number of Zerg. In the past, it would require the cooperation of hundreds of professions to take down a boss, but now Lin Chen can easily handle it alone. Die! Lin Chen looked at the Molten Fire Troll, which had only a sliver of health left. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he took a voidwalk forward, arriving before its head. With a swift motion, he thrust the flowing flame sword down viciously. Elemental Strike, Soulfire, Fireball, die now! Chapter 77, The Molten Fiend's Lair. Roar! Sensing multiple powerful attacks closing in, the Molten Troll's ferocious face flickered with human-like panic and confusion. It simply couldn't comprehend how mere seconds ago it had been reveling in slaughter, satiating its bloodthirsty desires. Why had it suddenly become the hunted creature within seconds? However, Lin Chen had no intention of answering any of its questions, directly swinging the infernal flame sword. SSHHZZZT. Only a faint slicing sound was heard. The Molten Ogre's head was instantly cleaved nearly in half. 1458, weak point strike. You have slain the Molten Troll, gaining 50,000 XP. Avaricious Soul activated, additional loot obtained. You have slain the Molten Troll and acquired Molten Dominion. Please check. A notification sound rang in his ears. A key-shaped object fell into Lin Chen's hand. What is this? In my previous life, I never heard about obtaining something like this after killing the Molten Fire Troll. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel curious as he examined it closely. Name, Molten Dominion. Quality, perfect. Description, upon use, gains control over the Molten Hideout. Non-transferable, non-sellable, non-discardable. It's actually a hideout. Lin Chen exclaimed in delight as he examined the key in his hand. And it's even a perfect quality one. A hideout, similar to the cultivation cave in ancient Dragon Kingdom culture, serves not only as a dwelling but also boasts numerous other functions.
You should know. In today's Blue Star, even steel-reinforced concrete skyscrapers can be easily demolished by high-level ferocious beasts.
Only a special place like a hideout can withstand attacks from ferocious beasts or even other professionals, as it possesses defensive magic arrays.
Not only that, hideouts also serve other purposes.
For example, you can invite certain NPCs to take up residence in the hideout, unlocking special functions such as forging, synthesizing, and upgrading equipment, enhancements, black market merchants.
The possibilities are endless.
It can be said that possessing a hideout is almost the most fundamental prerequisite for a large guild. For example, the main campus of Jianhai University itself is a massive hideout covering over 200,000 square kilometers.
Hideouts?
In my previous life, I did own a few hideouts, but they were all mediocre, mostly rare grade, with just one epic grade at best. Of course, that was because my strength was sufficient back then, and I had no intention of forming an organization.
This perfect quality hideout is quite useful for me right now. Lin Chen nodded with delight. You should know.
Currently, Lin Chen's development had been severely constrained because he was living under someone else's roof, constantly worried about his secrets being exposed. But now, with his own hideout, he finally had a place to mass-produce troops or process equipment without worries. Here, one enjoys absolute privacy without worrying about being spied on by others.
Let's go take a look first.
Having made up his mind, Lin Chen directly used the item.
You have acquired a hideout, molten hideout. Teleport.
With a single thought, Lin Chen's figure instantly turned into white light and vanished from the spot. This was one of the hideout owner's abilities. Within 100 meters around the hideout, one could teleport directly inside. In the blink of an eye, a massive temple appeared before Lin Chen. The temple was constructed inside a volcano, with raging lava lakes churning beneath the stone slabs at its base. Yet despite this, the surrounding temperature remained pleasantly mild, without any feeling of being grilled like teppanyaki. Looking up, one could see the volcanic crater, revealing that this temple was actually the main body of the volcano. Though the temple was massive, Lin Chen, as the owner of the hideout, knew that the usable area of this sanctuary wasn't particularly large. At full stretch, the available space was only about 200 acres, equivalent to the size of a larger high school. Of course, this perspective was based on accommodating a developing faction, given that so many people needed to be housed.
But for Lin Chen,
all this is unnecessary,
because he never intended to build any faction at all. Living alone is more than enough.
With this hideout, equipment and skill books I won't need for now can be temporarily stored here instead of being immediately sold off. I'll station 2 Zerg here later. If any accidents happen, I can revive here directly and quickly regain my strength.
Ha, there's actually a magic array here too?
Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked ahead.
Several magic arrays could be seen in the corner, emitting faint glows. Damaged lava conversion array absorbs underground lava to provide operational energy for the entire hideout.
Excess energy can be stored as energy points or experience points when surplus exists. Currently damaged hideout functions impaired.
Please repair. It can actually be self-sustaining? Lin Chen was exhilarated. You should know.
Other hideouts all required manually supplying operational energy to maintain various functions such as protective arrays. Just like charging a phone or refueling a car, you need to regularly add various materials to replenish energy.
Yet this molten refuge could actually be self-sufficient, requiring no effort on his part? For someone like Lin Chen who detests trivial tasks, this was an absolute perk.
Not to mention, if the lava conversion array generated surplus energy, it could even be stored as energy points or experience. By then, I could just sit at home gaining experience and spawning Zerg. Repairing this magic array requires lots of materials, and they're all quite rare.
TSK, this won't be easy.
After briefly examining the array's condition, Lin Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Although the magic array's effects were powerful, he currently had no way to utilize it fully and could only leave it be for now.
Next,
Lin Chen turned around and smiled as he looked toward a magic array emitting faint blue light in the temple's corner.
This is the key to the hideout. Teleportation array. Activate teleportation array? Activate.
Lin Chen answered without hesitation.
Instantly. BZZZT.
A tremor sounded as the teleportation array before him erupted with a sapphire radiance, activating instantly.
Good. Now I can teleport back to the hideout whenever needed. Lin Chen finally exhaled in relief.
The teleportation array allowed Lin Chen to return to his hideout from any other connected magical formation. Fortunately, this particular array remained undamaged, otherwise, returning home would have required traversing hundreds of miles from Jiangnan City. The hideout contains a total of 462 rooms. As the owner, Lin Chen naturally chose the one with the best view. He unpacked his mattress from the backpack and arranged a cozy little room, settling in as his new home from that day onward. However, after finishing all this, Lin Chen didn't immediately go to sleep.
Instead, he eagerly opened his backpack and laid out a pile of equipment. I was so busy entering the hideout earlier that I didn't have time to check the equipment dropped by the molten fire troll. Now I can finally take a look. Chapter 78, Frenzied Troop Production. After making his selections, Lin Chen placed 2 yellow glowing and 1 purple glowing equipment pieces before him, examining them carefully. 2 epic tier items, and 1 perfect tier item. Thorn Dagger, epic plus 5 strength, plus 9 agility, plus 3 spirit. Special effect, Thorn Bind. While equipped, lose 50 true damage per second. When dealing damage to enemies, inflict double this amount instead for 5 seconds. This effect stacks on enemies up to 10 times. An Assassin's Divine Artifact. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. Not only does this dagger directly grant plus 9 agility, an absolutely terrifying boost for an agility-focused assassin. Its special effect was utterly outrageous. Once fully activated, it could deal 1000 points of true damage to enemies every second. Against bosses below level 20, applying this effect was practically a death sentence, unless they had regeneration comparable to a molten fire troll. Unfortunately, Lin Chen wasn't an assassin. After giving the equipment a glance, he stashed it in his backpack to sell later. The second legendary item was a pair of boots. Butcher's Nail Boots, plus 3 strength, plus 1 agility, plus 2 spirit. Special effect, Butcher grants 10% lifesteal. Mediocre. Lin Chen instantly lost interest and tossed them over his shoulder. Finally, he turned his anticipatory gaze toward the last piece of equipment. Perfect gear, don't let me down now. The attributes of the final piece of equipment were displayed before Lin Chen. Name, Undead Commander. Type, Weapon. Quality, Perfect. Requirement, Level 10, Strength 1, Spirit 18, Summoner Class. Attributes, plus 2 Spirit, plus 1 Strength, plus 2 Agility. Special Effect 1, Undead Commander requires skill, Advanced Undead Summoning. Special Effect 2, Army of the Dead summon creatures deal 30% more damage, increases summon limit by 1. TSK, this equipment is perfect for me. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This equipment, one could say it was practically tailor-made for summoners. First, it directly grants an ability, high-tier Undead Summoning. This skill is the superior version of Lin Chen's Undead Summoning, with the same effect of randomly summoning undead creatures. However, high-level Undead Summoning has a slightly higher chance of summoning higher-level undead. The most important thing is, this skill is provided by equipment and does not occupy one of the 12 skill slots. The second special effect is what I really need. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as he examined the stats. The plus 1 summon limit attribute is a significant upgrade for most summoners, because ordinary summoners around level 10 typically only have 3 or 4 summons at most. Each additional summon means a significant boost in strength. But for Lin Chen, such limitations are meaningless. As the Zerg Overlord, his summon capacity is inherently limitless. His surprise stemmed from that 30% increased summon creature damage modifier. You should know, while a summoner's primary attribute is also spirit, the increased spell damage modifiers that appear on some equipment don't affect summon creatures' damage. And every point of summon creature damage increase directly boosts a summoner's overall combat effectiveness. Too bad it requires level 10 to equip, and I'm only level 9 now. Lin Chen sighed. It seems I can't suppress my level any longer. Time to level up first. Off to farm the abyss. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen left 10 blade ants guarding the hideout. Then, with a single thought, his figure materialized outside the volcano, mounting the Deathwing Mantis as he soared toward Jiangnan City. There are 2 main reasons for not using the teleportation array. The first is the teleportation array, which requires recording the location or having precise coordinates in order to teleport between 2 established teleportation arrays. In other words, Lin Chen would first need to teleport from Jiangnan City to the hideout once before gaining the ability to freely teleport between the hideout and Jiangnan City. The second reason is, teleportation requires consuming currency, but Lin Chen has none. This currency isn't credit points, but rather a material called Chaos Stones, which serves as the basic currency circulating among professionals beyond level 10. As for credit points, they mostly circulate among low-level professionals and ordinary people. After flying for half a day, Lin Chen finally returned to Jiangnan City. As agreed, Lin Chen naturally brought Mo Hongli along while leveling up. After sweeping through various abysses across Jiangnan City, both of them quickly reached level 10, and it took them merely 2.5 days. This speed was several times, if not dozens of times, faster than those self-proclaimed genius professionals. Moreover, this was the result of Lin Chen deliberately holding back. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly achieved it within a single day, simply standing by to enjoy the show. After completing all this, Lin Chen began preparing to collect molten fire cores, materials universally dismissed as worthless by others. He visited several trading firms and posted procurement notices within the Hunters Association. In just 1 month, the number of molten cores in hand had surprisingly reached as many as 27. After inquiring with Zhang Shun, he was delighted to find there were a full 12 cores in stock,
which Lin Chen immediately purchased outright. However, the look Zhang Shun gave Lin Chen at that moment was truly remarkable. After all, why would Lin Chen treat such utterly useless materials like precious treasures and insist on purchasing them in bulk? Had he lost his mind? But Lin Chen didn't care in the slightest. After a month of acquisitions, he had amassed a staggering 44 magma cores, and his energy points had reached a whopping 87,547. With these energy points, Lin Chen once again expanded his army, this time integrating 20 blazing fireflies. The formidable attack power of these Zerg could already be glimpsed when they killed Fujimoto Hara. Just a few of them surrounding a target could quickly render even super equipment ineffective. Its terrifying power is evident. Now, Lin Chen's army is nothing short of magnificent. Blade bugs, 450, stinger bugs, 200, brain bugs, 150, flameworms, 30, ironclad blade bugs, 200, molten fireflies, 25, deathwing mantis, 1. After expanding his army, his attributes skyrocketed as a result. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Zerg Overlord. Level, 10. Strength, 27. Agility, 30.4. Spirit, 37.3. Health points, 1047. Mana, 300. Skills, Chain Lightning, High-Level Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Mage Hand, Greedy Soul, Soulfire. Equipment, Omniheart, Kitava's Inscription, Undead Commander, Crystalline Omniscience, Blood Spider Breastplate, Floating Cloud Boots, Blood Mask Helmet, Topaz Ring, Blue Diamond Ring, Apothecary's Belt. A month swiftly passed by. Tomorrow is Jianghai University's opening day. Chapter 79, Jianghai University begins. Jianghai City. As the third largest city in Dragon Nation after Tiandu and Modu, Jianghai City's prosperity far surpasses small places like Jiangnan City. Lin Chen and Mo Hongli walked down the street, looking around. Their eyes were met by towering skyscrapers that left them in awe. Of course, skyscrapers weren't anything new, they could be found everywhere, built with just a bit of credit expenditure. But what made these buildings astonishing was that each one was actually a hidden sanctuary, and every single one was of transcendent quality. You should know, in Jiangnan City's urban area, there are only 2 or 3 hideout buildings in total, most of which are merely of common or rare quality. Yet these have already become the envy and hot topic among the local elite and high-ranking officials. Yet in River City, they wouldn't even make the list. What left Mo Hongli gasping in disbelief was when she used her detection skill on a towering architectural marvel near the city center that soared over a kilometer high. The result it revealed was an epic-grade hideout. Holy Radiance Sanctuary? I've heard of it. Isn't that the territory of the Apocalypse Guild, one of Dragon Nation's top 10 factions? So their headquarters is actually in this place. Mo Hongli said with sudden realization, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, the Holy Radiance Sanctuary isn't the Apocalypse Guild's true headquarters. Their real base is in the Nirvana Sanctuary located in Celestial City, a legendary great sanctuary. Except that place is only open to some of their inner higher-ups. In reality, most members are indeed here. Oh, Mo Hongli was somewhat surprised. This kind of information doesn't seem to be available online. How did you know about it? In his previous life, Lin Chen, as a level 90 powerhouse, had been invited to visit the Annihilation Sanctuary, so he had witnessed the might of a legendary sanctuary and the secrets of the Revelation Guild. However, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't reveal these secrets. Guess? Lin Chen smiled faintly without giving a direct answer. Mo Hongli pouted her lips, about to voice her displeasure. Just then, Lin Chen spoke again. We're here. Mo Hongli looked ahead and saw an ancient yet majestic gate unfolding before the two of them. The gate's height, though considerably shorter than the surrounding skyscrapers, exudes an archaic yet natural, understated aura that makes it stand out with unparalleled elegance, not one whit inferior to an epic great sanctuary. And above the gate, 4 majestic characters are carved, Jianghai University. This is precisely the main entrance of Jianghai University. Is this Jianghai University? Mo Hongli murmured in a daze as she stared ahead. Let's go. Lin Chen nodded casually, pulling Mo Hongli toward the entrance. Unexpectedly, the moment they approached, a terrifying repulsive force surged forth, pushing them both back. This is a defensive barrier. We need to show the identity tokens they gave us to enter. Lin Chen smacked his forehead as he finally remembered this detail. Jianghai University was essentially an epic-level sanctuary, so it was perfectly normal for it to have defensive magic arrays. Without the sanctuary master's permission, no one could enter unless they resorted to violent means. This permission referred to the identity tokens issued by Jianghai University to its faculty and students. Only with these tokens could one freely enter and exit the university. The two took out their tokens and stepped forward once more. Sure enough, this time Jianghai University offered no resistance, allowing them to enter smoothly. Walking along the broad avenue, one could take in the surrounding scenery. There were numerous exotic beasts, statues, and ancient trees along the way, an endless array of spectacular sights that made one feel as if they were no longer on Earth. Even just these decorative elements were enough to reveal, in microcosm, the immense prestige and resources of Jianghai University. Of course, there were also plenty of students dressed in various styles hurriedly passing by, all appearing very busy. Many freshmen, equally curious, were also surveying their surroundings, admiring the scenic views, and murmuring in awe. Just a few more kilometers, and we'll reach the residential area. There will be staff waiting to receive us. Lin Chen pointed ahead and said, "We still have to walk a few kilometers? Isn't there any transport here?" Mo Honley immediately frowned, her small face scrunching up in displeasure. A few kilometers were nothing to these professionals whose physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary people. But she had just entered university and was eager to explore her new surroundings, unwilling to waste time walking. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen could simply summon a few winged bees to carry both of them to their destination. However, Jianghai University strictly prohibited flying. Only professionals above level 60 were qualified to soar through the skies freely. Don't feel like walking? I see a teleportation array over there that can take you directly to the residential area. The only question is, do you have the coin for it? Lin Chen chuckled. I'm not that foolish to waste money on teleportation just to save a bit of time. Mo Honley scrunched her nose adorably, just as the two were chatting idly. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. A fiery red figure streaked across the sky, landing swiftly beside the two. Before the astonished Lin Chen and Mo Honley could speak, a soft, coquettish laugh emerged from the dust. Hee hee, little brother, you finally arrived? Not seeing you for a whole month, your sister here missed you to death. As the dust settled, an almost flawless, voluptuous figure clad in a vivid red cheepa was revealed. A radiant and exquisite face gazed at Lin Chen with eyes seemingly brimming with springtime allure. This woman is none other than Hua Wuck. The surrounding crowd was also utterly astonished, each craning their necks to look this way, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Who is that person? How dare they fly within Jianghai University's campus? She's so beautiful, what a perfect figure. Shoo, if she hears you, you're dead. That's teacher Hua Wuck, the strictest instructor in the mage department. Rumor has it some young master from Tian Capital tried to flirt with her last time, ended up severely injured on the spot, and let's just say, certain parts were reduced to ashes. Yikes, a beauty like that is way out of my league. Better keep my distance. Wait, why does teacher Hua seem so friendly with that guy over there? Right, who the hell is that guy anyway? A group of people watched Lin Chen and the others, expressions full of curiosity and confusion. Many people even developed considerable hostility toward Lin Chen due to Hua Wuck's close and affectionate attitude toward him. After all, such a beautiful teacher was quite popular among the students at Jianghai University. Not only the male students, but even some female students couldn't resist her charms and fell into madness over her. If Lin Chen were to find out that he had already made a bunch of enemies before even enrolling, he'd probably be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Professor Hua. Lin Chen nodded and cleared his throat awkwardly. I was planning to pay you a visit after registering, but I didn't expect you to come to me first. Hua Wuck's phoenix-like eyes swept over Lin Chen before she nodded lightly. The moment you stepped into the school, I sensed your arrival. The headmaster ordered me to show you around campus, so I hurried over. Then, her gaze shifted to Mo Honley beside him, and she couldn't help covering her mouth with a playful giggle. Oh, is this your little girlfriend? She truly is a beauty. No wonder you've always been so indifferent toward me. Teehee. Chapter 80, the open strife and veiled struggle between two women. So, you prefer women with more curves, don't you? Luckily, I'm not lacking in that department either, am I? Hua Wuck said, deliberately shaking her ample bosom, no less impressive than Mo Honley's, as if deliberately provoking the latter with a challenging glance. When the two women's gazes met, the air between them seemed to spark with electricity. Hostility. Mo Honley's face was filled with vigilance and hostility, her heart ringing with alarms louder than ever. A woman's intuition told her that this Hua Wuck before her was no good news. By no means, in any aspect. Teacher Hua, thank you for looking after Lin Chen, Mo Honley said with a smile on her face, though inwardly cautious, directly asserting her claim. Oh, no worries. Maybe someday you'll be calling me elder sister, then there'll be plenty more opportunities for me to take care of him. Hua Wuck replied nonchalantly, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she giggled. This blatant hint flushed Mo Honley's cheeks with anger, yet she could say little in response, only casting a furious glance at Lin Chen. What does this have to do with me? Feeling Mo Honley's gaze, Lin Chen's scalp tingled with a sense of helplessness. Why do these two women have such intense hostility after just 2 words? What the hell does this have to do with me? Little did they know. To the onlooking crowd, this scene evoked nothing but overwhelming envy and jealousy. Who is this guy? He actually triggered a showdown of this magnitude? Ugh, that's actually Professor Hua Wuck. How could she be so friendly with this guy? Ah, my goddess, why are you treating me like this? This guy, could he be some rich second-generation brat from Sky Capital or Demon Capital? But he doesn't look particularly powerful. Exactly. What do these two beauties even see in him? Maybe he has some special skills? Special skills? What kind of special skills? Lin Chen coughed awkwardly. Professor Hua, perhaps you should show us around the school first. Wawak smiled enchantingly and said, of course. With that, he led the two forward, vanishing from sight beneath the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd. Before long, the residential area came into view before them. As they walked, Wawak introduced Jianghai University's various rules and campus layout, among other things. Under their introduction, the two of them also gained a deeper understanding of Jianghai University. For example, within Jianghai University, the common currency wasn't credit points, but points. Nearly every university or faction internally adopts a points-based system. Points are earned based on contributions and can be used as currency within the organization, redeemable for rare skill books, equipment, and other valuable items. Almost all services and goods are exchanged using points as the medium. For instance, dorm rooms at Jianghai University require points as accommodation fees. The dorms are divided into 4 tiers: quad rooms, double rooms, single suites, and standalone villas, Wawak explained with a smile. A 4-person dorm only guarantees basic living facilities, charging 500 credits per month. So expensive? Mo Honley was quite shocked. You should know. Before coming, Mo Honley had specifically researched and learned that at Jianghai University, apart from studying, students could earn credits by completing tasks. Most people could only earn about 2,000 to 3,000 credits per month. And this rent directly consumes a quarter of their income? How am I supposed to cultivate and level up now? Wawak replied indifferently. A double room comes with additional perks. Not only does it offer significantly better living conditions, but it's also equipped with a meditation chamber and includes 50 hours of annual access to the gravity training room. However, the cost has also skyrocketed to 2,000 per month. A private dorm room costs 5,000 per month and comes with a series of additional benefits compared to the double rooms. The most important one is the standalone villa. At this point, Wawak's tone carried a hint of something unusual. As for the perks of the standalone villa, there's no need for me to elaborate. Not only is it the closest to the academic center, but the environment is also far superior, and possess all the benefits attached to it. But none of that matters. The most important thing is, the standalone villa comes with a privilege that no one else can enjoy. That is, the double experience stone. Upon hearing this, even Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Double experience stone? You mean Jianghai University's prized treasure, the double experience stone? That's right. That's the item that gives you a double XP buff within just 1 hour. Wawak nodded. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp sharply. I originally thought Jianghai University, as one of the top factions, would already be impressive enough to earn my high regard. Never expected its hidden depths to be this profound. The double experience stone was something even Lin Chen from his previous life had only heard rumors about. This item wasn't equipment, but rather a hideout prop that could only be placed and used within one's hideout. Its effect was, once placed in the hideout, it could grant a daily 2-hour experience boost to a limited number of people. You should know. What is the most important thing for a professional? Of course, it's levels, and the effect of double experience can drive countless people to flock to it. The monthly rental fee for a standalone villa is 30,000. This amount is basically equivalent to most students' annual income. Heh, Floral Sparrow said with a laugh, then added another remark. What room specifications would you like for your dorm? Lin Chen didn't hesitate for even a second, declaring firmly, I choose the detached villa. Are you really going for a standalone villa? Wawak looked surprised. I know you just got your scholarship and have some money to spare, but there's no need to splurge like this, is there? It's fine, I'll choose this one, Lin Chen said calmly. Lin Chen didn't really mind the living environment. However, he absolutely wasn't going to miss out on this daily 1-hour double experience perk. So no matter what, he had to secure this detached villa. Points? They're merely worldly possessions. Alright, I won't try to persuade you then. Wawak nodded helplessly, making no further attempts to dissuade him. After exchanging a few more words, Wawak gracefully took her leave, tossing a few teasing remarks at Lin Chen on her way out that promptly sent Mo Honley into another fit of furious exasperation, almost provoking her into throwing hands. Before long, Lin Chen had completed the check-in procedures for the villa. After paying the fees, he was led by the staff to the standalone villa. So this is the villa? Lin Chen observed the 2-story building before him, along with accompanying facilities like the swimming pool and small garden, silently nodding in approval. I have to say, these points were well spent. Putting everything else aside, just the environment and atmosphere here beats any cramped, smoky 4-person dormitory. Chapter 81, Student Council? What a joke! Walking inside, Lin Chen took a quick look around. Although the decoration was exquisite, it held little significance for him. If not for the double experience stone, he wouldn't waste his points on a place like this. After getting somewhat familiar with his surroundings, Lin Chen took out his phone to check his schedule. First thing tomorrow are classes Abyssal Creature Taxonomy and History of Combat Schools. After these 2 classes finish in the morning, the afternoon will be free time. As for these courses, Lin Chen wasn't the slightest bit interested. After all, in his previous life, He was a level 90 blood warlock. What kind of demonic creature or combat style hadn't he seen before? If skipping class wouldn't result in failing courses, he wouldn't even bother attending lessons. Just then, a text message arrived on his phone. Notice, all freshmen must gather at Jianghai Square before 8 p.m. without fail. Jianghai University Student Union. The tone of this message was domineeringly arrogant, as if it were a direct order from the university president himself. But when he saw the sender's name, Student Council? What nonsense is this? Lin Chen sneered, promptly choosing to ignore it. The Student Council is merely a service-oriented organization that manages the daily affairs of students. To put it another way, they had absolutely no power at all. Usually acting all high and mighty, you'd think they were something special. Putting the matter completely out of his mind, Lin Chen continued familiarizing himself with Jianghai University's various organizations and functions, becoming so engrossed that he kept nodding in approval. Now I understand. Are there actually magic arrays here too? Indeed, there are a total of 10 abysses for leveling up. Jianghai University is truly wealthy and powerful. And at the same moment, at Jianghai Square, a crowd of freshmen gathered in a dense mass, gazing with a mix of awe and confusion toward a raised platform at the square where several figures stood proudly. Hee, is everyone here? Let me introduce myself. After a long pause, the figure at the front finally spoke in a clear voice. I'm your senior, and also the president of Jianghai University's Student Council, Manhwa. Personally, I'm a level 29 Transcendent Hidden Class, Elementalist. At these words, the freshmen below couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A Hidden Supreme Class? And already approaching level 30? Such terrifying power. Damn! This strength probably rivals even our city's top player. Jianghai University truly has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder he became the student council president. Feeling the reverent gazes cast from below, Mang Liangyun couldn't help but flash a hint of smugness across his face, visibly savoring such admiration. Yet 2 seconds later, he masked it again, resuming that authoritative demeanor as he continued. The purpose of convening this freshman assembly is to protect you all, to help you avoid harm from fiendish beasts and demonic creatures, and upholding our student union's principle of supporting newcomers. Jianghai University's Student Council has decided to offer all freshmen a special benefit, that is, free assistance. In short, you hand over your points, and we provide services like power leveling. While Mang Liangyun spoke above, some people below began distributing small brochures. When the freshmen opened the brochures, every one of them frowned. What a ripoff! What kind of tyrannical clause is this? Something's wrong. Isn't this just protection money in disguise? The manual clearly outlined the specifics of this so-called benefit. In short, it meant the newcomer had to surrender 1/10 of all his earned points as a proportional contribution. And then, that was it. That's right, absolutely no benefits whatsoever. Their so-called mentorship depended entirely on the senior student's whims, and might even cost extra points. You could say it was black as pitch. What's the matter? You don't want to? Seeing the crowd's reaction below, Mang Liangyun gave a cold snort as the aura of a level 29 professional erupted from his body. The pressure made most freshmen in the venue pale, obediently shutting their mouths. If you're unwilling to cooperate, you're free to leave. Mang Liangyun sneered coldly, but I can't guarantee what might happen to you at Jianghai University in the future. Think very carefully about this. The freshmen below the stage wore expressions of bitterness and helplessness. Clearly, this was a threat. If they dared refuse to pay this protection fee, the student council would spare no effort in ostracizing them from then on. Had it been sophomores or juniors, things might have been different. But they're just freshmen who just enrolled, being targeted by the student council. Could they possibly have a good future? Some might wonder, why not go to the school authorities? This is a professional academy, not some ivory tower. The conflicts among professionals are filled with bloodshed and violence, absolutely no child's play. Even within the academy, competition was encouraged, and a martial ethos prevailed. Under such circumstances, how could there be any intervention to regulate such matters? You're being extorted? Serves you right. Consider this your first lesson as newcomers. Strength reigns supreme. Without strength, one can only be slaughtered. Those who are willing can leave after signing the contract. As for those who aren't, I'd say you wouldn't dare refuse anyway, Mang Liangyun declared triumphantly. Indeed, under the student council's overwhelming authority, the vast majority of freshmen obediently signed the contract. A small number with tougher dispositions chose to leave directly, but the student council, unfazed by such resistance, simply recorded their names and reported them to Mang Liangyun. Just a bunch of small fries. A little lesson will make them admit their mistakes. Mang Liangyun glanced at the list and sneered, completely unconcerned. There had been incidents like this before, but without exception, they'd all been thoroughly disciplined until they knelt down begging for forgiveness. These people won't be any different. Chairman, there's another issue. 2 people didn't show up, a bald man said respectfully. What? Who are these 2? Mang Liangyun immediately furrowed his brow. One is named Lin Chen, and the other seems to be his girlfriend.
called Mo Homely, the bald man quickly replied. I've looked into their backgrounds, they're just from some small place with no connections whatsoever. No connections? Heh, these two must have quite the nerve to dare disobey my orders. Mang Liangyun sneered. Go, send a couple of seniors to teach them a lesson. I want that guy kneeling at my doorstep begging for forgiveness. The bald man promptly replied with respect, yes, guild leader. With that, he left the place with a few others. Meanwhile, Mang Liangyun glanced coldly at the names on the list and flicked his sleeve disdainfully. Then, as if muttering to himself, he whispered, just 100,000 more points, and I can buy the frost cloak. Once I have it, that boss won't stand a chance. The thought of his plan nearing success instantly put Mang Liangyun in high spirits. With a cheerful smile, he walked away, clasping his hands behind his back. Chapter 82, Rankings and Assessments. After resting for a day in the villa, Lin Chen felt rejuvenated. He casually ate something before heading out to the classroom. The villa area was quite close to the teaching district, so within just a few minutes of walking, Lin Chen arrived before a towering spire that seemed to pierce the clouds. This is the teaching area, where tens of thousands of students from Jianghai University receive theoretical instruction. Entering his classroom, Lin Chen noticed many people were already waiting inside. After scanning the room, Lin Chen casually took a seat towards the back. Before long, most of the class had also entered the classroom. The click-clack of high heels only became audible when the class bell rang, echoing from a distance. The classroom door creaked open. A figure dressed in a red qipao appeared before everyone. Full, mature curves, shapely and slender legs sheathed in black stockings, coupled with a devilishly exquisite and enchanting face, and an indescribable gentleness lingering between her brows. The moment she appeared, she captivated the gaze of every man present and even some women, with nearly everyone's eyes burning with fervor and desire. This person was none other than Hua Wuk. Everyone, from now on, I'll be your homeroom instructor for Mage Class 4, as well as the lead professor for the course, Practical Applications of Functional Spells. My name is Hua Wuk. With graceful steps, Hua Wuk ascended the podium, offering a slight smile to the crowd. The classroom instantly erupted in chaos, with most students buzzing with excitement, their faces glowing with exhilaration. Is that actually Teacher Hua? Oh my god, this is incredible. How lucky are we to have Teacher Hua Wuk as our counselor? Am I dreaming? Sob. It's actually the legendary Teacher Hua. I never would have thought. Hua Wuk's reputation extended far beyond Jianghai University, with a considerable fan base online. Yet Hua Wuk rarely engaged in online interactions and never paid attention to so-called fans. For someone of her caliber, strength was the only thing that truly mattered. Fans? Only weaklings like Li Kuan would care about that sort of thing. Hua Wuk? Is this a coincidence or deliberate? Lin Chen sat in the back row, lost in thought. His experiences across multiple lifetimes had made him mature and cautious, so she definitely wouldn't think that Hua Wuk's overwhelming enthusiasm toward her was genuine attraction. After all, this world is full of handsome men. With her abilities and status, she could have anyone she wanted. Why would she specifically throw herself at me? There must be something about me that draws her in. Lin Chen thought to himself, yet remained exceptionally calm, not a ripple of emotion showing on his face. But one thing's certain, she harbors no ill intent. What she seeks likely isn't equipment or the like, which is why she's trying to win me over. Best to wait and see how things unfold. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen resumed observing Hua Wuk. Seeming to notice his gaze, Hua Wuk suddenly flashed a charming smile and cast a coquettish glance his way, once again sending a group of oblivious students into breathless agitation. Lin Chen chose to ignore it. For the first class, Hua Wuk merely went over some basic precautions and rules before diving into the lecture. However, Lin Chen didn't absorb a single word of the lesson. After all, he already knew all this material by heart. However, just before class ended, Hua Wuk suddenly announced, the freshman assessment will begin in 3 days. Everyone, make sure to find your teams during these coming days. With that said, Hua Wuk finally nodded and dismissed the class. Freshman assessment? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned before recalling what this meant. The so-called freshman assessment was essentially an exam to determine the academic rankings of new students. All universities in the world basically implement a ranking system. All students are ranked according to their strength and abilities. Different rankings naturally come with different benefits. For example, at Jianghai University, students ranked between 5001 and 10,000 receive 500 points and 1 double experience stone every month. Students ranked between 5000 and 3001 receive 1,000 points monthly, along with 3 double experience stones. Those ranked from 3000 to 1001 receive 2,000 points and 5 double experience stones each month. For ranks between 1000 and 501, the reward is 3,000 points and 10 double experience stones monthly. As for students ranked within the top 500,
The benefits they receive are completely unique. There are no fixed rewards for these positions.
But in short, the higher the ranking, the better the benefits obtained, and one's status will rise correspondingly.
It can be said that in every university, ranking is the best proof of strength.
There are also many ways to obtain rankings.
The first method is naturally to participate in challenges, namely the hundreds of trial abysses in Jianghai University where evaluations are used to measure the levels of strength.
The second is conflict. Among professionals, disputes are inevitable.
Yet Jianghai University prohibits physical confrontations. Thus the establishment of the arena emerged, a space created to resolve those irreconcilable conflicts where words fail.
In universities, there is a rule. For any arranged duel, if the losing party holds a higher ranking than the victorious one, the latter will automatically inherit their rank. Because of this, many compete in arranged duels to climb the rankings. For this abyss run, do I have to join a team? Lin Chen frowned as he read the notification on his phone.
This abyss challenge requires clearing it through collaboration in a 5-member team, such as the Academy's rule.
This dashed Lin Chen's idea of attempting a solo run. Forget it.
Since my identity as a summoner is already public, I might as well just carry them through the instance later. After brief consideration, Lin Chen shrugged and nodded casually.
Back in Jiangnan City, he hadn't possessed enough self-preservation ability, so he'd chosen to disguise his identity as a warrior. But now, within the epic grade sanctuary, he no longer needed to conceal his true identity, he simply registered openly as a summoner. But the profession he filled out wasn't Zerg Overlord, but rather Necromancer, a relatively common, ordinary quality summoner class. Thus, his identity didn't draw much attention. After all, elsewhere, a summoner might have been pursued and admired by countless people. But this was Jianghai University. Although summoners remain rare, as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, yet they aren't once-in-a-century rarities.
At the very least, the admissions tutors are quite accustomed to seeing them.
Only one class today.
Later, I'll go meet Nemo Honley. Lin Chen sighed as he stood up and left the place.
Walking down the street, deep in thought, I suddenly heard an angry voice shout from behind. Are you fucking blind? Bumped into me and now you think you can just walk away?
In an instant, several professionals dashed in front of Lin Chen, blocking his path.